The biting cold pierced his bones like needles, dragging Lin Xuan's fading consciousness out of chaos. Immediately after, excruciating pain tore through him. Every faint breath felt like pulling flames within his chest, a thick metallic taste rising in his throat mixed with the pungent odor of soil and decayed vegetation suffocating. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision blurred and distorted, only a twisted grayness before him. A few pale rays of cold light barely filtered through the layers of withered branches and leaves, casting fragmented shadows in the air thick with chilling mist. Where's this? Was I not facing the heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage? That final devastating purple sky, divine thunder. Fragments of memory crashed through his chaotic divine soul like a bursting dam. The dazzling lights of a bustling city, the rolling clouds of a sect's sacred land, finally frozen under that sky thick with tribulation clouds and silence thunder. As a top cultivator at the peak of nascent soul, he had spent centuries planning to break through to the divine transformation stage through this tribulation, only to fail at the final moment, his physical body destroyed. Had he perished, or? He strained to move his eyes, trying to discern his surroundings. This was a bottomless dark valley surrounded by steep slippery rock walls covered with nauseating slimy moss and thorny brambles. He had clearly fallen from a great height. The thick layer of rotting leaves and peat beneath him was probably the only reason he had survived with a breath of life. Not far away, the faint sound of flowing water could be heard, an icy stream winding through the rocks. At that moment, another torrent of chaotic and violent memories like a forcibly infused foreign object began to collide and merge with his divine soul. Lin Xuan, Thorn, North Wind Kingdom. Thorn Valley Lord. Exile. Ambush. Scenes flashed through his mind, extravagant and cold noble banquets, malicious sneers, the cold decree of exile, a desolate manor, and finally, that bloody ambush on the border path. Those thugs in motley leather armor shouted, "Long live Count Walton," and swarmed with poison blades. The original owner, the young lord who shared his name, fled with his loyal old servant, sacrificing himself, eventually cornered, falling into the abyss. Intense resentment, unwillingness, fear, and a faint attachment to that barren fiefdom. The original owner's emotions flooded over him like a tide, nearly splitting his already aching head. Cough. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of dark red clotted blood. The burning sensation in his throat eased slightly, but the extreme weakness of his body became more pronounced. This body was in terrible condition. Blocked meridians, severely damaged vitality, multiple broken bones, internal organs heavily injured. It was even worse than the lowest menial disciple in the cultivation world. Moreover, the world's celestial energy. No, it couldn't even be called energy. Just a thin, restless, inert, free particle that could hardly be extracted or absorbed. A dead end. A truly hopeless situation. Yet the resilient soul of a divine transformation stage cultivator, even in this extremely weak state, retained a trace of clarity. Having lived 2 lives and endured countless life and death trials, his Dao heart was as firm as a rock. Despair was too luxurious for him and utterly meaningless. As long as he hadn't completely perished, there was still a chance for a turnaround. He silently recited, beginning to examine his own body with his powerful divine sense. The nascent soul was already silent, dim, and lusterless, like a candle in the wind, bound by some invisible force, its connection to the physical body almost severed. The divine sense that could originally cover 100 miles was now compressed to only a few feet from the body, and every use consumed it severely. But fortunately, the foundation was not lost. In the deepest part of his consciousness, the source point of light, formed by the entropy change of endless information and scientific cognition over 2 lifetimes, and that wisp of profound Tao intent originating from the essence of cultivation, still floated quietly. They were the cornerstone above the laws of this world, his greatest trump card to reverse the universe. The most urgent thing now was to survive. He tried to mobilize the faint power of his divine soul, like the most precise scalpel, slowly clearing the most fatal blood clot in his chest, while stimulating the tissues around the wound to barely control the bleeding. This process was slow and torturous. Cold sweat mixed with blood soaked through his tattered noble clothes. Every moment felt like being on a bed of needles. Just then, his perception, far beyond mortal limits, even though greatly weakened, caught an unusual movement. It was not the wind nor the water. It was footsteps. Extremely light, extremely soft, like the toes of some agile creature brushing over fallen leaves, almost blending with the environment. Something was approaching. Alarms blared in Lin Xuan's mind. He immediately ceased all movement, his breath barely perceptible, suppressing his life force to the extreme, becoming like a dead log. Exposing himself in a completely unfamiliar, dangerous situation was the most foolish choice. He squinted, leaving only a slit, staring coldly at the source of the sound through the tangled hair plastered on his forehead. Through the swirling mist, a slender figure, almost ethereal, pushed aside the tangled brambles and slowly emerged. It was a little girl. No, not human. She looked about 8 or 9 years old, in human terms slender as a wisp of morning mist that could vanish at any moment. Her hair was a strange color, like moonlight infused with wisteria, flowing with a faint silver sheen in the pale cold light. Her skin was almost translucent pale and otherworldly. Most unforgettable were her eyes, large emerald green like early spring leaves so clear they could reflect the entire twisted night sky, but now filled with alertness, curiosity, and a layer of melancholy that was deeply incongruous with her age. Pointed ears peeked out from her soft hair, an elf. The elf girl wore a cloak roughly stitched together from broad leaves and soft moss, making her blend almost perfectly with the dark surroundings. She clutched a sharpened wooden stick in both hands, holding it like a short spear, her body leaning slightly forward like a young deer ready to spring away. Thoughts raced through Lin Xuan's mind. Elves. In this world leaning toward Western fantasy, elves usually lived in forest sanctuaries with complex relationships with humans. Why was this young elf alone in this remote valley? Was she connected to the assassins? He held his breath and continued observing. The girl's gaze swept across the ground. Broken branches dragged marks and the pool of dark red blood under him that had not yet fully coagulated. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of compassion passing through her emerald eyes, but more a deep weariness and a sense of worldliness utterly mismatched with her age. She did not approach rashly but stood still, her small nostrils flaring slightly, as if discerning some scent in the air. Then the wariness in her eyes faded slightly, replaced by a deeper confusion. Lin Xuan keenly noticed. The girl's gaze did not seem to linger on his physical appearance. That look seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, gazing at something more essential. Her gaze seemed to cross his wounds and filth, landing on the silent nascent soul and the faint Dao rhythm within him. This elf was far from simple. She likely possessed a natural talent for directly perceiving the essence of life. The girl hesitated for a long time. Finally, she seemed to make a decision. The short spear in her hand lowered slightly, and she murmured softly in Elvish, her voice ethereal and childish like a mountain spring dripping on jade. Lin Xuan did not understand the language, but his powerful divine soul could faintly perceive no hostility in the words, only tentative inquiry. Seeing Lin Xuan completely unresponsive, he still maintained his feigned death. The girl cautiously moved a few steps closer, crouching down about 10 feet away. From a small pouch inside her cloak, she took out several emerald green leaves with a faint fragrance, placed them on a clean broad leaf, and took out a delicate leather bottle, dripping a few drops of clear liquid onto the leaves. Then she gently pushed the broad leaf toward Lin Xuan, gestured with her eyes, and supplemented with Elvish and hand signals. The meaning was clear: for you, heal your wounds. After doing this, she quickly retreated to a safe distance, still gripping the short spear, her big emerald eyes fixed on him, observing his slightest reaction. Lin Xuan weighed the situation. The elf girl's actions were beyond his expectations. She seemed to have just passed by showing the most primitive compassion for this dying human. The herbs she presented, though weak in energy fluctuation, contained pure life energy that would greatly benefit stabilizing his injuries. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Continuing to feign death might miss the only chance of survival, but acting rashly could also invite disaster. Finally, the instinct to survive and the last bit of confidence in his remaining foundation made him decide. He moved his fingers extremely slowly, the joints making a faint rustling sound. This tiny movement made the distant elf girl jump back like a startled snow hare, her emerald eyes instantly tensing. Lin Xuan ignored her. He used all his strength to prop up his body, which felt like it was falling apart, leaning against a cold rock. This simple action drained almost all his energy. His vision darkened, his ears buzzed, and he nearly fainted again. He panted heavily, each breath accompanied by the taste of blood and tearing pain. He raised his head, looking at the wary elf girl, and with a voice as hoarse as a broken bellows uttered the common language of this world after merging memories: water. This was the first word he spoke after descending into this world. The elf girl was stunned. She looked at the man who had struggled to sit up from the pool of blood, at his pale, but unusually calm face, especially his eyes. They were not the cloudy and desperate eyes of a dying man, but an unfathomable calm and vicissitude that seemed to contain the birth and death of stars. This was definitely not the look of a fallen noble who had just been chased and fallen off a cliff. The confusion in the girl's eyes deepened. She hesitated, then untied another water bag from her waist. Instead of handing it directly, she gently rolled it to Lin Xuan's feet. Lin Xuan, without any courtesy, grabbed the water bag, pulled out the stopper, and drank deeply. The cool liquid slid down his burning throat, bringing a faint warmth. Not heat, but the glimmer of life flame rekindling as moisture nourished his parched body. Leaning against the rock, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, using his remaining divine soul and the Xuanhuang Dao Rhythm to slowly guide the life energy of the few elf herbs into his wounds. At the same time, the source light in the depths of his consciousness quietly spread, silently recording the girl's body features, energy fluctuation, frequency, and all quantifiable data of the surrounding environment. Deep in the valley, the cold wind continued to wail through the crevices. A severely injured human on the verge of death, an elf child of unknown origin, two lives from different worlds, both trapped in despair, completed their first silent, full of suspicion and tentative contact in the shadow of death. The icy stream slid over his throat briefly, suppressing the searing pain. Lin Xuan leaned against the rough rock wall, gasping heavily, each breath tearing at the lacerated pain in his chest. He closed his eyes, sinking his entire consciousness into his body, guiding the faint, pitiful, profound yellow Dao rhythm, like the most delicate silk thread, carefully dredging the blocked meridians and repairing the damaged internal organs. The soul of a nascent soul powerhouse was now his only reliance. Though confined within this dying shell, its inherent resilience and delicate control far surpassed any so-called mages or priests of this world. Just as he was desperately saving himself, that elf girl, Ai Lizzie, had not left. She still stood about 10 feet away, her emerald eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, without blinking, the sharp wooden spear in her hand slightly lowered, but her body still poised for a quick retreat. Yet the pure vigilance and compassion in her eyes were gradually being replaced by a growing, almost obsessive confusion. In Ai Lizzie's vision of the source, the human male before her was a creature she had never seen before. Ordinary humans in her eyes were either bright or dim lifelight clusters interwoven with intense emotional fluctuations. Companions were anxious dark red, enemies were murky dark green, full of calculation. The goblins that had chased him were a motley filthy dark yellow-green, emitting a nauseating aura of evil. But this person before her, his lifelike cluster was extremely faint, like a candle in the wind, a gray-white hue of mortal injury. Yet beneath this gray-white lurked two completely different, incomprehensible existences. One was a massive, extremely condensed, slowly rotating, profound yellow chi deep in his abdomen's dantian. It was so quiet, so restrained, like a sleeping star core, completely out of place with any active energy of this world. It did not seem to draw power from outside, but rather was a self-contained complete microcosm. Ai Lizzie could feel that the profound yellow chi contained unimaginably vast potential, but it was locked in layers, silent as stagnant water. It reminded her of the ancient, vast, yet utterly still feeling of the protective barrier core before her home was devoured by the stagnant death tide. But it was not exactly the same. This profound yellow chi was more self-existent, as if it were the embodiment of the rules themselves. And the other existence was even more baffling. Beside the profound yellow chi, there was a tiny, flickering, jumping, cold, and precise light point. It did not resemble an energy, but rather an activity, a pure thought itself. It constantly emitted invisible ripples, scanning, recording, and analyzing everything around. Airflow, rock composition, even Ai Lizzie's own life form and energy structure. This feeling of being observed made her instinctively uncomfortable, yet strangely, she sensed no hostility, only a detached, cold curiosity, like observing the movement of stars. These two completely different presences actually coexisted harmoniously, or barely, in such a fragile life container. This completely overturned Ai Lizzie's understanding of life forms. The elegance of elves, the intensity of humans, the savagery of orcs, even the chaos of magical beasts, all had rules of energy flow. But the one before her was orderly, yet a new order she could not comprehend. You? Ai Lizzie couldn't help but whisper in Elvish, her ethereal voice unusually clear in the silent valley bottom. Are not from here. By here, she meant not just Thorn Valley but the energy system of this world. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Although he did not understand Elvish, his powerful soul could capture the confusion and inquiry in her words, not hostility. He looked into those emerald eyes that seemed to pierce through reality, his heart wary. This elf girl was indeed not simple. She seemed to directly perceive the essence of energy. He tried to respond in the common tongue of this world, hoarsely, water. Thank you. Ai Lizzie blinked, seeming to understand. She hesitated, then untied a small leather pouch from her waist. This time, instead of rolling it over, she stepped forward 2 paces, stretched out her arm, and handed it within Lin Xuan's reach. This was a tiny signal of trust. Lin Xuan did not immediately take it. His gaze fell on Ai Lizzie, observing her as well. In his perception and the scan of the source, the energy characteristics of this elf girl were also extremely special. She was not like the vibrant, outward-spreading wood attribute cultivators of the traditional cultivation world. Instead, she seemed highly integrated with the surrounding environment, especially the stagnant characteristics of this land. Her life energy flowed extremely slowly and steadily, as if she had entered a state similar to hibernation to adapt to this harsh environment. At the same time, there seemed to be an extremely ancient rhythm within her, utterly inconsistent with her youthful appearance, resonating faintly with a bound power deep beneath the earth. The source halo flickered silently, marking this discovery as high-priority information. Target individual's energy structure highly compatible with regional stagnation attributes, suggesting a deep connection. Further observation recommended. You? Injured very badly. Ai Lizzie struggled to form sentences with awkward, halting common tongue words. Her common tongue was clearly not fluent, with a heavy Elvish accent. Lin Xuan nodded, took the water pouch, and drank a few more mouthfuls. The cool liquid revived him slightly. He pointed to his wounds, then to the steep cliffs around, simply said, "Chased, fell down." Ai Lizzie followed his finger to the towering shadow-hidden cliff top. A hint of understanding flashed in her emerald eyes, then deeper confusion. Being chased and falling off a cliff should be a terrifying thing. Why was this human His core energy aside from weakness, so calm. No fear, no anger, only a kind of focus on analyzing the situation and finding a solution. She tilted her head like a curious bird, extended a slender finger pointing at the area of Lin Xuan's dantian though through his clothes, and asked in Elvish mixed with stiff common words there. Quiet light. What is it? Different from? Death tide. Death tide. Lin Xuan caught this unfamiliar word, his mind stirred. He remained calm, not answering about his own energy core, but instead asked you. Why are you here? Alone. AI Lizzie's eyes instantly dimmed like stars covered by clouds. She hugged her arms, trembling slightly, as if recalling something extremely terrifying. She did not answer directly but lowered her head and murmured in Elvish, almost inaudibly. Home. Gone. Silence. Devoured everything. Only me. Though language was a barrier, Lin Xuan clearly felt the intense grief and fear from the depths of her soul. It was a despair of losing everything, of being displaced, different from his own physical pain, yet another heavy burden. He was silent for a moment. Fellow sufferers. This elf girl also seemed to carry a heavy past. You're not safe. Lin Xuan changed the subject, pointing to the dark corners around goblins, where other things might come back. AI Lizzie looked up, the fear in her eyes replaced by a resilience belonging to the descendant of guardians. She nodded, pointing to a direction in the valley where a dark vine-covered cave entrance seemed to be. There. Can hide. Temporary. Lin Xuan looked in the direction she pointed. The source immediately performed environmental scan analysis. Cave structure, stable internal space, unknown entrance, well-hidden exploration recommended. At the same time, the profound yellow Dao rhythm faintly sensed that the energy flow in that direction seemed slightly more active than the surroundings, though still weak. Perhaps there were exploitable gaps. Lead the way. Lin Xuan was succinct. He needed a relatively safe shelter to recover some mobility as soon as possible. AI Lizzie nodded, turned, and moved lightly toward the cave entrance, her steps still silent. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, using the rusted sword as a crutch, struggling to support his body step by step, dragging his almost broken frame behind her. Every step was accompanied by piercing pain and dizzying weakness. But Lin Xuan's eyes remained cold as ice. While moving with difficulty, he fully utilized his meager soul power and profound yellow Dao rhythm to repair his body, while the source continuously recorded the terrain, vegetation, and energy distribution along the way, beginning to build a preliminary map model of the valley bottom. AI Lizzie kept looking back at him, seeing the cold sweat on his pale face and his tightly pressed lips. She hesitated, slowed down, and occasionally reached out to push aside some overly thick obstructive thorns. Finally, the two arrived at the cave entrance. The opening was small, covered by thick, unknown dark purple vines exuding a faint, musty smell. AI Lizzie skillfully parted the vines, revealing an entrance just wide enough for one person. Inside, the cave was pitch black and a damp, cold air rushed out. AI Lizzie went in first, and after a moment a soft white light like a cluster of fireflies lit up inside, a light ball she conjured with a weak elvish spell. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and followed her in. The cave was deeper than expected, modest in size, but enough to accommodate a few people. The ground was relatively dry, with a few flat stones in the corner that seemed to have been used as makeshift seats or beds. On the walls were some faint, ancient symbols, but they were weathered beyond recognition. Most importantly here, both the source and the profound yellow confirmed that the stagnant force enveloping the entire Thorn Valley was slightly weakened. Though still difficult to absorb energy directly, Lin Xuan felt that the circulation of his true essence, though faint to near non-existence, seemed slightly smoother. Here, before, there was an ancient presence. AI Lizzie pointed to the carvings on the wall, speaking softly. The aura. Very ancient, very sad, but quiet. Lin Xuan leaned against the cave wall, slowly sat down, finally able to rest. He looked at the soft light ball in AI Lizzie's hand, then at her eyes, which seemed even more emerald in the faint light, as if they could see through all essence. This elf girl was not only his savior, but also might be a key to understanding this strange world, especially the secrets of the land called Thorn Valley. And he himself, this cultivator from another world, was to AI Lizzie an incomprehensible variable that might bring change. Two souls lost in the stagnant land in this narrow cave began their first true mutual examination, transcending the language barrier. Outside the valley, the cold wind still howled, heralding a greater storm to come. The cave sealed out the biting wind from above, yet seeped a deeper, more ancient cold, the chill of subterranean rock, into its air. Lin Xuan leaned back against the rough, damp stone wall and slid slowly to the ground. Each breath came with suppressed agony, and his white exhalations flickered briefly in the dim light before vanishing. He closed his eyes, sinking all awareness into the desolate ruin within his body. His nascent soul remained utterly still, frozen beneath 10,000 zhang of black ice, leaving only the faintest thread of sensation. His divine sense, once vast as a god's, had shrunk to a pitiful fraction, but the exquisite instinctive mastery over energy remained etched into his soul. Guiding that faint primordial huang yellow qi like the finest embroidery needle, he painstakingly threaded it through shattered meridians and ruptured viscera, stitching together the fractures of life itself. The process was agonizingly slow. A journey through endless darkness pulling glimmers of light with strands of hair. Meanwhile, the source point pulsed silently deep within his consciousness, scanning and analyzing his injuries with an intelligence far beyond this world's comprehension, constructing repair models while diverting a sliver of processing power to continuously monitor environmental parameters within the cave and the elven girl's energy fluctuations across from him. Alice huddled in the far corner of the cave, maintaining what she deemed a safe distance from him. In her hands floated a soft, luminous orb, woven from the most delicate elven artifice, its gentle white light illuminating her delicate features and laying bare every nuance in her emerald green eyes. She watched Lin Xuan. To her gaze, the aura of vitality shimmering around his body remained dim, ashen gray, chilling to behold. Yet beneath that pallor, a slow-rotating huang yellow chi coiled low in his abdomen, releasing infinitesimal filaments of energy with impossible precision, like roots seeking nourishment, tenaciously repairing ravaged soil in ways she could not fathom. And that cold, ceaseless point of light, analyzing, calculating, watched everything with the detached vigilance of a sentinel's eye, including her. This silent, inward method of self-healing bore no resemblance to any healing art she had ever witnessed. Elven restoration summoned life energy like gentle rain, human holy light burned faith to banish shadow, even beastman shamanic rites thrummed with raw primal cries and frenzied motion. But Lin Xuan's mending was inward, still a near ontological recalibration, self-adjustment at the level of fundamental law. He truly was different. Alice drew her knees tightly to her chest, resting her pointed chin upon them, her expression layered with curiosity, wariness, and a fragile, sorrowful resonance, as if recognizing kinship and shared loss. She too had once healed herself in despair, drawing upon the same dormant instinct buried in her bloodline, the very essence that bound her to the stasis ward, mending wounds sustained during flight, one slow, quiet step at a time. Yet her method had been passive, more akin to suspended slumber than active renewal. Silence stretched across the cave, broken only by their shallow breaths and the distant, mournful howl of wind beyond its mouth. After a long while, Lin Xuan exhaled a thick, blood-tinged breath, stopping his internal cultivation for now. Progress was agonizingly slow. This body's foundation was frail and ambient energy nearly non-existent. He needed resources, time, and above all, knowledge of this desolate place. Opening his eyes, his gaze settled upon Alice. The girl instantly tensed like a startled fawn, yet held his gaze. Food, Lin Xuan rasped, his voice raw and brittle. The most immediate question of survival. His common tongue remained stiff and awkward, yet its meaning was unmistakable. Alice blinked once, then understood. She hesitated, then reached into the seemingly empty leather pouch at her waist and withdrew several knobby ash-gray tubers, each roughly the size of an infant's fist and utterly devoid of appetite. Taking one, she bit into it, lightly chewed, deliberately swallowed, then pushed the rest toward him across the cold stone floor. Earthroot, edible. Her common tongue was halting but clear. Taste poor, but sustains life. Lin Xuan did not reach for them immediately. The source point instantly scanned the tuber composition, rich in starch and trace fiber, low moisture, contains trace inert elements unknown to this realm, non-toxic, nutritionally viable. Simultaneously, the huang yellow qi confirmed its internal reservoir of life force was negligible, barely enough to sustain basal existence. He nodded, then laboriously extended his hand and lifted one. It felt hard and frigid, redolent of damp earth. He took a bite, coarse, desiccated, gritty as sawdust, nearly impossible to swallow. Yet his expression never wavered. Slowly, resolutely, he chewed and swallowed. A faint warmth bloomed in his stomach. Not substantial, yet undeniably the vital energy his body desperately craved. Alice watched him consume the bitter root with placid composure, and surprise flickered in her eyes. She had seen humans curse their rations, even brawl over a moldy black loaf. His calm seemed born not of comfort, but of long, intimate familiarity with suffering. "You dwell here always?" Lin Xuan asked between bites, seeking information. He needed answers. Alice shook her head, her emerald eyes clouded with shadow. "No, I fled here." She pointed first toward the cave's deepest recesses, then pressed a small hand to her chest, speaking in fragmented Elvish interspersed with common tongue. Dead. Silence devoured. "Only I escaped here. Here, quiet, like a tomb. Yet safe." Her words were fractured, but paired with her earlier mention of the dead tide, and that profound grief, Lin Xuan grasped the truth. Her homeland had suffered a catastrophic calamity tied to silence, an annihilation so absolute she alone survived, and the eerie stillness of the Thorn Vale Gorge, though morbid, offered her a warped sanctuary. "Those who hunt me, goblins." "Why?" Lin Xuan shifted focus, gesturing weakly at his wounds. He needed to gauge external threats. "Goblins, green-skinned." Loud. Alice wrinkled her tiny nose, disgust plain upon her face. "They love to steal, to break. Walton, cruel man, gives them shiny things, makes them blades." "Walton." Lin Xuan rolled the name on his tongue, cold fury flashing in his eyes. Fragments of the original host's memory surfaced. Lord Walton of Blackwood Forest, one of the chief architects behind the Thorn Vale Baron's family's ruin and exile. "He seeks my land." Alice tilted her head, struggling to comprehend the word land. To her, land was living flesh, not property to be claimed. She paused, then pointed first at the ground beneath her feet, then at the cavern walls surrounding them, answering in her own vivid, imagistic way. He seeks what lies beneath. Ancient light. But the light sleeps. Bound. He grows frantic, like a starving wolf scenting meat, yet unable to gnaw through stone. Beneath. Ancient light. Bound. Lin Xuan's heart surged violently. This matched perfectly with the source point's detection of the deeply buried, restrained active energy source, and the Huang Yellow Cheese perception of sealing nodes. Lord Walton knew Thorn Vale's secret. He coveted something imprisoned underground. Do you know what that light is? Lin Xuan pressed urgently. Alice's expression turned bewildered. She shook her head, fiercely, fingers unconsciously knotting the fabric of her tunic. I do not know, only feel. Very old, very sad, and very important. Like Mother's lullaby, lyrics forgotten, yet melody remembered. Her words drifted like half-remembered dreams. Yet convinced Lin Xuan beyond doubt her bloodline was inextricably entwined with Thorn Vale's ancient mystery. She was a living key. At that moment Alice suddenly recalled something, and carefully withdrew an object from inside her clothing. It was a shard of crystal smaller than a palm, irregularly edged. The fragment was not transparent, within swirled a hazy ashen mist. Yet at its core pulsed a single faint milky white speck of light, trembling, as if on the verge of extinction. The instant the shard appeared, both Lin Xuan's Huang Yellow Qi and the source point flared with intense reaction. The Qi resonated strangely, as if encountering a kindred yet profoundly divergent force. Meanwhile, the source point blared warnings, detected high concentration stasis energy core fragment. Energy structure highly complex. 99. 7 origin matching with regional seal. Extreme hazard. Unknown. Alice cradled the shard in both hands, her eyes brimming with terror, devotion, and profound sorrow. This is the last piece of home. Mother sleeps within. Her voice caught trembling. I dare not wake her. Afraid, she will fade entirely. Lin Xuan held his breath, gaze locked, unblinking upon the crystal fragment. He sensed its energy level was extraordinarily high, yet perilously unstable, like a fissured nucleus teetering on the edge of collapse. Simultaneously, he perceived a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the omnipresent stasis force permeating the cave, as if a slumbering leviathan had stirred in its sleep. This fragment was not merely Alice's cherished relic. It was likely the linchpin to understanding, perhaps even controlling Thorn Vale's vast stasis ward. Yet he dared not act rashly. In his current state, any reckless probe risked catastrophe, not only destroying himself, but obliterating whatever remnant of Alice's mother's consciousness might linger within the shard. He drew a slow, steadying breath, quelling the storm within, and spoke to Alice with deliberate calm. Keep it safe. It is vital. And dangerous. Alice seemed to grasp the weight of danger, as she nodded, vigorously pressing the crystal to her heart, as if guarding a sacred relic, before carefully tucking it away again. A quiet metamorphosis settled over the cave. Initial wariness and strangeness lingered, but a fragile trust forged from shared secrets and parallel suffering. Two souls displaced from their homes began to take root between them. They were no longer mere strangers, but fellow passengers cast aboard the same shattered vessel by fate. Lin Xuan resumed, eating the earth root, his gaze deepening with new resolve. Thorns still lined the path ahead, but at least he no longer walked the abyss alone. This elven girl named Alice, and the crystal shard she carried, had kindled within this land of despair a slender, unwavering beam of light pointing toward purpose. And he realized before strength could return, his first imperative was securing resources, and finding a way to contact the few surviving vassals who might still dwell in the ruined keep above the gorge. Survival was step one, and that step demanded a firm, enduring alliance with the elf girl beside him. He looked at Alice, and found her watching him in turn, her emerald eyes now holding curiosity that had at last gently eclipsed a trace of fear. Time flowed in silence within the cavern, accompanied only by the faint breaths of the two figures and the eternal howl of wind beyond its mouth. Lin Xuan fully activated his fragile divine sense and the profound Xuanhuang Dao resonance to mend his battered body. Alice curled in a corner, glancing covertly at the strange energy swirling across Lin Xuan's form, then turning her attention to several small stones etched with distinct energy patterns, her fingers tracing them as though deciphering a silent star chart. Days passed. Lin Xuan's face remained pallid, yet his breathing had grown markedly steadier, no longer resembling a dying candle's final flicker. He sustained himself on root tubers provided by Alice and cold water, seeping from rock fissures, barely regaining enough strength to move. Yet he knew full well, with such meager resources and passive healing alone, restoring even the most rudimentary Qi cultivation realm strength would remain an impossible dream, let alone confronting external threats. He must act decisively. He must ascend. Lin Xuan opened his eyes and gazed toward the narrow crevice at the cave mouth, veiled by thick vines, where a sliver of celestial light seeped through. Within the castle, others may still survive. He referred to the ruined Thorn Keep and its scattered remnants of subjects. etched in the original host's memories. They were potential assets, and vital eyes into the world beyond. A flicker of concern crossed Alice's emerald eyes. She pointed toward the cave entrance, conveying danger through her intuitive image-based language above. Green clamorous torches, still searching. The scent is foul. She sensed the goblin search party had not withdrawn. They lingered just above the cliff. We cannot wait. Lin Xuan shook his head, his voice calm, yet unyielding. Passive waiting invites only doom. He turned to Alice. You know the lower paths. Is there a safer way? Alice tilted her head, as if retracing the valley's hidden veins in memory. After a moment she nodded and extended a slender finger toward a narrow, near-invisible fissure deep within the cave, shrouded entirely by stalactites. There, leads to a secret place. The sound of water grows louder, but carries his scent. Lin Xuan seized upon the word. A complex expression crossed Alice's face. Wariness mingled with something ineffable, a faint, unsettling familiarity. An ancient, profoundly still man. Like stone asleep. His light is gray, unmoving, yet infinitely deep. He dwells where the water sings. An elder recluse dwelling silently at the valley's heart, like weathered stone. A spark ignited within Lin Xuan. His source point instantly flagged this intelligence as high priority. Potential informant, or threat, requires evaluation. The Xuanhuang Qi too resonated faintly, confirming that the direction Alice indicated indeed held an extraordinarily repressed rock-fused aura, so deeply concealed it would have escaped detection entirely without her guidance. Let us go? Lin Xuan made his decision. A local hermit likely held secrets of Thorn Valley unknown to any living soul, perhaps friend, perhaps foe. Guided by Alice they slipped into the narrow fissure. The passage wound downward, damp, slick, heavy with the scent of water vapor and moss. Alice moved like a spirit of twilight, light-footed, evading treacherous algae and jagged protrusions with uncanny precision. Lin Xuan followed, laboring step by step, yet his gaze remained sharp, silently mapping every turn. After half an hour's descent the murmur of water swelled into thunderous roar. Before them the passage opened, revealing a vast subterranean cavern. At its center surged an underground river, its waters ink-black beneath the cavern's dim spectral light. Along its bank lay a relatively level expanse. A crude stone hut nestled against the cliff face, its roof thickly draped in moss, nearly indistinguishable from the rock itself. Before the hut sat a figure, back turned motionless upon a smooth boulder, facing the roaring current. He wore faded, threadbare coarse cloth patched countless times tall, but stooped his hair and beard a wild tangle of snow-white strands. Most arresting was the massive, rust-eaten iron hammer resting beside him, its head larger than Lin Xuan's own skull. Through Alice's primal sight the elder's aura shimmered, not with life, but with a near-still leaden gray, dense, immovable, like granite weathered over millennia, utterly devoid of fluctuation. This stillness stood in stark contrast to the goblin's corruption, Lin Xuan's strangeness, or even ordinary vitality. It was the silence of extinguished hope, the hush of a soul long buried. Lin Xuan's perception and source point scan registered target individual vital signs stable, muscular strength far exceeding human norm, body harbors a dormant, yet immense energy, possibly highly refined physical force or battle chi. Emotional resonance near zero. Threat assessment moderate potential. The elder appeared to have sensed their arrival long before, but offered no glance back. Instead his voice rasped forth, gravel thick and slow, slicing through the cavern's roar. Little one, you've brought another strange thing home. His common tongue bore the weighty cadence of the northern marches, low, weathered, steeped in time. Alice seemed to shrink slightly behind Lin Xuan, whispering softly in Elvish, this stone grandfather dislikes noise. Lin Xuan stepped forward, suppressing his weakness, striving for composure. Elder, forgive the intrusion. We mean no offense. Only seeking passage after misfortune stranded us here. Only then did the elder slowly turn his head. His face was a landscape carved by chisel and storm. Deep fissures etched across pallid skin untouched by sun for decades. Yet his eyes, two bottomless wells, held only exhaustion, and a sorrow buried so deep it had fossilized. His gaze swept over Lin Xuan, lingering briefly on the tattered noble garb, then tracing the pallor of his face, before settling unblinking upon those ancient still eyes. Noble? The elder scoffed, laced with undisguised contempt. Do nobles of Thorn Valley now take to burrowing beneath the earth? His gaze sharpened, cold, abrasive like twin files grinding steel. Boy, you carry a muddled scent. The rot of imminent death, and something I've never smelled before, like freshly forged iron or ancient timber from a primeval forest. Who are you? Lin Xuan stiffened inwardly. This elder was no ordinary hermit. His senses were preternaturally acute. He chose not to answer directly, instead countering. You seem intimately acquainted with Thorn Valley, elder. The elder turned back toward the inky river. His silhouette grew heavier with solitude. Acquainted? Humph. Spent a lifetime in this accursed place. Hard not to be. He fell silent, as if dredging memories from unfathomable depths. Then sighed, his tone softening slightly. Call me Balon. Once I was a blacksmith. Blacksmith? Lin Xuan glanced at the colossal hammer. His source point analyzed instantly tool dimensions and craftsmanship align with Northern March's military heavy weapon forging standards, where patterns indicate decades of relentless use. Estimated user strength exceptional. Master Balon. Lin Xuan weighed his words carefully. We were hunted by goblins and fell from the cliffs. What is the state of affairs above? Is the keep still inhabited? Balon did not turn. His voice was ice-cold. Goblins. Merely the lapdogs of that old fox Walton. The keep only a few starving elders and children remain. The old baron died in battle. The young baron was exiled here, and rumor says he lies near death's door. Thorn Valley is already dead. His words confirmed Lin Xuan's gravest fears, yet kindled a fragile ember of hope others still lived. You have dwelt here all this time. Lin Xuan ventured cautiously. Why would one possessing such power retreat to this desolation? Balon's back tensed. After a long pause he murmured, voice drifting like smoke, guarding a broken forge. Waiting for one who will never return. Despair clung to his words, colder sharper than Thorn Vale's biting winds. Balon seemed to notice Lin Xuan's scrutiny of the stone hut, and grunted, still facing away, voice hoarse. What? Fascinated by my ruinous dwelling. Nothing here but unyielding stones and old bones. Nothing worth your gaze. Lin Xuan's eyes drifted to a pile of dark, deep-hued stones beside Balon, stacked carelessly, their surfaces obsidian black. These stones differed utterly from any rock Lin Xuan had seen in the valley, pure light-swallowing black, absorbing even the cavern's feeble glow, radiating an unnerving, crushing density. A jolt stirred within him. Earlier his source point's broad environmental scan had registered faint echoes of similar energy signatures, but nowhere near as concentrated or vivid as these. He approached, not out of recognition but instinctive inquiry. These stones. Lin Xuan crouched, refraining from touch, studying them intently. Their surface delivered a bone-deep chill, texture impossibly dense. Through his heightened perception their interiors felt like frozen voids. Energy activity so lethargic it suffocated, yet that very inertia manifested a paradoxical, profound stability. His source point flared silently in awareness, analyzing at speed composition, scan high-density carbon-based polymer fused with unknown metallic silicates. Internal crystal lattice exhibits extreme order, energy conductivity near zero, insulation. Physical hardness exceptional. Preliminary classification a naturally occurring ultra-stable composite material. Simultaneously the Xuanhuang Qi echoed cryptically. Within these black stones energy was not absent. It was sealed by an overwhelming law force, frozen, as deep as primordial ice, utterly resistant to activation. Balon didn't turn. His tone dripped with mockery. Never seen them. Thorn Vale's specialty. Rubble scattered across every slope. Hard, heavy, unbreakable by hammer. Refuse's flame spews only black smoke. Too rough even for table legs. Worthless junk. Lin Xuan ignored the dismissal. His eyes gleamed anew. In the cultivation realms he had witnessed countless rare treasures. Knowing well the Taoist truth, extremes invert. Such absolute inertness and stability could under certain conditions prove invaluable. It promised heat resistance, corrosion immunity, extraordinary hardness, and tensile strength. Was this truly waste? No. This was nature's finest refractory material, its ultimate construction stone. Even potentially if a method could be found to awaken its locked energy or harness its unique properties. A bold idea blazed across his mind like lightning in darkness. Perhaps the first step out of this abyss lay precisely with this stone-hearted blacksmith, and these very stones dismissed by all as worthless. The thunderous roar of the subterranean river echoed through the cavern like an eternal sorrowful sigh. Balong's scornful taunt. A pile of worthless trash, cut through the water's din, sharp and cruel. Yet Lin Xuan crouched before that heap of obsidian black stones, his eyes alight with a brilliance utterly alien to this desolate silence. Under the source point's scanning gaze and Xuanhuang's perception, these stones, despised by Balong, revealed an astonishing inner order. Absolute inertness signified absolute stability. They were no refuse, but uncut jewels. Harnessed correctly, their properties could fortify defenses or serve as foundational material for energy barriers, yielding extraordinary effects. Yet he did not immediately refute Balong. To a man whose heart had long since turned to ash, hollow encouragement meant nothing. What he needed was proof, not words, but the kindling of a single defiant ember buried deep beneath the ashes. Lin Xuan rose, his gaze shifting toward the massive rust-eaten iron hammer resting beside Balong. A faint dark crimson hue clung to its head, its handle worn smooth and lustrous by countless grips, bore silent witness to past glory and burning passion. A fine hammer, Lin Xuan said, his voice calm, devoid of flattery, sounding instead like an impartial assessment grounded in truth. Balong's hunched back stiffened almost imperceptibly, then erupted into a louder, more bitter snort, laced with self-mockery. A fine hammer. Humph. Now it's only fit for smashing these indigestible scraps of stone. He did not turn around, but the knuckles of his hand, wrapped tightly around his leather flask, whitened faintly. Ellis hid behind Lin Xuan, her emerald green eyes darting restlessly between Balong and the black stones. Through her primordial sight, the deep gray lifeless aura enveloping Balong rippled, faintly almost imperceptibly, whenever it brushed against the hammer or the stones. It was a resonance forcibly suppressed, an instinctive primordial echo. And when Lin Xuan gazed upon the black stones, the Xuanhuang Qi within him and the cold luminous specks emitted an intent of analysis and reconfiguration. This quiet, peculiar urge to create stirred a flicker of curiosity in her, just enough to soften her fear of Balong. Lin Xuan spoke no more. He walked to the cavern side where scattered fragments of ruined metal lay, discarded failures from Balong's earlier forging attempts. He picked up a warped porous scrap of iron, heavy, coarse, and crude to the touch. Though Balong did not look back, his ears twitched faintly, attuned to every movement behind him. Lin Xuan laid the iron scrap flat upon a relatively smooth rock. He reached not for a hammer but formed his fingers into a blade-like point, whereupon a nearly invisible thread of Xuanhuang Qi coiled delicately at his fingertip. Closing his eyes, he activated the source point within his consciousness, a whirlwind of luminous data, instantly mapping the scrap's microscopic lattice structure, pinpointing crystalline flaws and stress concentrations. In the next breath, his fingers struck, swift as wind, not at random, but with surgical precision upon the critical nodes calculated by the source point. The Xuanhuang Qi at his fingertips delivered no brute force impact. Instead, it pulsed inward with an uncanny high-frequency vibration, like the most refined ultrasonic wave, guiding the chaotic metal lattice into subtle realignment and reconstruction. Tink, tink, tink. Crisp and concise, these taps differed entirely from the dull, heavy clang of hammer strikes, resembling instead a miniature, rhythmically precise symphony of metal. Balong's silhouette froze completely. His leather flask hung, suspended mid-air, forgotten. A master craftsman, he recognized instantly, from sound alone, that this was no haphazard pounding. Each strike, the force, the placement, even the ensuing resonance, conformed to a logic he could not fathom, yet one that pierced straight to the essence of the material itself. This sensation felt less like forging and more like smoothing. Ellis widened her eyes. To her sight, each tap of Lin Xuan's finger released a shimmering burst of radiant energy. Within the scrap, the previously turbid dim energy flow seemed gently combed, soothed, and ordered into something coherent and concentrated. Within mere seconds, Lin Xuan ceased. He lifted the scrap, its warped edge now straight, its pitted surface seamlessly sealed, its entire form radiating a subdued jade-like luster. Though still merely an iron scrap, its intrinsic quality had undergone a metamorphosis. Lin Xuan extended it toward Balong, voice level and unassuming. The material itself is sound, only flawed within. Smooth it out, and it becomes serviceable. Balong turned, slowly, agonizingly slowly. His eyes, once as dry and lifeless as abandoned wells, locked onto the transformed scrap in Lin Xuan's hand. Deep within his pupils a spark, long dormant in cold ash, flared violently. His breath grew ragged, his trembling right hand rose instinctively, then halted midair, frozen. What sorcerous art is this? His voice cracked, raw with disbelief and a tremor of primal dread, as if some sacred forbidden threshold had just been breached. He had never witnessed metal reshaped in such a way. It shattered everything he knew. Not art, principle. Lin Xuan met his gaze, eyes clear and unfathomably deep, to follow the natural course, to treat each material according to its nature. Principle. Balong murmured the word, his gaze falling once more upon the scrap, his expression a storm of fervor, bewilderment, and bottomless anguish. He had spent his life crafting weapons, chasing fire and force, seeking dominion through relentless hammering. Yet this youth wielded a method akin to enlightenment, a path closer to the Tao itself. At that moment, Ellis, drawn by the scrap's newfound beauty, edged forward cautiously and whispered softly in elvish mingling words, "Light has grown clean." Not so painful as before. Her words landed like the final straw, shattering fragile walls within Balong's soul. Even a young elf child could perceive the change within the metal. This profound insight into material essence, the very mastery he had yearned for yet never attained, now stood before him. Balong snatched the scrap, his calloused fingers tracing its cool, polished surface, feeling its density and resilience far surpassing ordinary refined iron. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the veil of despair had torn, revealing beneath it the piercing focus and unwavering resolve of a supreme artisan. "Boy," he fixed Lin Xuan with unprecedented gravity. "Who truly are you, and what do you seek in this accursed place?" Lin Xuan knew the first shock had taken root. He needed a goal compelling enough to move Balong, not empty ambition. "I am Lin Xuan Jingji, the nominal lord of this valley." He acknowledged his identity plainly, then shifted tone, gesturing outward beyond the cavern. "But now, I simply wish to survive. To ensure those still clinging to life in the castle above endure this winter." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the black stones. "And these stones, along with your craft, may grant us that chance. Survival. Enduring the winter. A concrete, intimate objective, free of grandiose ambition, yet rooted in the rawest instinct of life itself." Balong fell silent. He looked down at the scrap in his palm, then at Lin Xuan's unruffled countenance, then at Ellis, her gaze pure expectant, and finally at his own hands, gnarled, scarred, still trembling. Memories of past glory and unforgivable sins surged like a tide, threatening to drown him anew. Yet the newly forged scrap in his grip offered a tangible, fragile lifeline, a sliver of authentic sensation. Repairing farm tools, reinforcing doors and windows, he rasped, repeating Lin Xuan's earlier request, a bitter twist tugging at his lips. Cleaner work than forging instruments of slaughter at least. He did not consent outright, nor did he refuse. Turning, he shuffled toward the crumbling stone hut, his silhouette still solitary, yet stripped of some of its terminal stillness, infused instead with the taut strain of struggle. Lin Xuan knew the embers of that long-dormant forge fire had just drawn their first breath of oxygen. Whether they would blaze anew depended on further kindling. In the perfect moment. Beyond the cavern, over the gloomy expanse of Jingji Valley, a raven, feathers black as pitch, eyes blood-red, glided soundlessly through the leaden clouds. Its indifferent gaze swept across the cliffside chasm, then wings beating it soared toward the depths of the blackwood forest. Days in the underground cavern flowed slowly, cloaked in dim light and the thunderous roar of the river. Baron remained taciturn, spending most of his time staring blankly at the inky black water, or running trembling hands over the rusted haft of his massive hammer, his gaze hollow and distant. Yet Lin Xuan sensed something stirring beneath that glacial stillness, something quietly thawing. Occasionally Baron would glance at the iron shards Lin Xuan had smoothed with uncanny technique, his expression layered with ambiguity. Survival was the most urgent imperative. The earthroot tubers were barely palatable and dwindling. Though Lin Xuan's body remained far from healed, its initial mending allowed him to move, however feebly. He needed more nourishing food, and he needed to know what had become of the castle above. "We must ascend," Lin Xuan said to Elise, who crouched in the corner, guiding a mote of soft light as it danced across a stone with her fingertips. The girl lifted her head, emerald eyes flickered with quiet concern, but she nodded, pointing toward the narrow path they had descended. "That way leads behind the castle." "Well hidden," Baron spoke, without turning, his voice hoarse and laced with habitual mockery. "Ascend to die. Goblins' noses are sharper than hounds. Walton's scouts may be waiting in every crevice." Lin Xuan met his gaze. "Then we prepare. At the very least, we need weapons for defense." His eyes settled on Baron's scattered tools and discarded metal. Baron grunted, a dismissive sound, but did not turn nor protest. For days thereafter, a peculiar rhythm echoed through the cavern. Lin Xuan did not ask Baron to resume his craft. Instead, he took up the work himself, gathering scraps of cast-off metal, once again channeling the primordial Huang energy in concert with the source point. This time, however, he sought no refinement of material structure, only the crudest shaping. Lacking a hammer, he used a dense river-worn cobblestone as his striking tool. His movements remained precise. Each strike landed exactly upon the stress node calculated by the source point, flattening, stretching, thinning the iron. He forged rudimentary weapons, rough arrowheads, and a short dagger. Elise watched in silence, occasionally handing him a suitable stone or casting her faint elven luminescence into the deepest shadows to illuminate his work. Her presence was like a breath of cool air, easing the cavern's suffocating stillness. Baron at first observed, coldly scoffing at Lin Xuan's rhythmic, seemingly haphazard hammering. Gradually, however, an unfamiliar glint surfaced in his clouded eyes. He noticed the iron sheets Lin Xuan shaped, though crude in form, were uniformly dense, nearly free of fissures. Such mastery over fundamental material properties was alien to him. Unlike any known smithing tradition, rather it resembled a kind of sculpting drawn from matter's very essence. Finally, as Lin Xuan strained to sharpen the tip of an arrowhead, Baron could bear it no longer. He surged upright, staggered forward, and snatched the misshapen projectile from Lin Xuan's hand. "Scrap iron. All scrap," he growled, fingers tracing the uneven edge. "Not even a proper cutting edge. This thing couldn't pierce rabbit hide." Lin Xuan regarded him calmly. "This is all I can achieve, for now. With proper tools and forge fire it would improve." Baron stared fixedly at the arrowhead, then at Lin Xuan's hands, raw and bleeding from relentless hammering, his chest heaving violently. Memories flooded back. Blazing forges, apprentices hauling bellows, sparks erupting from red-hot iron under hammer blows, and those cursed blades shimmering with ominous runes that had devoured his comrades' lives. Grief and guilt threatened to drown him. Yet this time, gazing upon this plain, powerless, unadorned arrowhead, forged solely for survival, another emotion stirred, faint, tenacious, wholly new. "This is not for slaughter, it is for protection. For staying alive. Tools HM." Baron whirled abruptly and strode toward his cluttered heap of implements, rummaging fiercely. Moments later, he hurled over a chipped, battered file, its frame intact, and a whetstone. "Use this. That rock of yours is worthless." It was a signal, a small pivotal concession. Lin Xuan accepted the tools and offered a quiet word of thanks. Baron gave no reply, merely returning to sit by the riverbank. His silhouette remained solitary, but the leather flask clutched tight in his fist never touched his lips again. With proper tools, efficiency rose markedly. Lin Xuan fashioned 5 or 6 arrowheads and a serviceable short dagger. From resilient vines and straightened branches, he also assembled a crude shortbow. Though primitive, it was armor enough, barely. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan continued his study of the black stones. The source point relentlessly analyzed their composition and crystalline lattice, while the Huang energy probed them with infinitesimal resonant frequencies, yet yielded little. These stones were profoundly inert, like slumbering leviathans resistant to awakening. Yet he discovered that when crushed fragments were mixed into earthen mortar, the resulting walls proved far sturdier than ordinary masonry, and subtly dampened ambient energy fluctuations. Perhaps they would prove useful someday in constructing defensive fortifications. Several days later, as Lin Xuan felt his strength returning, he resolved to risk an ascent for reconnaissance. Elise insisted on accompanying him. She knew the paths and could sense danger before it manifested. Baron remained in the cavern. Before they departed, he tossed over a small cloth-wrapped bundle, muttering low. Lin Xuan unwrapped it, a pinch of pungent black powder, ground blackstone laced with sulfur. Blackstone dust, mixed with sulfur, Baron muttered, turning away. Throw it, blinds the eyes. Perhaps that might startle something away. A humble, yet deeply meaningful gesture. The only aid he could offer. Lin Xuan accepted it solemnly, then followed Elise through the narrow fissure by which they had entered. Emerging onto the surface, the biting wind and pallid sky invigorated them. The valley beneath the cliff stood even more desolate than memory recalled. Dead trees clawed at the heavens with skeletal limbs. Guided by Elise, they moved along a near-invisible game trail, creeping stealthily toward the castle's rear. The nearer they drew, the clearer human traces became. Overturned fences, fallow fields, and scattered bleached bones half buried in the soil. Despair hung thick in the air. Just as they neared a collapsed breach in the castle's rear wall, Elise seized Lin Xuan's sleeve. Her jade-green eyes locked onto a patch of withered grass nearby. Wait, the color there is wrong. Lin Xuan instantly stilled his breath, focusing both the source point and the Huang energy upon that spot. Indeed, beneath that lifeless thicket he detected a faint, irregular pulse of life entwined with an uncanny scent, like rotting vegetation, yet laced with a strange, bitter herbal bitterness. It was neither the foulness of goblins nor the radiant aura of humankind. It was deeper, closer to the land itself, yet saturated with profound sickness, a residue of corrupted vitality. Elise's brow furrowed tightly, her small hand pressed instinctively against her chest, as if pained. The land is weeping. Softly, but terribly. She murmured in Elvish, something seeks to heal it. But the method is flawed. It only deepens the land's agony. Lin Xuan's thoughts quickened. He signaled Elise to remain still and approached the thicket silently. Parting the brittle stalks, he uncovered several rare herbs, leaves a ghostly blue-gray. They were not fully dead, yet languished in abject weakness, their foliage mottled with unnatural brown lesions as though afflicted by some malignant blight. Around them the soil bore indistinct footprints, not human, not goblin, more like bare feet, yet edged with delicate root-like filaments spreading outward. The source point swiftly cataloged herb morphology, soil chemistry, and footprint data. Unknown herbal variant detected, exhibiting trace bioactivity contaminated by unidentified energetic residue. Footprint analysis, non-standard biomechanics, high affinity residue with terrestrial matrix. Hypothesis, a nature-aligned entity recently active here. Lin Xuan recalled Baron's fragmented mention of druids who years prior had attempted a ritual here and been consumed by its backlash. He studied the sickly herbs and the strange prince, thoughtful. Clearly another guardian fought fate within this silent thorn veil, yet one whose methods had strayed into perilous error. Rather than disturb whoever lingered nearby, he withdrew silently to Elise's side. First, back to the castle, Lin Xuan whispered. Our immediate task is to find survivors. Together they slipped through the collapsed breach into the derelict rear courtyard of Thornhold Castle. Inside, decay ran deeper than outside, cluttered corridors choked with dust and debris. Yet as they passed a hallway, faint sounds reached them from the depths, a muted sob and hushed weary voices. Following the sound, they arrived outside a small side chamber adjacent to the great hall. Through the slightly ajar door they beheld a heart-wrenching sight, gaunt women and children huddled in a corner around a feeble fire, its smoke black and acrid. An elderly woman, hair silvered and coughing incessantly, spooned the last dregs of a dark congealed gruel into the mouth of a wailing infant. In another corner lay two wounded men, eyes dulled with resignation. One unmistakably the old steward who had tried to shield Lin Xuan's former self. They lived, yet teetered on the edge of oblivion. Lin Xuan drew a slow, steadying breath and pushed open the creaking wooden door. In the side hall of Thornhold Castle, the survivors fell into utter silence the moment Lin Xuan pushed open the door, and Elise followed closely behind. Fear, bewilderment, and a faint, nearly extinguished ember of hope wove across their gaunt, hollow-cheeked faces. The elderly woman, coughing weakly, instinctively drew her child closer to her chest. Two wounded men struggled to rise, their eyes sharp with wary suspicion. And my lord Baron. Old servant Carl strained to lift himself halfway, his clouded eyes wide with incredulous shock. He had watched the young Baron flee, pursued, then plummet over the cliff's edge. How could he possibly be here? Lin Xian's gaze swept over them all, absorbing their wretched condition in one silent, unblinking glance. He offered no explanation. Instead, he approached the feeble fire placed upon the cold stone floor several tubers Elise had given him, and said simply, "Eat first." His voice was calm, steady, resonant, unshakable, and strangely it settled the trembling panic within the room. Elise knelt quietly beside the fire, her emerald eyes curiously observing these unfamiliar humans. Through her innate sight, she perceived their life auras, dim, flickering like candles guttering in a gale. Simple sustenance eased their gnawing hunger. From Carl and the old woman Lin Xian pieced together the grim truth. The castle had once sheltered over 20 souls. After the goblin raid and the baron's fall, the able fled. Only 8 elders, women, and children remained, along with 2 injured men surviving on moldy grain from the cellar and foraged weeds, teetering on the brink of starvation and frostbite. "Have Viscount Walton's men come?" Lin Xian asked. Carl shook his head, bitterness twisting his lips. "No, my lord. This place, no one comes here." Goblins had visited twice, carrying off the last scraps of food. The situation was worse than imagined, but at least the core group of survivors still clung to life. Lin Xian immediately began organizing. He tasked those still capable of movement with clearing out the sturdiest rooms and sealing broken doors and windows with whatever salvageable materials they could find. He distributed the crude weapons he'd brought among the 2 wounded men, instructing them in basic sentry duty. Elise did not idle. Seeming unsettled by the castle's suffocating despair and miasmic illness, she wandered alone through the ruined courtyard. She knelt beside the dry fountain, pressing her palm against the cold, cracked stone, and closed her eyes. Through her primordial vision, the entire castle, and the land surrounding it, was shrouded in a choking, ashen death mist. Yet in certain corners, where brittle grasses clung stubbornly in fissures of ancient walls, a faint trembling spark of longing for life still pulsed deep within their roots. With infinite care, she guided her slender thread of elven energy, fine as spun moonlight, toward that fragile yearning. She could do little, but perhaps, just perhaps, offer a whisper of solace. Meanwhile, Lin Xian activated his origin point scan to map the castle's structural integrity, identifying optimal zones for defense and habitation, while his Xuanhuang Qi continuously traced the sluggish flow of geomantic energy beneath the earth. He confirmed his earlier assessment: the leyline currents beneath the castle were profoundly inert, not barren but sealed beneath layers of immense oppressive force. Yet behind the western wall the stagnation was fractionally less severe, explaining why even sickly medicinal herbs still dared to sprout there. Days later, order had tentatively taken root within the castle. Lin Xian resolved to return to the cavern at the valley's depths. He needed Balan's aid to forge more functional tools and to haul Blackstone out for fortification. This time he brought Carl, not only to familiarize him with the path, but also to leave Elise behind as guardian. Her preternatural senses would suffice to warn of most dangers. Inside the cavern, Balan fell silent for a long while after Lin Xian presented food, salted dried meat salvaged from the castle's cellar, and news of the survivors. He still refused to return to the castle, but when Lin Xian requested tools and Blackstone, Balan grunted, rummaged silently, and tossed over several serviceable old chisels and iron shovel heads. "Blackstone, over there, in that corner. Carry it yourself," he muttered, pointing toward a neat pile of dark, dense stone deep within the cavern. Heavy as grave earth, but solid enough for walls. As Lin Xian and Carl labored to haul the Blackstone back, Elise encountered the unexpected within the castle walls. That afternoon, as she moved through the courtyard tending to plants as usual, she suddenly sensed a violent surge, raw, agonized, frenzied, radiating from the wastelands beyond the castle's perimeter. Its resonance echoed the corrupted herbal signatures she'd previously detected, but now amplified, distorted, as if tearing itself apart in desperate collapse. Curiosity, and an instinctive empathy for suffering, drew her silently through the jagged gap in the rear gate, following the tremor's pulse. Half a mile from the castle, in a sheltered hollow shielded from wind, she witnessed a chilling sight: a hunched figure, skin the color and texture of weathered bark, kneeling in the dirt, hands plunged deep into the earth, body convulsing violently. Around him, several bluish-gray herbs withered before her eyes, shriveling, blackening, crumbling into ash. And his life aura, chaotic, unstable, swirled with thick leaden death mist, and a final desperate flicker of green, teetering on total extinction. "It's the one who left the footprints. He's attempting some ritual, and is being torn apart by its backlash." Elise recoiled, but then seeing his writhing agony, sorrow softened her emerald gaze. She bit her lip, stepped forward, and gently extended her small hand, releasing her meager, soothing elven energy like a single firefly's glow into that storm of chaos. She dared not do more, only hoped this tiny light might serve as a distant star to a ship lost in tempest, offering not salvation, but direction and quiet comfort. The instant her energy brushed the maelstrom, Ilman Drywood, kneeling in the dust, jolted upright and lifted his head. What a face! Horrifying yet heartbreakingly sorrowful. His gray-brown skin cracked like parched earth, his eyes dull as tarnished jade. Yet within their depths astonishment flared, and something deeper, a raw disbelieving yearning. He stared unblinking as though beholding an impossibility. Pure, natural resonance. How can this be? He rasped, his voice like dead leaves scraping stone. Terrified by his visage and burning gaze, Elise spun to flee, but Ilman lunged, grasping air, and cried out, voice cracking with desperate strength, wait. Child, don't go. Your power. Tell me, how did you do it? In his plea, the last ember of hope blazed fierce and fragile. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Carl staggered back toward the castle laden with blackstone. As they neared the rear yard breach, Lin Xian's origin point flared, urgent, alarm, high intensity, high entropy, natural energy, surge detected. Location, depressed terrain northwest of castle. Rapid vital sign deterioration detected. Simultaneously, his Xuanhuang Qi recoiled, warning of violent hostile resonance entwined with the land's own anguish. Something's wrong. Lin Xian's expression hardened. Setting down the stone, he ordered Carl, hold this position. I'll investigate. Then snatching up his crude short dagger, he sprinted toward the epicenter. He arrived at the hollow just in time to see Elise recoil in fright, and Ilman Drywood, skeletal and trembling, reaching desperately toward her. Lin Xuan instantly interposed himself before Elise, dagger raised, gaze locked ice cold on Ilman. Step away from her. His voice held no warmth. Yet beneath his skin, Xuanhuang Qi coiled, ready to strike or shield. Ilman's eyes widened, not at the blade but at Lin Xian's presence. That strange, rational, cyclical energy, utterly alien to nature's wild rhythm, ignited immediate revulsion and hostility in his gaze. You, he choked, staggering, upright body swaying. You, using that brutal foreign force to disturb the land's slumber? Was it you who made her different? He misread Elise's gentle resonance as contamination, a perverse distortion wrought by Lin Xian's influence. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. From the man's words, and the volatile signature of his energy, he deduced his identity instantly. Ilman Drywood, the failed druid. I am attempting to heal this land, Lin Xuan replied calmly. By my own means. Heal. Ilman barked, a bitter, ragged laugh, waving arms like brittle branches. You outsiders. You know only plunder and imposition. Your healing is like searing rot with white-hot iron. It hastens the land's death. He gestured wildly at the ashes of the withered herbs. Look, this is the price of forced communion, agony, ruin. Elise cowered behind Lin Xuan, whispering in fractured Elvish, her voice trembling with tears. No. He hurts, the land cries. I only wanted to ease him, just a little. Lin Xuan understood. He studied Ilman's tormented, fanatical face, and felt again the land's deep, contradictory energy, desolate, yet thrumming with chaotic pain. Insight crystallized. A zealot, derailed, not evil in intent, but shattered by method. Your approach binds you, and the land, to shared suffering. Lin Xuan met Ilman's gaze unflinchingly. Perhaps you need a new way of thinking. Ilman froze. A new way? His entire life had been steeped in ancient druidic rites. What other path existed? Just then Carl's frantic cry echoed from the castle. My Lord Baron. Danger. It seems, goblins are approaching. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. External threat loomed imminent and undeniable. He glanced at Ilman, broken, hostile, yet subtly uncertain, and then at Elise, sheltered behind him, her pure gaze clouded with quiet dread. The situation before him was infinitely more complex than any calculation could foresee. Carl's urgent cry struck like ice water, instantly shattering the tense standoff between Lin Xuan and Ilman. The goblins had returned, and at this most critical moment, a primal flicker of fear flashed across Ilman's cloudy eyes. He understood better than anyone the devastation their rampant destructiveness would wreak upon this fragile land. Yet his body still convulsed with backlash, so weak he could barely remain upright, let alone fight. Lin Xuan acted without hesitation. There was no time left to heed Ilman's hostility. He seized the trembling Elise by the hand and barked at Ilman, if you wish to save this land, keep yourself alive first. Back to the castle. Without waiting for reply, he dragged Elise toward the fortress. Ilman struggled once, then watched their retreating figures, feeling the hollow exhaustion in his limbs and hearing from afar the raucous shrieks of the approaching horde. In the end, his loathing for the goblins and his instinct for survival overpowered his aversion to Lin Xuan. Gritting his teeth, he staggered after them, his gait like that of an ancient tree laboring through a gale. In the castle's rear courtyard, Carl and another wounded soldier crouched tensely beside a breach in the wall, gripping the crude weapons forged by Lin Xuan. Across the barren wasteland, a dozen green-skinned diminutive figures advanced noisily toward the fortress, brandishing rusted blades and rough-hewn wooden clubs. Scouts. Not many, Carl panted, reporting breathlessly, but his face remained ashen. To these battered, elderly, and injured defenders, even a dozen goblins posed mortal peril. Lin Xuan swiftly surveyed the battlefield. The source point's halo calmly analyzed the goblins' formation, movement speed, and probable assault vectors. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuang Qi sensed the foul, chaotic energy radiating from the goblins, a nauseating, corrupting miasma. Hold the breach. Where's the blackstone powder Balon gave us? Lin Xuan demanded. Carl hastily handed over the small cloth pouch. Lin Xuan swiftly scattered the pungent powder across the ground before the breach, then directed others to stack several retrieved blackstones into a makeshift low barrier. Elise, can you sense them? Is there a leader? Lin Xuan asked. Goblins were often led by shamans or chieftains. Elise closed her eyes tightly. Her emerald irises shimmered faintly beneath her lids as she scanned with her primordial sight. Moments later she pointed toward a small goblin wearing tattered feathered headgear and wielding a bone staff. That one, green flame. Loudest, brightest, evil. A goblin shaman. Eliminate it first. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath, suppressing his physical frailty. He lifted the crude short bow and nocked an arrow with a crooked tip. With his current condition, precision shooting was nearly impossible, yet he possessed another method. He summoned a sliver of Xuanhuang Qi, wrapping it around the arrowhead, not to enchant, but to subtly recalibrate its weight distribution and aerodynamic profile. Simultaneously, the source point calculated wind velocity, distance, and trajectory with lightning speed. Whip! The arrow leapt from the string, not flying straight, yet moving with uncanny stability, deflecting smoothly past intervening goblins, guided as if by invisible hands straight toward the shaman. The goblin shaman, waving his bone staff and shrieking gibberish as he prepared some clumsy dart, right was struck squarely in the shoulder blade, unprepared and unguarded. Though lacking lethal force, the faint Xuanhuang Qi clinging to the arrowhead instantly disrupted the shaman's already volatile energy field. Wah! The shaman screamed as his spell backfired. Black smoke billowed from his body, and he crumpled to the ground. The goblin ranks erupted into chaos. Now strike! Lin Xuan roared low. Carl and the wounded soldiers summoned courage, thrusting sharpened wooden spears through gaps in the breach. Several goblins rushing forward were pierced and howled in agony. Just then Ilman arrived limping. Seeing the goblins desecrate the land, fury blazed in his eyes. Too weak to cast spells, he scooped up a handful of soil mixed with withered grass blades, rasped out a few guttural druidic syllables, and hurled the earth toward the goblins. That soil carried a curse of decay. Where it struck, goblin movements slowed abruptly, and unnatural wrinkles bloomed across their skin, accelerating senescence itself. This was Ilman's final act, the land's own dormant power of stillness drawn forth at great cost. Though incapable of killing outright, it severely crippled the goblins' combat prowess. With their shaman wounded and comrades afflicted by this eerie affliction, the rabble's morale shattered. Screeching wildly, they hoisted their injured and fled in disarray back into the wasteland. The immediate crisis had passed. Within the castle walls, survivors, including Carl, stared incredulously at Lin Xuan. That miraculous shot, coupled with Ilman's enigmatic magic, defied all their understanding. A complex tide of fragile hope and quiet unease rippled through the group. This young baron, risen from death's threshold, was undeniably changed. Lin Xuan remained vigilant. He ordered Carl to reinforce sentry duty, then turned his gaze toward Ilman, leaning exhausted against the wall, his complexion ashen and drawn. You require healing, Lin Xuan said. Ilman's earlier backlash, compounded by that desperate casting, had pushed his depleted frame beyond its limits. Ilman snorted coldly, attempting refusal, but a violent cough silenced him before words could form. Elise timidly stepped forward and placed her small hand gently upon Ilman's arm, rough as bark, and let a delicate thread of elven vitality flow slowly into him. Though faint, that life energy felt like cool rain upon scorched meridians, soothing the searing agony within. Ilman stared at Elise, his expression layered with shock and profound complexity. Lin Xuan withdrew the last remaining piece of earthroot from his robe and offered it to Ilman. Restore your strength first. As for the land, we can speak of it. Their shared struggle for survival and brief, uneasy alliance had momentarily suspended ideological rifts. Ilman accepted the earthroot in silence, did not eat it immediately, and simply closed his weary eyes. That night, a slightly brighter bonfire crackled in the castle's great hall. Survivors shared meager rations. The air remained heavy, but now carried a fragile, palpable breath of deliverance. Lin Xuan, Elise, Ilman, and Carl, who bore lighter wounds, sat together. Lin Xuan cut directly to the heart. Food, medicine, tools. We lack them all. The goblins will not relent. Lord Walton may strike at any moment. We must secure a stable supply line, fast. Carl offered a wry smile. My lord, we possess nothing. What then do we trade? Ilman spoke hoarsely. The land is too ill to bear fruit. His voice carried the weight of utter despair. At that very moment, a voice, gentle, smiling, yet chilling to the spine, cut suddenly from the shadowed archway leading to the ruined courtyard. Oh, it seems I've arrived precisely when needed. Everyone recoiled in alarm, snatching up weapons. Carl leapt to his feet in sheer terror. From the gloom, a figure emerged slowly. He wore unremarkable travel-worn charcoal gray garb, his face kind and youthful, perhaps 35 or 6, with a subtle, inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. Most arresting was the dull silver coin he idly spun between his fingers, its soft, whispering rasp filling the silence. Two silent, shadow-like guards followed him, still as statues, their presence utterly contained. His gaze swept across the shattered hall, the gaunt survivors, and finally settled on Lin Xuan. He gave a slight courteous nod, smile unwavering. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cassiton, a merchant who happened to pass this way. Perhaps we might discuss a transaction, mutually advantageous. Casting's arrival rippled through the fragile stillness of Thornkeep like a stone cast into a dark, stagnant pool. His unassuming traveler's attire clashed starkly with the fortress's ruinous decay. His gentle smile, though warm in appearance, was a masterfully carved mask, concealing calculations as fathomless as abyssal currents. Carl and the wounded soldiers tightened their grip on crude weapons. Ilmin's clouded eyes brimmed with suspicion and revulsion. He instinctively recoiled from this human who reeked of transaction. Only Elise, sheltering behind Lin Xuan, peered curiously at Casting with her emerald green gaze. Through her primordial sight, his aura shimmered, an ever-shifting dark gold luminescence like sunlit desert gold, flowing ceaselessly, greedy with opportunism, yet paradoxically bound by an inner glacial covenant of order. Lin Xuan's mind blared silent alarms. His origin point flared with rapid pulses, instantly assessing the stranger's threat-level micro-expressions and body language. Target supremely self-assured, relaxed posture, yet flawlessly guarded. Escort assessment hazardous. Intent ambiguous, leaning toward exploitation rather than outright hostility. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuang Qi sensed no potent energy emanating from him. Only a profound, chilling authority rooted not in power, but in mastery over information and immutable rules. A merchant. Lin Xuan stepped forward, shielding Elise and the survivors behind him. His voice remained placid, unruffled. Thorn Vale holds only sandstone and death. What trade could possibly thrive here? Casting smiled faintly. The obsidian silver coin in his fingers spun faster, emitting a hypnotic whispering rasp. Your grace is far too modest. His gaze swept across the hall, pausing for a breath upon Ilmin's inhuman visage and Elise's delicate pointed ears. A flicker of genuine surprise flashed, then vanished, replaced by seamless composure. In desperation, he murmured, one often discovers unexpected value, such as loyal followers. He glanced at Carl and the others. Unique knowledge. His eyes lingered on Ilmin, and the rare transformative opportunity born only from utter ruin. Finally, his gaze settled back on Lin Xuan, laden with implication. He paused, then added almost casually, and I happen to know that Baron Walton has been rather unsettled of late. Some of his little pets suffered humiliation nearby, and it has left him dangerously impatient. This was both threat and demonstration, a display of intelligence precise and ruthless. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. State your terms plainly. What do you seek, and what can you offer? Direct. Casting nodded approvingly. I require a stable partner in this turbulent northern realm. And your grace requires everything essential to survival: food, medicine, arms, building materials. And he lowered his voice, a grace period during which Baron Walton will not intrude. What is the price? Lin Xuan asked bluntly. The priority right of acquisition over any unusual resources your domain may yield. Casting's glance drifted seemingly casual towards several unremarkable black stones in the corner, stones Lin Xuan had just retrieved from the gorge's depths. For instance, certain stones that appear inert, yet might prove astonishingly efficacious under precisely the right circumstances. Or perhaps, intriguing little artifacts your companions, or you yourself, might craft. His words brimmed with veiled meaning, revealing he knew far more about their capabilities than he let on. Lin Xuan's pulse tightened. Casting's intelligence network surpassed all imagination. Not only aware of the goblin raid's failure, but likely possessing shreds of insight regarding Ilmin and Elise, even speculating upon the black stone's latent properties. Words alone hold no weight. Lin Xuan refused immediate commitment. I demand proof of sincerity. Casting appeared unsurprised. He gave a soft, deliberate clap. A silent guard stepped forward, wordlessly presenting a modest leather satchel. Casting opened it. Several dense oil-wrapped rye loaves, a small pouch of coarse salt, and several vials bearing simple labels. Herbal tinctures for wounds and fevers. Scant as they were, these provisions were salvation in Thornkeep, true manna amid desolation. A modest token of goodwill, Casting placed the satchel upon the floor. Enough to sustain you and your people for several days. As for larger dealings, we may negotiate gradually. For example, 10 cartloads of those black stones. He gestured toward the corner. In exchange for grain and winter garments sufficient to carry your entire household through the season. How does that sound? The quantity he named matched precisely Lin Xuan's preliminary estimate of short-term extractable yield. Its uncanny accuracy sent a chill down his spine. Ilmin hissed, unable to contain himself. You cannot trade the land's flesh. It is sacrilege. To him, the earth's bounty was sacred essence, not commerce. Casting turned to Ilmin, smile unwavering. Esteemed sir, survival is nature's first law. If the land's flesh secures life, I believe nature herself would grant her blessing. His tone was courteous, yet carried the ironclad logic of irrefutable reality. Lin Xuan fell silent. To bargain with a tiger was perilous beyond measure. Casting was a pure profit seeker, capable of betraying them without hesitation if greater gain beckoned. Yet presently this was the sole path to life-saving resources. The black stones are yours, Lin Xuan declared at last. But terms and pricing must be renegotiated. And I require arms, true arms, not merely sustenance. A spark ignited in Casting's eyes. He knew the bait had taken hold. Of course, terms are negotiable. As for arms, admittedly inconvenient, but not impossible. Still, Your Grace, you must first demonstrate your value. How precisely do you intend to quarry such adamantine stone? I'd hate to see my investment vanish without return. This was a probe, a test of Lin Xuan's fundamental capability. Lin Xuan did not answer directly. Instead, he walked to the pile of black stones and lifted one. He stilled his breath, letting the Xuanhuang Qi flow, not as force, but as an exquisitely calibrated probe, delving deep into the stone's crystalline lattice to locate its natural cleavage planes. Simultaneously, his origin point synchronized calculations to identify the optimal point of pressure. Moments later, his fingertip tapped once, precise, subtle, infused with controlled internal force. A soft, crisp click echoed, and the impossibly dense black stone split cleanly along an invisible seam, dividing into two perfect halves. Its fracture surface gleamed mirror-smooth. This feat, deceptively simple, revealed extraordinary mastery over material structure, far surpassing conventional mining methods. Casting's smile faltered. Genuine, unguarded astonishment bloomed in his eyes, followed swiftly by intense fascination. The obsidian coin froze mid-spin in his palm. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He studied Lin Xuan anew, as if beholding a relic of incalculable rarity. Your Grace never ceases to astonish me. It appears our partnership's horizon stretches far wider than I imagined. He abandoned further inquiry into extraction methods and shifted tone. The first shipment arrives in 5 days. You'll choose the location, but ensure absolute security. In good faith, I shall remove 2 cartloads of black stone immediately. Agreed. Agreed, Lin Xuan nodded. At the entrance of the abandoned mine shaft 3 miles east of the castle. It offers relative concealment. Done. Casting's smile broadened. May our collaboration prosper, and may your next surprise eclipse all prior ones. He bestowed one last meaningful glance upon Lin Xuan, then swept his gaze across Ilmin and Elise, before turning with elegant precision and vanishing down the shadowed corridor as abruptly as he had arrived. Silence descended upon the hall. Carl and the others stared hungrily at the provisions on the floor, hope warring with dread. Ilmin glared fiercely at Lin Xuan. You bargain with devils. He will bleed this land dry to its final breath. Lin Xuan offered no rebuttal. Calmly, he gathered the supplies and distributed them among the survivors. Then turning to Ilmin and Elise, he said quietly, without these we will not survive the winter. Only by living may we earn the right to heal the land. He moved to the window, gazing toward the corridor where Casting had disappeared, his expression unfathomable. This alliance was a perilous gamble, yet it was the only hand he held. He urgently needed time and resources to restore his strength and unify his fractured forces. Casting was poison, yet also for now the only antidote. More critically, Casting's arrival and his unnerving intelligence confirmed a grim truth: Thorn Vale's fragile peace had already shattered. Baron Walton would not relent, and Casting's emergence, like a hidden current surging beneath still waters, was inevitably drawing other submerged powers toward this long-forgotten land. The storm was gathering. Before it broke in full fury, Lin Xuan had to forge strength enough, not merely to endure, but to strike back. The supplies left by Kasiting were like manna falling on parched earth, temporarily alleviating the most urgent survival crisis within Jinji Fortress. The coarse rye bread and simple herbs brought a trace of color back to the survivors' faces, and their gazes toward Lin Xuan now held a tangible sense of trust. Yet Lin Xuan felt no slack in his heart. He knew well that cooperating with Kasiting was akin to making a deal with a wolf. The true cost of that gift had yet to reveal itself. The 5-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. The agreed-upon meeting place was the entrance to an abandoned mine 3 li east of the castle. The terrain was concealed with a relatively open view, making it easy to observe and to retreat. At dawn, the cold mist still lingered. Lin Xuan, accompanied by Karer, who had somewhat recovered from his injuries, and Alisai, who insisted on coming, arrived at the mine ahead of time. Yirming remained in the castle partly because he was still weak and partly because he was strongly opposed to such a transaction, preferring to stay amidst the ruins of the castle and attempt to communicate with the sickly plants. The source point silently scanned the surroundings, building a terrain model and alerting for any sign of movement. The Xuanhuang Qi stretched out like the most sensitive tendrils, perceiving the subtle changes in the energy of the air. Alisai crouched quietly beside a rock, her emerald eyes fixed on the ground. She was listening to the land's emotions. This area, once scarred by mining, now trembled with an uneasy restlessness due to the impending transaction. "They're here," Lin Xuan murmured. On the distant wasteland, several moving black dots appeared. Soon 2 sturdy mule-drawn carts covered with heavy tarpaulins, escorted by 4 men who looked like ordinary drivers, but whose sharp eyes and steady steps betrayed their disguise, rolled slowly toward them. The leader was one of Kasiting's guards. He nodded expressionlessly at Lin Xuan. No superfluous greetings were exchanged. The guard lifted the tarpaulin of the first cart, revealing neatly stacked sacks of flour-bundled salted meat, several large barrels of fresh water, and a few packages of basic herbs and tools. The quantity was modest, but the quality was clearly superior to the samples Kasiting had left behind, enough to sustain the people in the castle for over half a month. The goods have arrived. Please inspect them. The guard's voice was flat and emotionless. Cotter excitedly stepped forward to count, his hands trembling slightly with exhilaration. This was the first time they had seen such abundant supplies since being exiled here. But Lin Xuan's gaze fell on the second cart. That one was empty, intended for loading the black stones. He signaled Carr to have the men begin moving the roughly 2 carts worth of black stones they had managed to extract from the shallow layers of the mine over the past few days. The extraction process had been extremely difficult. The stones were astonishingly hard. Without Lin Xuan using the Xuanhuang Qi to precisely locate the cleavage planes and the source point to optimize the striking points and angles, human strength alone could barely break them. Alisai watched the black stones being loaded onto the cart, their heavy, deathly stillness unsettling her. She gently tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve and whispered, only for him to hear, the stones are unhappy. They are asleep. They don't like being moved. Lin Xuan's heart tightened. Alisai's perceptions were never wrong. These black stones might have a deeper connection to the veins of Jingji Valley. But for now he had no choice. The transaction was completed in silence. Kasiting's guard inspected the black stones, still expressionless, though a flicker of surprise at their peculiar texture flashed in his eyes. He then ordered the drivers to turn the carts around and disappear into the mist of the wasteland. The entire process was surprisingly smooth. But Lin Xuan's source point recorded a detail before leaving. The guard's gaze seemed to casually sweep over the depths of the mine, and with incredible speed he scratched a faint mark on the cart's shaft with his fingernail. A marker. Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold. Kasiting was certainly not content with mere trade. He was probing, scheming. As they returned to the castle with the supplies, a suppressed cheer erupted from the survivors. Food and medicine brought tangible hope. Lin Xuan seized the moment to assign tasks. Those in better health were to reinforce the defenses, the women and children were to organize supplies and tend to the wounded. He handed some tools to Carr and asked him to attempt to repair the abandoned well inside the castle. However, integrating the internal community was not easy. When Lin Xuan brought some metal tools and materials to the cave at the bottom of the valley, hoping Balong could help repair and forge more practical farming tools, even weapons, the old blacksmith fiercely resisted. No forging. I told you. Never again. Balong roared like a wounded lion, his eyes red, and he slammed a rusty chisel onto the ground with a jarring clang. The smell of alcohol mingled with his inner pain, permeating the cave. The things I forge only bring death. What do you know? Lin Xuan did not force him. He simply placed the tools and materials aside. The tools stay here. The castle needs picks to dig the well, axes to chop wood, and bolts to protect the women and children. He looked calmly at Balong. Not for killing. For living. With that he turned and left the cave, leaving Balong staring at the pile of tools and materials, his face shifting through emotions. Finally he slumped down, grabbed his wineskin, and took a furious gulp, but his bleary eyes involuntarily drifted toward the heavy hammer that had accompanied him for half his life. On the other hand, Yirming was extremely displeased with Lin Xuan's mining of the black stones. You are sucking the marrow of the earth. When Lin Xuan led the men to continue working in the shallow layers of the mine, Yirming, ignoring his own weakness, chased after him to the mine entrance and angrily accused, every stone you move, the heartbeat of this land weakens. This is drinking poison to quench your thirst. Lin Xuan stopped his work and looked at the agitated druid. Without these stones we cannot survive, and the land will die too. He pointed toward the castle. But with the food and tools we traded for, we can dig a well, perhaps find clean water, we can try to cultivate a small patch of land, maybe grow some crops. That is the true beginning of healing, even if it's just a tiny step. This is destruction. Yirming stubbornly shook his head. Nature has its laws. Forcing intervention will only bring greater imbalance. Lin Xuan countered, and your law is watching the land die in silence, following the law. Yirming was speechless, a flicker of pain and confusion crossing his aged face. His methods had failed, and at a heavy cost. He could not refute Lin Xuan, but his inner beliefs made it hard to accept this transactional form of salvation. Just then Alisai quietly stepped between them. She crouched down, pressed her palms against the exposed rock face after the mining, and closed her eyes. After a moment, she looked up, her emerald eyes filled with confusion, and whispered, the land is very conflicted. The stones being taken. It hurts. But new water, new green. It is a little expectant. Her words, like a faint light, pierced the deadlock of their ideologies. The land itself did not hold only one emotion. Yirming was stunned. He looked at Alisai, then at Lin Xuan, and finally turned silently, walking back toward the castle with faltering steps. He did not oppose further, but neither did he agree. The inner struggle was clearly far from over. Lin Xuan knew that convincing these two stubborn individuals would take time and an opportune moment. For now he had to use the breathing room provided by Kasiting to enhance his own strength as quickly as possible. He had Carter lead the men in prioritizing the repair of the well and the reinforcement of doors and windows, while he himself delved into the study of the black stones and his own cultivation. Using the analytical power of the source point, he began to test different methods of guiding the Xuanhuang Qi. He discovered that in a state of extreme concentration combined with a specific breathing rhythm, he could draw from those two faint shadows an extremely weak, but far purer stream of energy than before. This energy stream could not be used for combat, but it could more effectively nourish and repair his broken body, even showing signs of tempering his physique. At the same time, he directed the men to mix the finer debris from the black stone mining with earth to reinforce the castle walls. As he had expected, the walls mixed with black stone were exceptionally sturdy, and the source point detected a faint insulating effect against energy fluctuations. This might prove useful in the future against mages or certain special attacks. A few days later, when Cotter excitedly reported that the abandoned well had finally reached damp soil promising water, and when the first door reinforced with black stone and earth was installed, a long-missed positive atmosphere began to permeate the castle. However, Lin Xuan's source point continuously issued warnings based on ongoing monitoring of the surrounding environment. The frequency of unidentified observers moving around the castle's perimeter had significantly increased. Not only goblins, but also traces of more secretive, better-equipped entities. The benefits brought by cost-eating had clearly attracted more attention and potential threats. That evening, Lin Xuan stood atop the highest crumbling tower of the castle, gazing at the distant wasteland sinking into twilight. Alisai stood quietly beside him, the evening breeze stirring her wisteria-colored hair. The green torches have grown more numerous, Alisai said softly, her eyes filled with concern. And some gray shadows. Very quiet, but very dangerous. Lin Xuan nodded. He knew the brief calm was about to end. Kasiting was like a stone cast into still water, the ripples were spreading. Greater storms he feared would soon arrive. Before that, he had to find a way to truly transform Balong's blacksmithing skills and Yirming's knowledge of nature into strength and forge this fragile bond of survival into a shield strong enough to withstand the tempest. The supplies provided by casting were like a shot of adrenaline, barely keeping Thistlefort running. Deep in the well, murky but drinkable water finally seeped through, the reinforced doors and windows blocked the night wind, and a hint of vitality returned to the survivors' faces. Yet Lin Xuan's source point kept warning of increasingly frequent probes from the periphery. The air was thick with the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Yiming still harbored deep misgivings about the continued mining of black stone, but he no longer objected vehemently. He merely paced silently around the castle's perimeter each day, touching the earth with his withered hands, his face growing ever more somber. He sensed that the land's affliction had not been alleviated by the brief influx of supplies. On the contrary, it seemed to worsen with deeper excavation. Balong, meanwhile, still shut himself in the cavern, keeping company only with his wineskin and painful memories, showing disdain for the tools sent to him. Lin Xuan knew that the internal rifts and the external threats pressing in required a powerful catalyst to break. That catalyst arrived in an unexpected form. One morning, as Lin Xuan was instructing Kaer and the others on reinforcing a collapsed section of wall with a mixture of black stone and earth, his source point suddenly issued an urgent alert, detected 3 kilometers northwest, brief energy burst and violent fluctuations in vital signs. Pattern analysis, low-intensity combat. Participants humans, 12 goblinoid creatures, 57. There's trouble. Lin Xuan immediately grabbed his short bow and short dagger, barking at Kaer, hold the fort. Then he glanced at Alisai, who was quietly observing a tenacious patch of moss not far away. The girl sensed his tension instantly, her emerald eyes met his, and she understood his intent without a word. She gave a slight nod and followed silently. The two swiftly left the castle, moving stealthily toward the direction indicated by the source point. Alisai moved with ethereal lightness like a phantom of the forest, her origin vision allowing her to avoid areas of energy turbulence or latent danger. Lin Xuan followed closely, relying on the source point's path planning and the subtle enhancement of Xuanhuang Qi on his body. Soon they reached the edge of a rocky depression. The scene before him made Lin Xuan's pupils contract. In the depression, the battle was already nearing its end. 5 or 6 goblin corpses lay strewn across the ground, their deaths gruesome. Some with arrows through their throats, others with chests cleaved open by a chopping knife, revealing the attackers' ruthlessness and efficiency. In the center of the depression, a lean, formidable figure was leaning against a large boulder, panting heavily. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a patched old leather jerkin draped with a grimy cloak, and a hideous scar ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth. Half of his left ear was missing. In his hand, he gripped a military chopping knife, notched, but still gleaming sharp, its blade stained with dark green blood. At his feet lay a broken string of a hardwood bow and scattered arrows with uneven fletching. What was most chilling was his eyes, like a wounded lone wolf, filled with vigilance, exhaustion, and a nearly tangible killing intent. Behind him, wedged in a crevice of the rock, a boy of about 11 or 12 was curled up. The boy's face was sallow, his lips cracked, and his body trembled incessantly, obviously burning with fever. But his large eyes stared fixedly at his father's back, filled with fear and dependence. "It's him," Alisai whispered in Lin Xian's ear, her small finger pointing at the man. Gray, very hard light, like stone. But inside many cracks. Very painful. She then pointed at the boy. Small light, very weak, fading. Lin Xian understood instantly. This was a pair of father and son in dire straits. The father was extremely skilled, but his son was gravely ill, and they had been targeted by goblins. The man had fought desperately to protect his son, sustaining minor injuries himself and exhausting his strength. Just then Lin Xian's source point alarmed again, new vital signs detected on the flank. Goblinoid creatures, 3 carrying thrown weapons maneuvering around. The surviving goblins had not given up. Almost simultaneously with the source point's alert, 3 crude javelins were hurled from a side crevice aimed directly at the boy in the rock crevice. The man pressed against the rock reacted with astonishing speed. Hearing the whoosh, he roared, and ignoring his own exposed flank spun around to shield his son with his body. But this move would leave his back completely exposed to any other potential enemies. In the moment of crisis, Lin Xian moved. Without time to think, he instinctively nocked an arrow and drew his bow. Xuanhuang Qi surged instantly, not to enchant the arrow but to heighten his coordination and perception to the utmost. The source point's aura locked onto the trajectory and speed of the javelins, calculating the only point of interception. Whoosh. The arrow left the string. It was not fast, but carried an uncanny precision. It flew in a slight arc and with a clang precisely struck the most dangerous javelin aimed at the boy's head, deflecting it. The other 2 javelins grazed past the boy and buried themselves deep in the rock crevice. This miraculous shot stunned the scar-faced man who was about to fight to the death. He turned his head sharply, his hawk-like eyes locking onto the direction where Lin Xian and Alisai were hidden, filled with shock and even deeper wariness. At the same time Lin Xian shot, Alisai pressed her hands lightly against the ground, a faint glimmer in her emerald eyes. Beneath the feet of the 3 javelin-throwing goblins, several withered vines seemed to be infused with a spark of life, suddenly springing up and coiling tightly around their ankles. The goblins lost their balance and fell with startled shrieks. Now, Lin Xian didn't hesitate, shouting, "Take them out," as he drew his bow again, aiming at the fallen goblins. The scar-faced man reacted instantly. Though filled with suspicion toward Lin Xian and Alisai, the goblins were a common enemy. He roared like a hunting leopard, his chopping knife tracing a lethal arc. In the goblin's panic, he struck swiftly, dispatching all 3. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The depression fell silent once more, leaving only the thick smell of blood and the man's ragged breathing. The man turned, his chopping knife still gripped tight, the tip slightly lowered, but his body remained poised to attack at any moment. He stared intently at Lin Xian and Alisai as they emerged from behind the rocks. His gaze lingered especially on Lin Xian's young, yet eerily calm face, then swept over Alisai's pointed ears and pure eyes. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and harsh, like sandpaper scraping, carrying undisguised hostility and scrutiny. "Just passing through," Lin Xian replied calmly, but his eyes moved past the man to the shivering, feverish boy in the rock crevice behind him. "Your son is very sick." The man's muscles tensed instantly, like a beast protecting its cub, shifting sideways to block the view of his son. His eyes grew even colder. "None of your business." But Alisai stepped forward softly, stopping a few meters from the man. Her emerald eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at the boy and said in an ethereal voice, "He very hot. The cold from the earth has seeped into his bones. Needs warm roots and leaves that have seen sunlight." The man was taken aback. Alisai's manner of speaking was unlike anyone he had ever met, but the accurate description of his son's condition was impossible to ignore. He glanced back at his son's pained little face, and a flicker of unbearable heartache and despair flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian seized the moment. "We have medicine and a place to hide. At least we can give your son warm water to drink and a place to lie down." He pointed at the goblin corpses on the ground. "This place isn't safe. More scavengers will be drawn by the smell of blood soon." The man fell silent. His sharp eyes swept back and forth between Lin Xian, Alisai, and the goblin corpses. He was weighing his options. The young man before him had saved his son's life, and the elven girl seemed to understand medicine. But who were they? What were their intentions? He had endured too many betrayals to trust anyone easily. In the end, concern for his son's life outweighed his suspicion. He gritted his teeth and forced the words from his throat. "Lead the way." Having said that, he ignored Lin Xian and swiftly gathered the usable arrows and a few odds and ends looted from the goblins, then carefully lifted his feverish son onto his back. The boy's lightness made his heart ache. The return journey to the castle was silent. Lin Xian later learned his name from Kaur, kept his distance, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, each step placed on the most secure footing, revealing formidable wilderness survival skills. Alisai meanwhile glanced worriedly at the boy from time to time, then at the gray aura riddled with cracks that enveloped Lin Xuan. Back at the castle, the survivors showed fear at the sight of Lin Xuan, and his son especially, at Lin Xuan's murderous aura and the scar across his face. Lin Xian offered no explanation. He simply had a relatively intact room cleared out and brought hot water and the herbs provided by casting. Yiming, upon seeing young Fanin's condition, stepped forward uncharacteristically. Using a druid's method, he examined the boy and said hoarsely, "Ink cold has entered the bones. Ordinary medicine will be slow. He needs the root of red sun grass mixed with dew gathered at dawn." But then he shook his head in defeat. "Here, red sun grass cannot grow." Lin Xuan's mind stirred. He asked Yiming, "Tell me the energy signature of red sun grass and the environmental conditions it needs to grow." Yiming, though puzzled, gave a brief description. Lin Xuan immediately had the source point scanned the herbs casting had sent while using Xuanhuang Qi to sense their medicinal properties. Soon he identified several herbs with similar properties that could serve as substitutes, and based on the source point's optimized formula, he concocted a new medicine. Lin Xuan watched coldly the entire time. Seeing Lin Xuan's seemingly casual, yet precise movements in mixing the medicine, surprise flickered in his eyes once more. After the brewed herbal decoction was fed to little Funin, the boy's breathing gradually steadied, and he fell into a deep sleep. Only then did Lin Xuan's tense expression relax slightly, but his vigilance never waned. Lin Xuan placed some food and a clean set of old clothes in front of Lin Xuan. "Settle down first. This place isn't safe, but at least it has a roof." Lin Xuan did not thank him. He just stared at Lin Xuan and suddenly asked a sharp question. "Are you a noble? The lord of this broken place?" "I was once." Lin Xuan didn't deny it. Lin Xuan snorted with heavy sarcasm. "Nobles? I've seen plenty. All you care about is power and profit. This place is the middle of nowhere. What are you after?" Lin Xuan met his scrutinizing gaze calmly and replied, "I'm after survival. So that everyone who follows me can survive." Lin Xuan stared hard into Lin Xuan's eyes, as if searching for hypocrisy and deceit. But he saw only a bottomless calm and a resilience that belied his age. After a long moment, he looked away, grabbed the food, and devoured it ravenously, saying nothing more. He knew he had stepped into a whirlpool. But this young noble and the strange elf girl at his side seemed a little different. For little Funin to survive, he could perhaps stay here for a while and see what this young man was really made of, whether he was worth this rusty broken spear of his being stained with blood once more. And Lin Xuan knew that he had acquired a double-edged sword that could be extremely sharp or might cut him. Lin Xuan's arrival not only brought much-needed military experience, but also the more tangible threats and uncertainties of the outside world. The chess game of Thistle Valley had grown even more complicated with the intrusion of this broken spear. Riso Breakspear's arrival scraped harshly across the fragile, precarious balance within Thornhold, like a coarse whetstone grinding against dull steel. He brought not hope, but an unvarnished, unsettling law of survival. On the second morning after settling in, just as dawn bled faintly across the sky, Riso pounded each door with his sword hilt, rousing every survivor still capable of movement, including Lin Xuan, whose face remained pale and drawn. "Up!" His voice was hoarse, yet piercing, brooking no defiance. "The enemy will not wait for you to sleep until the sun scorches your backs." He herded fewer than 10 souls, a motley group comprising Carl, 2 other men with only minor wounds, and several lanky adolescents, to the castle's derelict training ground, driving them like startled geese. The training ground's uneven earth sprouted weeds mirroring the soldiers' scattered resolve. Riso carried his ailing son, young Finn, slumped across his broad, taut back, swaddled in a ragged blanket. Only the boy's fever-bright eyes, wide, damp, and fiercely attentive, peeked out from beneath the folds. Riso's gaze swept over the ragged band before him like a whip. "You are lambs awaiting slaughter." His words struck without mercy. "A goblin's claw will slit your throats before you blink. If you wish to live, you must first learn how to bite back with your teeth." The ensuing drills bordered on brutality. No gradual instruction, only monotonous repetition, pushed to exhaustion, gripped the spear, thrust, withdraw. Riso demonstrated himself. Each motion stripped bare of flourish, swift, precise, lethal. He demanded absolute fidelity in form and full-body exertion in every strike. The slightest lapse drew no shout, only his glacial, unnerving stare and longer punishing holds. When a youth faltered, his form collapsing under fatigue, Riso strode forward, not to lift him, but to kick his heel into place with a low, guttural command, "Steady your stance. Fall and you die." Standing at a shattered second-floor window, Ilman watched the scene unfold, his ancient face twisted in disgust. "Savage. This crushes the very spirit of life. The land requires nourishment, not this blood-soaked trampling." He turned away, refusing to witness further. Lin Xuan did not intervene. He knew well that tender compassion would doom them all when true survival hung in the balance. Swallowing his own weakness, he grasped a crude wooden spear and joined the ranks, practicing with meticulous discipline. His movements began awkward, yet the origin point's soft luminescence continuously refined his posture and muscle memory, while the Xuanhuang Qi subtly revitalized his weary sinews, enabling astonishing speed in adaptation and mastery. Riso observed coldly. A flicker of rare, almost imperceptible astonishment crossed his eyes at Lin Xuan's focus and aptitude, quickly replaced by deeper scrutiny. "Noble lord, merely playing at duty," he sneered inwardly. During breaks, Riso set young Finn down to examine his condition with careful hands. Elise quietly delivered warm herbal water, brewed under Ilman's guidance and precisely formulated by Lin Xuan. Riso eyed it warily, at first tasting it himself before cautiously feeding it to his son. Only when Finn's breathing eased slightly did Riso's rigid jawline relax, by less than a millimeter. In the afternoon, Riso turned to fortification. He dismissed Lin Xian's earlier plan for comprehensive reinforcement, too few hands, too little time. Guiding Lin Xian and Carl along the castle's crumbling ramparts, he employed his unique, trace-reading, art to pinpoint, with uncanny precision, the most vulnerable breaches. Reinforce here, and here. Elsewhere. Heap thorns and rubble for delay. That is enough. His strategy was ruthlessly efficient, forged entirely from available resources and worst-case logic. Lin Xian's origin point rapidly simulated the plan's viability and optimized material allocation. For the first time, practical accord formed between them, silent and unspoken. Conflict erupted soon after. When Riso ordered the felling of the last few half-dead, half-living ancient trees in the castle's rear courtyard to craft cheval de frise, Ilman burst forth like a cat stepped upon. Halt! The old druid spread his arms wide before the trunks, trembling violently. These trees are the land's final breath. You cannot strangle them for the sake of defense. Riso's brow furrowed, his hands settled on his blade's hilt, voice frigid. Will broken timber hold back goblin steel? Or fill your belly? What do you know? Ilman cried, voice raw with passion. Each leaf purifies the air, each root binds the soil. Slay them, and this land dies utterly. When the land dies, men may yet live. But when men perish, even the finest land is worthless. Riso's words, blunt and unyielding, pierced Ilman's idealism like a dagger. Tension crackled between them. Lin Xian stepped between them, not favoring either side, and said to Ilman, "We need the cheval de frise to protect more lives, including yours." Then turning to Riso, "Perhaps there is a middle path. Are there alternatives? Or might we take only dead branches, preserving the trees' lives?" Ultimately, through Lin Xian's mediation and Elise's quiet, empathetic description of the tree's pain and sentience, Riso reluctantly agreed to harvest only truly dead limbs, and to supplement defenses with the abundant thorny vines. Though Ilman's heart still ached, he ceased his protest. Silently, he ran his fingers over the freshly cut stumps, murmuring soft apologies, as if speaking to wounded kin. This episode revealed to Lin Xian a stark truth: unifying this fractured company was far harder than rebuilding any wall. Days later, Cassidon's promised second supply shipment arrived, escorted by a taciturn guard. This time provisions included additional food and medicine, several bundles of serviceable bowstrings, cured leather hides, iron nails, and tools. Exactly what Riso had previously demanded with exacting rigor. As the guard handed over the goods, he casually remarked to Lin Xian, "My master commends your efficiency in quarrying stone. He also reminds you unrest stirs in the Blackwood. Lord Walton's patrols grow frequent, searching, it seems, for something." With that, he departed swiftly, bearing away 2 newly quarried carts of black stone. The news settled over Thornhold like a pall of storm cloud, dimming the fragile light of renewal. Riso's response was immediate and decisive. He doubled night watch rotations and began laying simple perimeter traps, tin cans suspended on tripwires, shallow pits lined with sharpened stakes. His expertise shone now invaluable beyond measure. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, accompanied by Ilman and Elise, re-examined the secret path descending into the valley, and concealed it more thoroughly with thorn and stone. Though reluctant, Ilman acquiesced. Guided by Elise's intuitive perception of the land's hidden currents, they discovered a natural camouflage that blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Amid mounting tension, Balan remained an unresolved enigma. Lin Xian instructed Carl to deliver high-grade iron ingots and tools, sent by Cassidon, to the cavern at the valley's depths. Carl returned with a strange expression. Uncle Balan accepted the materials, said nothing, and stared at them all day, drinking more than usual. Lin Xian offered no pressure. He understood that thawing the ice within a man's soul required timing, even perhaps the sharp edge of imminent crisis. That night, moonless and wind-ravaged, the watchman, trained by Riso, pulled the warning wire. A sharp ringing clang echoed as a tin can tumbled from a gap in the wall. Enemy attack. The alarm tore through Thornhold. Lin Xian and Riso surged onto the ramparts. By faint starlight, 7 or 8 squat shadowy figures crept silently toward the walls, goblins. They had clearly not anticipated early warning, and faltered, disoriented. Archers. Riso barked low. Yet they are archers, numbered only Carl, whose aim remained unsteady. Without hesitation, Lin Xian nocked an arrow. The origin point locked onto the target. Xuanhuang Qi fine-tuned the release. Whip. The shaft struck a goblin squarely in the thigh. Its shriek echoed as it collapsed. Riso glanced at Lin Xian, surprised, then commanded, "Steady. Train is drilled. Spearmen, block the breach." Under his direction, the few militiamen, hardened by days of grueling drill, though trembling, formed a rough spear wall sealing the most perilous opening. The goblins' probing assaults recoiled again and again from the bristling points. Then behind them, a goblin shaman, newly arrived, raised a bone staff, chanting guttural incantations as dark energy coalesced. "Break the spell," Riso shouted to Lin Xian. Lin Xian drew again, but the shaman crouched low, shielded by comrades. As he focused, Elise closed her eyes and pressed her palms to the cold stone beneath her feet. Her emerald eyes shimmered faintly in the gloom. Instantly, seemingly innocuous withered grasses at the shaman's feet erupted upward, twining tightly around his ankles. The shaman's ritual shattered, he stumbled and fell. Seizing the moment, Riso snatched Carl's bow, loosed a single arrow, and pierced the shaman's throat with surgical precision. The act was clean, ruthless, testament to seasoned martial discipline. Leaderless, the goblin horde scattered into the night. The skirmish was brief, fierce, and cost no lives, only minor wounds. Yet for Thornhold's people it was an unprecedented triumph, their first deliberate repulsion of the enemy. Militiamen exchanged stunned, exhilarated glances, faces alight with hard-won relief and the first fragile bloom of confidence. Carl gazed at Riso and Lin Xuan with open reverence. Riso, however, felt no joy. He inspected each trap and bastion, dissecting every misstep with forensic rigor. Reaction too slow, coordination too crude. Without warning, and those arrows, we'd have buried corpses tonight. His icy verdict doused their elation, yet tempered budding pride into sober, vigilant resolve. Lin Xuan approached him, gazing into the darkness where the goblins had vanished. But we won the first step. Riso paused, silent, then gave a terse, non-committal grunt. Turning, he walked back into the castle. On his back, young Finn had awakened, his bright, shining eyes fixed on his father's retreating silhouette. After this small trial by fire, Riso's authority solidified, unseen but undeniable. His words now carried weight. Lin Xuan's composure and precision, and Elise's mysterious affinity with nature, earned newfound trust. The next day brought an unexpected message. Carl discovered items placed at the cave entrance: a newly polished axe, several iron rods, tempered and shaped for spearheads, and several compact, indestructible blackstone fittings, perfect for reinforcing the newly installed gate. Balan remained unseen. Yet in this silent gesture he cast his first wordless vote of assent. Upon Thornhold's anvil, this raw alloy, forged from exiles, the wounded idealists and realists, had endured its first crucible. Though fissured and imperfect, it now held the faint, unmistakable shape of cohesion. The true tempest had yet to break, but within the inner flame, stoked by pressure, had already begun to burn anew. The victory over the Goblin Knight raid rippled across Jingji Fortress like a stone cast into stagnant, murky water, small in scope, yet undeniably transformative. In the survivors' eyes, fear receded, trust deepened, and faintly, almost imperceptibly, a spark of hope flickered to life. Yet Riso Breakspear remained as unyielding as cold iron, an anvil forged by frost and silence. He offered no celebration. Before dawn broke, he drove every combatant back onto the wind-scoured training ground. You win once, and now call yourselves warriors. His voice, raw as shattered glass, scraped across their nascent pride. Goblin scouts saw your weaknesses. Next time they'll send a warband. If you wish not to become fertilizer, turn yesterday's luck into instinct. Training intensity surged overnight. Riso introduced rudimentary formation shifts, squad coordination, and tactical withdrawal drills. He mimicked goblin assault patterns with wooden staves, demanding reflexive responses from the militia. Hesitation met not rebuke, but the sharp, stinging bite of a wooden rod against forearm or thigh, leaving livid bruises. His methods were brutal, stripped bare of ornament, reduced only to the stark, unvarnished logic of survival. From afar, Ilman watched, his brow furrowed in quiet disquiet. He sensed the grim, lethal aura coalescing above the training ground, a force antithetical to harmony with nature. But when he saw Riso slip silently to the wall's edge during a break, gently lowering the sleeping child Fun to the cold stone and brushing his rough fingers across the boy's brow, his gaze softening with a tenderness too fleeting to name, Ilman swallowed the reprimand rising in his throat. This man's deepest tenderness, like his own, was tethered solely to a child's fragile breath. Lin Xuan did not interfere with Riso's training. He knew well before the coming storm mercy would be the cruelest indulgence. Instead, Lin Xuan devoted himself to two tasks: refining fortification designs through the source point and forging deeper dialogue with Ilman and Alice. He shared with Ilman several newly delivered treatises on basic herbalism and mineral properties, texts themselves scarce, precious resources sent by Caston. At first, Ilman dismissed the book's mechanistic taxonomy, the rigid classification and chemical dissection of living things, as arrogant folly. Yet when he witnessed Lin Xuan, not reciting dogma, but using the source point to identify trace hemostatic or anti-inflammatory compounds within native weeds, then cross-referencing them with druidic lore, Ilman's clouded eyes kindled with genuine contemplation for the first time. Observe, Lin Xuan pointed to a violet bloom, whose alkaloid signature glowed under source point analysis. Your tradition names it cold-natured, bitter-tasting, cleansing heat and toxins. This text identifies its active principle as a salicylate derivative, proven anti-inflammatory. Might we use it to replace our dwindling wound salve? Ilman fell silent for a long while before replying, voice hoarse. Dosage. The power of nature demands equilibrium. Excess is poison. It was the first time he did not outright reject Lin Xuan's foreign knowledge, but offered instead a vital refinement, one rooted in ancient intuition, the other in rational inquiry. Two epistemologies beginning their slow, arduous convergence. Alice became their improbable translator. She could not parse molecular formulae, but she perceived the flow of energy within herbs. When Lin Xuan and Ilman disputed a plant's properties, she would touch it lightly, then describe the hue, temperature, and rhythm of its inner light. A visceral language that often dissolved terminological barriers, revealing shared ground. Meanwhile, the cavern at the valley's heart stirred with quiet change. Valon remained taciturn, bound to his wineskin. Yet the fortress gates' newly reinforced blackstone fittings, and several axes and hoes discreetly repaired, sharpened to a keen gleaming edge, spoke eloquently of his unseen hand. Lin Xuan disturbed him not. He merely instructed Carl to deliver the finest provisions, and a small cask of mild ale spared from Caston's stores, to the cavern. Nothing more was said. This silence, this unspoken respect, proved more persuasive than any plea. That afternoon, Riso sought Lin Xuan and laid before him a crude map sketched in charcoal on worn leather. Drawn during stolen moments between drills, it charted the terrain surrounding Jingji Valley, marking ambush sites, water sources, goblin trails, and commanding vantage points with precise, economical strokes. Here, and here Riso's calloused finger tapped 3 locations. These must host hidden sentries, 12 hours day and night. Walls alone will not hold them. His tone admitted no dissent. Lin Xian's source point halo flared, overlaying the map upon his internal environmental model, revealing instantly the geometric brilliance of Riso's triad. The 3 posts formed interlocking angles covering all primary approaches to the keep, yet concealed with uncanny subtlety. Agreed, Lin Xuan nodded. But we require reliable optics and stealthier communication. Our current gear is insufficient. Riso frowned, the very dilemma gnawing at him. Lin Xuan paused, then led Riso to a forgotten corner of the castle armory. There lay Caston's cast-offs, irregular shards of pure quartz, crystal coils of copper wire, and thin sheets of malleable metal, discarded as worthless. Perhaps we can fashion some ourselves. Lin Xuan lifted a crystal fragment, holding it to the light. The source point analyzed its refractive index. The Xuanhuang Qi probed its crystalline lattice with microscopic precision. He recalled terrestrial optics and the foundational principles of the cultivation realm's simplest scrying mirrors, merely guiding light, enhancing perception. A rough design crystallized in his mind. He possessed no forge, no tools, yet he held understanding of matter's primal essence. He asked Riso for fine sand and clean water, selected a relatively flat crystal shard, then focused a filament-thin thread of Xuanhuang Qi at his fingertip, guided by the source point, beginning an agonizingly slow, micro-precise reshaping of the surface. He was not grinding physically, but coaxing the crystal's internal structure to align towards specific optical properties. The effort drained him utterly, sweat beaded instantly on his brow. Riso watched, disbelief warring with awe in his gaze. He had seen master craftsmen labor for days over lens grinding, wielding complex apparatus. Yet Lin Xuan, with nothing but a fingertip and that strange luminous breath, was altering the very nature of the stone. Hours later, a single imperfect lens rested in Lin Xian's palm, crude yet unmistakably magnifying and focusing light. Using similar techniques, he shaped metal frames and wound copper filaments, assembling the skeleton of a rudimentary monocular telescope. At last, an ungainly functional instrument emerged. Lin Xuan handed it to Riso. Riso raised it hesitantly to his eye, aiming toward a goblin corpse lying distant on the wasteland plain. In an instant, he lowered it, gripping it tightly as he stared at Lin Xuan, his expression shifting to raw, startled wonder. Distance collapsed. We can now spot enemies miles away. Riso's voice cracked. Who are you? This art lies beyond nobles, beyond warriors. A man who wishes to live, Lin Xuan replied, calmly, wiping sweat from his brow. Just as you do. Riso fell silent. He turned the crude, miraculous device over in his hands. When he looked at Lin Xuan again, scrutiny and wariness remained, but beneath them shimmered something new, reverence for the unfathomable and a whisper of expectation. Meanwhile, deep within the keep, Ilman, with Alice's aid, was blending the herbs Lin Xuan had identified. He omitted certain druidic rites deemed overly ceremonial, yet insisted on using Dawn's Dew, whose first breath chi he believed vital, for infusion. Alice stood beside him, her innate sight tracking the medicine's energetic fusion, softly signaling the moment its currents achieved perfect resonance. Thus a decoction emerged, its efficacy more stable and gentle than either pure druidic tradition or scientific formulation alone, forged in a rare alchemy of science, cultivation, and nature. Night descended upon Jingji Fortress, still cold, still broken. Yet within this desolate ruin something new stirred. Faint hammerfalls echoed from the smith's cavern, the scent of blended herbs drifted from the druid's chamber. A sentry scanned the distant waste through a rough-hewn lens, and in the lord's chamber the young baron studied a black stone, guiding a filament of energy deep into its enigmatic core. Divergent forces, bearing their own scars and sovereign pride, were being hammered upon the anvil of desperation, each striking sparks bright enough to illuminate the other's paths. Though small, these sparks foretold a truth: even the coldest anvil may in time grow warm. The deployment of the rudimentary telescope was akin to granting Thornhold a pair of extended eyes. Reizo immediately reorganized the defenses, establishing concealed watchposts atop 3 commanding heights and coordinating them via pre-arranged pyrotechnic signals. The expanded field of vision bestowed precious security, yet also delivered anxiety. Earlier and sharper, no longer did the lens reveal only scattered goblins. Now small, disciplined bands of humans, better armed and more methodical, began appearing at the fringes of the distant wasteland. Walton scouts. Reizo lowered the telescope, his face darkening like the sky before a storm. They were staking their claim and probing our weaknesses. True peril approached swiftly. Pressure tightened like a noose. On the training ground, Reizo's bellow grew harsher. Militiamen sweated rivers, hammering monotonous thrusts and parries into muscle memory until they became instinct. No longer merely frowning from afar, Ilman now actively planted thorny flora, bearing faint insect-repelling or warning properties, along both inner and outer castle walls. Using druidic rites, he soothed the earth beneath frequent trampling, seeking to mute the fortress's aura of hostility and anguish, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the wild landscape. Even Balan's forge echoed more frequently from the caverns. What arrived was no longer mere structural components, but several short spearheads, exquisitely honed, edged with simple blood grooves. Lin Xuan devoted himself wholly to 2 endeavors: first, refining the telescope design endlessly through the source point, experimenting with stable binocular models and nocturnal lenses capable of gathering faint starlight and moonlight, a process that drained his spirit profoundly, yet each minor breakthrough elevated their odds of survival. Second, collaborating ever more deeply with Ilman to formulate a potent elixir capable of rapidly restoring stamina and even briefly awakening latent potential. Preparation for the brutal attrition war looming ahead. Yet tranquility remained a luxury. At high noon, as the sun warped the wasteland with shimmering heat, a slender column of black smoke rose suddenly from the eastern ridge, the highest alert signal. Enemy assault. Northeastern approach. Strength exceeding 30. Cavalry present. The lookout militiamen tumbled down the rampart, voice twisted by terror. The castle snapped taut. A shrill, mournful bell pealed forth. Lin Xuan and Reizo dashed instantly to the shattered upper floor of the main keep, raising their telescopes. Dust billowed thickly northeastward, and a mixed force surged forward with alarming speed. At its core rode 5 light cavalrymen, gaunt steeds beneath them, half-worn leather armor upon their backs, lances held ready, the unmistakable insignia of House Walton. Surrounding them clustered nearly 30 infantry armed with swords and shields or bows, and 7 or 8 goblin laborers driving pack beasts that dragged a crude battering ram. This was a standard expeditionary force, designed for suppression and occupation. Damn it, Walton's hyena squad. Reizo spat hard, cold battle fire igniting in his gaze. That one-eyed leader, I know him. Scarface Anderson, a ruthless, seasoned brute. Crisis loomed. They possessed cavalry for mobility, infantry for siege capability, outnumbering and out-equipping us utterly. Fall back to the inner wall. Reizo roared the command: archers to the ramparts, spearmen to barricade the gate, women and children to the cellars. Orders were executed swiftly, but dread still seeped through the ranks. Facing a professional army, these newly trained militiamen trembled visibly, even in their limbs. Lin Xuan forced calm upon himself. The source point's halo spun at unprecedented velocity, scanning enemy formations and terrain data, calculating optimal defensive strategies and exploitable vulnerabilities with frantic precision. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuang Qi steadied his nerves and heightened perception to its absolute limit. Reizo. Lin Xuan pointed toward a seemingly flat expanse on the enemy's flank, a marsh concealed beneath tangled grass. Their cavalry would likely attempt a flanking maneuver there. Summon Ilman, quickly. Reizo grasped the implication instantly and bellowed down the stairs, fetch the old druid. Let him master that mire. Ilman stood beneath the inner wall, pale-faced, watching the advancing host. Upon hearing the summons, a flicker of torment crossed his clouded eyes. To reshape terrain on such scale would violently drain his life force, perhaps hastening his own decay. But gazing up at the anxious faces upon the ramparts, especially at Lin Xuan's and Reizo's resolute stares, he gritted his teeth, gripped his wooden staff, and staggered toward the marsh. Kneeling at the marsh's edge, he plunged his withered hands deep into the muck, chanting ancient guttural incantations, his body trembling visibly, the bark-like creases on his face deepening further. Meanwhile, the enemy entered bowshot range. Release arrows. Reizo thundered. A ragged volley arced from the walls, most deflected by infantry shields, only a few goblins falling wounded. Yet the enemy archers, shielded by cavalry, returned fire. Heavier shafts whistled in, thudding into timber walls with sickening force. One militiaman cried out, clutching a shoulder wound as he collapsed. Suppress their archers. Lin Xuan commanded Carl, and another skilled marksman beside him, then drew his own bow. The source point locked onto an enemy archer mid-draw. Xuanhuang Qi subtly adjusted trajectory. The arrow flew, a flawless arc slipping past shield edges, piercing the archer's throat with chilling precision. That single shot unervingly exact momentarily silenced their barrage. But the true threat bore down frontally. Infantry shielding goblins pushed the battering ram forward, howling toward the castle gate. A heavy impact shook the gate violently. "Hold it! Brace with poles," Rezo directed from the rampart. Behind the door, militiamen jammed thick logs against the bolt, but the timber gate clearly could not endure long. Balon's reinforced blackstone fittings. Lin Xuan's mind sparked. Risking a glance, he saw the ram striking precisely where Balon had fused blackstone and metal into the hinge and bolt. The blackstone's extraordinary hardness and energetic inertia dispersed and absorbed most impact. Though the gate shuddered fiercely, it refused to splinter. "The gate holds, for now," Lin Xuan shouted. "Rezo, the cavalry moves." Indeed, the one-eyed Anderson grinned, savagely leading 4 riders straight toward Ilman's marshy flank. They intended to breach the side, slaughtering defenders atop the walls. As the cavalry neared solid ground, abrupt transformation erupted. Ilman spat crimson blood, wrenching his hands from the mud. Before him, the marsh convulsed. Sludge churning violently, bubbling thickly. Our surface grass withered, instantly releasing a thick putrid stench. The deceptively firm margin dissolved into a deathly quagmire. The 2 lead riders, unable to halt, screamed as horse and rider sank together. Struggling only hastened their descent. The remaining 3 riders wrenched their mounts to a terrified standstill, daring not advance another inch. "Brilliant work." Rezo pounded the crenel in exhilaration. Yet Ilman, having wrought this miracle, collapsed utterly, breathing shallowly, his face suffused with a ghastly ashen pallor. Meanwhile, the ram's pounding continued relentlessly upon the gate. Though stout, the gate's surrounding stonework began crumbling. "We must disable that ram." Lin Xuan's gaze hardened. He looked to Rezo. "Buy me one chance." Rezo understood instantly. "All archers, concentrate fire on the goblins pushing the ram." Arrows and stones rained down on the ram's vicinity, sowing brief chaos. In that fleeting lull, Lin Xuan drew a deep breath, channeling Xuanhuang Qi into his eyes and fingertips with unprecedented intensity. The source point's halo instantly analyzed gate structure, ram swing dynamics, and the precise leverage points of the goblins propelling it. He knocked an arrow, not aiming at goblins, but at the unassuming leather strap connecting the ram to its draft beasts. There lay the fragile nexus of force. Xuanhuang Qi infused the arrow with uncanny penetration and precise spin. Whoosh! As the ram recoiled to its apex, the arrow struck true, severing the load-bearing strap with surgical precision. Crack! The strap snapped. Unmoored by inertia, the ram lurched sideways, its massive weight toppling the goblins off balance. The head crashed down, crushing several beneath it. The assault stalled instantly. "Yes!" Rezo and the defenders roared triumphantly. Scarface Anderson, seeing his flank thwarted and frontal assault faltering, flushed crimson with fury. He bellowed orders remaining infantry to storm the walls directly, while archers, heedless of losses, suppressed the ramparts. The battle descended into its most savage phase, close-quarter slaughter. Walton soldiers scaled crude ladders onto the ramparts, clashing in bloody melee with defenders. Rezo fought like a war god, his cleaver flashing each stroke, drawing blood, hacking climbers back to oblivion. Lin Xuan abandoned his bow, drawing a short dagger, relying on source point foresight and Xuanhuang enhanced reflexes and strength to parry and strike amidst mortal peril. Militia casualties mounted, but none retreated. The brutal discipline Rezo had forged now surfaced as instinct trios formed back-to-back, holding breaches with spear points braced like iron walls. Amidst the fiercest combat, unnoticed by all, Balon emerged silently from the cellar entrance. He listened to the cries of battle and screams of agony, watched blood pool upon the earth, his cloudy eyes flickering with complex emotion, pain, fear, yet ultimately eclipsed by something deeper, heavier. Wordlessly, he walked to the corner forge, though ruined, cleansed, and readied per Rezo's order, and picked up the immense hammer he had secretly polished these past days. He did not ascend the wall. Instead, he moved behind the inner gate, where, though upheld by blackstone reinforcements, the stone around its hinges had begun cracking. Balon inhaled deeply, his once trembling hands now steady as bedrock. He raised the hammer, sighted a loosened cornerstone near the hinge, and brought it down with decisive force. Clang! A deep, resonant blow compacted the stone. Then he retrieved thick timbers, driving them precisely into fissures with measured hammer strikes, reinforcing the failing structure. His movements lacked Rezo's ferocity, yet radiated a profound elemental power, the weight of millennia spent reshaping matter. Each strike echoed like a hammer upon his own inner chains. His presence and labor silently galvanized the gate's defenders. From noon until sunset, Walton's forces suffered over 10 dead, including 2 cavalry, and still failed to breach Thornhold's defenses. Scarface Anderson surveyed his demoralized, bloodied troops, then glared at the unyielding gate and defenders, eyes burning with red-rimmed fury, before issuing the bitter retreat command. The broken remnants withdrew like a receding tide, leaving carnage and corpses strewn across the field. Victory! A grim, costly triumph. Survivors slumped upon ramparts and ground alike, relief and grief entwined in exhaustion. Reizo leaned on his cleaver drenched in blood, breathing raggedly. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, swiftly tallying losses and assigning centuries. Lin Xuan rested against a crenal face pale. Overuse of Xuanhuang Qi searing his spirit with sharp recurrent pain. Yet watching his weary but unbroken comrades, the gate temporarily fortified by Balan and Karl, carefully carrying the unconscious Ilman below for treatment, a complex warmth stirred within him. This band, cobbled together from exiles, the wounded idealists and pragmatists, had been tempered in blood and fire. Though scarred and battered, they had forged themselves into a crude, unbreakable blade, tempered in adversity, capable of cleaving through despair itself. Yet Lin Xuan and Reizo knew well Lord Walton's vengeance would not end here. This defense was but a rehearsal before the true tempest broke upon them. Walton's hyena squad withdrew, leaving behind not only corpses strewn across the wasteland and the coppery stench of blood amid ruined rubble, but an intangible, profound transformation, like residual heat still coursing through iron freshly hammered in the forge, reshaping every soul within Thornhold. The joy of victory was fleeting and heavy. No one cheered, only silence lingered thick with the relief of survival and the sorrow of lost comrades. 3 militia fell in battle, several others bore wounds demanding long convalescence. Survivors carried their fallen comrades to the castle's rear courtyard and laid them to rest in a simple, solemn rite. There was no priest, no liturgy. Only Ilman, his voice raw and hoarse, reciting an ancient druidic dirge beseeching the departed souls to return to the earth. Soil covered familiar faces, and a shared grief coalesced in the air. Yet precisely within that collective loss, an unprecedented unity began to stir, quiet, unspoken, inevitable. After the battle, Reizo did not rest. Like a wolf unburdened by fatigue, he inspected every defensive structure and dissected every tactical detail. But his words were no longer merely cold rebukes. On the training ground, he remained stern. Yet when a young militiaman overcome by fear dozed off at his night watch, Reizo did not lash him with a wooden rod as before. Instead, he dragged the boy to a breach in the wall, pointed into the darkness beyond where danger might lurk, and growled, voice gravel thick, "You wish to die? Fine. But don't drag down those beside you. Do you want Karl's son buried in the same soil as you?" Those words struck deeper than any whip, piercing the youth's most tender heart. He glanced toward the half-grown boy helping his father haul stone, and lowered his head in shame. From that day forward, he became the most vigilant sentry. Reizo devoted increasing attention to teaching practical combat techniques and small unit coordination, even instructing Karl on how to lay more effective traps suited to the terrain. His orders remained terse and unyielding, but now carried a subtle, almost imperceptible rationale. He no longer saw these people as expendable assets. He was deliberately forging a unit capable of enduring. At night, he still patrolled with little Finn sleeping upon his back. But when he saw Lin Xuan quietly place a precious jar of honey, newly delivered by Cassin, beside his son's bed, he stood motionless for a long while, then gently brushed his calloused fingers across the boy's fevered brow, uttering nothing. That icy barrier between them was slowly eroding, not by sentiment, but by pragmatic trust forged in shared ordeal and quiet care. Within the cavern, the clang of hammer on anvil ceased to be sporadic, cathartic fury. It grew rhythmic, purposeful. Barlin still drank, but through bleary, drunken eyes he stared longer and longer at the iron stock and tools Lin Xuan had brought him. What struck him most during the battle was not Reizo's valor nor Lin Xuan's miraculous shot, but the great gate he had reinforced with blackstone components, its deep, resonant thud beneath repeated battering, and its unwavering defiance. That sound struck like a mallet upon the rusted lock of his heart. One midnight, he staggered up the ramparts, half a sack of wine slung over his shoulders, seeking Lin Xuan on night watch. A pungent wave of alcohol preceded him, but within his clouded gaze flickered an uncanny clarity. That door. Not bad, he muttered thickly, thrusting the wineskin forward. Lin Xuan did not take it, only watched him calm and steady. Barlin withdrew the wineskin, drank deeply himself, then pointed to a hairline fracture in the crenel caused by a thrown stone here. Needs cross-rib reinforcement. Just stuffing stones. Useless. He sketched a complex structural pattern with his hands, a composite technique known only to master smiths, fusing metal and masonry. Lin Xuan's source point instantly simulated the design, confirming its strength far surpassed current fortifications. What materials do you need? Lin Xuan asked. Barlin named specific iron rods and connectors, all present among Cassin's supplies though requiring shaping. Without another glance at Lin Xuan, he stumbled back down the wall and into his cavern. The next morning, Karl discovered several crude yet astonishingly precise reinforcement schematics drawn on slate slabs beside the cavern entrance, and several newly forged metal clamps ready for installation. Barlin did not emerge, but the ringing of hammer upon anvil within the cavern pulsed now with long-absent focus and vitality. He was dismantling his inner prison, not for redemption perhaps, but simply to honor that gate which refused to fall and those who fought behind it. Ilman's condition was the gravest. The backlash from forcibly altering swamp terrain proved devastating. He hovered near exhaustion, his body's wood-like petrification accelerating. Lying abed, he could barely lift a hand. His breath was faint as a guttering candle. Elise kept vigil beside him day and night, soothing his chaotic, depleted energy field with her fragile elven power, her emerald eyes brimming with sorrow. Lin Xuan combined Source Point's herb analysis with Ilman's own druidic knowledge to formulate several decoctions, but they yielded little effect. Ilman's body seemed to reject all external unnatural forces. The turning point came at dusk. Lin Xuan stopped forcing medicine. Instead, he sat beside Ilman's bed and picked up a lump of battlefield soil, stained with goblin blood and saturated with death's taint. He channeled Xuanhuang Qi, not to heal but with infinite slowness and care, guiding the residual chaotic energies within the soil, stripping away death and fury, neutralizing them, preserving only the purest essence of earth elemental force, then transmuting it into a gentle warming current, which he slowly infused into Ilman's desiccated meridians. This was not healing. It was purification and nourishment. At first, Ilman's body violently rejected it, but gradually that pristine essence of earth resonated faintly with the deep-rooted affinity for nature embedded in his bloodline. Beneath his tightly closed eyelids, his eyes stirred. A guttural, indistinct rasp escaped his throat. The land's pain. We are trying to ease its suffering, Lin Xuan whispered softly. In our way. Ilman fell silent. Days later, as his strength returned slightly, he requested, for the first time, the herbal composition charts generated by Source Point. Wearing reading spectacles, retrieved from Cassin's stores, he studied the stark molecular formulas and energy fluctuation graphs, his withered fingers tracing each line, sometimes frowning, sometimes sinking into quiet contemplation. This resembles the cooling property of moonlight moss. He murmured, beginning to interpret this new quantified language through the lens of his lifelong natural philosophy. This was no surrender. It was arduous cross-boundary learning, compelled by the shadow of death. A flicker of will to survive and concern for the land's future overrode his aversion to unnatural methods. Elise, throughout this process, became an irreplaceable bridge. She perceived the softness beneath Resso's hardened exterior, the growing acknowledgement of his son and of the team. She sensed the reawakening desire in Barlin's hammer strikes, not to destroy, but to create. She heard the faint, desperate yearning in Ilman's withered frame, to grasp new roots. In her unique, image-laden speech, she quietly relayed these impressions to Lin Xuan. Uncle Resso's light is still gray, but tiny warm sparks of yellow now glow within it. Grandfather Blacksmith's hammer no longer sounds angry. It's like whispering secrets to the iron. The tree inside Grandfather Druid still withers, but its roots secretly drink the water you bring. These seemingly childlike words offered Lin Xuan the most immediate visceral guidance for adjusting strategy and comforting hearts. She herself in this crucible evolved from a quiet observer into the team's gentle healer, its small luminous sprite of solace and warmth. And Lin Xuan in this silent forging gradually transformed, from a protagonist struggling merely to survive into a true master smith guiding the furnace's flame. He ceased micromanaging, becoming instead a coordinator and resource steward, entrusting the detailed design and oversight of fortifications to Resso, and to Barlin, now offering blueprints. He assigned medical care and further herbal research to Ilman, under supervision, and to Elise, whose keen observation proved invaluable. He focused his energy on long-term survival planning via Source Point, designing blackstone dwellings for superior insulation, devising rudimentary rainwater collection systems, and selectively bartering with Cassin for critical supplies, premium herbs, high-yield seeds, while warily analyzing the hidden motives behind each transaction. He realized true power lay not in his own strength, but in his ability to fuse these fractured, gifted souls into a living, breathing whole. Half a month later, Thornhold remained scarred and broken, but its inner spirit had subtly shifted. Its walls stood sturdier, its sentries' gazes sharper, its wounded steadily recovering. And in a small corner of the castle grounds, guided by Ilman's fading wisdom and tended by Elise's meticulous care, hardy green shoots had pushed through the frost-hardened soil. One evening, after completing his rounds, Resso approached Lin Xuan, who stood gazing at the tender sprouts. After a pause, he spoke, his voice still rough yet stripped of its former glacial bite. Walton won't wait long. Next time it won't be hyenas. It'll be wolves. Lin Xuan looked at that fragile, hard-won green and nodded. I know, he said calmly, but this time we have walls worthy of the name, and comrades who can swing hammers beside us. Night deepened, scattered lights flickered within the castle, not the dead silence of old, but the quiet hum of resilience. Upon this forgotten land, an invisible forge, built from Scar's tenacity and trust, quietly taking root, burned silently, gathering strength for the storm yet to come. Viscount Walton's temporary withdrawal granted the Thistle Vale a precious respite. No cheers rose. Only survivors like beasts in hibernation tended their wounds and gathered strength. The castle's atmosphere shifted subtly. Panic gave way to urgent industry. The air thickened with the scent of sweat, medicinal herbs, and grinding metal. Rezo assumed full command of the defense infrastructure. He organized survivors into disciplined squads and enforced a rigorous rotating watch system. Training evolved beyond brute combat. now encompassing nocturnal patrols, signal relays, and the intricate art of trap placement and identification. His methods remained unyielding. One militiaman, half a heartbeat slow in a simulated ambush, was condemned to stagger around the yard bearing massive stone blocks until collapse. Yet no one voiced complaint aloud. For all witnessed Reizo himself as the first to stand guard at night and the last to rest at dawn, and saw little Finn cradled on his back, growing steadily rosier, the softest, most poignant warning upon this merciless land, that to protect what is cherished one must become stronger. More crucially, Reizo began imparting true battlefield wisdom. He taught militiamen how to gauge enemy numbers and health from dung, how to mask footsteps with wind's murmur, and how to locate water and edible flora even in utter desolation. These lessons held greater worth than any blade, hard-won survival essence forged across countless thresholds between life and death. The young militiaman's gaze toward him shifted gradually, from fear to reverence. Seeds of warriors stirred quietly beneath harsh cultivation. Within the cavern the forge fire burned ever brighter. Balan remained taciturn, yet time spent with his wineskin visibly diminished. He commenced systematic repair and forging of tools. Lin Xuan presented optimized agricultural blueprints, refined for ergonomics and efficiency, to Reizo, who tossed them before Balan. Initially dismissive, Balan fell silent for a long while after crafting a new hoe according to the schematics and witnessing through a farmer's testimony its far superior efficacy. Thereafter slabs of stone, scribbled with crooked cryptic improvement marks legible only to him, sat perpetually beside his workbench. He did not blindly adopt Lin Xuan's science. Instead, he fused its principles with decades of masterful smithing, yielding artifacts imbued with a singular aesthetic, rugged yet functional, raw yet refined. He even began experimenting with infusing stubborn blackstone powder into molten iron to cast small components. Failure reigned supreme. The forge often guttered out mid-experiment, yet it was always rekindled swiftly and surely. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil ceased to echo despair. Now it resonated with fierce concentration and an unrelenting pursuit of breakthrough. Ilman's body recovered slowly under Lin Xuan's fusion of scientific rigor and arcane insight, and Elise's tender, unwavering care. Though he could no longer wield potent nature magic, his perception, sharpened by bodily stillness, grew acutely refined. He no longer opposed Lin Xuan outright, but observed their partnership, Lin Xuan and Elise, with the detached scrutiny of a scholar. When Lin Xuan, guided by his source point analysis, proposed crop rotation and composting, Ilman would supplement with druidic wisdom that field's qi is cold, sow bitterroot grass first not ride and nourish the earth. When Elise sensed clusters of pest eggs beneath certain soil, Ilman identified antagonistic flora and recommended intercropping to repel them. Such collaboration was never seamless. Ilman erupted in fury at Lin Xuan's proposal to harness faint geothermal energy from blackstone for heated greenhouses, deeming it a cruel extraction of the earth's final warmth. After fierce debate, they struck a trial compromise. Lin Xuan might attempt the scheme on only the most barren and fertile plot, on a minuscule scale, and Ilman would monitor every subtle shift in the land. This evolution, from confrontation to conditional alliance, marked pragmatic progress born of clashing philosophies. Ilman's devotion to nature remained unwavering, yet his method transformed, from absolute rejection to grounded guidance and vigilant oversight. Elise underwent the most profound change. She no longer lingered behind Lin Xuan's shadow, but stepped forward to tend the modest herb garden nestled in a castle corner. She studied herbal lore with Ilman, while her innate sight, her essence vision, allowed her to perceive each plant's emotional state and precise needs, watering and aerating the soil with uncanny timeliness. Herbs flourished beyond expectation. Even Ilman stood astonished. She became the team's unseen emotional binder. She sensed Reizo's anxiety beneath his stern exterior, leaving a quiet bowl of water during his rounds. She felt Balan's frustration after failed experiments, placing a bouquet of calming wildflowers at the cavern mouth, and she served as Ilman's bridge to the world, translating his esoteric natural metaphors into plain shared language. Her presence infused this band of scarred adults with pure, resilient warmth. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, dedicated himself to weaving every effort into a cohesive system. Guided by his source point strategic calculus, he optimized the castle's scarce human and material resources. Reizo oversaw defense and training, Balan tools and arms, Ilman and Elise healing and agriculture, and Carl led infrastructure and logistics. Lin Xuan himself coordinated from the center, mediating disputes and devoting every spare moment to his science, arcane cultivation, and deepening research into Blackstone. His dealings with Cassidon grew increasingly deliberate and proactive. No longer passively accepting supplies, he submitted precise requisition lists, especially demanding books, treatises on architecture, hydraulics, and even foundational magic. Cassidon appeared pleased, deeming Lin Xuan ever more astute, and delivered progressively superior goods, including complete carpenter's tool sets and frost-resistant seed stock. Yet Lin Xuan's source point maintained perpetual vigilance. It flagged certain ostensibly mundane items supplied by Cassidon, such as a specialized rope or a hyper-efficient fire starter, as possessing military-grade provenance, hinting that Cassidon's channels extended far beyond ordinary commerce. Lin Xuan accepted them without comment, but discreetly tasked Reizo with inspecting each item for hidden modifications. Beneath the calm surface, currents churned violently. That evening, a reconnaissance team, two of the most agile militiamen dispatched by Reizo, returned with vital intelligence. They had dared the edge of the Blackwood and observed Viscount Walton's domain mobilizing vast labor forces, transporting immense quantities of timber and stone toward the border fortress. And witnesses reported figures clad in deep crimson robes emanating chilling, unnatural aura entering the Viscount's keep. Crimson-robed mages. Reizo's face hardened like tempered steel upon hearing the report. That old fox means business this time. He sought not mere territory, but annihilation. Almost simultaneously, a sentry atop the castle's highest tower, peering through a handcrafted telescope, signaled alarm. An unusual plume of dust rose on the southwestern steppe, moving swiftly, unmistakably, neither merchant caravan nor goblin raid. The harbinger of crisis loomed again, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Lin Xuan convened all corps members. Reizo Ilman Balan summoned formally to the Great Hall for the first time Elise and Carl. He laid the reconnaissance findings bare before them. Silence descended upon the hall. The fragile confidence they'd just begun to cultivate crumbled before the looming threat of professional soldiers and enigmatic sorcerers. "How much time do we have?" Lin Xuan asked Reizo. "At most 1 month," came the reply. "Once autumn rains begin, the roads turn to mud, the perfect moment for their assault." Reizo spoke, voice low and grave. Lin Xuan's gaze swept the assembly. Resolve blazed in Reizo's eyes. Deep concern etched Ilman's brow. Obalan absently rubbed his calloused fingers. Carl and the others were expressions of raw dread. Only Elise's emerald eyes held both worry and an uncanny, unshakable certainty. 1 month. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath, his voice steady, resonating through the hushed chamber. "It is more than enough time to accomplish much. Viscount Walton believes we are scattered, disunited, but we are not." He approached the rough-hewn map of Thistlevale and pointed decisively at several key locations. "Reizo, we require more traps. Far more cunning ones. Not to halt them, but to wound and delay. Master Balan, we need specially forged arrowheads capable of piercing leather armor. And the gates demand genuine reinforcement. Employ your finest craft. Elder Ilman Elise, we need the forest itself to aid us. Which plants can form barriers? Which terrain invites ambush? Carl, mobilize your people to gather provisions, especially those with long shelf lives. We must prepare for siege." His commands were crisp, calm, and carried the weight of irrevocable authority. This was no consultation, it was battle deployment. Despair dissolved, replaced by taut, unified tension. As the meeting concluded and members dispersed to their tasks, Balan paused at the threshold. For the first time he met Lin Xuan's gaze directly and rasped, "Blackstone, perhaps the layered forging technique is worth attempting." Then without another word he strode toward his cavern. Lin Xuan knew the true test was imminent, but this time he stood not alone. Around him now stood comrades, each bearing unique mastery tempered in extremity. They faced not mere raiders, but a decisive siege, a struggle for survival itself. The season of deep cultivation neared its end. The autumn of blood and fire was drawing near. The news brought by Rosso was like an icy lightning bolt shattering the fragile peace of Jingji Castle. 1 month remained until the autumn rain would fall and Walton's army would be at their gates. This time it was no longer the harassment of hyenas, but the bloodlust of wolves, perhaps even bearing deadly sorcery. Despair had no time to spread, it was crushed by a more powerful force. The instinct to survive and a gradually coalescing will, transformed into a frenzy of near-insane urgency. The entire Jingji Valley was like a powder keg set ablaze, with everyone caught in a desperate race against time for survival. Rosso completely transformed into a Cold War machine. He spread out the rough map and drew lines of death with charcoal. The castle was no longer the last bastion, the entire Jingji Valley had become his chessboard. "The outer wall cannot hold, abandon it. We will defend the inner wall and the main keep." His voice was resolute. He directed the men to lay a terrifying network of traps in the area between the outer and inner walls, camouflaged pits lined with sharpened blackstone stakes, rolling logs, and boulders leveraging the terrain, and even the poisonous vine sap, identified by Erming, that could cause skin ulcerations scattered along the inevitable paths. Training intensity was pushed to the limit. The militia no longer practiced flashy moves, only the simplest thrusts, parries, and retreats with cover. Rosso simulated various scenarios of a breached city, demanding that everyone develop muscle memory. Lost your weapon. Bite. Headbutt. Survive. That is victory. His roar became the only melody on the training ground. He even began training women and children to pour boiling water and throw lime at climbing enemies. The furnace in the cave blazed day and night. Baron had completely abandoned his wineskin. His eyes were bloodshot, his body reeking of smoke and fire, but his once trembling hands were now steady as stone. Lin Xuan's concept of layered blackstone forging became a reality in his hands. He was no longer satisfied with crafting arrowheads and spear tips. With the help of several assistants using the high-quality steel beams newly delivered by Caston as a skeleton, he heated the broken blackstone to high temperatures and embedded it layer by layer with unique techniques, creating several massive, extraordinarily sturdy tower shields. These shields had a rough, dark surface, but could effectively block ordinary sword blows and even weaken low-level spells to some extent. More importantly, the castle gate was rebuilt. Baron removed the original wooden door and forged a new solid iron gate, using heavy blackstone mixed with molten metal like a small city gate. On installation day, it took more than a dozen men to barely hoist it into place. When the gate slammed down, perfectly fitting into the frame, its dull thunder gave everyone's heart a shot of strength. This door became the sturdiest backbone of Jingji Castle. Erming's body was still weak, unable to cast large spells, but his coordination with Ailey's reached a new level. Ailey's acted as his eyes and extended senses. She could precisely perceive where the energy flow of the land was more suitable for laying obstacles, and which dead ancient trees had fragile internal structures that could be used as part of a trap. Under Erming's guidance, the survivors felled specific thorny bushes and brambles, mixed them with wet mud, and built low tangled barriers outside the inner wall. Erming used druidic secrets to accelerate their growth and make them tougher, forming a ring of hostile living thorns. Any enemy trying to pass quickly would pay a grievous price. Ailey's also accomplished a feat on her own. For several nights, she sat atop the highest tower of the castle, softly chanting to the moonlight. It was not an offensive spell, but an extremely gentle elven hymn of soothing and connection. In her song, the wounded land around the castle seemed to calm its restless, painful energy, replaced by a quiet, weakly resistant slumber. This might not directly harm the enemy, but it could greatly weaken the effectiveness of enemy mages or shamans attempting to sense or cast spells through the earth's energy. Lin Xuan was the hub of everything. His source point halo operated at full power like a superbrain, processing Rosso's tactical demands, Baron's craft parameters, Erming's natural data, and optimizing the whole. He designed a simple system of flag signals and bell codes for wartime command. Using books and materials provided by Caston, he led Carl and others to improve the catapult, though only a crude counterweight trebuchet, and produced a large number of incendiary bottles. His personal breakthrough came from in-depth research on Blackstone. Through extremely precise guidance of Xuanhuang Qi and microscopic analysis of the source point, he discovered that a specific energy frequency could briefly stimulate the dormant energy within Blackstone, causing its surface to vibrate at high frequency. This vibration was extremely weak, unable to be used directly for attack, but if embedded in weapons or armor, it could effectively disrupt the structural integrity of an opponent's weapon upon parrying. He secretly informed Baron of this discovery. The old blacksmith was initially incredulous, but after Lin Xuan's personal demonstration, a stunning light burst from his clouded eyes. The two worked behind closed doors for several days, eventually successfully embedding several specially treated blackstone fragments containing vibrational energy into the edge of Rosso's cleaver and several key tower shields. This would become a secret weapon against elite enemy troops and armor-piercing weapons. During the preparations, Caston's supply convoy arrived twice, more bringing more food, medicine, and a batch of precious crossbow bolts. His guards remained taciturn, but while handing over supplies, one of them casually mentioned, "The North is restless. Several big shots have taken an interest in the quiet corner." The words struck like a chill wind, making Lin Xuan even more certain that Jingji Valley was no longer a secret, and the coming storm would far exceed Walton. The 1-month deadline approached. Autumn deepened, the sky darkened, and the air was filled with the damp cold of an impending storm. The scouts returned with final news. Walton's army had set out, numbering over 200, including heavy infantry archers, and several figures in deep crimson robes with a chilling aura, the Red Robe Mage Corps. Estimated arrival, 3 days. The final hour had come. Everyone capable of moving retreated behind the inner wall. Food, water, arrows, boulders, boiling oil. Everything was in place. The militiamen gripped their weapons, faces pale, but their eyes no longer held the initial fear, only the numbness and resolve of those pushed to the brink. The women and children hid in the deepest cellars, and the air was filled with muffled sobs. Lin Xuan, Rosso, Baron Erming, supported by Ailey's Carl, and other corps members, stood atop the inner wall, gazing at the faint dust cloud rising at the edge of the wasteland. Rosso inspected every defense on the wall, then walked to Lin Xuan's side. His scarred face looked even more ferocious in the gloomy light. "Everything is arranged." Baron silently placed a flask of weak wine on the battlement, his only gesture. "Those who survive drink. Those who fall will journey together." Erming closed his eyes, his withered fingers gently brushing a tenacious weed growing on the wall, as if drawing the last vestiges of strength. Ailey's pressed close to Lin Xuan, her emerald eyes reflecting the distant dust, her small hands icy cold, yet gripping his sleeve tightly. Lin Xuan took a deep breath of the cold air. His source point clearly projected the entire castle's defensive layout in his mind, while Xuanhuang Qi flowed slowly within him, calming his surging emotions. He swept his gaze over the people bound to him by fate, his voice calm, but clear in everyone's ears. "They think this is a haunt. They are wrong. This is our home. Today we will make every invader remember the name of Jingji Valley, with their blood. Dark clouds hung low and the first icy raindrop fell on the dark wall, splashing into tiny droplets. On the horizon the line of death dust slowly drew near. Cold autumn rain fell ceaselessly, washing the obsidian black walls of Thornhold Castle. Yet it could not cleanse the metallic tang of rust, nor the faint earthy stench rising from the trampled ground. The grim breath of death carried on the march of an army. On the distant horizon beyond the desolate steppe, a grayish-yellow line of dust coiled like a slithering leviathan, growing ever sharper, ever nearer through the veiling downpour. Silence reigned atop the ramparts, deathly absolute. No cries, no tumult, only labored breaths and the monotonous drumming of rain upon shields and leather armor. Every survivor, militiaman or woman-child or elder, stood fast at their post, obeying Reizo's iron command without falter. Rain plastered their faces pale as parchment, yet their eyes remained locked ahead, fingers clenched white-knuckled around weapons. Lin Xuan stood atop the highest watchtower of the main keep, rain tracing paths down his temples, soaking his thin tunic, unfelt, unheeded. The origin point's halo spun with unprecedented velocity, devouring battlefield data, enemy formation, depth, cavalry disposition, siege engine placement, and the anomalous energy signatures radiating from 5 figures cloaked in deep crimson robes clustered at the heart of the host, cold-shadowed, corrosive, oppressive. Heavy infantry led the advance, archers held the center, cavalry flanked both wings. 2 battering rams, numerous scaling ladders. Through a simple speaking tube, Lin Xuan's voice reached Reizo below. Calm, precise, 5 crimson-robed mages. Energy signatures, formidable. Beware their spells. Reizo's scarred face twisted into a snarl. He spat rain-laced saliva and growled, archers, ready. At my command. Spearmen, seal every breach. Hold fire until they're close. Blackstone portcullis forged by Balan had descended, tight-sealed like the jaws of some colossal beast. Behind it, walls reinforced with crushed blackstone and clay exuded a dense, immutable gravity. Hillmen supported by Elise sat in a relatively dry corner against the inner wall. The ancient druid pressed his palms to the damp earth, eyes closed, striving for one final communion with this wounded land, his weathered face contorted in anguish and resolve. Elise's emerald gaze trembled as it swept the battlements, where she saw the violent fluctuations of Lin Xuan's and Reizo's life auras, and beyond them the surging tide of foul destructive energy rolling forward like a corrupted sea. Whoa! A low mournful horn pierced the rain. Walton's host halted at bowshot distance from the castle. Formations shifted, heavy shield bearers advanced like a moving fortress, their interlocked barriers glinting with cold menace, arrowheads gleaming between the gaps. Steady! Reizo's roar overpowered the storm. Enemy within range. Loose! At Reizo's command, arrows rained sparsely from the parapets. Most clattered harmlessly off shields. Only a few slipped through, drawing stifled groans. Almost instantly Walton's ranks unleashed a far denser volley. Arrows swarmed the ramparts like locusts. Shields up. Wooden bucklers and Balan's crude iron-plated shields rose high. The drumming impact of shafts echoed like hailstones. Screams tore through the air as militiamen fell, blood blooming dark upon the slick merlins. Attend the wounded. Fill the gaps. Reizo's voice betrayed no tremor, cold as bedrock. Lin Xuan did not join the ranged exchange. His gaze remained fixed upon the 5 crimson-robed mages, gathered tightly, bone staves raised, lips moving in hushed incantation as dread energy coalesced. The air thickened with the stench of sulfur and rotting flesh. Spell incoming. Target the gate. Lin Xuan bellowed. Even as he cried out, 5 beams of dark crimson light erupted from the mage's staves, twining midair into a single viscous torrent of corroding force, shrieking as it hurtled toward the castle gate. Boom! An ear-splitting detonation shook the entire fortress. Crimson-black radiance flared across the blackstone portcullis. The massive gate shuddered violently, its hinges groaning under unbearable strain. Militiamen bracing the gate behind were thrown sideways by the shockwave. Yet, the gate held. Balan's masterwork and Lin Xuan's embedded blackstone anti-resonance lattice had withstood even this foul magic capable of melting steel. Only 5 charred, twisted scars marred its surface, smoking acridly. It held. A ragged cheer erupted from the battlements, raw with relief. The crimson mages recoiled in evident shock. Their leader sneered, then reshaped his gesture, preparing a more devastating incantation. They must not be allowed to cast unchecked. A flash of ice hardened Lin Xuan's eyes. He drew his bow, not at the mages themselves, but at their heavily guarded forms. The origin point calculated trajectory in an instant. Primordial Huang yellow chi lent the arrow uncanny arc and spin. The arrow left the string, not in a straight line, but soaring high, tracing a flawless parabola over layered shields and ranks, striking true at the core of the hastily drawn ritual circle beneath the mage's feet. Thud! The shaft pierced the circle's edge, its faint Huang yellow chi instantly disrupted the energy balance. The circle's light sputtered wildly. The second spell collapsed mid-form, rebounding with violent backlash. Several mages staggered, roaring in fury. "Well done," Reizo roared. Archers suppressed their bowmen, ready boiling oil rocks logs. The siege had entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Under cover of arrows and sporadic arcane fire, though weakened, still landing lethal stray bolts, the Walton infantry surged forward, ladders hoisted, charging the walls. Scalding water, massive stones, sharpened logs crashed down from above. Screams, snapping bones, clashing steel, battle cries, and the relentless drumming of rain fused into a symphony of slaughter. Reizo moved like a phantom along the ramparts, appearing wherever defense wavered. His cleaver became death's scythe, each swing spilled crimson spray. A Walton decurion, fierce and brutal, breached the parapet. Reizo met him head-on. No evasion, no retreat. Blade clashed. Then, exploiting the oscillating blackstone inlay, Lin Xuan had embedded. Reizo shattered his foe's guard, severing his head in a single brutal stroke. Lin Xuan became the fire warden. No longer loosing arrows lightly, he wielded a short dagger, relying on the origin point's foresight and Huang Yellow Qi enhanced speed and strength to intercept elite enemies breaching the lines. His movements lacked Reizo's ferocity, but possessed surgical precision, resolving mortal threats in the narrowest margins of time. The battle burned white-hot. Multiple sectors of the wall crumbled under pressure, militia casualties mounted steadily. Then Ilman suddenly vomited blood, rasping southeast corner. "The earth vein has been stirred. They mean to undermine the wall." Lin Xuan and Reizo exchanged a sharp glance. Below the southeast bastion, several Walton sappers dug furiously, shielded by arcane cover. "Elise!" Lin Xuan shouted. Elise, already sensing the subterranean disturbance, dashed to the southeastern wall and pressed both hands hard against the sodden stone, her emerald eyes blazing with fierce light. She poured her fragile elven essence, not to strike, but to plead, to awaken the slumbering faint consciousness buried deep within the land which Ilman called the root of the earth vein. Miraculously, the earth beneath the sappers turned treacherously soft and viscous, like quicksand, swallowing them swiftly. Simultaneously, thick, resilient vines, nurtured by Ilman's art, burst from the soil like venomous serpents, seizing ankles and dragging the sappers downward. Their terrified screams vanished beneath the battlefield's roar. This sudden natural retribution averted the wall's collapse, for now. Yet Elise, drained utterly, went deathly pale and collapsed, swiftly dragged to safety by a waiting woman. The fight raged from afternoon into dusk. Rain mingled with blood, forming rivulets that trickled down the ramparts. Walton's losses mounted, their assault slowed, but those 5 crimson mages remained, a sword suspended over the defenders' heads. They constantly shifted position, weaving insidious curses and weakening hexes, eroding the garrison's spirit and stamina with relentless efficiency. Reizo, drenched in blood, his own and countless others, gasped heavily as he turned to Lin Xuan. "We must eliminate those mages, or we won't last till nightfall." Lin Xuan needed no urging. His gaze swept the field, then settled on a small, isolated hillock behind enemy lines, the mages' rotating command and recovery post. "Reizo, create an opening for me. I need perfect covering fire." Reizo understood instantly. His eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. "Agreed. All units, listen. On the next assault, hurl every rock, every log. Archers, fire relentlessly at the front line, regardless of loss. Draw all their attention there." Orders issued. When Walton's remnants launched their final desperate charge, Thornhold's defenders answered with suicidal defiance. Boulders fell like hail, arrows darkened the sky. The frontal assault became a slaughterhouse. Amidst that chaos, apex Lin Xuan moved, leaping like a panther to a pre-selected vantage point on the wall, offering the clearest line of sight. He drew his bow, 3 arrows knocked. Summoning his last reserves of Huang Yellow Qi, he focused his mind to razor intensity. The origin point simultaneously locking onto 3 crimson mages momentarily exposed during casting. Whip, whip, whip. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, tearing through the rain, carrying imperceptible energy pulses, curving with lethal grace around shields and bodies, striking each mage precisely in the throat. Fast, precise, ruthless. By the time Walton's soldiers registered the threat, only 3 choked, gurgling gasps echoed, cut short. 3 crimson mages collapsed, clutching spurting throats, disbelief etched upon their faces. The mage cadre fractured instantly. The 2 survivors recoiled in terror, retreating deeper into the ranks. Charge! Reizo seized the moment, leading a counter-surge that hacked every invader off the walls. With commander wounded and 3 elite mages slain, Walton's morale shattered utterly. Their advance stalled, ebbing backward like a dying tide. Shattered remnants withdrew under the furious bellowing of the one-eyed Anderson. The rain ceased, unnoticed. Sunset's dying light broke through the clouds, staining earth and sky in somber blood-red hues. Corpses carpeted the field, rivers of crimson flowed freely. The surviving defenders leaned on one another, gazing silently at the retreating enemy. No cheers rose. Only hollow numbness and exhaustion carved deep into bone and soul. Thornhold endured, forged in fire and blood, fortified by courage and cunning, sealed by every sacrifice. It stood unbroken the thorn wall. Lin Xuan leaned on his longbow watching the crimson sun sink, his body trembling faintly from exhaustion and spiritual depletion. Reizo joined him, his scarred face streaked with gore, yet cracking a grim, genuine smile. We lived. Elise approached, steadied by a woman, and firmly clasped Lin Xuan's cold hand, weak yet unwavering. Ilman rested against the wall's base, surveying the ravaged yet unyielding fortress. 2 scalding tears traced paths down his ancient weary cheeks. Balan emerged from the cavern, gazed upon the scarred yet steadfast gate, and without a word drove a newly forged gleaming dagger deep into the pillar beside it. Victory, brutal, undeniable. Yet all knew this was merely the first chapter. Walton's army had withdrawn, leaving behind the Thorn Vale, a gorge baptized in blood and fire. Victory did not taste sweet, but bitter amalons of rust-charred flesh and faint putridity hung thick in the air. Rain-washed ramparts revealed deeper stains of dried crimson, eternal imprints left where blood had seeped deep into stone. Within the castle walls, silence reigned, replacing the clamor of war. Low stifled moans rose from the wounded. Survivors moved like automatons, hauling fallen comrades' bodies with blank faces. Only exhaustion hollow and absolute, and sorrow too profound for tears. This battle had held the fortress, but at the cost of nearly 1/3 of its fighting strength. The already sparse population now felt even more desolate, its vitality ebbing like twilight. Lin Xuan stood upon the main keep's balcony, gazing down upon the ravaged courtyard. His body trembled faintly from exhaustion. The source point's glow dimmed considerably, yet it persisted. Relentlessly scanning damage, over 40% of fortifications destroyed, arrows nearly depleted, provisions drastically reduced, and most critically, a severe shortage of manpower. Reizo's tactics, and every defender's valor, had barely offset the chasm of disparity in raw power. Elise stood quietly beside him, her small hand gently clasping his icy fingers, offering fragile warmth. Her face was pallid, overexertion of natural energy had drained her essence, and her emerald eyes, reflecting the desolation below, were filled with quiet, unrelenting grief. "The land is weeping," she whispered, voice ethereal and frail. "Those red things, the bad ones, have soaked in. It hurts." Lin Xuan remained silent. He too sensed it. The geopathic currents around the castle had grown turbulent, tainted by lingering crimson-cloaked curses like stains upon sacred soil. Below, Reizo directed cleanup efforts. His voice, still hoarse, yet stripped of its former brutality, waited instead with solemn duty. He lifted the fallen himself, movements unusually gentle. Balron emerged from the caverns bearing every scrap of metal he could scavenge, then set silently to repairing shattered weapons and armor. The rhythmic clang of hammer on steel rang sharply through the hush, like a final somber dirge for the dead. Ilman sat cross-legged beside where Elise's herb garden once flourished, palms pressed to the earth, straining with residual strength to soothe the wounded land. His brow furrowed, his efforts yielding little. The immediate threat of annihilation had passed, but a deeper uncertainty, thick as fog, now settled over every heart. What path lay ahead? What precisely had they defended? A heap of rubble, a beacon drawing inevitable retaliation from greater foes. On the third afternoon, an unexpected visitor shattered that heavy stillness. The militia posted atop the highest watchtower signaled from the southwest. A lone figure approached, leading a gaunt donkey laden with goods, unhurried and deliberate. Not an army, not goblins, merely a traveler. Suspicion flared instantly. Reizo dispatched 2 recovered militiamen to intercept and question. Soon they returned with startling news. "He calls himself Victor Byron, a scholar." The militiaman reported, bewildered. "He says he sensed the energy upheaval here, and came expressly to meet the master of this place. He doesn't seem hostile, but something feels off." "A scholar?" Reizo's scarred brow arched in disbelief. "Who in this accursed wasteland seeks scholarship?" "A spy for Walton." Lin Xuan's pulse quickened. "Energy upheaval," a phrase no farmer or foot soldier would utter. After a moment's reflection, Lin Xuan spoke calmly. "Bring him to the main gate. I'll receive him on the gatehouse. Reizo, you stand ready with your men." Shortly after, Lin Xuan, Reizo, and Ilman, leaning heavily on his staff, stood atop the inner gatehouse looking down. Below stood a middle-aged man, slim-clad in a faded yet impeccably starched navy blue frock coat overlaid with a windproof traveling cloak. His complexion was pale, a monocle suspended by a fine silver chain rested upon his nose, its lens catching the gloom with a faint, cool gleam. His posture was upright, steeped in cultivated grace, jarringly incongruous amid the ruins surrounding him. Most arresting was the amethyst brooch pinned at his collar, a complex ancient sigil carved into the stone. Though worn with age, it radiated quiet distinction. His donkey stood placidly nearby, bearing several heavy wooden crates and a rolled tent. "Good afternoon, sirs." Victor Byron lifted his gaze. His voice was warm and precise, laced with old-world aristocratic cadence. "I am Victor Byron. My apologies for this unannounced visit." "Who are you? What do you want?" Reizo demanded brusquely, hand resting on his sword hilt. Victor smiled faintly, not cowed by Reizo's aura, but letting his gaze drift past him, settling intently upon Lin Xuan. Behind the monocle his eyes were sharp, searching. If my intuition serves me, you are Lord Lin Xuan, the Baron of this domain. Truly, remarkably young and capable. His tone held neither praise nor irony, merely observation. Mr. Byron, speak plainly. Lin Xuan spoke with calm authority. He felt the source point stir faintly, an indication of low-intensity knowledge-based energy swirling about the man. Victor nodded, abandoning all pretense. I am a scholar specializing in ancient energy fields and the history of arcane arts. 3 days ago, within a ruin deep in the Blackwood to the north, I detected an extraordinary and uniquely structured energy surge emanating from the south. It bore the signature of potent natural forces, an unfamiliar and exquisitely refined energy guidance technique, and most unsettlingly residues of abyssal curses. His gaze swept across the scarred battlements, then paused, briefly but meaningfully, upon Ilman and Elise, lingering a heartbeat longer on her pointed ears. According to my research, this valley was known in antiquity as the Throat of Silence, home to the formidable Eternal Stasis Ward. The battle 3 days past profoundly disturbed that ward. His voice remained steady yet delivered revelation. My curiosity lies in how you achieved such disruption, despite the ward suppression. More importantly, do you comprehend what such disturbance may now attract? His words turned a key, swinging wide a door into a vaster, far more perilous realm. Stasis Ward. Ancient name. Abyssal curse. Even Ilman had never heard these terms. His clouded eyes snapped open, fixing upon Victor with fierce intensity. You said, Stasis Ward. Do you know its origin? Victor inclined his head slightly. Courteous yet undimmed by confidence. I possess some understanding. If I am correct, you are a druid, and your body resonates deeply with this land's affliction. That is exceedingly rare and perilous. He turned next to Lin Xuan. My Lord Baron, certain reinforcement techniques employed on your walls, particularly your ingenious harnessing of the inert energy properties of that black stone, are extraordinarily refined. This transcends common smithcraft or magic. Finally his gaze settled on Elise, genuine astonishment flickering in his eyes, and this young elven lady. The life rhythm emanating from you is astonishingly pure, a paradoxical symbiosis with this blighted realm. You are quite simply a living miracle. In mere sentences, Victor Byron had unveiled Thorn Vale's deepest secret, and pinpointed the defining traits and trials of each core figure present. This man was no ordinary scholar. Alarm surged within Lin Xuan, but so did a fierce, insatiable hunger for answers he had long sought. Mr. Byron, what is your purpose here? Lin Xuan asked directly. Victor met his gaze without flinching, shedding elegance for raw candor. Knowledge, my Lord Baron. I seek lost knowledge, and am bound by it. My family has studied these mysteries for generations, only to suffer exile and disgrace. Sensing this anomaly, I believed Thorn Vale might hold keys to ancient enigmas long buried. And I, he paused, voice grave, may yet help you truly comprehend what you guard, and what you oppose. In exchange I ask only for sanctuary and the freedom to pursue my studies. He proposed a bargain, knowledge traded for survival. Lin Xuan fell silent. This man was a double-edged blade. He might deliver vital insight, or summon far greater peril. His arrival marked the moment Thorn Vale's struggle shifted from mere survival to entanglement with forgotten histories and intricate shadowed power games. To turn him away, or invite the wolf within. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over his weary, uncertain companions, then drifted toward the still gloomy horizon. At this instant Thorn Vale's future arrived at a new and irrevocable crossroads. Victor Byron was temporarily housed in a relatively intact side hall of the castle, sheltered from wind and rain. He made no unreasonable demands, but instead he carefully unloaded wooden crates from the donkey's back. Inside lay neatly stacked books and scrolls alongside several peculiar instruments, a brass astrolabe, a crystalline-laid compass, and several sealed clay jars emitting an odd, pungent aroma, part herbaceous, part mineral. He even set up his small silver kettle in a corner and began brewing tea with serene, meticulous precision, as though seated in a noble salon rather than amid ruins. This incongruous composure unsettled Resso all the more. He doubled his watch, ostensibly relaxed yet tightly coiled, monitoring Victor's every move. Lin Xuan did not rush to speak deeply with Victor. More urgent matters demanded his attention, the wounded, defenses, and morale. He tasked Carl with inventorying their dwindling supplies and organizing women and children to tend the injured, while he himself joined Resso to lead the able-bodied in repairing the most critical fortifications. Every moment counted. Balrin's Blackstone components proved indispensable in the repairs. Their astonishing durability and energetic inertness drew even Resso's lingering, appraising gaze. Not until dusk, when order had been precariously restored, did Lin Xuan return to Victor's temporary quarters, accompanied by Ilman and Elise. Resso stood like a gate guardian, arms crossed against the doorframe, observing coldly. Victor seemed to have anticipated their arrival. He invited the three to sit, and poured each a cup of clear, steaming tea redolent of pine needles. A humble brew offered in sincerity, he said, his bearing still impeccably refined. Mr. Byron, Lin Xuan opened directly. You claimed you could help us understand what we face. Now begin. Victor set down his cup. Behind his monocle his gaze sharpened, focused, incisive. Very well. We must first clarify three core concepts: the stasis ward, the abyssal whisper, and Lord Walton's true objective. He approached a relatively clean stone slab and sketched a simple diagram with a piece of charcoal. First, the stasis ward. According to the fragmented manuscript, an inquiry into ancient geomantic veins of the north preserved in my family's archives, Thorn Valley was known in antiquity as the Throat of Silence, one of the energy nodes linking the material realm to a deeper unnamed interface. Some 3,000 years ago, following the cataclysmic elemental tide that ravaged the continent, the Elven Court and the greatest human mages of the Empire jointly erected this immense ward here. Its purpose was not imprisonment, but freezing, forcibly holding an unstable rift at this node, one that might otherwise open onto the abyss in absolute unyielding stasis. He drew a twisted symbol representing the rift, then encircled it with a broad, unbroken ring. The ward draws its power not from conventional magical networks, but directly from the geomantic veins themselves, sustaining eternal silence through a near-suicidal expenditure of the land's own vitality. That is why energy here lies dormant while life withers. The ward itself functions as a colossal, insatiable energy sink, consuming local life force ceaselessly. Ilman's clouded eyes widened sharply, his breath quickened. So that is it. The land's agony, the draining of life, its source lies here. He had long sensed the earth's suffering, yet never grasped its origin, so vast, so cruel a mechanism. Victor nodded, turning to Ilman. Your perception, Archdruid, is impeccable. This land is not ill, it is sacrificed, offered up to sustain a broader, fragile equilibrium. He paused, then directed the charcoal toward the rift symbol. And this brings us to the second concept, the abyssal whisper. Though frozen, the rift does not vanish. Abyssal force seeps forth, slowly, insidiously, like radiation warping surrounding life and energy. This corruption is not violent destruction, but an inducement, a low, seductive murmur that amplifies the darkness within living hearts, coaxing them toward madness and ruin. The Crimson Sorcerer's curse spells likely draw upon this very whisper, a taint now intensified by the violent energy clash of the battle 3 days past, striking the ward like a hammer on ice. I suspect this is why the Elven Maiden perceived the land, weeping and polluted. He glanced toward Elise. Elise's emerald eyes flickered with fear as she whispered, yes, those red things inside them are many voices, full of sorrow and madness. Lin Xian's heart lurched. His source point aura flared, recording, cross-referencing, analyzing Victor's words against earlier sensory anomalies, until a coherent, chilling logic emerged. They had lived atop a colossal seal all along, and their battle had unwittingly shaken its foundations. Then, what of Lord Walton? Lin Xuan pressed, the question weighing heaviest upon him. A complex expression crossed Victor's face, irony laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible dread. The Walton family are merely vanguards for greater powers. According to secret lore passed down in my house, the political faction that orchestrated my family's downfall bore the shadow of Duke Otto Zen, the Black Wolf of the North, patron of Lord Walton. Duke Otto Zen embodies the Empire's militant expansionists, consumed by greed and suspicion toward all unconventional forces. He lowered his voice. I suspect he has learned, through unknown channels, that beneath the stasis ward may lie some ancient elven or abyssal relic, a source of power. He seeks to claim it. Lord Walton's frenzy here, to purge exiles, to probe the ward's response, is almost certainly carried out under the Duke's covert command. They do not fight for land, they dig for treasure. And your resistance 3 days ago disrupted their design, and revealed Thorn Valley possesses defensive strength. Next time they will not send a lord's private levies, but the Duke's elite Black Wolf Guard and court magi, far more formidable. His words struck like thunder, shattering the air around them. Their foe had escalated overnight, from a border baron to one of the Empire's most powerful dukes. The scale of war would shift entirely. Resso's face darkened livid. He spat, damn it, we've stirred a hornet's nest. Ilman's countenance turned ashen. He murmured, a source of power, to drain this land utterly, for such phantasmal might. Lin Xuan forced calm upon himself. Mr. Byron, you said you could aid us. What precisely do you mean? Victor inhaled deeply, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. Knowledge, Baron. What I offer is knowledge to confront this crisis. He gestured toward the desolate land beyond the window. First, purification. I possess ancient formulae that, combined with the Archdruid's affinity for nature, may neutralize the surface layer corruption of the abyssal whisper, restoring a sliver of vitality to the soil, at least enough to grow sustenance and stave off starvation. He turned his gaze toward the castle. Second, defense. I understand the ward's architecture. Though I cannot command it, I may identify points where its energy flows weakest, points we could exploit. For instance, erecting a modest energy barrier capable of disrupting low-tier spells. Finally, his eyes locked onto Lin Xuan, intense searching. And third, I am profoundly intrigued by your unique, technique of fine-grained energy guidance. Should we collaborate, we might discover safer ways to harness Blackstone's properties, or even subtly soothe the ward's disturbances. His proposition struck at Thorn Vale's very lifeline: food safety and sustainable survival. Your price? Lin Xuan held Victor's gaze steadily. Victor replied without hesitation: sanctuary. A reasonably secure environment for research, so I may continue my inquiry, especially into the truth of the ward and the abyss. And, when the time is ripe, your aid in clearing my family's name, the Byrons, of its unjust condemnation. I seek no army, only the chance for my findings to see light, and to stand before titans like Duke Ottoson and speak truth to power. It was a monumental gamble. Sheltering Victor meant openly opposing Duke Ottoson. Yet refusal risked Thorn Vale failing even this immediate trial. Ilman spoke suddenly, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, purifying the land. I will try your method. Love for the earth overrode his doubt toward Victor. Resso scoffed, fine words. How do we know your formulae aren't another poison? Victor remained unruffled. From his crate he withdrew a weathered tome wrapped in oiled cloth, opened it to a page, and pointed to a complex sigil array. This is the foundational diagram of the Ring of Cleansing Light, derived from Silvermoon Elven purification rites. The Archdruid may verify the purity of its natural energy flow. I shall provide a small portion of the formula first, to purify the herb garden within the castle walls, as proof of goodwill. His gaze settled on Lin Xuan, awaiting the final verdict. Lin Xuan's source point analyzed risk and reward at blinding speed. Victor's knowledge was a double-edged blade, but for now the allure of honey eclipsed the threat of arsenic. Survival came first. Agreed, Lin Xuan said at last. You may remain. We will provide basic security and research necessities. But all your actions must occur under our supervision, especially any experiments involving the ward or the abyss, which require my explicit consent. Deal. Victor bowed slightly, a faint relieved smile touching his lips, though deep within his eyes the scholar's fervor and calculation flickered fleeting and sharp. An alliance had formed, yet its foundation of trust was as thin as ice. Knowledge lay spread before them like a feast, but none could foresee whether the meal would prove life-saving medicine or lethal poison. From the moment Victor Byron stepped into Thorn Vale, its future became irrevocably entwined in the vast churning vortex where imperial power converged with primordial secrets. The arrival of Victor Byron stirred ripples like a boulder cast into stagnant water, causing waves within Thornwick Castle. He brought not only truths that upended perceptions, but also a pressing plan of action. Driven by the pressure of survival, Lin Xuan was compelled to swiftly assess and leverage the value of this mysterious scholar. The following morning, Lin Xuan convened the core members, Razor, Ilman, Alice, and the specially invited Baron, in the castle's great hall, the only room large enough to accommodate everyone, albeit in a dilapidated state, for a crucial meeting. Victor was also required to attend. The atmosphere was heavy and delicate. Razor stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his scarred face grim, his eyes fixed on Victor like a hawk, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Baron sat in the shadowed corner, head bowed, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking a cold fragment of black stone. He seemed indifferent to Victor's presence, but his slightly tilted ear indicated he was listening. Ilman, on the other hand, was notably agitated. His murky eyes were locked on Victor, filled with both a thirst for knowledge and a deep-seated suspicion of unnatural methods. Alice sat quietly beside Lin Xuan, her emerald green eyes flitting between the others, sensing the tension, doubt, and a faint glimmer of hope interwoven in the air. Lin Xuan cut straight to the point. Everyone was already aware of Mr. Byron's information. Arguing was futile. Survival came first. We now need to decide on two things. First, whether to attempt purifying the land. Second, how to deal with the greater threat that is approaching. Purify. Using his formula. Razor snorted, pointing at Victor. Who knows if that's not a bait sent by Duke Ottoson to poison our last hope. Victor did not take offense. He had anticipated such a reaction. Calmly, he took out several yellowed edge-worn parchments from a leather pouch he carried. They were covered with complex runic arrays and annotations in ancient Elvish script. Mr. Razor's caution is understandable. Victor spoke in a composed tone. This is the basic formation of the Ring of Purifying Light, originating from the rituals of the Silver Moon elves used to cleanse tainted corruption. Its principle is to harness the power of the dawn light and pure water elements to neutralize negative energy. Lord Ilman, as a druid, is most sensitive to the flow of natural energy. He could be asked to verify the authenticity of this formation and whether its energy properties are pure. He slid the parchment toward Ilman. Ilman tremblingly took the parchment, put on his reading glasses, and carefully examined the patterns and script. The more he studied, the more the suspicion on his face faded, replaced by a mixture of shock and fascination. These lines, the way energy circulates. It's indeed the style of ancient elven purification art, full of reverence for life and guidance rather than forced dispersion or destruction. He murmured, raising his head to look at Victor with a complex gaze. Where did you obtain this? A collection of the Byron family. Victor nodded slightly. Part of it came from a gift the Elven Court once gave to my ancestors as a token of gratitude for their contributions to the construction of the barrier. This statement was half truth and half falsehood, but it greatly increased its credibility. Ilman was silent for a long time, then finally looked at Lin Xuan and said hoarsely, "This method can be attempted, but I must lead the energy guidance. He can only provide the formula and principles." This was his greatest concession and the last line of defense against Victor. Lin Xuan nodded. "Good. The purification experiment will be conducted in the small herb garden within the castle on the smallest scale possible. Elder Ilman will lead, Alice will assist in sensing the energy mister. Byron will provide technical guidance, and Razor will assign guards for vigilance." This arrangement addressed the concerns of all parties. The second matter, defense. Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to Victor and Baron. "Mr. Byron mentioned that the barrier's energy distribution is uneven and Uncle Baron's Blackstone possesses unique energy characteristics. Can we combine these two elements to create more effective defensive measures?" Victor looked at Baron, who had remained silent, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Mr. Baron, I have observed your work in reinforcing the gate and the shields you forged. Your use of the inert energy of the black stone is quite exquisite. As far as I know, this type of stone has strong resistance to energy erosion from demonic whispers of the abyss. If we can locate the nodes where the barrier's energy is relatively weak and set up defensive works centered on the black stone there, it might produce unexpected disruptive effects." Baron lifted his head, his murky eyes glancing at Victor, then lowered it again, muttering in a barely audible voice. "Nodes. Not easy to find." Regarding the nodes, Victor turned to Lin Xuan. "I can attempt a rough localization using an astrolabe and an energy resonance device, but it will take time, and it may not be entirely accurate." Lin Xuan's heart stirred, and a faint halo flickered in his mind. Can attempt to combine the microscopic perception of the Earth's veins via the primordial chi with Victor's macroscopic localization for cross-validation. Lin Xuan said, "I can assist with the localization. But more importantly, we need weapons. Razor needs arms that can break through heavy armor and even disrupt spellcasting." Victor pondered for a moment, then his gaze again rested on Baron. "Mr. Baron, have you ever heard of vibration runes? A very ancient enchantment technique used to destabilize the structure of matter. If miniature vibration runes could be forged into the blade of a weapon using a special technique, especially combined with the properties of the black stone, they might produce a temporary structural disruption effect upon impact. This would be highly effective against heavy armor and certain energy shields." Baron's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He jerked his head up, staring fixedly at Victor, his eyes blazing with an incredulous light mixed with intense vigilance and a hint of excitement at finding a kindred spirit. His lips moved, but in the end he only uttered a few words. "Legend. Long lost. Not entirely lost." Victor smiled slightly, flipping to another page in a different book. An even more tattered set of notes with several distorted, seemingly vibrating runes sketched on it. The Byron family had a few fragmentary records, but the specific forging technique and energy guidance require the skill of a top-tier blacksmith to realize. He fixed his gaze on Baron with hopeful expectation. In that moment, Baron was no longer the dejected drunkard. The fire of a craftsman blazed in his eyes. Victor's words had touched the deepest, most prideful, and most reluctant part of his soul. Silently, he rose, walked over to Victor, took the page of notes, and carefully traced the runes with his rough fingers, as if caressing a lover's skin. After a long pause, he said hoarsely to Lin Xuan, "Need the best anvil. And quiet." This meant he was willing to try. For the sake of this lost art, he was willing to grip the hammer handle again. Lin Xuan's heart surged with encouragement, and he immediately sent Carl to prepare. Razor, watching this scene, also relaxed his tense expression slightly. Though he did not trust Victor, he believed in Baron's dedication to forging. If such weapons could indeed be made, their chances of survival would increase by a fraction. The meeting adjourned, and each party set off to their new tasks with complex emotions. The experiment began. Beside the small herb garden, Ilman followed the instructions on the parchment, using pure stream water and specific herbal powders to trace a simple magic circle less than a meter in diameter on the ground. Alice closed her eyes, sensing the energy, and guided Ilman to adjust the positions of the energy nodes. Victor stood to the side, cautiously pointing out a few crucial details of energy flow. When the first rays of dawn struck the circle, Ilman chanted ancient druidic incantations, while Alice pressed her hands onto the center of the formation. A faint, fresh white glow began to circulate within the circle, slowly seeping into the earth. Alice opened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "The black bad stuff has faded a little. The land seems a bit lighter." Although the effect was minuscule and the range extremely small, it proved that Victor's method worked. Ilman looked at the faint glow, let out a long breath, and his gaze toward Victor held less hostility and more a complex sense of recognition. Meanwhile, in Baron's forge cave, a more dangerous experiment was also underway. The furnace blazed fiercely. Baron, stripped to the waist, was drenched in sweat that soaked his graying hair and beard. Following the rune sketches provided by Victor, he used the finest engraving knife to carefully carve the twisted patterns onto the blade blank of a black stone dagger that had already been shaped. Victor stood nearby watching intently, occasionally calling out reminders about the rhythm and intensity of energy infusion. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, mobilized the primordial qi, perceiving the changes in energy within the dagger with extreme precision and fed real-time feedback to Baron through his spiritual core. This was an extremely delicate and dangerous process. If the energy got out of control, not only would the dagger be ruined, it could even cause an explosion. Lower the temperature by another 3 degrees. Inject energy from the tail of the rune flowing against the current. Victor commanded in a low voice. Baron swiftly clamped the red-hot dagger with tongs and plunged it into a special cooling liquid, producing a sharp hissing sound. At the same time, his other hand held a slender energy guidance rod provided by Victor, and he injected a thread of faint energy into the rune as instructed. Lin Xuan's primordial qi keenly detected that the rune seemed to come alive, beginning to vibrate at an extremely high frequency, resonating strangely with the inert energy of the black stone itself. Success. At least the first step was successful. Baron took out the cooled dagger. The blade was black, but upon closer inspection, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer seemed to pass over the area where the rune was carved. He handed it to Razor. Razor took the dagger, weighed it, walked over to a discarded thick iron armor plate, and thrust fiercely. Clang. After a dull clang, the dagger had actually pierced deep into the iron plate, and the blade was intact. Even more peculiar, the edges of the puncture showed fine frost-like cracks. Razor pulled out the dagger, looked at the cracks, and for the first time a look of genuine shock appeared on his scarred face. He glanced at Baron, then at Victor, and finally his gaze settled on Lin Xuan, slowly nodding. That nod signified initial acceptance. Through tangible results, Victor's value began to be acknowledged by the most stubborn member. Night fell, and Thornwick Castle remained busy. The purification circle by the herb garden emitted a faint glow under the moonlight, and the sound of hammering from the forge cave grew steadier and more forceful. Victor sat in his temporary study, recording the day's observations by the light of an oil lamp, a slight smile of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had pried open a crack in this harsh land. Lin Xuan stood on the balcony, sensing the subtle changes taking place within the castle. Trust remained fragile, suspicion had not vanished, but a cooperative relationship based on common needs and practical interests was stubbornly taking root amid the ruins of blood and fire. The arsenic and honey of knowledge. They had begun to taste it, and the consequences would be tested by the coming storm. The knowledge brought by Victor Byron seeped into the arid soil, and despairing hearts of Thistlevale, like life-giving rain after a long drought. Under the sustained influence of the purity light ring, tender green sprouts, vibrant with vitality, emerged from the purified earth in the small herb garden. This insignificant trace of green amid the castle's desolation shone like a star in the night, igniting long-dormant sparks of hope in the survivor's eyes. The forge fire in Balon Cavern burned ever more fiercely. Guided by Victor's fragmented runic notes and Lin Xuan's precise perception of Xuanhuang qi energy, the old blacksmith successfully forged simplified resonance runes into the blades of 3 blackstone daggers and 5 arrowheads. The test results were exhilarating. These specially crafted weapons not only pierced crude iron armor with greater ease, but their subtle high-frequency vibrations upon impact could briefly chip an opponent's weapon or disrupt their parry. Resso, overjoyed, personally selected several of the most perceptive militiamen to begin secret training in ambush tactics and armor-piercing techniques using these new weapons. Under Victor's guidance, the castle's defensive fortifications were refined. Using an astrolabe and an energy resonance instrument, and aided by Lin Xuan's microscopic perception of geomantic veins, he roughly identified several zones where the stasis barrier's energy was comparatively thin. In those zones, Resso directed laborers to construct low earthen barricades and traps using blackstone mixed with clay, while Victor attempted to inscribe rudimentary flow-diverting sigils onto the barricades, simple patterns capable of faintly refracting or dispersing incoming energy attacks. Though their effect remained limited, they at least offered a novel approach against enemy mages' long-range assaults. All seemed to be progressing toward a brighter future. Food remained scarce, but now purification held promise. Defenses remained fragile, but new methods had emerged. Formidable foes loomed all around. Yet the group cohered, unified by a shared purpose. Yet beneath the sweetness of progress, fissures quietly spread. Knowledge sharing was no selfless gift. It came with cost and suspicion. The first rift appeared in resource allocation. Victor's research demanded rare materials, specific herbs, shards of pristine crystal, powdered rare minerals, and even live specimens of small creatures used to observe energetic reactions. Most of these supplies were procured through Kasten's channels, and his prices rose with each transaction. Lin Xuan was forced to divert increasingly scarce grain and painstakingly mined blackstone toward acquiring these intangible research materials. This provoked Resso's fierce resentment. One evening after inventory was tallied, he stared at another consignment of blackstone destined for Kasten, and finally erupted. "We're trading wallstones and bread for scribbles and glass vials." Resso confronted Lin Xuan, his scarred face twisted with fury. "That Byron. He speaks in dazzling riddles, But aside from those few herbs and daggers, what tangible benefit have we gained? His purification creeps slower than a snail. Will his barrier knowledge make Wolton's army retreat? What we need now is grain, arrows, things that keep children from starving. Lin Xuan listened in silence. He understood Reso's anxiety. The field commander bore the sharpest burden of material depletion. Even source point analysis confirmed the uncertainty in Victor's research's input-output ratio. Yet Lin Xuan knew, more clearly than anyone, that Victor's knowledge might be their sole hope against threats of far higher order. Reso Lin Xuan replied calmly, Balon's new weapons rely on Byron's runes. Without the purity light ring, we couldn't even grow those herbs. We are investing in the future. Future. Reso scoffed, gesturing toward the barren fields beyond the window. If we cannot survive the present, what future remains? That Byron is nothing but a blood-sucking parasite. He's bewitched you with honeyed words. The argument ended in bitter silence. Though both restrained themselves from airing the conflict publicly, the thin ice of trust had already fractured, its first clean crack unmistakable. Fissures also opened along ideological lines. Ilman, though accepting the purity light ring, grew increasingly uneasy about Victor's other experiments. Especially when Victor began testing powders derived from minerals imbued with faint negative energy, claiming they simulated abyssal whispers for countermeasure studies. Ilman sensed profound disarray and discomfort in the surrounding natural energies. He plays with fire. Ilman sought out Lin Xuan, his aged face etched with worry. I feel it. The energy fluctuations from his experiments, though faint, carry an unnatural distortion. It may disturb the slumbering balance deep within the land, or worse, draw forth things best left undisturbed. By undesirable things, he meant low-tier monsters or malevolent spirits drawn to negative energy. Lin Xuan intervened once more. He ordered Victor to relocate such experiments to the remote depths of the valley, behind simple isolation arrays, and strictly limit their scale and frequency. Victor outwardly complied, but as he adjusted his monocle, Lin Xuan glimpsed a flicker of unspoken disdain and reluctance. To Victor, research progress outweighed any notion of natural equilibrium. Most troubling to Lin Xuan, however, was Victor's increasingly frequent and secretive communication with Caston. Caston's caravan visited with growing frequency. Each time, beyond the exchange of goods, his silent guard would hold brief, private conversations with Victor. Though Lin Xuan's source point could not discern their words, it registered subtle shifts in their shared energy field, fraught with calculation and probing intent. That day, Caston's caravan arrived again. Alongside standard supplies, they delivered a small pouch of crystalline blue powder, frost crystal dust, a prohibitively expensive arcane material ranked among Victor's highest priority requisitions. During the handover, Caston himself appeared, still the picture of an innocuous merchant idly twirling his dark silver coin as he smiled at Lin Xuan. My Lord Baron, your new advisor possesses quite the appetite. This frost crystal dust is a coveted commodity at the Royal Arcanum. Acquiring it cost me no small effort. Lin Xuan's pulse quickened, yet his expression remained impassive. Your efforts are appreciated. May I ask what use does Master Byron intend for this substance? Caston smiled meaningfully. According to Master Byron, it is for constructing a more stable energy monitoring array. To better warn us, say, against mage scouts dispatched by Duke Ottozen. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Still, I've heard whispers. Ottozen's movements have grown unusually active of late. His Black Wolf Guard appears to be mobilizing, and witnesses claim mages from the Grey Spire have been seen within the Duke's castle. My Lord Baron, you do well to prepare accordingly. That news struck Lin Xuan like a hammer blow. The Black Wolf Guard was the Northland's elite standing army. Grey Spire mages were renowned imperial battle mages, far superior to Wolton's ragtag troops and amateurish crimson-robed sorcerers. Once the exchange concluded, Caston departed without delay, carrying away another load of blackstone and several master-crafted ironworks from Balon, which Caston had immediately recognized and purchased at premium price. Lin Xuan noticed that upon receiving the frost crystal dust, Victor's eyes flashed with barely suppressed excitement, before he hurried back to his laboratory. That night, Lin Xuan sought Victor alone. Victor stood beneath lamplight, carefully measuring the frost crystal dust with a silver spoon, preparing to inscribe a new array. Master Byron, Lin Xuan said bluntly, you've heard Caston's report. The Black Wolf Guard and Grey Spire mages. How shall we respond? Victor paused mid-motion, adjusted his monocle, and spoke with quiet calm laced with fervent intensity. My Lord Baron, precisely because of this my research must accelerate. Grey Spire mages excel in coordinated spell casting and elemental bombardment. Conventional defenses stand little chance. But the energy deflection array I am developing, if successful, may deflect or weaken their opening salvo, granting us precious breathing room. This frost crystal dust is critical to stabilizing the array's core. He pointed to a complex draft on the table. Observe. Here, extreme cold neutralizes thermal surges generated by spell impacts. Lin Xuan interrupted. I require a concrete plan, not just theory. And what exactly are you and Caston plotting? Victor looked up, meeting Lin Xuan's gaze directly, the monocle's lens concealing depth beyond measure. My Lord Baron, Mr. Caston and I merely engage in mutual exchange. He supplies materials, I provide information he finds intriguing. As for plotting, everything I do serves to strengthen Thistle Vale's survival capacity and ultimately fulfill our agreement. He paused, adding with quiet gravity, sometimes knowledge itself is the finest weapon and the strongest bargaining chip. The more one knows, the greater one's chance of surviving between the jaws of giants. The words rang true, yet they still concealed much. Lin Xuan knew Victor withheld far more than he revealed. Their alliance rested upon shifting sands. Just as Lin Xuan left Victor's chamber heavy-hearted and made his way back to the main, keep the sentry stationed atop the highest watchtower, sounded the urgent bell. Not an alarm for attack, but the signal for emergency. Lin Xuan and Reso, summoned by the clamor, rushed up the tower stairs. Following the sentry's trembling finger, they beheld, on the distant horizon bathed in blood-red sunset, a compact but impeccably equipped force advancing steadily toward Thistle Vale. Upon their banner fluttered a snarling wolf's head. The Black Wolf Guard's vanguard reconnaissance squad had arrived, sooner than anticipated. Victor's research remained incomplete, internal fractures unreconciled, yet the true trial had already reached the gates. Lin Xuan drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing inner turmoil, and commanded Reso initiate level 1 combat readiness. All personnel to defensive positions. Also summon Master Byron and Elder Ilman to the command chamber. His gaze fixed on the approaching column, a formation radiating lethal discipline. His eyes hardened into glacial resolve. The sweetness of honey had barely touched the tongue when the poisoned sting began to spread. Thistle Vale's path to survival had never been smooth, and the next storm would test whether this newly forged alliance possessed enough resilience to carve out a sliver of hope beneath the Empire's iron heel. The vanguard reconnaissance squad of the Black Wolf Guard descended upon the thorn-choked valley like a frigid shadow, instantly smothering its fleeting respite. Unlike Walton's ragtag legion, boisterous and chaotic, this unit of roughly 20 men moved in absolute silence, lean and lethal, like wolves gliding through midnight, radiating an oppressive, suffocating stillness. At its head rode Caden Marco, upright as a mountain pine upon his obsidian warhorse. His polished black breastplate gleamed coldly in the dying sun, bearing the snarling wolf head insignia of the Black Wolf Guard. He wore no helm, revealing a sharp-featured, striking visage, but his tightly pressed lips and the unyielding gravity etched between his brows transformed him from a confident young officer into a solemn arbiter bound by invisible chains. His left hand unconsciously traced the worn family ring suspended from his shoulder pauldron, while his light brown eyes, precise as calibrated instruments, scanned the distant Thornkeep with detached clinical intensity. Halt! Caden raised his right hand. His voice was level, crystalline, devoid of inflection. Instantly the entire formation froze behind him, motionless, unified, a testament to iron discipline. Map, he commanded. A scout immediately presented a finely drawn parchment. Caden studied the valley's marked position, then lifted his gaze to match it against the actual terrain, his brow furrowing faintly. Defensive fortifications, altered. The outer wall appears dilapidated, yet the reinforcement patterns at critical nodes, non-standard. He murmured softly as though appraising a masterwork. Intelligence was flawed. Walton's failure was no accident. Captain, shall we advance for close reconnaissance? Asked his lieutenant, voice hushed. No, Caden replied without hesitation. They are prepared. To draw near would expose our strength and our intent. Establish camp. Set up observation posts. I require their daily rhythms, patrol rotations, supply routes, and every detail of those anomalous defenses. His orders were methodical, steeped in academy-trained rigor, yet edged with an almost excessive caution. Disciplined soldiers of the Black Wolf Guard sprang into action, erecting a compact yet impeccably ordered encampment on a wind-sheltered rise 1 mile from Thornkeep. Tents aligned with geometric precision, trenches and chevaux de frise stood ready. Our rotating sentry posts were established, all executed in utter silence with efficiency that chilled the blood. Meanwhile, within Thornkeep, tension coiled taut as a drawn bowstring. Rezo stared fixedly through his handcrafted telescope at the enemy camp, iron-hard and unyielding as a nail driven into the wasteland, his scarred face twitching with suppressed fury. Damn it, true elite. Their deployment is flawless. A master tactician. Lin Xuan's source point aura blazed at full capacity, analyzing enemy camp layout and troop movement patterns. Target individual, exceptionally high military acumen, behavior rigidly standardized, vigilance extreme. Weakness possible, over-reliance on protocol, a susceptibility to unconventional tactics remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuang Qi sensed a condensed glacial energy field swirling around the young commander, a field subtly laced with undercurrents of anxiety. He's observing us, Lin Xuan said, calm and unhurried, like a hunter studying prey ensnared in its own trap. Then what do we do? Wait for him to unravel our secrets? Rezo demanded, agitated. No, Lin Xuan replied, a flash of keen intelligence lighting his eyes. He enjoys observation, so let us show him precisely what he wishes to see. Rezo, arrange for sentries to accidentally expose a few gaps, naturally not forced. and let Balan's newly forged Blackstone Tower shields slip into view during shift changes. Also, have Elder Ilman and Elise tend the herb garden east of the castle at dusk. That plot has been preliminarily purified. Rezo paused, then comprehension dawned. Feint and misdirection. He licked his cracked lips and bared a feral grin. Understood. Let's weave him a maze of illusions. For 2 days a silent psychological duel unfolded across the barren expanse. Caden's scouts dutifully recorded everything, occasional laxity among Thornkeep's sentries orchestrated by Rezo, militia drills appearing slightly disordered, half-truth, half-theater, and those heavy obsidian black tower shields. Unmistakably extraordinary. What captivated Caden most was the twilight activity of the Elder Druid and the Elven girl east of the castle. Through his lens he discerned an uncanny faint luminescence of life emanating from that soil. Druid, natural reclamation. Caden inscribed neatly in his leather-bound journal, the nib scratching softly across parchment. Target possesses sustainable resource capacity, not mere marauders. Fortifications display distinctive craftsmanship, possibly exotic materials or master artisans. Threat assessment, elevated. Yet he remained cautious, launching no probing assaults. He ordered scouts to widen their reconnaissance perimeter, seeking hidden supply lines or concealed paths. His relentless pursuit of exhaustive intelligence caused him to overlook several subtle vulnerabilities in the castle's defenses. His lieutenant hesitated repeatedly, but met Caden's unyielding gaze and swallowed his words. Caden's caution granted Lin Xuan's team invaluable time. Victor, leveraging fresh materials delivered by Caston, especially the rare glacial dust, successfully deployed a compact energy disruption array atop the castle's highest spire. The array offered neither offense nor full concealment. Instead, it rippled outward like water disturbed by a stone, gently distorting and muffling external perception of internal energy fluctuations. Thus, Caden's scouts reported fleeting, elusive energy pulses within the castle, deepening uncertainty, further paralyzing Caden's resolve to act decisively. Meanwhile, Balan labored day and night within the caverns, assisted by several promising apprentices, former militiamen, forging relentlessly. Building upon Victor's resonance runes, he crafted 3 devastating armor-piercing bolts, massive crossbow quarrels whose tips fused blackstone and refined steel, internally inscribed with complete oscillation runes and primed with a sliver of Xuanhuang Qi infused by Lin Xuan himself. These bolts were secretly mounted onto the sole surviving counterweight trebuchet, now converted into a colossal ballista, transforming it into the ultimate weapon against heavily armored targets. Ilman and Elise devoted themselves entirely to sustaining the small purifying light ring. Though its radius could not expand, it ensured minimal herb cultivation and water purification, steadying morale within the garrison. On the 3rd night, Caden finally resolved to act. He could not delay indefinitely. The Duke of Odasan awaited his report. He opted for a limited high-intensity reconnaissance strike, targeting the eastern sector where anomalous vitality had been observed. He presumed it housed vital resources, grain stores, or critical infrastructure. 1st and 2nd squads, advance with me. Objective: identify and breach a weak point along the eastern curtain wall. Destroy visible farmland or installations. Capture 1 prisoner, to ascertain their true nature. 3rd squad remains at camp, prepared for immediate reinforcement. Caden's command was terse, unequivocal. He donned his full armor, inspected every soldier's gear, and even synchronized his pocket watch with precision. Commence at 0400, when human vigilance peaks at its lowest. Codenamed Dawn Probe. He sought surgical precision, a controlled minimal force strike yielding maximum intelligence, like a master surgeon performing an exacting incision. Yet he remained unaware that each step he took had already been anticipated by Lin Xuan. The source point, having analyzed vast datasets on enemy camp routines, had long predicted the timing and likely axis of their probing assault. And Elise's preternatural attunement to nature sensed the sudden sharpening, the chilling concentration of malice, as the enemy mustered. Green, iron canisters, gathering, cold light, pointing east. Elise relayed the warning to Lin Xuan without delay. Thornkeep slipped silently into maximum combat readiness. Rezo positioned his main force behind the eastern inner wall. Balan's giant ballista, concealed in shadow, adjusted its aim toward the designated assault corridor. Lin Xuan himself ascended to a concealed watchpost atop the eastern ramparts. Bow in hand, a standard arrow nocked, yet a thread of Xuanhuang Qi coiling at his fingertips, poised to ignite. At 0400, the world held its breath. Only the howl of the bitter wind broke the silence. Caden led 10 of his finest Black Wolf guards toward Thornkeep's eastern flank, spectral and soundless. Their movements were flawless, coordinated, economical, vanishing seamlessly into the landscape. Just as they neared the ruined outer wall, preparing to enter the purified herb garden, Caden abruptly raised his hand, halting the advance. A veteran's instinct prickled. Something was wrong. Too silent. Even the crickets had fallen mute. But in that suspended moment of hesitation, a flaming arrow shrieked skyward from the ramparts, shattering the darkness. Ambush. Defensive formation. Caden reacted instantly, barking orders. Yet what greeted them was not a hail of arrows, but thorny vines erupting from the earth, tangled, barbed, and alive, set by Ilman's foresight. Simultaneously from the inner wall above, Rezo roared his command, and logs and boulders crashed down in thunderous cascade. Combat erupted in an instant. True to their reputation, the Black Wolf Guards did not falter. They formed an impenetrable tortoise formation with their shields absorbing the brunt of the barrage, yet the vines entangled and fractured their cohesion. Caden slashed through the vines, binding him, heart hammering with shock and fury. He realized, too late, that he had walked straight into a meticulously laid trap. They knew exactly what he would do. He had to withdraw, immediately. Alternate cover, retreat, he commanded, decisive and sharp. At that very instant Lin Xuan moved. The source point calculated lead trajectory, Xuanhuang Qi lent the arrow supernatural accuracy and velocity. Swoosh! The shaft did not fly toward Caden, but struck the ground one pace before him. There, exactly where Ilman had marked an unusually active geomantic node. At impact, Lin Xuan channeled Xuanhuang Qi directly into the node. A muffled thump, not an explosion but a sudden subsidence of earth releasing a surge of turbulent geomantic energy. Weak yet potent enough to stagger Caden and his nearby men. Feet slipping, balance shattered. That single disruption shattered the elite unit's disciplined retreat. Now, Rezo seized the opening, snatching up a heavy crossbow and loosing a standard bolt, forcing Caden to raise his shield in desperate parry. From the shadows, Balan manned the colossal ballista, aiming not at Caden, but at another heavily armored guard attempting to breach the inner wall's gap. Tum! A deep, resonant twang echoed. Then the Blackstone armor-piercing bolt shot forth, unseen, unstoppable. Clang, crack. Shield and breastplate alike splintered like glass beneath the impact. The concussive oscillation rippled outward, leaving nearby soldiers gasping, hearts pounding violently. The man fell without a cry, dead before he hit the ground. That horrifying display drew collective involuntary gasps from every surviving Black Wolf guard. What is that weapon? Caden's eyes widened in raw disbelief, staring at his fallen comrade, then up at the archer on the wall. Shock, fury, and, most damning, a profound, humiliating sense of being utterly seen burned in his gaze. He ceased all hesitation, roaring orders for total withdrawal. The Black Wolf Guard retreated in disarray, abandoning 2 corpses, including the one pierced by the Blackstone bolt. Their Dawn Probe operation ended in abject, unmitigated failure. Back at camp, Caden stood wordless at the edge, facing the direction of White Peak Fortress, motionless for a long, hollow time. His fingers tightened on the family ring until his knuckles whitened. He opened his journal, and with a hand trembling, just faintly wrote in meticulous script. Target Thorn Valley. Commander Lin Xuan, probable. Threat level extreme. Capable of unconventional tactics, unknown defensive technologies, and suspected arcane support. Recommendation: deploy, at minimum, 1 cohort of Grey Tower mages and heavy siege engines for overwhelming suppression. He closed the journal and gazed toward the fortress, its silhouette grotesque and menacing in the first light of dawn. For the first time, his light brown eyes held not just gravity, but a cold, desperate resolve forged in the crucible of defeat. Thorn Valley, once deemed a mere whetstone for his blade, had hardened into a bone that might shatter his teeth. And his report of failure would summon Duke Odasan's wrath and far greater forces to bear down upon them. The retreat of the Black Wolf vanguard struck the deathly still lake of Thornvale Gorge like a boulder. Ripples had yet to subside before deeper, darker currents began to stir. Caden Marlowe's camp, orderly as a chessboard, was silently dismantled before dawn, leaving only cold embers and 2 parallel drag marks across the earth, mute testimony to last night's brief, brutal clash. Joy and victory was fleeting, it gave way instead to a heavier weight. Their triumph had merely repelled a single claw extended by a slumbering beast. Inside the castle, tension hung thick and heavy. Balan, accompanied by his apprentices, labored through the night repairing the eastern barricade damaged during the Black Wolf vanguard's probing assault. The sharp percussive clang of hammer on iron carried a fierce, almost vengeful edge. Razol paced like a caged predator, reconfiguring defenses with grim efficiency, consolidating scarce forces, then dispatching his swiftest scouts far into the wastelands to watch the horizon, ever vigilant for the inevitable, more devastating retaliation. The air itself reeked of gunpowder, blood, and an unspoken, suffocating anxiety. Yet amid this clamor and oppression, Lin Xuan felt something unprecedented, a profound, soul-deep resonance. This resonance did not arise from external threat, but from the quietest presence beside him, Elise. After last night's battle, she had not succumbed to exhaustion or adrenaline-fueled tension like the others. Alone and silent, she slipped away to the small herb garden at the castle's heart, the very plot purified by the ring of cleansing light. Dawn's first light gilded the scene. Resilient green sprouts glistened with dewdrops, their faint but unmistakably pure luminescence shimmering beneath the pale, mist-wrapped sky. Lin Xuan had been surveying from a high vantage point. His gaze swept over the garden and halted inexplicably. His source point aura, unbidden and unactivated, pulsed with an unprecedented, delicate, sustained vibration. No longer merely scanning Elise's energy fluctuations with cold precision, it now seemed drawn to a deeper, subtler rhythm. spontaneously attuning its own frequency. Target individual Elise Whisperleaf. Energy field analysis entering deep resonance state. Pattern recognition non-volitional activation, resembling unconscious resonance within an information field. The source point's feedback carried an unusual note of uncertainty. Simultaneously the dormant Xuanhuang Qi coiled within his dantian stirred, like ice-choked rivers thawing under a gentle spring breeze. It no longer conveyed mere perception of energy strength, but emotion. A complex layered current, immense sorrow, unwavering guardianship, and the faintest ember of hope. This impression bore no words, yet pierced deeper than any language ever could. Lin Xuan's heart surged. He approached the garden's edge without disturbing her, closed his eyes, and sank his entire consciousness into that singular, extraordinary resonance. Through the source point's hyperacute perceptual lens, Elise ceased to be simply an elven girl. Her surrounding energy field revealed an exquisitely intricate architecture, a fragile system striving ceaselessly to preserve internal informational order even as the external environment, the desolate silence of Thorn Valley, eroded it, draining entropy outward. Each tender touch upon those tender green shoots, each closed-eyed communion with the soil's muted pulse within the source point's data stream, manifested as distinct, visible streams of negative entropy. She was resisting, channeling her meager vitality as fuel to forcibly carve out and sustain upon this land of escalating entropy, chaos inexorably increasing, a minuscule ordered sanctuary bearing the fragmented knowledge of an ancient civilization. Her gathering of stones, her etching of marks, within the source point's vision, were acts of transformation imposing specific cultural meaning onto raw chaotic natural matter, thereby converting it into vessels of ordered information. This instinctive sacrificial resistance against information annihilation, this defiant maintenance of microscopic order against the macrocosmic tide of heat death chaos, sent a shiver of profound resonance through Lin Xuan's soul. How closely this mirrored his own essence, a soul forged in a hyper-ordered technological civilization, now bearing the celestial path of Taoist cultivation. An impossible rebellion against fate, struggling to survive this world's desolation and rekindle the sacred flame of the Tao. They were both swimmers against the current, defying the relentless flood named oblivion. And as the Xuanhuang Qi savored the natural energy radiating from Elise, Lin Xuan tasted an indescribable essence. It was not mere vitality. It was ancient sorrow sedimented over 10,000 years, crystalline as moonlit frost, clear, chilling, yet embodying an unmelting, unwavering resolve. Beneath that sorrow lay a silent, earth-deep steadfastness. This sensation resonated deeply with his own state, the near extinction of his nascent soul, the apparent severance of his Tao path, yet upheld by a solitary, unyielding thread of Tao resonance. Elise was the orphan of a fallen civilization guarding shattered memories. He was the remnant spirit of a collapsed Tao lineage holding fast to an unfinished path. Both were survivors, glory once radiant now mired in the mud of harsh reality. Thus Lin Xuan's perception of Elise transcended mere pity or utility. It resembled gazing into a mirror, clear, fragile, yet reflecting the stars, a reflection of another soul unbowed, traversing infinite darkness. Elise's purity and tenacity shone like a slender beam of light illuminating the core of his Tao heart. The original intent, an unbreakable resilience toward the Tao, perhaps momentarily veiled by bloodshed and strategy, yet never truly extinguished. Elise had once whispered her dream to him to rebuild a silent cradle, a sanctuary where elven memories and fragments of civilization could rest undisturbed, awaiting rebirth. Before, Lin Xuan might have dismissed it as a child's innocent fantasy. Now, under the dual perception of the source point and Xuanhuang Qi, revelation struck. This was no fantasy. It was a microcosmic act of creation. Elise sought to become its foundation, weaving nature's forces as warp and weft, carving from this accursed land a sovereign enclave governed by primordial laws. Was this not akin to his own cultivation of the inner universe, evolving heaven and earth within his dantian? She strove in her own way to become the embryonic celestial Tao for this land, for this civilization. Awe profound and solemn mingled with ineffable compassion rose within Lin Xuan's chest. He realized Elise Whisperleaf, the seemingly frail elf girl who required protection, carried a vision and bore a burden whose magnitude, whose soul's altitude, might well surpass that of many so-called power seekers obsessed solely with strength. At that moment Elise seemed to sense Lin Xuan's focused gaze. Slowly, she turned, her emerald eyes meeting his. The usual haze within those eyes had thinned considerably, revealing a startling clarity, and perhaps understanding, as if gazing straight into the essence of his soul. She stepped gently before him, lifted her face, and spoke in a voice like wind chimes. Your light has changed. Before it was brilliant, but cold like winter stars. Now it is warmer, like land just stirring awake. She extended a small hand, not touching him, but tracing the contours of his perceived energy field in the air before him. Inside, there is the same scent of waiting as mine. Lin Xuan trembled. Elise understood neither the source point nor Xuanhuang Qi. Yet her innate blood-deep affinity with nature allowed her to perceive the subtlest shifts in his soul's state. She had sensed the faint, warming resonance born of mutual understanding. In that instant, words became superfluous. A profound comprehension, spanning species, civilizations, and systems of power, quietly bloomed between two solitary souls. Lin Xuan was no longer a detached observer or protector. Elise was no longer merely the protected or the key. They had become fellow travelers, two souls who by chance met upon the endless wasteland and recognized each other's reflections. Yes, Elise, Lin Xuan knelt, bringing his eyes level with hers, his voice softer than ever before. We are waiting for this land to grow warm again. He rose, his gaze sweeping over Razol's urgent preparations, Balan's rhythmic hammering, and Ilman conversing quietly with Victor in the distance. His eyes held no longer calculation alone, but something weightier, more solemn, responsibility and the unswerving path ahead. Elise's presence functioned as a lucid mirror of his Dao heart, revealing his deepest yearning, not merely survival, but guardianship and creation. This mirror would guide him when future temptations of power and political intrigue threatened to obscure his true direction. Yet reality's shadow swiftly shattered this fragile tranquility. A scout burst in, breathless, my Lord Baron. Captain Razol, we found fresh hoofprints in wagon ruts, 20 miles southwest. Deep, precise, not the work of a skirmish force. And the air carries a strange stench, sulfur and spices twisted together. Victor adjusted his monocle, his face hardened instantly. Sulfur and spice. That is the incense used by Grey Tower mages. They're here, and they bring siege engines. The tender resonance dissolved, replaced by icy urgency. Lin Xuan drew a slow, steadying breath, the warmth in his eyes receding, replaced by razor-sharp focus and calm resolve. He looked at Elise and murmured, it seems our waiting must end sooner than expected. The news of the Hueta mages and siege engines approaching like a frozen boulder hurled into Jingji Castle instantly froze the faint ripple of relief that had arisen from repelling Caden. The air was no longer thick with anxiety, but with a despair almost tangible. The powers represented by the regular army court mages and heavy siege engines were far beyond the ragtag forces of Walton and Caden's scouting party. This was no longer a border skirmish, it was a crushing purge by the Imperial war machine against a rebel stronghold. Inside the castle hall, the flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows on several faces etched with the gravest solemnity. Lin Xuan slammed his fist onto the rough wooden table, sending dust cascading down. 20 li. At most 2 days, and their vanguard will reach the valley mouth. How are we supposed to stop them? With these battered shields hammered out by tinkers? His bloodshot eyes swept across the assembly, finally locking onto Victor. Master Scholar, can your book learning conjure up city walls? Victor adjusted his monocle, his pale face betraying no panic, only a chillingly focused concentration. Before him lay several sheets of parchment covered in intricate runes and topographical markings. Captain Lin Xuan's concerns are justified. In a head-on confrontation, we have no chance of victory. His voice was as steady as if reciting a mathematical theorem, but war is not limited to frontal assault. Duke Ottoson mobilized the Hueta mages and siege engines at great cost. He seeks efficiency, a swift and decisive victory, to make an example. Our strategy should not be blocking but delaying and exhausting, turning this battle into a dirty war he cannot afford. A dirty war. Yerman spoke hoarsely, the old druid's face etched with exhaustion and resistance. How do we delay? By soaking this already tormented land with more blood. Victor, your methods always carry a whiff of destruction. Victor turned to Yerman, his gaze sharp. Master Yerman, survival itself is a war against entropy. Sometimes to protect the greater order, one must tolerate local temporary disorder or even destruction. I propose initiating the Earth Vein Disturbance Plan. He pointed to several key locations on the map. According to my calculations and the Baron's perception, these are the sensitive nodes where the stasis barrier interacts with the Earth Vein energy. If we use special alchemical potions for limited directed detonations, we can create small-scale but persistent Earth Vein turbulence. The effect won't be catastrophic. It will make the ground in that area extremely unstable, disrupt the energy field, severely slowing the advance of heavy machinery, and causing major interference for mages who rely on a stable energy environment to cast spells. Detonate the Earth Veins. Yerman shot to his feet, trembling with fury. This is drinking poison to quench thirst. It will further damage the land's foundation. It could even trigger unpredictable backlash from the barrier. But it's the only way to buy us time. Victor stood his ground. The cost is controlled local damage, the reward is a chance to survive. It's a few days before the Hueta mages' firestorm descends upon our heads. The two argued fiercely, one upholding nature's balance, the other championing the rationality of cost. Balong crouched in the corner's shadow, repeatedly sharpening a black stone dagger on a whetstone, the grating sound venting his inner turmoil. Alisai pressed close to Lin Xuan, her emerald eyes reflecting the fiery quarrel. She could clearly sense the tearing energy in Victor's plan and the mournful cry of the land in Yerman's heart. All eyes eventually turned to the silent Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's eyes were closed, his fingers tracing invisible trajectories on the tabletop. The origin halo spun at an unprecedented speed, frantically calculating the feasibility of Victor's plan, its success rate, and the long-term impact on the earth veins and the barrier constructing data models. The primordial yellow chi acted like a precision balance, weighing the natural cost represented by Yerman against the survival probability championed by Victor. The data were cold. Victor's plan was the only actionable option in the current desperate situation, capable of raising the odds of victory, even a Pyrrhic one, from near zero to about 10%. But the primordial yellow chi conveyed the soul-deep wail of the earth veins being forcibly torn and the risk of team disintegration from the collapse of Yerman's and even Alisai's convictions. Reason and emotion, survival and morality, short-term interests and long-term foundations. They stood in sharp opposition. He recalled the resonance with Alisai, his understanding of the silent cradle. Would destroying the earth veins to survive contradict the original intention of rebuilding the cradle? Would this be the beginning of a tainted Dao heart? To live, must he trample upon the lines he cherished? At that moment, Lin Xuan's low voice cut through, raspy with fatigue. Lin Xuan, make the call. Stand and die, or kneel and live. Or try to carve out a piece of your own flesh while crawling forward. He didn't take sides, merely stating the cruel reality. This pure soldier returned the final decision to the leader. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the others, Yerman's stubbornness and sorrow, Victor's calmness and sharpness, Lin Xuan's determination, belongs silence, Alisai's concern. Finally, his eyes fell on his own hands, covered in tiny cuts and grime from days of toil. These hands had once formed hand seals on Xingyuan Peak to channel the primal energies of heaven and earth, and had manipulated precision instruments in a laboratory to analyze the microscopic world. Now in this muddy dead end, they had to decide the survival of a piece of land and a group of people. The calculations of the origin halo and the primordial yellow chi reached their limit, then slowly subsided. A decision had formed in his heart. This decision was neither the purely rational optimum nor a purely emotional compromise. It was a path that, based on existing conditions, sought to find a balance in the desperate situation, a path belonging to Lin Xuan. Prepare Victor's plan. Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. But with 3 conditions. Everyone held their breath. First, the detonation points, the dosage of reagents, and the method of detonation must be jointly approved by me and Elder Yerman. Elder Yerman has veto power over the state of the earth veins. What we seek is not destruction, but controlled disruption. Second, the execution site must avoid the areas marked by Alisai, where the land's vitality still exists, and any place that might approach the fragile core of the barrier. Third, Uncle Belong, I need you to forge a set of special ground spikes as soon as possible. Not to kill, but to quickly stabilize the local surface after the detonation, preventing the turbulence from spreading. This decision stunned everyone. He had adopted Victor's radical method, yet granted Yerman a crucial check, and introduced Balong for possible post-disaster remediation. This was neither complete compromise nor autocratic rule. It was a form of integration and balance. Victor's eyes flickered with surprise, then transformed into deep thought. He nodded slightly, agreed. Precise control is only proper. Yerman's tense expression eased slightly. Though still worried, the veto power Lin Xuan had given him was a respect for his principles, which made it difficult for him to oppose vehemently. Lin Xuan grinned, saying nothing, but the agitation in his eyes had subsided somewhat. A plan with checks and balances was better than flailing aimlessly. Balong raised his head, his murky eyes meeting Lin Xuan's for a moment, then he grunted. Ground spikes. What style? I'll discuss the specifics with you in detail later. Lin Xuan looked at Balong, his tone respectful. He knew that such non-standard tools required a master craftsman to understand the intent in order to forge them. Alisai, Lin Xuan finally turned to the girl beside him, his voice softening. I need you to assist Elder Yerman in sensing the emotions of the earth veins and the patterns of energy flow, more precisely helping us find the detonation points and methods that cause the least harm to the land. Can you do that? Alisai looked up at Lin Xuan, her emerald eyes reflecting his firm, yet gentle gaze. She nodded vigorously. I will. Try to listen clearly. With the decision made, the entire Jingji castle began to operate like a precision machine, revolving around this high-risk plan. Victor plunged into his temporary laboratory, meticulously mixing alchemical potions under the supervision of Yerman and Alisai. Every addition or reduction of ingredients was accompanied by intense debate and cautious energy perception tests. In Balong's forge, the furnace blazed again. Based on Lin Xuan's requirements for rapid stabilization and energy conduction combined with the properties of blackstone and basic mechanics, he began designing and forging the peculiar ground spikes. Lin Xuan even personally used the primordial yellow chi to attempt carving rudimentary earth-stabilizing rune outlines on the blanks of several ground spikes. Though the effect was minimal, it was a brand-new attempt. Lin Xuan led the militia following the final map approved by Victor and Lin Xuan to set up camouflage and sentries around the selected detonation points and plan the evacuation routes post-detonation. Lin Xuan himself acted as a hub, constantly shuttling between Victor's laboratory, Balong's forge, Lin Xuan's fortifications, and the sensing points of Yerman and Alisai. He used the origin halo to coordinate the progress of each party, optimized workflows, employed the primordial yellow chi to bridge the friction from clashing ideologies, and constantly sensed the energy flow and emotional shifts of the entire castle and even the entire Jingji Valley. He felt an unprecedented fatigue, not just physical, but spiritual. Every decision was a dance on a knife's edge. Yet he also felt under this extreme pressure the once distinct lines between his scientific rationality and his cultivation sensibility were being forced to merge in a raw yet tenacious way. His Dao was no longer the ethereal insights of Qingyun Peak, but was being hammered into shape by the heavy hammer of reality amidst the mud, blood, and quarrels. The Dao heart as the anvil, reality as the hammer. Amidst the thorns, he was painstakingly reforging his own path. And in the distance, the shadow of the Hueta mages, accompanied by the heavy rumble of wheels, was drawing closer step by step. The final trial was about to begin. Victor's geomantic disruption project advanced with painstaking tension and mounting controversy. Elman remained virtually inseparable from the alchemical preparation site, exerting his dwindling natural perception to suppress the violent rending energy coiled within the elixirs, guiding it toward gentler interference patterns. Meanwhile, Alice became the most precise sensor imaginable. Eyes closed, spirit focused, she perceived with crystalline clarity the subtle emotional fluctuations deep within the Earth's veins, where resilience hardened, where fragility cracked, where profound pain resonated, and relayed them instantly to Lin Xuan and Elman. Baron had already forged the first batch of earth pins, jet black, rudimentary, yet effective, studded with barbs, and grooved for energy channeling. The soil-stabilizing runes Lin Xuan inscribed upon them were crude, yet lent each pin an uncanny grounding weight in the hand. Amid this race against time, a profoundly elusive, spine-chilling sensation of being watched drifted silently over Thornhold, cold as gossamer spider silk. Lin Xuan was the first to sense the anomaly. He was calibrating the energy parameters of a pre-designated detonation node using Xuanhuang Qi and the source point, when abruptly a faint yet unmistakably analytical energy ripple, like an invisible tendril, extended from a vast distance and brushed lightly across the castle's outer defenses. The ripple bore no hostility, only pure reconnaissance imbued with a chillingly detached scrutiny. A scout. Lin Xuan snapped open, his eyes voiced low and urgent. Highly skilled, not an ordinary recon soldier. An energy-perceptive mage, distant southwest. Almost simultaneously, Reizo, scanning from the highest tower with a modified telescope, sounded the alarm, 5 li southwest, a glint, fleeting like a lens. Upon hearing this, Victor's expression darkened instantly. Setting down his vial, he adjusted his monocle, the gray spire's eyes. They've deployed a Starwatcher tier reconnaissance mage. Sooner than anticipated. A collective dread settled over them all. Under such a master's gaze, their defensive layout, troop movements, even energy convergence points, risked complete exposure. Before the Grey Spire's main force had even arrived, an invisible blade had already pressed against their throats. Meanwhile, atop a wind-eroded sandstone pillar, 5 li southwest, Irald's slender frame nearly dissolved into the ashen yellow rock, prostrate and trembling, not from fear, but from extreme focus and magical exhaustion. His unnaturally luminous pale blue eyes, pupils contracted to pinpricks, locked unblinkingly on distant Thornhold through an intricately engineered brass telescope, the artifact form of the Starlight Eye, mounted within a fissure. His right index finger raced across a sheet of parchment that glowed faintly with arcane luminescence, inscribing meticulous print-perfect notes and schematic diagrams of energy flow. Outer wall defenses, multiple repair seams. Material blended, high inertial blackstone. Estimated energy resistance medium-high. Personnel activity sparse. Morale subdued, but no panic. Signs of organized command. Energy focus 1, uppermost tier of the main keep. A faint but persistent energy disturbance. Nature unknown. Possibly a monitoring or communication array. Victor's geomantic disruption array, not yet fully activated, misidentified. Energy focus 2, southeastern annex. Stable, vibrant natural energy convergence bearing druidic signatures, life support nexus. Refers to Elman and Alice's herb garden and the ring of pure light. Energy focus 3, subterranean. Large, stable thermal and energy furnace signature, artisan forge. Refers to Baron's cavern smithy. Warning, abnormal energy accumulation detected at multiple ley lines. Nature unstable. Hybrid traces of alchemy and natural guidance sorcery. Likely, trap, or large-scale defensive preparation. As he penned the final stroke, sweat beaded Irald's brow and his lips cracked dry. Instinctively, he flicked his tongue across his upper lip, an unconscious habit betraying inner tension and exhilaration. Unbelievable, he murmured, voice trembling slightly. This is no bandit den. The energy methodology, crude yet striking straight at the heart. Blackstone application, ley lines guided. There is a master here, or knowledge from another world. His professional acumen delivered an astonishingly precise assessment, far surpassing Caden Marlowe's military evaluation. If this report reaches the Grey Spire, it will reverberate, perhaps even reshape high-level strategy. This may well be the long-awaited opportunity to prove his worth. Yet, just as he prepared to roll the parchment and activate his short-range teleportation scroll, an icy, bone-deep chill struck him from behind, utterly without warning. Not an attack, but a frigid, authoritative mental brand searing directly into his consciousness. Mission accomplished. For intelligence security, await further orders on site. Erase all traces. A direct command from Hermann the Frostblade, the Grey Spire's senior field commander. The ruthless implication froze Gerald solid. Await orders. Exposed defenseless on this barren plain. Erase all traces. It was unmistakably a death warrant. He'd been discarded as expendable. His mentor's faction never intended for him to return alive to claim credit, and might even frame him a lowborn scholar for reconnaissance failure should the operation falter. Despair and fury flooded Gerald. He lunged to crush the life-preserving rune hidden in his sleeve, but the mental brand clamped down like iron, paralyzing his magical flow. Then, abruptly, the impossible occurred. Perhaps Gerald's obsessive focus had betrayed him. Perhaps the involuntary flick of his tongue had leaked a trace of vital essence. Or perhaps Hermann's own cold command carried a ripple of energy that triggered Victor's exquisitely sensitive preset ward. Within Thornhold, Victor suddenly raised his head, staring southwest. His face paling. No, my early warning array has been tripped. Not an assault. High-intensity mental command transmission. Their commander is contacting the scout directly. The observation post may be compromised. Lin Xuan's gaze turned glacial. The source point instantly locked onto the faint yet distinct origin of that mental pulse. Reizo, take a squad. Southwest 5, Lee, the weathered stone forest. Move swiftly. Capture him alive. Without hesitation, Reizo exploded off the ramparts like a hunting leopard, mustering 3 elite militiamen and galloping forth on the few emaciated horses available. Gerald sensed the ward's activation and the thundering approach of hooves. His face blanched. He knew he was doomed. Abandoned by the Grey Spire, hunted by enemies. Instinct overrode all else. He hurled himself against the mental brand's grip, desperate for one final struggle. Yet a razor-sharp, glacial arc of spellcraft, faster than Reizo's gallop, struck silently from afar, shattering the rock beneath Gerald's hiding place. Not to kill him, but to obliterate the brass telescope and the enchanted parchment bearing his priceless intelligence. Simultaneously, a wave of potent paralytic energy engulfed him entirely. Hermann the mage, not only erasing him, but ensuring no intelligence fell into enemy hands. Even his cherished artifact was to be destroyed. Gerald watched helplessly as his life's work disintegrated before him. His body stiffened, collapsing to the ground, eyes blazing with infinite regret, fury, and despair. In the end, he became the most tragic offering upon the altar of factional strife. When Reizo arrived, all he found were splintered artifacts, fading motes of arcane luminescence, the ashes of the parchment, and a young mage slumped motionless on the ground, eyes vacant, breath barely clinging to life. Bring him back. Reizo unceremoniously heaved Gerald onto a horse like a sack of grain. Back at the castle, Gerald was placed under strict guard, paralyzed and mute, yet his eyes, desperate yet piercing with the sharp awareness of a mage, confirmed his mind remained lucid. Lin Xuan, Victor, and Elman gathered around. Victor examined Gerald's condition and the shattered relic's grim-faced, Grey Spire cleanup protocol. That old fox Hermann. He destroyed most of the intel, but Lin Xuan crouched low, meeting Gerald's despairing gaze with quiet stillness. A soft halo of source point light shimmered as it analyzed Gerald's residual energy and microexpressions. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang Qi extended like the gentlest probe, touching the chaos and anguish within his fractured psyche. You are exceptional, Lin Xuan said, voice low yet resonant, penetrating directly into Gerald's core. Your reconnaissance report was largely accurate. You discerned the ley line's anomaly. You assessed Blackstone's properties. You deduced our possession of extraplanar knowledge. The Grey Spire's loss is your triumph. Gerald's dull pupils shifted minutely, flickering with disbelief. Victor added coldly, the Grey Spire's promotion system has always privileged bloodline above merit. Your mentor, Oliver the Ice Mirror, isn't he? He excels at appropriating the breakthroughs of lowborn scholars. Your Starlight Eye thesis, wasn't it seized by him 3 years ago? Those words shattered Gerald's last defenses. Humiliation and rage flared in his eyes. His body convulsed faintly. Lin Xuan caught that violent surge of emotion. Focusing intently, he infused a thread of supremely gentle Xuanhuang Qi, woven with empathy and understanding, into Gerald's crumbling consciousness. This was no interrogation, it was resonance. Instantly, fragmented visions and data surged into Lin Xuan's perception like a breached dam, endless spell transcription, the solitary lamp in a midnight laboratory, of scornful glances from peers. Oliver accepting the Starlight Eye thesis with false smiles, then turning away indifferent. Hermann's icy suggestive orders before deployment. And finally, the sheer soul-freezing betrayal as the glacial spell arced toward him from the distant ridge. Intertwined with these shards was Gerald's final assessment of Thornhold's defenses, leyline trap, high risk, extraplanar knowledge, immense strategic value. Lin Xuan withdrew his intent abruptly, his face paling slightly. He had secured the critical intelligence Grey Spire leadership now knew of the ley line's trap and recognized the value of extraplanar knowledge. Yet Erald's precise analysis had been destroyed, leaving their understanding fragmented and potentially underestimated. More crucially, he felt the Grey Spire's internal fractures, its ruthless, pitiless hierarchy. After Lin Xuan retracted his awareness, Erald's gaze dimmed rapidly, the last ember of life flickering out like a candle in wind. He died, carrying infinite regret and fury. His life became the smallest yet most information-dense footnote in this brutal game of power. Lin Xuan rose, standing in silence for a long moment. Glancing at Erald's body, he told Rezo, "Bury him with dignity." Then he turned to Victor and Elman, his eyes sharpening into blades. "The Grey Spire knows we're prepared, but they don't know how deeply nor how fiercely we will defend. Erald's sacrifice bought us both time and intelligence advantage. That is our opening. Initiate the Geomantic Disruption Project ahead of schedule. Our objective is no longer delay, it is welcome our guests." Erald, the Grey Spire's sacrifice die, had through his tragic death cast the faintest glimmer of light into Thornhold's darkest hour. Erald's body was buried in silence beneath a secluded corner of the castle's rear mountain. No ceremony, only earth covering his remains. Yet his death, like the final stone cast into a stagnant pool, sent ripples across every heart in Thistlehold. Each wave distinct, each resonance deeply personal. Reso's fury grew quieter, sharpening into merciless scrutiny of fortifications. Balan's hammer strikes grew heavier, as though pounding an unspoken wrath into iron. Ilman gazed upon the fresh mound of soil, his eyes, already steeped in sorrow for the land, now shadowed with grief for kin turned predator. And Elise placed a small bundle of tender green shoots upon the grave, her emerald eyes reflecting both life's fragility and its fierce, unyielding resilience. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan fused the fragmented consciousness he had gleaned from Erald with the source point's calculations and Xuanhuang's perception, seamlessly, irrevocably. The threat posed by the Grey Tower's main force ceased to be an indistinct specter. It solidified into precise data streams and palpable pressure of raw energy. Time now was their rarest and most precious resource. "We can wait no longer," Lin Xuan declared at the core council, meeting his voice resolute. "Herman the Mage's caution is not merely his weakness, it is our opening. He needs time to verify Erald's intelligence and reassess the risks. Before he commits and unleashes his decisive strike, we must deliver him a surprise, one he cannot anticipate." Victor adjusted his spectacles. A feverish flush bloomed across his pallid cheeks, the unmistakable mark of absolute focus and rising exhilaration. All detonation nodes and reagents are primed and ready. But this must be stated plainly, it is a gamble. The Earthvane's feedback is inherently unpredictable, interference magnitude and duration remain unknown. Then let the unknown become our weapon. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the assembly. "Reso, you and your men must retreat immediately to the second defensive line the moment the Earthvane disturbance begins. Under no circumstances engage the enemy within the chaos zone. Elder Ilman, Elise, upon detonation, you must jointly soothe the Earthvane surrounding the castle, channeling the turbulence toward our designated vector and shielding our foundations. Balan, distribute the Earthpins to Reso's unit. They are to deploy them strategically during withdrawal, impeding pursuit. Victor, you and I will handle the core detonation." Roles were assigned and no objections arose. A grim all-or-nothing resolve settled over the chamber. Not a battle waged for victory, but a desperate wager staked on every last coin for nothing more than a single slender thread of survival. Night descended. Clouds swallowed the moon, and the wind howled mournfully across the wasteland, offering perfect cover. Lin Xuan and Victor slipped from the castle like wraiths, guided and shielded by Reso's covert team as they advanced toward 3 pre-selected Earthvane nexus points. Ilman and Elise remained atop the castle's highest tower, side by side, facing outward toward the valley's mouth. Ilman rested a gnarled yet steady hand upon Elise's shoulder. The elder druid closed his eyes, brow furrowed, binding his fading natural awareness to the scarred, suffering land beneath his feet. Elise, her emerald eyes softly open, held her hands before her, as if cradling invisible threads. Guided and amplified by Ilman's ancient intuition, her own natural sense became a precision instrument, transmitting back with crystalline clarity the agonized tremors surging deep within the earth veins stirred awake by the reagents. The first node lay beneath a desiccated riverbed at the valley's entrance. Victor carefully scraped away loose soil, revealing a slab of ochre-red rock radiating faint heat. He inserted a crystal vial filled with viscous purple fluid into a pre-cut groove in the rock. At once the runes etched onto the vial flared with an ominous hum as they absorbed the earth vein's energy. Resonance established, stability at 70%, detonation feasible. Victor's voice was low, his fingertip hovering over a compact trigger device as he looked to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held his breath, his source point locked onto the energy flow, while Xuanhuang chi coiled around the vial, like gossamer filaments poised to calibrate the blast at the microsecond of ignition. Detonate. Victor pressed down with his thumb. No thunderous explosion followed. Only a deep guttural groan, as if the earth itself had exhaled in pain. Then centered upon the rock, the ground heaved violently within a radius of dozens of meters, rippling like water struck by a colossal stone. A chaotic surge of energy erupted from below, reeking of sulfur and ozone, shattering nearby magical fields and warping the very air into shimmering distortions. Almost simultaneously, the other two nodes ignited. The entire periphery of Thistle Valley shuddered as though awakening a slumbering leviathan, its roar low, furious, and primordial. Cracks split the earth, boulders tumbled, invisible torrents of disordered energy roared outward like a tempest. Atop the tower, Ilman grunted, a sharp pained sound, and his face drained of color. A thin line of blood traced his lip. The earth vein's violent backlash struck him like a mallet against a hollow vessel, crushing his already exhausted frame. He staggered, nearly collapsing. Beside him, Elise gasped, her emerald eyes wide with alarm. Instinctively, she reached out and gripped his arm, steadying him. Her own delicate face had paled under the assault, yet she clenched her jaw, directing her natural essence with unwavering focus into Ilman, sharing the burden, her voice urgent. Elder, the earth vein's wrath is too great. It worked, yet awakened it. Ilman rasped, his breath ragged, his eyes brimming with visceral empathy for the land's torment. Within the castle, all felt the subterranean tremor, a primal fear seizing their hearts. Resso roared, orders marshalling the militia along preordained routes. Tension thrummed in the air, yet discipline held firm. Lin Xuan and Victor withdrew swiftly back into the castle. Standing upon the ramparts, gazing beyond the valley, even in darkness they perceived, through heightened energy sense, the air above the detonated zone, twisting elemental currents fracturing, cloaked in an intangible malevolent haze. The earth vein disruption field has formed. Victor wiped cold sweat from his brow, his tone laced with both relief and exhilaration. Its effect exceeds all projections. Grey Tower mages attempting coordinated spells would suffer severe interference. Heavy siege engines would advance with extreme peril and difficulty. At that moment, the watchman's shriek pierced the night, shrill, desperate, and unmistakable. On the horizon, a serpentine line of torches blazed, like a burning dragon slowly coiling toward Thistle Valley. By firelight, disciplined ranks of heavy infantry emerged, flanking a staggering array of battering rams and trebuchets, and among them robed figures clad in gray, emanating cold, unnerving auras, the Grey Tower mages. Duke Ottoson's main host had arrived, precisely when fate demanded it. Yet as their vanguard crossed the valley mouth and entered the newly detonated earth vein disruption zone, calamity struck without warning. The foremost battering rams suddenly sank as though into unseen mire. Draft beasts shrieked in terror, stumbling wildly, their massive frames swaying precariously, nearly toppling. Several Grey Tower mages attempted illumination or stabilization spells, yet mid-incantation their faces contorted in shock. Their spell light flickered like dying candles, and one mage recoiled, staggered by minor arcane backlash. A visible ripple of confusion and hesitation spread through the front lines. In the torchlight, a figure stepped forward, an elder draped in deep gray robes edged with silver, gripping a crystalline staff of ice. Herman, the mage himself. His glacial gaze swept the warped energy field ahead, and for the first time his expression hardened into profound gravity and simmering fury. They've halted. Resso bellowed from the battlements, his scarred face splitting into a savage grin. Damn it, the cursed place works. Lin Xuan, however, remained utterly still. His source point registered clearly. The earth vein disruption had inflicted grievous friction, but had not stopped the advance. Herman was already commanding his mages to weave synchronized incantations, stabilizing localized sectors. The host continued its slow, inexorable reformation, like a tightening noose. Interference buys time, not victory, Lin Xuan said, his voice chillingly calm. Herman will find a countermeasure soon. The true trial begins now. He turned, meeting the tense, resolute faces within the castle and the battered yet unbroken spirits of his comrades beside him. Friends, his voice quiet, yet carrying to every ear along the wall, we have torn open the beast's hide and enraged it. Now it will show us with claw and fang what true war demands. But we too possess claws and fangs. Resso, assume command. Balan, inspect every weapon. Ilman, Elise, stand ready to counter magical assault. Victor, monitor energy fluctuations. Each order fell like a hammer strike. Thistlehold, this war machine forged in desperation, roared with its final defiant thunder. Firelight danced upon the cold black stone ramparts, upon warriors' faces set in grim resolve, and upon Lin Xuan's eyes where burned a complex flame, the icy precision of a scientist, the unyielding will of a cultivator, and the fierce, undying ember of a survivor. On the horizon, the Grey Tower host, after its brief disarray, resumed its advance, slower, yet infinitely heavier with dread. A battle of staggering imbalance, brutal, inevitable, and drenched in blood, was about to begin beneath skies still trembling from the earth vein's thunderous awakening. The earth's lament had yet to fade when the Grey Spire host descended upon the land. Herman the mage responded faster and colder than anyone anticipated. Rather than await the natural subsidence of the geomantic turbulence, he chose the most brutal method of dissolution. Under the impenetrable shield wall of heavy infantry, the Grey Spire, mages swiftly assembled at the turbulent zone's edge. Hermann himself raised his crystalline ice staff and intoned a long arcane incantation while his fellow mages channeled their magical energy into him through a synchronized ritual technique. In an instant, a visible tide of glacial azure cold surged forth from the staff's tip, not toward the castle, but violently flooding the chaotic geomantic region ahead. The clash between extreme cold and subterranean fury unleashed shrieking ruptures. Vast swaths of ground instantly froze into eerie blue-white frost, only to fracture moments later. This was no healing. It was forced cryosuppression of the earth veins' vitality. Victor's face paled as he watched from the ramparts' deep freeze. They were carving a path through sheer, overwhelming force, a method that would irreparably shatter the geomantic structure, yet undeniably effective. As predicted, the energy turbulence in that sector visibly weakened after the frost wave passed. Though the ground grew treacherously brittle, rendering heavy siege engines perilous, the mage's casting conditions stabilized at least temporarily. The Grey Spire host advanced like slow, relentless lava treading across the fissured, icebound earth toward Thornkeep. Siege rams and trebuchets groaned forward under infantry pushed their grinding screech grating on teeth. Prepare for battle. Reizo's roar echoed along the battlements. Archers, target enemy mages and artillery crews. Ready the logs and boulders. Combat erupted in suffocating silence. The Grey Spire army displayed professionalism far surpassing Walton's private levies. Under shield cover, their archers delivered precise, plunging volleys. Arrows like locusts striking the parapets, with lethal force felling several militia instantly. Heavy infantry bore massive assault ladders beneath interlocked shields charging forward en masse. Release! Reizo commanded, and defenders hurled logs and stones down in unison. Yet the Grey Spire shield wall proved astonishingly resilient, most projectiles were deflected. Only the unlucky few fell beneath crushing blows. Ladders soon clanged against the ramparts. Spearmen, hold the line. Reizo led from the front, swinging a heavy cleaver that sent one emerging foe crashing headlong from the wall. Balrin's Blackstone Tower shields now proved decisive. Their extraordinary hardness turned aside standard Grey Spire blades, granting defenders vital cover. But the true threat emerged from behind. Grey Spire trebuchets roared to life, hurling massive stones wreathed in viridian, unholy fire across the sky, slamming into ramparts and keep walls with cataclysmic force. Each impact shook the earth, scattering rubble and igniting flames that spread with terrifying speed. Worse still, once the channel stabilized, the mage core began unleashing long-range spells. Fireballs, ice spikes, acid arrows. Elemental assaults rained down like hail, reducing the battlements to ruin and escalating defender casualties exponentially. Suppress the mages. Lin Xuan barked sharply, drawing his bow. A luminous focal point locked onto a gray-robed mage mid-incantation. Xuanhuang Qi subtly adjusted the arrow's trajectory. The shaft leapt from the string, serpentine silent, threading through battlefield gaps to pierce the mage's throat. Caught off guard, the spell backfired, consuming him in a violent conflagration. That single shot briefly cowed the mage core, yet soon a deluge of renewed spells descended. Hermann's frigid gaze swept across the field, locking onto Lin Xuan, an imminent priority for elimination. Within the keep, Ilmin and Elise strained under immense pressure. Ilmin poured his last reserves into coaxing faint natural energies around the fortress, spurring thorny vines to entangle ladders or softening earth to impede advance. Elise, meanwhile, focused entirely on tracing magical energy flows, preemptively warning of incoming strikes. Her face grew increasingly ashen, her exhaustion palpable. Victor continually recalibrated the small geomantic disruption array atop the watchtower, attempting to deflect and weaken spell impacts, but against concentrated arcane bombardment, its efficacy remained limited. The battle entered its cruelest attritional phase. Breaches multiplied along the wall. Reizo fought desperately to seal them, casualties mounting horrifically. Balron raced between cavern and rampart, urgently repairing shattered weapons and shields, his grizzled beard and hair soaked with sweat and soot. At the critical moment, Lin Xuan made a daring decision. Reizo, abandon the outer wall. Fall back to the inner wall and main keep. His voice cut through the din. What? Reizo faltered. The outer wall was their greatest barrier. We cannot hold it. Withdrawal will spare lives. Lure them inward. Fight in the alleys and keep. Lin Xuan's focal point had already calculated prolonged attrition on the outer wall meant total annihilation. Retreating to interior lines leveraged the castle's narrow labyrinthine layout, maximizing their advantages in close-quarters combat and terrain familiarity to offset the enemy's numerical and technological superiority. Reizo gritted his teeth and bellowed, fall back, covering retreat, into the inner wall. Defenders withdrew step by step, and the Grey Spire host surged through the breached outer wall, flooding into the keep's interior like a rising tide. Yet as Lin Xuan foresaw, the constricted alleys and rubble severely hampered large unit maneuverability. Traps and obstacles laid in advance now took effect. Balrin's barbed blood-grooved blackstone short spears proved devastating in urban close combat. Lin Xuan moved like a phantom among ruins and shattered walls, selectively eliminating enemy officers and isolated mages. His archery was flawless and lethal. Xuanhuang Qi granted him preternatural agility and perception, enabling attacks from impossible angles and unforeseen vantages. Hermann, however, had anticipated this shift. Rather than ordering blind charges, he directed the mage corps to concentrate fire upon the inner wall and main keep's gates. Boom, boom, boom. Burning boulders and concussive spells hammered relentlessly against Balrin's reinforced blackstone iron gate, each blow echoing like thunder. The gate trembled violently, surrounding masonry began crumbling en masse. Though the gate itself held firm, its frame and adjacent walls could not endure much longer. The gate won't hold. Carl shouted, face streaked with ash and voice raw. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he turned to Victor, Master Byron. Is it ready? Victor nodded, gravely, resolve flashing across his face. The energy guidance array is primed, but it requires an immense kinetic shock as its trigger, and consequences are unpredictable. Use their next strongest strike, Lin Xian declared without hesitation. This is our final chance. At that very moment, Hermann, apparently losing patience, raised his staff and gathered a terrifying magnitude of arcane power. A colossal beam coiled with ice crystals and lightning blazed forth like a divine spear, aimed directly at the main keep's gate. This was a full-power blast capable of shattering minor fortifications. Now, Lin Xuan and Victor roared in unison, and Victor activated the intricate rune array hidden within the gate's rear wall. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan poured every last trace of his Xuanhuang Qi into the array's core. Then, something uncanny occurred. The battered blackstone and iron gate, its surface etched with naturally occurring faintly resonant patterns forged by Balrin's hammering and crudely inscribed earthen stabilization runes added later, suddenly resonated with eerie harmony under Victor's array and Lin Xian's Qi. At the instant Hermann's annihilating beam struck, it did not shatter the gate, but was dramatically deflected and dispersed by a high-frequency vibrational field emanating from its surface. Most of the energy guided by the runes was forcibly diverted deep into the castle's foundations, where it collided briefly, yet violently, with the geologically unstable earth vein frozen beneath the stasis seal. A low guttural hum, deep as the abyss, rose from the bedrock. The entire Thornkeep trembled. No, the whole Thorn Vale convulsed. An indescribable energy wave, blending primeval stillness and chaotic fury, erupted outward from the keep's heart. The Grey Spire Mage Corps staggered collectively, their spell lights dimming instantly as their synchronized casting fractured. Even Hermann swayed, his face for the first time contorted with raw alarm. Every assaulting soldier felt a sudden visceral dread and inexplicable weakness, as if part of their life force had been siphoned away. The Thornkeep defenders, though shaken, suffered comparatively less, perhaps due to prolonged acclimatization or perhaps thanks to guidance from Lin Xuan and Ilman. This sudden primordial anomaly, born from the seal's own essence, reversed the tide of battle. The Grey Spire advance stalled, formations fractured into chaos. Counterattack. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Reizo charged forth like a wounded tiger, leading surviving defenders from their cover. Lin Xuan clenched his teeth against the searing pain of his overtaxed spirit, drew his bow once more, and aimed at the disordered enemy ranks. Yet none knew that this reckless invocation of the seal's power had sounded a war drum beside a slumbering dragon. Deep within the stasis seal, something older, something infinitely more terrible, stirred. A sliver of malicious consciousness, subtle and ancient, awakened, and fixed its gaze upon the battlefield. The brutal siege entered a stranger, more perilous phase. The balance of victory wavered, but which side it would ultimately favor remained uncertain, and the cost would surely exceed any mortal reckoning. Hermann the Mage's decisive, all-consuming strike, intended to shatter the main gate of the Thornkeep, did not explode outward as expected. Instead, it vanished without a trace, triggering a bizarre subterranean tremor that rippled across the entire battlefield. The low, resonant hum was no thunderous blast, yet it struck directly at the soul of every living being, evoking an instinctive primal shiver. The Grey Tower Mage Corps bore the brunt. Their synchronized spellcasting links were violently severed by a raw, chaotic force, and the backlash sent numerous mages reeling backward, spitting blood. Even Hermann himself recoiled, the light coalescing atop his ice crystal staff, dissolving instantly. He grunted softly, his aged face for the first time stripped of its customary glacial composure, replaced, instead, by stunned disbelief. He sensed it clearly, an intent far older, deeper, and infinitely more malevolent than any elemental power he had ever commanded, now awakened by the collision. The Grey Tower soldiers pressing the assault also faltered visibly. Though untouched by direct harm, the eerie wave sapped them inexplicably, leaving them weak and breathless, as if unseen tendrils had brushed their very life force, stealing a sliver of vitality. Their advance stalled, their formation fractured. Just then, kill. Lin Xuan seized the fleeting opportunity with feral precision, roaring like a wounded tiger as he led the battered defenders surging from cover. Belong's Blackstone short spears proved devastating in the narrow alleys. Each thrust unleashed a tearing resonance that pierced gray tower armor with terrifying ease. The defenders, long pent up in despair, unleashed every ounce of terror and fury upon their foes. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth against the searing pain and vertigo pulsing through his skull, consequences of overextending his Xuanhuang Qi and absorbing the backlash of the barrier. Leaning heavily against a shattered wall, he gasped for air. His origin point's luminescence flickered faintly, yet continued instinctively recording and analyzing that heart-stopping moment. Energy event log external high-energy impact. Hermann's spell resonated with internal guidance array Victor's formation and catalytic energy Xuanhuang Qi, triggering feedback from the dormant barrier's foundational stratum. Feedback energy analysis. Extreme inertness exhibits potent information erasure and life-draining properties. Energy signature closely matches Whispers of the Abyss. Energy level vastly exceeds prior observations. Warning detecting faint but distinct non-natural consciousness fluctuations. Conclusion: the dormant core entity sealed within the stasis barrier has begun exhibiting signs of activation. Activation, conscious fluctuation. Lin Xuan's heart sank into icy depths. His worst fear had materialized. Victor's plan had succeeded, but its cost might be unleashing an enemy far more terrible than the Grey Tower Legion itself. They were not saving themselves. They were playing with fire, courting self-immolation. At that very instant, another anomaly erupted. Not from below, but from above. The sky, previously stained crimson by war's glow, darkened rapidly, centered upon the Thorn Keep, a suffocating, unnatural silence spreading outward like spilled ink. The winds whisper the clamor of battle, the crackle of flames. All sound seemed smothered by an invisible hand, muffled and distant. A strange, indescribable odor permeated the air, a nauseating blend of ancient dust, decaying vegetation, and metallic rust. Most chilling of all, the freshly fallen corpses, Grey Tower soldiers and Thorn Keep defenders alike, bled slower at their wounds, their blood darkened, thickened, congealed, as though time itself accelerated decay upon them. And those wounded but still alive moaned in agony. Their wounds refused to close, instead turning ashen gray and creeping outward into healthy flesh. It's the stasis barrier's erosion. Victor's face paled to parchment as he leaned against a broken stone, voice trembling with dread. The true stasis force has awakened. This is not protection. It is indiscriminate annihilation. Elder Ilman, supported by Elise, staggered to a breach in the wall. Feeling the deathly stillness saturating the air, his ancient face contorted in anguish and fury. We were wrong. All of us were wrong. This barrier does not stagnate to protect. It stagnates to devour, to consume all vitality, to sustain that rift's frozen state. Elise's emerald eyes widened in terror as she clutched Ilman's arm, her voice breaking into sobs. The land, it's screaming. Not a scream of pain, but of being devoured. That black void, it's awake. It's starving. The battlefield's slaughter ground to a halt, paralyzed by this sudden, uncanny shift. Whether Grey Tower soldier or Thorn Keep defender, all stared in horror at the surrounding phenomena, a terror beyond victory or defeat, a primal dread of the utterly unknown seizing every heart. Hermann the mage swiftly recovered from his initial shock. He was, after all, a seasoned high-tier mage. He realized instantly the situation had spiraled completely beyond control. The Thorn Vale's secret was far more perilous than he'd imagined. Remaining here risked not only mission failure, but the total annihilation of his entire Vanguard Legion. Retreat. Full retreat. Withdraw from the valley. Hermann issued the command without hesitation, cold, absolute, final. He did not even glance back at the Thorn Keep. Immediately under his elite guard's protection, he began organizing the Mage Corps to erect defensive barriers, warding against the omnipresent stasis erosion while covering the army's withdrawal. The Grey Tower Legion receded like a tide, abandoning corpses and shattered war machines, retreating with greater speed and disarray than they had advanced. The Thorn Keep had held, for now, yet within its walls no triumph stirred. The surviving defenders collapsed amid the ruins, gazing numbly at the grotesque phenomena around them, not with relief but with hollow-eyed bewilderment and deeper, colder dread. The unnatural sting of their wounds, and the suffocating, life-draining stillness in the air, reminded them the crisis had only just begun. Lin Xuan limped over, leaning on his chipped broadsword, his scarred face streaked with blood and ash. He looked at Lin Xuan, his gaze layered with exhaustion, sorrow, and uncertainty. Did we win? Lin Xuan slowly shook his head, voice hoarse. We may have opened a far more terrible cage. His gaze swept across the keep. Balong dragged his weary frame, inspecting ruined fortifications and weapons, brow furrowed in grim concentration. Elder Ilman and Elise knelt beside a herb garden, rapidly withering, straining to counteract the stasis erosion with natural energies, yet achieving little, their faces etched with helplessness. Victor sat dazed before the main gate, staring blankly at the unstable, flickering runes, murmuring to himself as if in penitence. The immediate external threat had withdrawn, but a far more dreadful intangible enemy had stirred from slumber, casting its shadow over the entire Thorn Vale. The struggle for survival had shifted from warfare against men to a desperate existential resistance against a rule-bound domain-level force. Lin Xuan drew a slow, frigid breath laced with the scent of death, forcing calm into his mind. Though dimmed, his origin point's glow persisted, stubbornly striving to map the stasis erosion's pattern and velocity. His Xuanhuang Qi, frail as a guttering candle, faintly resonated with the vast, malicious, while now pervading heaven and earth. He knew the true trial had only just commenced. They must urgently discern what this awakened stasis barrier truly was, and how on this land destined to become a dead zone a single thread of hope might yet be found. And the key to that answer perhaps lay within Victor's arcane knowledge, Ilman's deep perception, Elise's unique constitution, and Lin Xian's own path where science and Dao converged. The retreat of the Grey Tower Legion brought no respite. Instead, a deeper, more suffocating terror, like thick ink, swiftly permeated every inch of the Thornkeep castle. The illusion of victory was shattered in an instant, leaving only the cold reality of facing the abyss. The activation of the stasis barrier was not a violent assault, but a silent, systematic erasure. First to be eroded was sound. Within and beyond the castle, all noises became muffled, distant, as if separated by a thick pane of glass. The groans of the wounded, the clash of weapons, even the beat of one's own heart grew faint and unreal. This absolute silence was not tranquility, but a necrotic oppression that madly crushed every nerve. Next came the draining of life. The corpses of the fallen visibly shriveled and blackened, as if all moisture and vitality were sucked dry, rapidly transforming into a strange substance covered in grayish mold-like filaments. The wounded survivors, however, fell into even greater agony. Their wounds not only refused to heal, but began to necrotize in stasis. The edges of the wounds took on a rock-like ashen color, numb and frozen, and this necrosis spread slowly, but irreversibly, into healthy tissue. The herbs stored in the castle and the potions provided by Victor were completely ineffective against this necrosis. Lastly came the environmental mutation. The stone walls of the castle began to ooze fine ice crystal-like gray dewdrops. Touching them brought a piercing chill and a faint suction, as if drawing the life force from the contact. The herb gardens, painstakingly cultivated by Alice and Erming as symbols of hope, had completely withered, leaves and roots turned to ash. Even the air grew heavy, each breath carrying a mixed odor of metal rust and the decay of all things, causing nausea and suffocation. Despair spread among the survivors like a plague. After the brief courage of battle faced with this incomprehensible, incontestable rule-based annihilation, human effort seemed so insignificant and laughable. Some began to sob quietly, while others sat slumped with vacant eyes awaiting death. Lin Xuan, enduring the piercing pain in his soul and the weakness of his body, operated the source point at an unprecedented load, attempting to analyze the laws of stasis erosion. Erosion pattern analysis, not an energy attack, closer to a rule-level entropy increase phenomenon. Mechanism interferes with or reverses the energy metabolism and information transmission of living systems. Rate correlated with individual life strength and distance from the barrier core. The data was cold and despairing, revealing a method of destruction akin to a dimensional reduction strike. His Xuanhuang Qi clearly sensed that the awakened malevolent barrier consciousness, like a vast formless vortex, was slowly but steadfastly devouring all life within its range, centered on Thornkeep Castle. And beneath the castle, the sealed rift was emitting an ever-increasing pull. We must find out exactly what it is, and how to counter it, or escape. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse from weakness, but his eyes were exceptionally resolute. He knew that waiting idly meant certain death. Victor struggled out of his initial shock and self-blamed the scholar's instinct overpowering fear. He threw himself at the tattered books and notes, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Stasis is not pause. It is reverse annihilation. I have seen a similar description in the most secret records of my family. In ancient times, battlefields that touched forbidden existences would be shrouded in a field of annihilation, reducing all things to deathly stillness. This barrier might be a miniature controllable, or rather uncontrollable, field of annihilation. His voice carried fear, but also a fervor of discovering ultimate secrets. Is there any way to counter it? Resso growled, interrupting him. The new wound on his scarred face had already begun to show an ashen hue, and he forced himself to endure the discomfort. The records say no. Victor shook his head dejectedly, but then a flicker of light passed through his eyes. However, the records mention that this field is not perfect. It requires an anchor point to maintain and guide it. Find that anchor point and perhaps we might have a chance to disrupt it. Erming was in the worst condition. His deep connection to the land had become a fatal burden. The stasis erosion directly struck his life source through the earth veins, causing his aged body to wither at an accelerated pace, with distinct gray spots already appearing on his face. Yet in his dim eyes burned the last light, that anchor point. I can sense it. It's down there. Very deep. It's hungry. It's using the barrier to devour us, to fill its own emptiness. Every word seemed to drain all his strength. Alice knelt beside Erming, tears streaming down her face. Yet in her emerald eyes beyond sorrow there was a strange concentration. She tightly gripped Erming's cold hand, trying to soothe him with her faint elven power, but it was of little effect. However, in this extreme pain and resonance, she seemed to capture some deeper information. That hunger is not evil. It is sadness. It is missing something very important, very lonely, very cold. Her words were like a murmur, yet they made Lin Xuan and Victor both start. Baron silently inspected every weapon and reinforcement point. Blackstone showed a certain resistance to the stasis erosion, eroding much slower than other materials. This discovery lit a faint glimmer in his murky eyes. He found Lin Xuan and said in a hoarse voice, "Blackstone can hold. Maybe we can use it to build a shell." Shell? Lin Xuan looked at him. Temporary. Shelter. To block the death outside. Baron was concise. It was a pragmatic idea born of desperation, unable to solve the root problem, but perhaps buying precious time. Resso, enduring his pain, reorganized those still capable of action. Using Baron's discovery about Blackstone's resistance, they began to urgently construct a small sealed refuge area, while gathering all available food and clean water. This was the most primal survival instinct. After an urgent consultation, an extremely risky plan took preliminary shape. Led by Baron and Resso using all available Blackstone, they would urgently build a Blackstone shelter as airtight as possible inside the castle's most solid underground cavern, Baron's workshop, serving as a temporary fortress against the stasis erosion to buy time. Led by Lin Xuan, Victor, and Erming, assisted by Alice, they would attempt to delve deeper, to probe the nature of the barrier and the anchor point's information. Erming would be responsible for sensing the earth vein flow and the vague location of the anchor. Victor would search for clues from ancient texts and the barrier's energy structure. Lin Xuan would use the source point and Xuanhuang Qi for comprehensive analysis and verification. Based on the probing results, they would decide whether to attempt repairing or sealing the barrier anchor, or to find a way to escape this dead land of Thorn Valley at all costs using any clues they might uncover. It was a plan with slim hope. Every step was fraught with unknowns and lethal risks. Delving deep into the barrier core in particular was akin to confronting the awakened, terrifying consciousness head-on. Lin Xuan walked to the broken wall of the castle and gazed out at the silent, color-drained wasteland beyond. His Xuanhuang Qi could feel the bone-deep cold and despair emanating from the earth beneath his feet. His source point simulated various possibilities, all with dishearteningly low success rates. But he did not retreat. In his mind flashed the pure and sorrowful eyes of Alice, the back of Resso, directing despite his pain the dying, yet still wise gaze of Erming, the silent, but steady hammering of Baron, and even the complex look of Victor, a mix of fear and thirst for knowledge. They were not merely tools for his survival. They were fellow travelers struggling for life encountered in this despairing world. His Dao was no longer the ethereal pursuit of immortality, but to carve a sliver of hope for these unyielding souls amidst this dead stillness. He turned to face the gathered companions, scarred, yet with determined eyes, and spoke gravely. "Time is short. Let us begin. Descend into the depths below and face that hunger head-on. Either we find answers, or we become part of them." Beneath the Thorn Citadel lay not mere rock and soil, but an ancient labyrinthine structure, vast and intricate as the roots of a primordial tree. Natural caverns intertwined with long-abandoned mine shafts, and even corridors carved by unknown hands, so ancient that even Ilman could no longer trace their origin. The activation of the stasis ward had twisted this subterranean realm into something uncanny. A heavier miasma of decay hung in the air, cold gray, dew wept from the walls, and from the depths came eerie groans, the grinding of stone, as though some slumbering entity had shifted in its sleep. The hastily erected Blackstone sanctuary stood alone, a solitary island of safety in the encroaching void. Baron and Rezo rallied every able-bodied soul laboring to the brink of collapse, reinforcing the cavern entrance with every scrap of Blackstone and stabilizing material they could scavenge, fashioning a crude yet tightly sealed refuge. The gravely wounded, along with children and elders, were sheltered within, guarded by Carl and a handful of others. Though the ward could not fully repel stasis erosion, it slowed the draining of life, buying precious time for the exploration team. The expedition was led by Lin Xuan, joined by Victor, Ilman, and Alice. Rezo had wished to accompany them, but his own stasis necrosis demanded constant suppression, and he remained above to command the broader defense, ready to respond to any crisis. Meanwhile, Baron worked feverishly against dwindling resources, forging specialized tools for the team, probing rods tipped with Blackstone and compact Blackstone shields, designed however modestly to shield against subterranean energy anomalies. Once prepared, the four stepped into the abyssal passage, bearing makeshift torches lit by bioluminescent moss and faintly glowing fluorite. Ilman leaned heavily on his wooden staff, each step in agony. His life was bound to the land, and now as the earth's veins sickened, he bore its torment in his flesh. Yet his clouded eyes burned with unyielding resolve. He alone could faintly sense the direction of the anchor. Alice walked close beside Lin Xuan, her emerald eyes gleaming like feline pupils in the dark, attuned to the subtlest shifts in energy, ever vigilant for hidden peril. Victor moved steadily forward, simultaneously recording energy readings on his backup tracking compass, and cross-referencing each fluctuation against fragments of lore stored deep in memory. Lin Xuan led the way, his source point radiating at full intensity, scanning paths and energy architectures like a living radar, while his Xuanhuang Qi extended like sentient filaments tracing the icy, malevolent current in the air. The corridor sloped downward, narrowing steadily. The air grew colder, thinner. Here stasis erosion manifested with terrifying clarity, the very walls brittle as ash crumbling at the slightest touch. Occasionally petrified root systems emerged from the stone, blackened carbonized relics of long-dead flora. Left, Ilman gasped, pointing weakly down a branching passage. That pull, clearer now, laced with ancient sorrow. They pressed onward through the maze, guided only by his faltering intuition. Victor halted abruptly, lifting his torch to illuminate faint, unnatural carvings etched into the wall. This is a variant of ancient Elvish. Residual spatial seal resonance. See this glyph? It signifies binding and slumber, he whispered, voice trembling with awe. It confirms my theory. This ward was likely erected near the end of the Elven Age, to contain something unspeakably terrible. The revelation settled over them like leaden silence. Elven Age histories had long since crumbled into myth. Whatever required such containment must be beyond imagining. Deeper still, they entered a vast vaulted cavern. At its center yawned a bottomless black well, its mouth exhaling a chilling dread and a palpable gravitational hunger. Its walls were not stone but a smooth obsidian-like substance, neither mineral nor crystal, riddled with hairline fractures. This is it. Ilman slumped against the wall, gesturing feebly toward the well. The anchor lies beneath, but the rim emits fierce repulsion. Approach too closely and life itself will be drawn out. Lin Xuan's source point shrieked, high-entropy core detected. Warning, proximity risks irreversible annihilation. Meanwhile, his Xuanhuang Qi sensed a colossal consciousness rising from the depths, ravenous, hollow, yet steeped in profound sorrow, a resonance eerily aligned with Alice's earlier impressions. Victor cautiously extended the blackstone probe toward the well's edge. Instantly, its tip grayed, desiccated, and crumbled to dust. Terrifying stasis field. Direct contact means certain death. Just as despair tightened its grip, Alice drifted forward, her gaze distant, entranced. Alice! Hold! Lin Xuan lunged and seized her wrist. She turned, eyes wide with confusion, shimmering with strange empathy. There is a voice, weeping, so alone. It does not wish to harm us. It is only starving and has forgotten how to stop. Her words struck Lin Xuan like lightning. His source point instantly synthesized all prior data. Victor's hypothesis that the entropy field required sustenance, Ilman's perception of hunger, Alice's sensing of sorrow and solitude, the well's relentless draw, all converging into one audacious, borderline insane conjecture. I may understand something. Lin Xuan's voice trembled, not only with fear but with electric awe. This anchor, this core, may not be a malevolent monster, but a ruptured wound or a lost consciousness. The stasis ward wasn't built to imprison it, but to feed it, to sustain its stillness with the vitality of the entire region, preventing total eruption, or perhaps dissolution. The notion was so radical that even Victor froze. Feed it? You mean, the ward itself functions as a massive life support system, sacrificing an entire land to preserve the false death of something far more dreadful? Exactly. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened upon the black well. Hence its hunger, hence its endless devouring. It attacks not out of malice, but instinctual survival, or rather the desperate will to endure. Its sorrow, its loneliness, born of abandonment, of being forgotten. If so, Ilman rasped, eyes alight with sudden fierce hope, perhaps we need not destroy it, but find a way to commune with it, or soothe it, or even heal it. That idea surpassed Lin Xuan's boldness, akin to bargaining with a ravenous tiger. Victor objected fiercely, too perilous. No ancient text records communication with an entropy field. This is pure speculation. If it fails, we are drained dry in an instant. Yet what alternative remains? Lin Xuan countered, sweeping his gaze across them. Storm the well. We cannot even approach. Flee. The stasis zone expands daily. Where can we run? This may be our sole chance at survival. A fierce debate crackled through the gloom. Ultimately, Ilman and Alice leaned toward attempting communion. Victor remained deeply wary, but offered no viable alternative. Once again, the choice fell to Lin Xuan. His source point ran frantic simulations, success probability infinitesimal. Yet direct assault or escape yielded precisely zero. Meanwhile, his Xuanhuang Qi discerned buried beneath that immense awareness a profound, non-malicious anguish. We will attempt communication, Lin Xuan declared, voice low and unwavering, but not by direct contact. Victor, I need you to construct the most basic energy resonance array, minimal intensity, gentle frequency, mimicking the pulse of nascent life. Elder Ilman, Alice, Channel your purest natural intent, not resistance, but soothing, as one might calm a wounded beast. It was unprecedented, an amalgamation of Victor's arcane knowledge, Ilmin's geosonic attunement, Alice's innate elven resonance, and Lin Xuan's Xuanhuang guidance. Victor gritted his teeth, laying out his last few energy crystals to inscribe an exquisitely delicate array upon the floor. Ilmin and Alice placed their palms upon the array's rim, eyes closed. Ilmin drew forth the land's last faint vital spark. Alice emanated her birthright, pristine verdant rhythm. Lin Xuan stood at the array's heart, threading a filament of Xuanhuang qi, soft as silk, precise as breath, into the pattern, serving as both conductor and amplifier. The array glowed with a tender verdant light. A wave of gentle vitality like the first sunbeam of spring rippled hesitantly toward the black well. Time suspended, for hearts held their breath, awaiting response. 1 second. 2. The well remained silent, its pull unchanged. Just as Victor began to despair, change erupted. A hairline fracture on the well's obsidian surface flickered, transient, crystalline, like a tear. Simultaneously, that colossal consciousness paused. The suction weakened, imperceptibly yet undeniably. Then, a torrent of fragmented intent surged into their minds, chaotic, saturated with infinite loneliness, suffering, and faintest of all a flicker of curiosity and yearning. It responded. Alice breathed, startled, then paled, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of negative emotion flooding her senses. Ilmin grunted, blood blooming at his lips, yet his eyes blazed with ecstatic triumph. It heard us. Before they could deepen the connection, the consciousness convulsed, wild, disordered, as if a slumbering leviathan had stirred at the barest touch. The well's suction spiked violently. Victor's array overloaded, crystals detonated. Fall back. Lin Xuan wrenched Alice and Ilmin backward in a desperate retreat. A vortex of crushing force roared outward. The cavern trembled. Their first contact failed, yet it confirmed Lin Xuan's hypothesis: the core could be reached. This ward core was not merely a font of destruction, but a fragile, volatile tragedy, like a bomb wired to its own heartbeat. They scrambled back to safety, shaken, breath ragged. Further descent was impossible for now. But they carried back an irreplaceable truth: the stasis ward's heart was not pure annihilation, but an ancient, unresolved sorrow demanding resolution. How to speak safely with this grieving, ravenous entity, and discover balance, or even healing, had become their ultimate trial, far more daunting than war itself. And time for them was bleeding away, swift as shadow at dusk. The first attempt to commune with the core of the stasis ward ended abruptly, a fleeting, heart-stopping contact severed without warning. Consciousness fragments, surging from the black well, crashed over the floor like a tidal wave, bearing an ageless solitude and a ravenous hunger that threatened to shatter their very wills. Victor's array collapsed, Ilmin's wounds worsened, Alice's face paled to spectral whiteness, and Lin Xuan felt sharp, searing pain ripple through his soul. The primordial Huang Yellow Qi, the fragile bridge between them, nearly torn apart by the well's inexorable pull. Battered and breathless, they retreated deep into the safer recesses of the tunnel, anchoring themselves with balanced, custom-forged blackstone probes driven into the bedrock to resist the intensifying suction. Within the subterranean void, only the black well remained, an abyssal maw yawning toward the netherworld, exhaling a despairing silence. No, communication is impossible. Victor slumped onto the cold stone, wiping sweat from his brow, while behind his monocle his eyes held raw, trembling dread. That thing is not consciousness. It is pure chaos and void. We nearly all became one with it. Ilmin leaned against the cavern wall, coughing violently, each spasm expelling blood-flecked foam tinged with ashen decay, as stasis necrosis accelerated across his flesh. Yet his clouded gaze remained locked upon the black, while his voice hoarse, but unshakable. No. I felt it. It is not void. It is existence, twisted, warped. Its cry is real. Alice hugged her arms tightly, trembling faintly, her emerald eyes still shimmered with residual terror, but deeper still flickered an uncanny understanding. It is afraid. Afraid of vanishing. So it devours, endlessly. Lin Xuan stood silent, sensing the near exhaustion of his Huang Yellow Qi and the dimming of his origin point. Though perilous, that brief contact had confirmed his central hypothesis. The ward's core bore no deliberate malice, it was rather a runaway instinct. Yet validation offered no lifeline. The bridge of communion was agonizingly frail, but its cost devastating. One more attempt might mean annihilation for all. The origin point's calculation delivered its chilling verdict: probability of direct communion 0. 1. Probability of catastrophic energy annihilation upon forced core destruction 99. 9. Survival probability upon evacuation from the Thorn Valley Gorge under expanding stasis field 1. 3 paths, each leading seemingly to certain death. Despair seeped through the depths, heavier even than the well's suffocating silence. Meanwhile, conditions on the surface deteriorated with terrifying speed. The Blackstone refuge held by Rezo and Ballant drifted like a solitary vessel in a storm. Stasis erosion seeped through every fissure. Though Blackstone resisted, the omnipresent stillness crept inward insidiously. Wounds necrotized faster, Cries faded to ragged gasps, then to absolute hollow silence. Food and potable water spoiled rapidly under contamination. In the survivors' eyes, the last embers of hope guttered out, replaced by a numb, resigned waiting for the end. Carl, with a handful of those still strong enough to lift a shovel, attempted to dig a passage toward a deeper, possibly uncontaminated aquifer, but the excavated rock crumbled instantly, revealing only denser, more suffocating death chi beneath. Ballant hammered silently, reinforcing every seam of the refuge, but he knew with quiet certainty that this was merely postponing the inevitable. Rezo's scarred face darkened, fingers clenched white-knuckled around his blade's hilt. He had faced countless deaths, but this slow, inescapable unraveling, this surrender to entropy, gnawed at his spirit more fiercely than any blade. Below-ground division took root. Victor staggered, upright, voice urgent and pragmatic. Lin Xuan, we must confront reality. Communion is impossible. Our sole remaining hope lies in concentrating every ounce of strength to attempt sealing the well's mouth, even if only temporarily. Then we use that reprieve to seek escape from the Thorn Valley Gorge. I know the odds are vanishingly small, but this is the only rational choice. Seal it. With what? Ilman snapped his head up, ancient eyes blazing with final fire. More death. More devastation. Victor, you still don't understand. The more we resist, the hungrier it grows. This land has already bled too much. No more. Then shall we simply wait here to die? Victor retorted, voice rising. Risk every life for a phantom possibility of communication. That is folly, not mercy. Alice watched the two coral tears tracing silent paths down her cheeks. She felt with unbearable clarity the fading pulse of her companions above, and the anguish and turmoil emanating from the being within the well. Two immense sorrows crushed her tender heart. Lin Xuan did not join the dispute. His awareness had fully descended into the profound stillness of the origin point and the primordial Huang yellow qi. He replayed the fleeting contact, every nuance, every tremor, every fractured echo, without omission. The loneliness, the terror, the hunger, and that single glimmering spark, curiosity, flickering through the static. Suddenly Alice's earlier words detonated in his mind. It doesn't want to harm us. It's just starving and has forgotten how to stop. Forgotten how to stop. An audacious, almost absurd notion blazed across his thoughts like lightning cleaving darkness, illuminating everything. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. Lin Xuan's voice broke through the argument, calm and resonant. Both men turned to him. We have persistently sought either to resist or soothe its hunger. Lin Xuan's gaze seemed to pierce the strata of stone itself, to behold the black well's true nature. But what if its hunger stems not from malice, but from having forgotten how to receive proper nourishment? The stasis ward feeds at the vitality of the entire region, a grotesque, coercive form of sustenance akin to intravenously sustaining a vegetative patient, while the body itself has long forgotten how to chew or swallow. The analogy froze both Victor and Ilman mid-breath. You mean? Victor frowned deeply. We should neither feed it, which only fuels its ravenous consumption, nor starve it, which would trigger a desperate, violent backlash. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened alight once more with the incandescent fire of scientific inquiry. Instead, we must attempt to teach it, or guide it, toward another way of being. That is sheer fantasy. Victor recoiled in disbelief. Yet it is the only explanation consistent with its display of conscious traits. Lin Xuan insisted its capacity for emotion, for fragmented memory, even curiosity, proves it is no mere artifact of cosmic law. It may be a fractured, lost spirit, and our prior failures were not due to misdirection, but because our signal was too weak. Or rather, because the language we spoke was utterly alien to it. A startling brilliance ignited in Ilman's clouded eyes as he straightened his frail frame to guide, not feed nor fight. Lin Xuan, your insight touches upon the highest mystery of natural equilibrium. True healing does not eradicate the wound. It restores harmony to life itself. But with what do we guide it? Victor asked, skepticism still present, but his tone had softened. Lin Xuan turned to Alice, his gaze tender, yet resolute, with the purest, vital information, untainted by coercion. Not energy, not spellcraft, but the very essence of existence itself. Alice, you are nature's chosen child. Your soul's resonance may be closest to the healthy, whole state of being it once knew. Alice lifted her head. Though fear lingered in her emerald eyes, it was now overlaid with solemn duty and quiet resolve. I can try to show it my feeling, not feeding it, but telling it that sunlight exists and green things grow. This plan was far more abstract and infinitely more perilous than mere communion. It was not a clash of force, but a soul-level offering and resonance. Its success defied quantification, eluding even the origin point's cold calculus. Yet in that moment, facing absolute despair, this slender ember born of profound ontological insight became the sole possible light capable of illuminating a path to survival. Lin Xuan issued his final command. Victor, I need you to construct the most stable, purely conductive energy amplification array imaginable, devoid of attack or defense attributes, functioning solely as the purest possible megaphone. Elder Ilman, Please anchor the local earth veins with your last strength, granting Alice a stable stage upon which to stand. He drew a slow, deep breath, resolve flashing in his eyes. I will channel my entire reservoir of Huang Yellow Qi, not as a bridge, but as a filter and stabilizer, shielding Alice's soul core and amplifying her song of life with flawless purity and fidelity. This time we ask for no reply. We seek no outcome. We simply offer once to that profound darkness and solitude, the original unmarred shape of life. With this solemn vow, the four approached the black well, the maw that consumed all. This time there was no defiance, no supplication, only a single desperate, compassionate act of revelation. Success or failure, life or death, all hinged upon this moment. Deep underground despair did not lift with the emergence of a new idea, instead it deepened, weighed down by the abstraction and perilous nature of the goal. Lin Xuan's proposal, to guide rather than oppose, sounded like mysticism to Victor, yet it remained the sole untried path through the impasse. To reveal life in its original form. Victor murmured softly, adjusting the runes of the energy array with exquisite caution. This time he discarded every structural element designed for coercion or transformation, retaining only the purest signal amplification and conduction pathways, striving to become a transparent conduit. It was a profound upheaval of his lifelong magical philosophy. Ilman sat cross-legged, his withered hands buried deep into the rocky earth beneath him, not seeking to dispel or soothe the land's anguish, but listening for the first time to the very essence of this stagnant state. The ashen pallor on his face seemed to recede, slightly replaced by a glimmer of profound realization deep within his eyes. He realized that stagnation was not nature's antithesis, but rather another equilibrium forged under extreme conditions, albeit a painful, twisted one. Alice stood at the heart of the array, eyes closed, gently stilling the tremor of fear within her heart. She ceased contemplating the outcome of communication, instead sinking her awareness into life's most primordial sensations. The warmth of sunlight upon leaves, the cool caress of spring water between fingertips, the pulse of a seed bursting forth from soil, the hushed whisper of wind through treetops. These were not energies, but the most fundamental information of existence itself. Lin Xuan stood behind Alice, his mind entering an unprecedented state of lucid emptiness. He shed entirely the bearing of a nascent soul cultivator and the identity of a scientist, returning to his most essential self, an observer, a perceiver, unadorned and whole. His origin halo no longer frenetically calculated probabilities, instead it became a still lake reflecting all he perceived, the pure life information radiating from Alice Ilman's profound resonance with the earth, the unadulterated energy flowing through Victor's array, and the ancient deathless silence emanating from the black well ahead, alongside its deeply buried yearning. The Xuanhuang Qi no longer served as weapon or shield, it unfurled instead as the finest tactile filaments, gently enveloping Alice's consciousness core to preserve its purity, while like a master tuner harmonizing the frequency of that life information to resonate most profoundly with the ambient background tone of stagnation. He was not opposing stagnation. He was probing whether the stillness itself could harbor the rhythm of life. This was not a clash of force, but a demonstration and an invitation of modes of being. Victor activated the array. No blinding light erupted. Only a gentle water-like ripple emanated from Alice, spreading slowly outward, piercing rock strata, flowing toward the black well. Second by second time passed. The well's mouth remained utterly silent, its pull persisted. Just as Victor prepared once more to declare failure, anomaly unfolded. Upon the well's mirror-smooth wall, no longer a fleeting tear-like gleam, bloomed a faint yet unmistakable hue, green diffusing like ink soaked into parchment. That green was as faint as a summer night firefly, yet brimmed with indomitable vitality. It held no physical substance, more a projection of intent, a reflection of the living imagery Alice had unveiled. Then came a stream of thought, clearer than before yet stripped of ravenous hunger, flowing like a quiet brook into the minds of all four. Within that thought lingered immeasurable antiquity and solitude, yet now layered upon it was curiosity and a profound, aching nostalgia. Light, warmth, long, long ago. Growth, flow. I remember. Stillness is to not forget. But what have I forgotten? Fragmented, halting. Yet each shard resonated with immense meaning. Lin Xuan's origin instantly grasped the crux. It did not crave consumption. It craved connection and memory. Stagnation was its desperate bulwark against dissolution by time itself. Yet in so doing it had condemned itself to eternal solitude, forgetting life's essential flux and communion. Ilman wept openly, feeling in that thought the deep-seated longing for growth, the most primal instinct of all natural spirits. It was once part of life, perhaps the remnant consciousness of some ancient being who fell, bound itself here to avoid fading away. Alice wept uncontrollably, sensing not malice in that thought, but the anguish of being lost. She poured forth with all her feelings of life's beauty, of kinship, of hope. This time the well's consciousness neither rejected nor devoured. Instead, like a famished traveler, it tasted those long-forgotten sensations with tender incremental care. The well's gravitational pull noticeably weakened. Success. Not through martial triumph, but through nascent understanding and resonance. Yet just as this fragile hope flickered into being, upheaval erupted above ground. The stasis barrier's activation had reached a critical threshold. The entire Thistle Vale darkened, not beneath clouds, but as if light itself had been arrested in place. The castle's stone walls crumbled faster, surviving flora turned instantly to ash. The blackstone sanctuary erected by Resso and Balon began to shudder violently, cracks racing across its surface. No, the barrier's instability is accelerating. We have little time left. Victor cried out in alarm, sensing the violent tremors beneath his feet. The consciousness within the well sensed the external shift, the newly calmed thoughts surging once more with agitation and dread. Unstable, about to shatter, afraid. Like a child who had just opened its heart, only to witness its home collapsing around it. Lin Xuan instantly comprehended resonance with this ancient entity was merely the first step. The true trial lay ahead, forging before the barrier collapsed entirely a new equilibrium where stasis and life could coexist. He gazed into the black while his expression resolute, imbued with the decisive wisdom befitting a nascent soul cultivator. We will not let you vanish. His thoughts steady as bedrock flowed forth. Eternal stillness is no salvation. Would you then walk with us to discover a new way of being, a way that preserves your memory, your essence, while rejoining the river of life? Perhaps this was the true cradle of silence. The subterranean quest had at last reached the heart of the matter, and the real test, how to forge a path to life for both this land and its ancient consciousness even as collapse loomed, had just begun. Lin Xuan's thistle path now approached its pivotal moment of enlightenment. Lin Xuan's words struck like a boulder cast into an ancient well, sending deep ripples through the subterranean cavern, and triggering an unprecedented tremor within the primordial consciousness slumbering at the well's heart. A new path. Stillness and motion, coexisting. The treasury of memory, the river of life. Fragmented thoughts flickered, wavering with bewilderment, disbelief, and a faint, nearly eroded yearning worn thin by eons of solitude. It had been imprisoned in eternal stasis for so long that change had faded from memory to stillness, and dissolution had become its only conceivable destiny. The possibility Lin Xuan proposed pierced its darkness like light never before conceived. Yet in its wake surged a deeper terror. Change, danger, shattering, utter annihilation. How is it done? The faint emerald glow upon the well's walls flared violently, a visceral manifestation of its inner struggle. Meanwhile, signs of collapse from above grew alarmingly distinct. The entire cavern convulsed. Shards of stone rained down, gray dewdrops slid like tears along the rock face. The air thickened with a suffocating, life-draining silence, so palpable it seared each breath. The stasis ward was slipping from maintenance toward total dissolution. No time to hesitate. Victor roared, his monitoring crystal blazing crimson, the ward's structure collapsing in cascading failure. At most, half an hour remains. Elman struggled upright, leaning heavily on his wooden staff. Yet upon his aged face blazed the luminous resolve of a martyr. Lin Xuan. Your insight touches nature's ultimate mystery, stillness and motion, giving rise to one another, yin and yang interwoven. But this demands a force that transcends current laws, to guide it and to anchor it. Do we possess such power? His gaze swept over the group, then settled unwavering upon Lin Xuan. Alice's emerald eyes still held fear, but beneath it burned unshakable trust. She looked to Lin Xuan. I believe in your new path. I can feel it. The land's depths still harbor a faint trembling desire to live, echoing you. Lin Xuan drew a slow, icy breath into lungs scorched by silence, forcing absolute calm. The source halo pulsed at unprecedented overload, furiously calculating every known variable. The energy architecture of the stasis ward the fluctuation frequency of the well's consciousness, Alice's vital information signature, Victor's array, principles, Elman's geomantic understanding, and Balon's blackstone properties. Torrents of data colliding, merging, refining. We need not invent a new law, Lin Xuan declared, voice incisive as a blade honed on truth. We need only find a fulcrum to redirect existing forces, forging a dynamic, precarious, yet temporarily sustainable state of balance. He issued commands with swift, crystalline clarity. Victor, immediately reconfigure the array, not as a mere amplifier, but as a temporary resonance chamber, an energy buffer pool. Core principle: use Blackstone's inertness as the still foundation. I channel the well's consciousness to release its stasis force as a stabilizing framework, while simultaneously amplifying Alice's life signature as the dynamic source, infusing it into that framework. The crux lies in attuning their resonant frequencies, so motion circulates within stillness rather than clashing against it. Victor's pupils contracted, grasping Lin Xuan's intent instantly. You mean, constructing a miniature controllable still motion cycle system? Like the heartbeat. But such precision in energy harmonization is perilous. One misstep, and opposing forces annihilate each other. Hence the need for buffering and guidance. Lin Xuan pointed toward the well's mouth. Elder Elman, you must expend your final strength not to resist the land's desolation, but to channel it. Redirect the chaotic stasis energy spilling from the collapsing ward into this resonance chamber, to serve as raw material for the still framework. Ailes, you must concentrate your life signature not as diffuse emission, but as a sustained gentle current, like a brook, flowing steadily into this framework seeking to establish circulation within it. This was an audacious razor-edged plan. It amounted to siphoning steam, the dissipating stasis energy, from a boiler on the verge of explosion, the failing ward, to drive an exquisitely fragile temporary engine, the resonance chamber, whose sole power source was but a single trembling ember of life, Ailes' information stream. Balon's blackstone was pivotal. Lin Xuan added, we require as much blackstone as possible, arranged around the array as a physical barrier. Its energetic inertia will shield us from external collapse, buying precious time for this delicate equilibrium. Time was bleeding away. Victor lunged at the array, hands a blur of motion as he rewrote runes at breathtaking speed, veins bulging on his temples, sweat drenching his threadbare formal coat. Elman sat cross-legged, hands plunged once more into the earth. Not to soothe but to guide like a master water diviner, he channeled the destructive torrent of stasis energy, wrestling it like floodwaters toward the resonance chamber Victor labored to forge. Ailes closed her eyes, gathering every shred of focus, drawing in her scattered life signature, purifying it, shaping it into a steady, vibrant current of sentient vitality. Lin Xuan stood at the nexus. His Xuanhuang Qi surged to its zenith, not as soft tendrils, but as countless fine, resilient energy conduits and regulatory nodes. Simultaneously, he stabilized Victor's overburdened array, aided Elman in directing the violent stasis tide, shielded Ailes' fragile life current, and anchored by the source halo, monitored, millisecond by millisecond, the infinitesimal fluctuations across thousands of system variables, adjusting them with surgical precision. His face turned deathly pale, blood seeped faintly from his 7 orifices, a dire sign of soul and energy exhaustion. This was a high-stakes race against time, and a defiance of cosmic law. Every step balanced on the edge of oblivion. Resonance chamber assembled, but unstable. Victor bellowed. The stasis energy is too volatile. Uncontrollable. Elman spat, blood swaying on the verge of collapse. My current is being drowned by silence. Ailes' voice cracked with tears. At that critical instant, Lin Xuan's gaze hardened with resolve. He summoned from the depths of his dantian the dormant core Dao rhythm of his nascent soul, the essence of his past and present existence. This Dao rhythm embodied his supreme understanding of balance, cyclical flow, and creation itself. By my Dao rhythm as catalyst, balance as foundation, and cycle as pulse, form. With a low command, he infused that slender, exquisitely pure Dao rhythm, like the pillar of heaven, into the resonance chamber's core. Miracle unfolded. The chamber, moments from catastrophic collapse, stilled instantly, its violent oscillations quelled by that profound harmonizing resonance. The blackstone barrier glowed with serene luminescence, the array's runes flowed in measured, orderly sequence. The wild stasis energy, guided by Elman, now coursed like tamed stallions along preordained pathways, constructing an invisible, yet utterly real, profoundly stable framework of stillness. This framework resembled a chalice forged from absolute silence. Simultaneously, under Lin Xuan's meticulous Xuanhuang guidance, Ailes' life current, gentle as a mountain spring, successfully entered the silent chalice. Within absolute stillness, the life current was neither consumed nor erased. Instead, it began a wondrous, languid circulation. Like blood pulsing within vessels, the vessel's wall remained perfectly still, yet motion within it endured and thrived. A faint but unmistakable ripple emanated from the array's center. A novel, unprecedented oscillation blending eternal stillness and vibrant life. The ancient consciousness within the well erupted with unprecedented emotional intensity. This is stillness, holds motion, motion persists within stillness. Balance, fleeting balance. It had felt it. That state of harmonious interplay, long yearned for across ages, yet believed forever lost. Seizing this singular opportunity, Lin Xuan focused his entire will, projecting the clearest thought into the well. This is the path. Fragile though it is, it exists. We require your memory and the foundational power of your stasis as the anchor for this balanced system. Release your strength willingly into this framework and join us to hold it steady. Pull this land teetering on annihilation back to the very threshold of existence. After a brief hush, a vast, refined stasis force surged upward from the well's abyss. Not predatory but tender, reverent, gently merging with Victor's resonance chamber and Elman's guided current, profoundly reinforcing the still framework. Simultaneously, the well's consciousness began voluntarily releasing fragmented ancient memories, like opening a vault, thread by thread. These streams enriched rather than disrupted the balance, infusing the circulating life current with the weight and depth of history. A microcosm of still motion equilibrium, precarious, unstable, yet undeniably real, had been forged deep underground at the precipice of ruin. This system temporarily arrested the cavern's core collapse, and like a faint heartbeat began radiating a unique oscillation outward, one that slowed dissolution without draining vitality. Yet this was merely the beginning. The equilibrium shimmered like a candle in gale winds, ready to gutter out at any moment. Could it spread across the entire Thorn Vale? Could it truly reverse the ward's dissolution? How long would this fragile lifeline, bought with Lin Xuan's expended Dao Rhythm and the group's shattered reserves, endure? Greater trials lay ahead, but for now the ember of hope had ignited. In the cavern, the fragile equilibrium system flickered like a candle in the wind, swaying, yet stubbornly persisting. Victor slumped at the edge of the magic circle, his face deathly pale. The excessive consumption of mana had nearly drained him, yet his eyes peered through the monocle, were fixed on the core of the array with an almost manic intensity and disbelief. Elder Ermin leaned against the rock wall, his breath weak. The ashen pallor on his face had not faded, but his eyes burned with the shock and contemplation of witnessing a miracle. Alice's small face was pale, maintaining the life information flow had taken a heavy toll. Yet her emerald eyes were locked on the center of the equilibrium system, where an unprecedented harmonious fluctuation was brewing. Lin Xuan was in the worst condition. He knelt on one hand, gasping violently, with dried blood streaks from his 7 orifices leaving dark red traces. Forcibly driving his fundamental Dao resonance had nearly drained his soul and spiritual energy. The glow of the source point dimmed to near extinction, and the Xuanhuang Qi had dried up like a parched river. Yet his spine remained straight, his gaze locked on the heart of the equilibrium system, where originally only energy flowed through the void. Now a vortex gathered two opposing, yet miraculously coexisting forces: ultimate stillness and vibrant vitality. In the midst of this extreme silence and tension, a sudden change occurred. The energy vortex at the center of the equilibrium system abruptly contracted inward, like the singularity before the birth of the universe. Then a soft, pure light kindled, neither dazzling nor hot, yet carrying an indescribable soothing power. The light gradually spread, outlining a vague, humanoid silhouette. As the light faded, a figure stood clearly before the 4 of them. It was a child of about 7 or 8, with a form so thin it seemed almost translucent. The skin was pale as jade, faintly revealing a gentle light flowing like a stream beneath. The hair was a strange ash-gray, soft and clinging. The most astonishing were the eyes. One was the gray of eternal ice, deep and lifeless. The other was the vibrant green of early spring shoots brimming with life. Yet she stood there quietly, her edges slightly blurred, as if she might dissolve into the surrounding energy field at any moment, giving an unreal, yet exquisitely fragile impression. The child's gaze wandered blankly around, then settled on Lin Xuan, the one nearest, and whose aura felt most familiar and comforting. She tilted her head, and in her gray-green heterochromatic eyes a flicker of instinctive yearning and cautious probing emerged. She took a small step forward, her movement stiff as if unaccustomed to this body. Then a word, faintly trembling yet crystal clear, rose like the first call of a newborn bird in the dead silence of the cavern. Fath. The voice was ethereal, not quite human, more like the soft chime of wind through crystal bells, striking directly into the soul. In an instant the entire cavern fell into absolute stillness, as if even the faint hum of the equilibrium system had vanished. Victor's eyes bulged, his monocle nearly slipping off his mouth, slightly agape, his face a mix of extreme shock, defying any known magical or biological principle, and academic fervor. He instinctively reached for his notes, only to find his hand trembling too much. Elder Ermin's murky eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. He struggled to rise, his voice hoarse and excited. A creation. This is the spirit born from the interplay of motion and stillness, the union of yin and yang. Neither human nor beast, neither soul nor object. A physical embodiment of the laws. An innate spirit. Only in legends of ancient texts. Alice covered her mouth, her emerald eyes instantly brimming with tears. Not of fear, but of a deep, resonant compassion and understanding. She could clearly sense the immense contradiction and sorrow within this newborn being, and the almost desperate longing for the warmth and belonging that the word father represented. And Lin Xuan, upon hearing that father, felt his entire soul struck as if by a hammer. He had exhausted his strength to build the equilibrium system, anticipating various outcomes. Perhaps the barrier stabilizing, perhaps an energy eruption, or even his own Dao's fall. But he never imagined he would create a life. A conscious being that regarded him as father. The source point instinctively scanned and analyzed, feeding back cold data, energy aggregate, highly ordered stable consciousness, wave strong correlation with the static barrier core and host Dao resonance. Definition: unknown life form. But data could not describe the storm within him. That father was like a key unlocking a deep-seated emotional gate that had long been suppressed. The part of him that was Lin Xuan, not a cultivator. Responsibility, confusion, a flicker of indescribable emotion, and an immense ethical shock instantly overwhelmed him. The child, Lin Jingwei, Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't respond, only stared blankly, a faint trace of panic and dimness flickered in her heterochromatic eyes. She instinctively Lin Xuan thought of her as she timidly took another small step forward, extending her nearly translucent little hand, as if to touch him, but hesitated, hovering in the air, and repeated in an even softer voice, "Father." This time her voice carried more obvious hurt and unease. As her emotions fluctuated, the faint light around her flickered, and even the entire equilibrium system rippled slightly. Victor finally snapped out of his shock, and whispered urgently, "Baron, she, was conceived from your Dao resonance and the consciousness of the barrier. She is the living hub of the equilibrium system. Her state directly affects the stability of the system. We must stabilize her." Ermin also spoke with difficulty, his tone grave. "This spirit, its mind is pure as a newborn, but its power source is extremely special and potent. Emotional fluctuations will trigger drastic changes in surrounding energy. Lin Xuan, since she recognizes you as father, you cannot escape this karmic bond." Alice couldn't help but speak softly, her voice choked with tears. "Brother Lin Xuan, she's so pitiful. It seems she only has you." Lin Xuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions. He understood that any hesitation or rejection at this moment could cause irreversible harm to this newborn, extremely sensitive consciousness, and even lead to the complete collapse of the fragile equilibrium just established. Slowly he raised his hand, his movements somewhat stiff, but he tried to keep his voice calm and gentle. "I am here." He did not directly acknowledge the identity of father, but for Lin Jingwei this response was already the most heavenly sound. Her gray-green eyes instantly lit up, the green seeming to be infused with life, radiating stunning brilliance. Her small hand, still hovering, finally touched the back of his hand on the ground cautiously and gently. There was no physical sensation, it was more like a gentle stream of energy carrying a cool, tentative touch, and a complete unreserved dependence and trust flowing into Lin Xuan's nearly depleted meridians. This energy was extremely weak, yet exceptionally pure, as if containing the most primordial harmony of stillness and motion. It actually triggered a faint resonance in his exhausted Xuanhuang qi, and the stabbing pain in his soul eased slightly. "Father's hand is warm." Lin Jingwei murmured, a faint but genuine smile appearing on her pale face. With her reassurance, the entire equilibrium system stabilized, and even the harmonious fluctuations it emitted seemed to solidify a little. However, the crisis on the surface was not resolved. Through Ermin's weak connection to the earth veins, the group could still sense the castle collapsing faster, with the threat of static annihilation imminent. "Father." Lin Jingwei seemed to sense something too. She looked up, her heterochromatic eyes gazing toward the ceiling of the cavern, as if she could penetrate the rock and see the dying land above. "It hurts so much, they are afraid." Her tone was childlike, intuitive, and sorrowful. "You can sense what's happening above." Lin Xian's heart stirred, and he asked in a steady, gentle voice. Lin Jingwei nodded, pointing upward. Gray, dead things, running everywhere, and brighter, little lights, growing dim." Her words were childish and abstract, but given the context, Lin Xuan and the others immediately understood. She referred to the spread of static annihilation energy and the fading life force of the survivors. Even more astonishingly, Lin Jingwei frowned slightly, a trace of confusion in her heterochromatic eyes. She unconsciously raised her hands and made a gentle, soothing gesture toward the empty air. There was no energy burst, no incantation, but a strange, indescribable wave spread outward from her like ripples of water moving upward. The next moment, Ermin jerked his head up, his eyes blazing with disbelief. "The turmoil of the earth veins has weakened. Although only a trace, it has indeed calmed." Victor also confirmed through the residual sensing of the monitoring array, the expansion speed of the annihilation energy has decreased by 0.3%. "It's minuscule, but the trend has changed." Everyone stared at Lin Jingwei in shock. This newborn, seemingly fragile being could directly affect the collapse process of the entire barrier. Though the effect was weak, it meant she might be the key to turning the tide. After making that gesture, Lin Jingwei's body seemed to become more translucent. She swayed slightly, leaned wearily toward Lin Xuan, and whispered, "Father, I'm a little tired. Those gray things don't like to be touched." Lin Xuan instinctively supported her, though it was just the symbolic support of an energy body, his mind raging with a storm. He instantly understood Lin Jingwei's existence was not merely the hub of the equilibrium system. She was the embodiment of the balance between motion and stillness. She was born with the ability to harmonize stillness and vitality, to soothe energy turmoil. But this consumed her fundamental power, and she had an instinctual aversion and discomfort toward the gray energy of death. Hope and greater responsibility were now both placed on Lin Xian's shoulders. He not only had to maintain the balance underground, but also guide this newborn daughter to learn to control and use her power to save the dying companions and this land above. And first he had to take her back to the collapsing castle to face the gazes that would inevitably be filled with shock, doubt, and even fear. "We need to go up." Lin Xian's voice regained its calm with an unshakable resolve. "Jingwei, can you come with us?" Lin Jingwei tightly grasped Lin Xian's clothing, though it was an energy grip, nodding vigorously, her heterochromatic eyes full of dependence and a hint of timidness toward the unknown outside. Where father goes, Jingwei goes. The underground exploration had come to an end, but a new journey, far more complex, filled with ethical challenges and hope, had just begun. Lin Xian's Dao heart would undergo unprecedented tempering and elevation because of this unexpected daughter. The faint subterranean glow was gradually swallowed by a thicker, grayer, more suffocating stillness seeping down from above. Lin Xian supported Lin Jingwei, frail yet clutching his sleeve with desperate tenacity, while Victor Ilman and Alice followed behind, weary and lost in their own thoughts, ascending the return passage with agonizing effort. With every step upward, the air thickened with a life-draining stasis, pressing down until breath itself became a labor. Lin Jingwei was exquisitely sensitive to this deadening energy. Her pale face contorted, her slight frame trembled, and her gray eye darkened further. Instinctively she pressed closer to Lin Xian, whispering hoarsely, "Father, the gray outside. It's so dense, they're angry." Her presence functioned like the most delicate sensor, mirroring the environment's accelerating decay. "Hold on, Jingwei." Lin Xian's voice remained low and steady, as he circulated his nearly exhausted Xuanhuang Qi to sustain an impossibly thin energy barrier against the encroaching stasis. He spoke with deliberate gentleness to soothe his newly awakened daughter, fragile, extraordinary, and profoundly vulnerable. His origin point aura faintly scanned ahead, warning of imminent structural collapse. Within him swirled a tempest of emotion, primal protectiveness toward Jingwei, burning anxiety for his comrades above, and the crushing weight of an unknowable future. When at last they pushed aside the rubble sealing the exit and emerged back into the castle's interior, the sight before them plunged every heart into despair. The inner walls and main keep, the final bastion, now lay in ruins. The blackstone refuge walls were webbed with fissures radiating an ominous gray luminescence. Death hung heavy in the air, no clash of steel, no cry of battle, only an absolute bone-chilling silence. The floor was blanketed in ashen-gray dust, the final residue of stone, timber, and even flesh reduced to powder by the stasis force. A few militiamen slumped against crumbling corners, frozen mid-motion, like millennia-old mummies, their faces locked in expressions of excruciating agony and utter bewilderment. "Resso, Balon, Carl," Lin Xian called out, his voice ringing hollow in the desolate ruin, suppressing the icy dread coiling within him. After a pause of suffocating silence, a faint rustle came from behind a half-collapsed blackstone barricade, and Resso staggered into view. His leather armor hung in tatters, large patches of gray necrosis marred his exposed skin, and his left arm hung limp and lifeless, consumed by stasis decay. Yet his bloodshot eyes remained sharp as a hawk's, though now dulled by exhaustion and a grim, near-catatonic despair. At first relief flickered across his scarred face upon seeing Lin Xian and the others, but the instant his gaze fell upon Lin Jingwei, clinging tightly to Lin Xian with her unsettling form, his pupils contracted violently. His hand snapped to his sword hilt, and lethal intent erupted from him like a storm. "Lin Xian, what is that abomination behind you?" Resso's voice rasped like broken iron, thick with suspicion and hostility. His battlefield instincts screamed that this childlike figure emanated an energy source identical to the surrounding stasis, yet deeper, stranger, and infinitely more alien. Almost simultaneously, Balon emerged from another ruin, leaning heavily on an iron hammer. The old blacksmith fared worse, one leg dragged uselessly, and gray necrosis crept across his face. Yet when he beheld Lin Jingwei, his clouded eyes first widened in shock, then narrowed into the focused, heavy-eyed scrutiny of a craftsman assessing rare, perilous ore. He said nothing, but his white-knuckled grip on the hammer's half betrayed profound inner turbulence. A handful of surviving militiamen gathered shakily around him, each bearing visible marks of stasis corruption. The moment their eyes met Lin Jingwei, pressed close to Lin Xian, her form unnerving, their bodies seized with a primordial terror far exceeding any fear of blade or arrow. Beneath that childlike silhouette pulsed an icy, non-human aura, born of the same stasis, yet more profound, more alien, suffocating their already frayed nerves and tightening their chests with irrational dread. They recoiled instinctively, faces etched with raw, visceral revulsion and panic, for in such utter desolation, the incomprehensible was instinctively deemed mortal threat. Startled by Resso's killing intent and the crowd's fearful stares, Lin Jingwei flinched violently, shrinking almost into Lin Xian's shadow, fingers clenched white-knuckled around his sleeve. Her heterochromatic eyes, gray and green, brimmed with terror and wounded confusion as she whispered, "Father, they're afraid of me." Alice immediately stepped forward, shielding Jingwei despite her own trembling limbs, and bravely addressed Resso, "Uncle Resso, don't frighten her. She's Jingwei. She stabilized the situation underground. She's not dangerous." Ilman gasped, his voice weak, yet resonant with authority. "Resso, sheath your blade. This spirit is extraordinary. She may be the sole hope to save this place." Victor adjusted his spectacles, his tone layered with scholarly complexity, From an energetic perspective, she emerged from the fusion of the Baron's Dao resonance and the core consciousness of the ward, a living embodiment of equilibrium. Theoretically, she possesses the capacity to harmonize this extreme stasis state. His gaze never left Lin Jingwei, filled with academic fascination, yet shadowed by unmistakable wariness. Lin Xuan drew a slow, deep breath, gently positioning Jingwei behind him, then met Reso's skeptical stare with calm, unwavering resolve. Reso, I swear upon my Dao heart Jingwei will harm no one. On the contrary, we require her power to halt this total annihilation. He concisely recounted the subterranean discovery and Jingwei's genesis, emphasizing her unique affinity with and ability to soothe the stasis force. Reso's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed Lin Xuan with a hard, unblinking stare, then glanced again at Jingwei, who cowered like a frightened sparrow. After a long, heavy silence, he slowly released his grip on the hilt, though his vigilance remained razor-sharp. I'll trust you once, Lin Xuan, but if this thing loses control or draws something worse, don't blame me when my blade finds its mark. He spat a bloody wad onto the ash-strewn floor, his voice gruff and unyielding. Survival demanded faith in leadership, yet the warrior's instinct refused full surrender. Balon gave a silent, solemn nod, his tacit acceptance. The few remaining militiamen, seeing Reso's stance, relaxed marginally, but their glances at Jingwei remained fraught with unease. The fragile internal crisis had barely subsided when a greater peril loomed. The castle would not endure much longer. Carl crawled from a corner, face smeared with soot, his voice hollow with despair. Food and water are nearly gone. The stasis necrosis spreads. We may not survive long enough for you to find a solution. As if confirming his words, a deep, thunderous crash echoed from afar. A section of outer wall collapsed entirely, raising not dust, but more ashen gray powder. The pace of stasis annihilation was accelerating. Every gaze converged upon Lin Xuan and Lin Jingwei. Lin Xuan knelt, meeting Jingwei's wide, still frightened eyes at eye level, his voice imbued with soothing strength. Jingwei, you said you could feel the gray outside growing angry. Is that right? Jingwei nodded, timidly pointing toward the castle's perimeter. Yes, many gray ones, running wild, crashing into each other. The earth is weeping. Can I try to quiet them like I did underground? Lin Xuan guided her gently, not forcefully, just as you'd softly stroke a wounded creature. Jingwei glanced between Lin Xuan and the shattered surroundings, and the mixture of hope and fear in the survivor's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, trust in Lin Xuan overcame her doubt. She closed her eyes, extended her nearly translucent hands toward the castle's periphery, and repeated the calming gesture. This time, all present felt it clearly, a strange, gentle ripple emanating from Jingwei, spreading outward like concentric rings upon still water. Where the wave passed, the suffocating stillness truly lessened, imperceptibly yet undeniably. Though the ruins remained unchanged, the creeping advance of gray decay visibly slowed. Even the necrotic gray patch on Reso's arm ceased its spread. It's working, a militiaman breathed out, trembling in his voice. For the first time, hope, raw and radiant, flickered across their faces. Yet after completing the gesture, Jingwei swayed, her pallor deepening to near translucence. She leaned weakly against Lin Xuan, her voice a fading whisper. Father, so tired. The gray ones don't like being touched, they're resisting. Clearly, large-scale pacification exacted immense toll, and the stasis force was no docile lamb, but fiercely resisted her intervention. Enough. You've done magnificently. Lin Xuan swiftly steadied her, his heart swelling with pride and burdened by gravity. Jingwei's power was real, but finite, costly, and perilous to wield. How to wield her gift effectively, while shielding her from backlash, was now the paramount challenge. At that very moment, the lookout stationed atop the last standing tower cried out, his voice raw with final desperation. West. The wastelands. Dust clouds. It's an army. Flying the Black Wolf banner. Every heart lurched violently. The Grey Tower Legion, returning now at the worst possible hour. Internal strife unresolved. External threat arrived. The fragile dawn of hope vanished beneath a denser, darker shroud of war. Lin Xuan cradled the frail Jingwei, gazing westward toward the distant, ominous plume, his eyes sharpened to blades. The true trial had only just begun. He must save this land, shield his newborn daughter, and confront the enemy returning in full force. Rexur's harsh words struck like frozen iron upon the ruins. I'll trust you once, Lin Xuan. But if this little thing spirals out of control or draws something worse, don't blame me for cutting you down without mercy. His threat cast a heavy, suffocating shadow over the fragile hope that had just flickered to life when Lin Jingwei revealed her power. Internal distrust and the relentless deterioration of their surroundings coiled around each survivor's heart like twin serpents. Lin Xuan made no empty promises to sway Rexur. Instead, he met the man's bloodshot, wary gaze with quiet composure and nodded. His voice, low and resonant, carried irrevocable weight. I understand. If that moment comes, I will act first. This was no reassurance, but a covenant between men. Rexur snorted through his nose, said nothing more, yet the knuckles gripping his sword hilt slowly loosened. He turned to his remaining soldiers, voice raw, but commanding enough to still the chaos. Did you hear? Eyes sharp, claws tight. We're not lying down to die, not yet. At that instant the tower's ragged alarm wailed like a funeral bell. West. The wastelands. Dust plumes. It's an army. Flying the Black Wolf banner. Every face paled. Damn it, of all times. Rexer slammed a fist into the half-collapsed wall beside him. A dust rained down in silent tremors. He whirled toward Lin Xuan, voice urgent and raw. What do we do? In this state we couldn't even hold off a pack of goblins. Victor adjusted his cracked monocle, his pallid face taut with scholarly precision and simmering anxiety. Hermann's return can mean only two things. Either he has sensed the anomaly at the barrier's core and sees this as the perfect moment to obliterate it utterly. Or his patron Duke Ottizan has lost patience and sent greater forces to erase every shred of uncertainty. In either case, we stand no chance. Eldar Ilman leaned heavily on Elisa's arm to remain upright. His clouded eyes fixed upon the western dust clouds, his voice frail, yet steeped in sorrowful wisdom. The wheels of war heed no insect's lament. They've come to scour the battlefield. Balon clenched his iron hammer in silence. His dark, impassive face betrayed no emotion. Only his gaze, sweeping across the fissured blackstone ramparts, held the quiet grief of a craftsman watching his life's work crumble. Fear and despair surged again, like plague, drowning the brief, fragile resurgence of hope kindled by the temporary halt of the stasis blight beneath a colder, grimmer shroud of war. At that moment Lin Jingwei, sheltered behind Lin Xuan, seemed to sense the approaching threat, a wave of iron-forged brutality and martial intent. She did not comprehend armies or banners, but she felt it clearly, a vast surging mass of cold, destructive energy, pulsing with conquest starkly alien to the surrounding gray stillness, yet equally suffocating. Trembling, she clutched Lin Xuan's sleeve. Her small frame shook, her emerald eye brimmed with terror, while her gray eye flickered with something else, confusion. She tilted her head up, her voice ethereal and unguarded, childlike in its bluntness. Father, those things running toward us, do they dislike this place? Will they make it grayer too? This innocent, direct question pierced straight to the heart of the matter. Was not the Grey Tower Legion's very purpose to scour this land, already teetering on death's edge, into absolute sterile silence aligned with their will? Lin Xuan looked down at Jingwei's mismatched eyes, wide with bewilderment and fear, and a daring, almost reckless idea flashed through his mind like lightning, cleaving darkness, illuminating his cornered thoughts. He turned to Victor, gaze sharpened to a blade. Victor, you said Hermann may have returned because he sensed the barrier's anomaly. Then, would he also be affected by this intensified stasis blight? Victor blinked. Then his eyes flared with sudden clarity. Of course he would. Unless he carries an exceedingly rare, rule-warding artifact, the Grey Tower mages' combined spellcasting will falter severely in such violently unstable energy fields. And even their great siege engines will grow structurally brittle within the stasis field. My lord, what are you suggesting? We won't defeat them, Lin Xuan replied, his voice calm to the point of chilling exactitude, like a scientist calculating odds. We only need to make them suffer more than we do. He pivoted to Rexer, command crisp and decisive. Rexer, abandon all outer defenses. Evacuate everyone capable of movement into Balon's Blackstone-reinforced subterranean cavern immediately. That space is relatively sealed. The Blackstone offers maximum insulation against stasis erosion. Then he addressed Victor. I need you to calculate under current stasis intensity the safe casting distance for enemy mages, and the structural stability threshold for their siege engines. We'll deliver our surprise precisely where it hurts most. Finally, he knelt, meeting Jingwei's gaze at eye level, speaking in language stripped bare of artifice. Jingwei, Father needs your help. When those who dislike this place draw near, can you gently ask the land itself to tell them? This place refuses violence. Jingwei stared at Lin Xuan, bewildered by war and strategy. Yet she understood he needed her, and she sensed the fierce, unwavering resolve in his will to protect this place. She hesitated, then whispered, like before, when I made the Grey go still. But it tires me, and the Grey seems less willing to listen. Not quite stillness, Lin Xuan guided her, but making the land's silence heavier. Like thickening the air where guests no longer wish to stay. He offered a metaphor she could grasp. Jingwei blinked, straining to comprehend. She glanced at the ruin around her, then felt again the oppressive, destructive energy drawing nearer, and finally nodded softly. I'll try for Father. The plan was forged in haste, but it was the sole path threading through peril toward survival. Survivors staggered underground, clutching their last supplies. Balon and several able-bodied artisans frantically reinforced the cavern entrance with the final shards of Blackstone. Meanwhile, the dust clouds on the western wastelands swelled ever closer. The Black Wolf banner, snapping fiercely beneath the ashen sky, its host vastly larger than before, heavy infantry mage battalions, and now several massive metal-armored siege towers. At their vanguard stood Hermann himself, robed in deep gray edged with silver, his crystalline gaze sweeping over the eerie silence of thorn-holed brows faintly furrowed. The stasis field here was far stronger than anticipated. Indeed, something is amiss. Hermann's voice cut cold to his adjutant signaled the mages. They are to form defensive arrays 800 yards out and launch 3 waves of area denial spells to demolish all visible fortifications. Siege towers advance at reduced pace, monitor ground integrity. He intended to end this mission with methodical, overwhelming force. Yet the moment his orders echoed, mages began chanting. Siege towers groaned forward across ash-choked earth. Aberration struck. Without warning, the ambient stillness thickened tenfold, as if invisible seawater had suddenly congealed into viscous resin. Grey Tower mages mid-incantation recoiled. Magic elements grew lethargic and leaden. Spell weaving turned agonizingly sluggish. Incantations sputtered light, flared erratically, and several apprentice mages collapsed, spitting blood from backlash. Worse still, the colossal siege towers groaned with guttural, splintering shrieks. Their timber frames and iron joints under the amplified stasis field aged centuries and seconds, rotting, cracking, decaying. Soldiers pushing them felt the earth beneath their boots turn brittle, each step trembling on the verge of collapse like ice about to shatter. What's happening? Hermann's face contorted. His formidable mental acuity registered it instantly. The entire region's stasis rules were being actively strengthened, focused by some unseen hand. This was no natural occurrence. Even as doubt seized him, a few sparse, unervingly precise bowstrings twanged from Thornhold's shattered ramparts. Ordinary-looking arrows arced with uncanny grace, not toward troops, but toward the critical load-bearing junctions of the stalled siege towers. Crack! Snap! Under the intensified stasis field, already strained timbers and rivets turned grotesquely fragile. Each arrow struck exactly where stress peaked. A sickening chorus of fractures erupted, and one tower lurched sideways, then collapsed in thunderous ruin amid screams. A plume of gray-white dust billowed skyward. It was Lin Xuan, calculating structural weaknesses with SourcePoint's aid, exploiting the stasis field's material weakening effect. Ambush! Defend! A chaotic cry ripped through the gray tower ranks. But deeper panic bloomed inward. This accursed place. Spells misfired. Machines failed. Enemies vanished like phantoms, untouchable. Hermann seethed with fury and shock, straining to locate the source. Yet the omnipresent mountainous stasis field scrambled his senses. He felt trapped in an invisible bog, powerless, directionless. Retreat. Withdraw from this zone. Regroup. Hermann had no choice but to issue the humiliating order. To press forward blindly would only yield needless slaughter. The Black Wolf Banner's forces arrived in arrogant fury, and withdrew in disarray, stumbling back through the enhanced stasis field, leaving behind a collapsed tower and several mages bleeding from magical backlash. Inside the cavern, survivors peered through cracks, then erupted in hushed, breathless cries of deliverance. Their eyes settled on Lin Xuan, and on Jingwei, cradled in his arms, nearly translucent from exhaustion, drifting into semi-consciousness. Their gazes held awe, gratitude, and an enduring, uneasy dread of the unknown power she wielded. Lin Xuan stroked Jingwei's icy brow, feeling her faint pulse. He knew this was victory by cunning, not strength. Hermann was no fool. He would deduce the truth soon. And Jingwei's power could not be drawn without limit. We've bought ourselves time, Lin Xuan's voice echoed in the cavern, calm yet weighted with gravity. But next time, they will come prepared. True salvation still rested upon the slumbering barrier core, and upon this daughter, uniquely powerful, profoundly vulnerable, and bound to him by fate. The war against the Grey Tower Legion had shifted from open siege to a far deadlier contest, mastery over the very rules of reality. The Grey Tower Legion recoiled like a pack of wolves struck by a spear, retreating with agonizing difficulty to the edge of Thistle Vale. Beyond that lifeless ashen veil, they did not fully withdraw. Instead, they re-established camp upon the barren highlands within sight, Black Wolf banners drooping beneath the pallid leaden sky, silently declaring that the siege had not ended, but merely descended into a grimmer phase of attrition. Inside Thistle Fortress, the fleeting victory brought no cheers. Within the subterranean cavern, silence hung thick and heavy as molten lead. The survivors huddled in the cramped black stone-reinforced chamber Barlin had forged with his last reserves, faces etched with the hollow days of deliverance and a deeper, more profound exhaustion. Though Lin Jingwei's power had temporarily suppressed the spread of stagnation corruption, it had not eradicated it. Instead, it lingered like an invisible plague, slowly siphoning away vitality. Low, despairing moans rose from the wounded, each breath cold and suffused with the stillness of death. Lin Xuan gently laid Lin Jingwei unconscious from overwhelming spiritual depletion upon a smooth slab of black stone deep within the cavern. Her body was nearly translucent, sustained only by the faintest rise and fall of her chest. Her green eye remained tightly shut, her gray eye unfocused and distant, like a crystalline statue poised on the verge of shattering. Lin Xuan extended a thread of imperceptible Xuanhuang Qi, a silken lifeline weaving through the fragile ember of her existence. He gazed upon her, heart heavy with layered emotion. This daughter born of unforeseen fate had turned the tide. But the price she paid, and the profound uncertainty she embodied, weighed upon him like boulders of dread. Reizo inspected the crude defenses at the cavern mouth, then limped toward Lin Xuan on his leg, corroded and stiffened by stagnation necrosis. The ferocity in his scarred face softened, replaced by grim pragmatism. He glanced at the unconscious Lin Jingwei, his expression complex, then spoke hoarsely, no longer accusatory, but deliberative. Lin Xuan. What now? Those gray-robed vermin will surely return, and next time we won't fool them so easily. With our numbers we cannot survive another assault. His question echoed the unspoken dread in every survivor's heart. All eyes converged upon Lin Xuan. Victor leaned against the cavern wall, scribbling feverishly onto the final pages of his vellum by the dim glow of phosphorescent stones, recording battle data and observations, especially the unique energy fluctuations Lin Jingwei had induced in the stagnation field. Without looking up, he spoke rapidly, voice edged with scholarly intensity and anxiety. My lord, we must acknowledge. Our prior strategy rested upon a fundamental misapprehension of the stagnation ward's nature. It is not a device to be repaired or deactivated. It is alive, or rather possesses a nascent consciousness, an emergent sentience woven from raw energy. Miss Lin Jingwei's very existence confirms this. Confronting the Grey Tower Legion is secondary. Survival hinges upon forging some form of coexistence with that entity. He adjusted his spectacles, gaze sharp as flint, but coexistence demands capital, and our sole currency rests entirely upon Miss Lin Jingwei's perilously unstable condition. This is too dangerous. The moment she awakens, we must urgently map the boundaries of her abilities, the mechanics of her expenditure, and above all the precise nature of her connection to the ward's core consciousness. Eldar Ilman, leaning weakly on Elisa's arm, added in a voice thin as dying embers, Master Victor speaks truly. Yet it is not enough merely to understand. Jingwei's heart, like a tender vine just breaking soil, requires guidance. She draws near life. He looked toward Elise, yet recoils from rejection. His gaze shifted to Reizo, and clings instinctively to her creator. He turned to Lin Xuan. How do we help her comprehend this land's suffering, and move beyond mere soothing to truly heal that ancient wound? That requires wisdom and patience. His eyes held Lin Xuan's, charged with solemn trust. Elise clasped Eldar Ilman's icy hand tightly, her emerald gaze fixed upon Lin Jingwei, filled with compassion and an uncanny sense of duty. She whispered softly, while she sleeps, she seems so sorrowful, so alone. I can feel it. She needs friends, not tools. Barlin said nothing, only ground a black stone probe with coarse fingers, its monotonous rasp filling the silence. His silence spoke volumes, a pragmatic waiting for direction. Then with whatever strength remained, he would forge whatever tools were required. Lin Xuan listened in silence, absorbing each voice. The despair, the hope, the doubt, the crushing weight of responsibility, while his origin luminescence slowly regenerated, sifting through the torrent of information. The reality was stark. Enemies encircled them without, while the ward itself crumbled within, and their sole chance for salvation rested upon a daughter whose mind was that of a child, yet whose power dictated survival itself. We proceed in 2 phases, Lin Xuan declared at last, his voice steady, dispelling some of the suffocating tension. Phase 1, survival. Reizo, inventory all remaining supplies, especially food and purified water. Uncle Barlin, assess whether materials within this cavern and our black stone can reinforce our shelter or fashion simple defensive traps. We must prepare for prolonged siege. Reizo and Barlin nodded wordlessly and immediately set to work. Phase 2, the pivotal one. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over Victor, Eldar Ilman, and Elise. We must communicate with Jingwei the moment she awakens. Our aim is not to wield her power as a weapon, but to use her as a bridge seeking deeper communion with the ward's core consciousness. He turned to Victor. Victor, you shall document and analyze every energy fluctuation and conscious response upon her awakening. Build a model linking her state to the ward's stability. Then to Eldar Ilman and Elise. Eldar Ilman, Elise, you possess the most refined perception of life and nature. You must attempt to commune with Jingwei, guiding her to sense this land's former vitality and present agony, to awaken within her, or within the ancient consciousness she channels, the deep abiding yearning for life. That may be the key to true healing. Finally he looked upon the sleeping Lin Jingwei, his tone grave, and I must attempt to establish a stable spiritual link with her. Not domination, but companionship and gentle guidance. It is perilous, yet it must be done. The plan was rough, but in utter desolation it was the only path forward. No objections arose, the primal instinct for survival eclipsed all hesitation. The next 2 days passed in a suffocating hush. The Grey Tower Legion launched no attack, only watched from afar as if awaiting some unseen signal. Inside the cavern, survivors fought a quiet, desperate battle for survival. Rations dwindled to bare sustenance. Clean water came only from Elise's meager, natural magic, barely purifying seepage. Stagnation necrosis continued its slow advance, gray pallor settling upon every face. Lin Xuan spent most of his time beside Lin Jingwei, restoring his own strength while sustaining hers with exquisitely gentle currents of Xuanhuang Qi. He carefully wove simple luminous concepts of life growth guardianship into her slumber like a quiet stream flowing into still waters. In the deepest dark before dawn on the third day, Lin Jingwei's long lashes trembled. Then her heterochromatic eyes, gray and green, slowly opened. Her gaze first flickered with confusion and frailty, then darted urgently about until it found Lin Xuan beside her, whereupon pure unguarded trust and relief flooded her expression. "Father." Her voice was a whisper, yet it eased the cavern's taut silence. The arduous work of communication and guidance had begun. Could the tender shoot of hope truly take root and flourish amid this desolate wasteland? That question now tested the wisdom, patience, and humanity of them all. Lin Jingwei's awakening was like casting a pebble into the silent depths of a cavern. Its ripples trembled through every survivor's nerves. She opened her heterochromatic eyes, gray and emerald, and the initial daze swiftly gave way to quiet relief upon spotting Lin Xuan. Weakly she reached out and clutched his sleeve with trembling fingers, as if it were the soul mooring tethering her to this alien world. "Father," she whispered again, her voice frail and tender, thick with the dependence of a child just roused from slumber. Lin Xuan exhaled softly in quiet relief, gently taking her icy, nearly translucent hand in his, and channeling a thread of gentle Xuanhuang Qi to steady her faltering breath. "How do you feel, Jingwei?" His voice was deliberately calm, carefully modulated to avoid startling her. "So tired," Lin Jingwei murmured faintly. Her gray eye appeared dull, like something hollowed out. "It feels heavy." "Those gray things. So heavy." She spoke of the profound exhaustion following her overuse of power to soothe the stagnation field. At that moment, the others cautiously gathered near, maintaining respectful distance, their expressions layered with complexity. Elise stepped forward first, her vivid green eyes brimming with both compassion and curiosity. She knelt slowly until she met Lin Jingwei's gaze, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. "Jingwei, it's wonderful to see you awake." "My name is Elise." Lin Jingwei regarded her timidly, especially the delicate pointed ears and the vibrant, life-saturated natural aura radiating from her, utterly unlike her own. She hesitated, then whispered shyly, "Elise." Then, as if sensing something new, she gently twitched her nose. A flicker lit her gray eye. "Smells so good, like leaves warmed by sunlight." It was her most instinctive perception of living energy. Elise's smile deepened, warm and sincere. "Thank you. You're extraordinary too." Tentatively she extended her hand and lightly brushed Lin Jingwei's wrist. A faint soothing current of natural energy flowed across the touch. Lin Jingwei shivered, not in resistance, but in quiet comfort, like one long confined to frost-ridden shadows finally feeling warmth. At that moment, Elder Ilman's clouded eyes shimmered with quiet solace. His voice, rough yet imbued with the gentleness of age, drifted forth. "Child, can you hear the voice of this land beneath your feet?" Lin Jingwei turned toward Ilman, her gaze lingering on his weathered face etched with sorrow, before closing her eyes. Moments later she opened them again, her gray eyes brimming with unmistakable grief. "The earth is weeping, softly, but without cease. It says, it's so weary, so longing to sleep, yet terrified to fall asleep and never wake again." Her words, raw and evocative, mirrored precisely the land's anguish beneath the stagnation ward. Ilman staggered inwardly, tears streaming down his aged cheeks, as he whispered hoarsely, "Yes. Yes, indeed. That is the lament of the land itself." Lin Jingwei's perception had confirmed his lifelong intuition. Victor adjusted his spectacles, striving to contain his scholarly fervor, and asked in measured tones, "Miss Jingwei, when you calmed those gray forces, how did you accomplish it? What did you sense?" The question struck at the very heart of her ability. She tilted her head, searching for words. "I just thought, let them stop running. Stop being angry. Like soothing a sad little creature." She raised her small hand and made a soft, smoothing gesture in the air. Then, something inside me, like them yet different, flowed out. And they listened a little more. Her innocent phrasing struck Victor like revelation. He scribbled furiously, internal energy, originally resonant with stagnation, yet possessing greater order, guided by intent, analogous to high-tier elemental beings commanding lower ones. No, closer to resonance and calming at the level of consciousness. His mind raced, straining to frame this impossible phenomenon within theoretical scaffolding. Just then Reizo, who had stood silent and watchful, spoke coldly, his military bluntness cutting through the hush. "Little one, do you claim kinship with those lethal greys? Then tell us, how do we restore this accursed place? Or drive off those wolf-bannered raiders beyond the walls?" His tone was harsh, edged with barely concealed probing and threat. Startled by his sudden severity, Lin Jingwei flinched violently and darted behind Lin Xuan. Tears welled instantly in her green eye. Her gray eye flashed with fear and resistance. She whimpered softly, "I don't know. Father, he's so fierce. He doesn't love me. Tension coiled thickly through the cavern. Lin Xuan immediately shielded her, his gaze steady and unyielding as he fixed it upon Reizo. Mind your manner. She is still a child, and she has just saved us all. Reizo's scarred cheek twitched, he grunted and fell silent, but his vigilance remained undiminished. He could not fully trust this enigmatic being, so strange in origin, so uncanny in power. Balon watched quietly from the side. Then unexpectedly he held out a newly polished blackstone hairpin, small, smooth, and dark, and offered it to Lin Jingwei, his voice gruff, yet uncommonly gentle. Here. Take it. Wear it. Perhaps it will help you feel more grounded. He sensed instinctively that her ethereal, energy-attuned form needed an anchor to stabilize itself. Lin Jingwei eyed the sleek black pin warily, then glanced up at Lin Xuan. Under his encouraging gaze she reached out and accepted it with careful reverence. As her fingertips brushed the cool stone, the faint translucency shimmering around her body visibly softened, just a fraction. She tentatively fastened the pin into her ash-white hair, then lifted her face toward Balon and offered a fragile, genuine smile. Thank you, Uncle. It feels comforting. That simple, tender moment eased the cavern's taut atmosphere. Carl and the other militiamen watched the eerie girl's childlike grin and felt their dread recede ever so slightly. Lin Xuan seized the opening. Kneeling to meet her gaze levelly, he guided gently. Jingwei, you said earlier that the earth weeps and fears sleeping forever. Could we help it rest, safely, without losing it? Or perhaps, grant it a dream of green of sunlight. He reframed the abstract goal of healing the ward into an image a child might grasp. Lin Jingwei pondered deeply, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with inner light. Once more she closed her eyes, reaching deeper, seeking communion with the land beneath her feet. After a long silence she opened them, confused, uncertain. The earth says, its heart is crushed beneath a cold, hard stone. Beneath that stone, something is bleeding, endlessly, so it hurts too much to sleep. Her finger did not point toward the cavern's explored depths, but downward toward a far deeper, more hidden place beneath the castle's main keep. That stone lies even farther down. There, echoes of sorrow, of loneliness. Was it the earth's heart, suppressed, bleeding thing? Echoes. Her metaphor-laden words detonated like thunderclaps in their minds. Victor snapped upright, eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. Could it be? The stagnation ward's true core isn't the energy convergence point we theorized, the black well. Perhaps it's merely an outlet, or a control node. The real heart may be sealed, or suppressed, far deeper beneath the keep. And that bleeding thing, could it be what the ward seeks to stagnate? And those sad echoes, might they be? His gaze locked onto Lin Jingwei in stunned awe, a staggering coherent hypothesis blooming, the ancient sorrow and solitude haunting her consciousness. Do they not stem not from the ward's collective awareness, but from the wounded, bleeding entity buried beneath? The stagnation ward itself. Might it be a monstrous fusion of prison and life support system? Elder Ilman trembled with fervent emotion. If this is true, then healing isn't about pacifying surface stagnation, but confronting the sealed suffering source itself. Lin Xuan's origin light pulsed faster than ever before, synthesizing every fragment of insight. Lin Jingwei's unwitting revelations were the key, unlocking a door to a truth far deeper, far more perilous. Their course of exploration had irrevocably shifted. Their objective was no longer mere stabilization, but descent into the heart of the seal to confront the ancient frozen being whose suffering may have birthed all this tragedy. Hope now walked hand in hand with greater peril, and everything hinged upon further dialogue with this newly awakened consciousness, this childlike, nascent mind named Lin Jingwei. Lin Jingwei's metaphorical heart, crushed beneath a boulder and bleeding, plunged like a massive stone into stagnant, murky water, unleashing tempestuous waves across the survivors' souls. A brief, suffocating silence descended upon the cavern, broken only by the crackling of torches and the distant, mournful blare of horns from the Grey Tower Legion's encampment, reminding them starkly of their entrapment between external siege and internal collapse. Victor was the first to recover from his shock. An unnatural flush bloomed across his pallid face, and his words tumbled forth in breathless, feverish haste. The seal. It must be an immensely powerful seal. Our earlier hypothesis was utterly mistaken. The black well is likely merely a regulatory valve or pressure release port within the stasis barrier's energy cycle. The true core, the heart sustaining this extreme equilibrium and perhaps holding the barrier's primordial secret, is sealed beneath the main keep by forces older and more formidable than we ever imagined. That bleeding entity may be the sealed essence itself, and the stasis barrier. It may function as a vast, merciless life-sustaining and imprisonment system. Good heavens, this is far more intricate and perilous than I dared conceive. His voice trembled with the fervor of a scholar confronting the ultimate enigma, yet quivered also with dread of the unknown. If his conjecture holds true, then every attempt they had made to soothe or heal the barrier was tantamount to probing a forbidden seal, one whose nature they could not fathom. Eldar Ilman's clouded eyes blazed with unprecedented clarity as he struggled upright. Though frail, his voice carried the weight of timeless wisdom. If it is indeed a seal, then this land's stasis and anguish may not be natural, but rather a price paid. A price exacted to bind some entity whose release would unleash unspeakable calamity. Mr. Victor, do your ancient texts contain references to earth veins as chains, life force as sacrifice? Victor jerked his head in sharp, urgent affirmation, flipping frantically through his tattered notebook. Yes. The forbidden chapter of the arcane annals alludes to the primordial silencing seal, a ritual that siphons the vitality of an entire realm to eternally imprison beings deemed unfit to exist. But the records are maddeningly vague, dismissed as myth. Rezo, listening with mounting impatience, his scarred face twisted in pragmatic frustration, cut in, I don't care if it's a seal or some cursed abomination. I'll ask just once, will finding that heart save us, or unleash something far worse, dooming us all faster? His question struck at the very core, the concern that haunted every survivor. All eyes converged once more upon Lin Xuan. He was their leader, and the one most deeply bound to Lin Jingwei. Lin Xuan did not answer immediately. His origin light aura pulsed with unprecedented intensity, furiously synthesizing every thread of intelligence: Jingwei's visceral intuition, Victor's scholarly deductions, Eldar Ilman's earth wisdom, Rezo's hard pragmatism, and his own profound perception of energy and cosmic law. The data stream was cold, labyrinthine, branching into countless possibilities, yet nearly all pointed toward catastrophic risk. Yet in utter desolation, perfection is illusory, only paths of comparatively manageable peril remain. He looked down at Jingwei, her small fingers gripping his hand tightly, her gaze both trusting and faintly anxious. She was the linchpin, the sole key, and the most volatile variable. Jingwei, Lin Xuan said, his voice serene and resonant, a calm that anchored the storm. Can you feel that sorrowful, solitary echo? More precisely. For instance, how far is it from us? And how might we approach it safely? Jingwei tilted her face upward, her heterochromatic eyes, gray and emerald, glinting as she strained to perceive and distinguish. She closed her eyes, her slight frame trembling faintly, as if listening to a whisper rising from the world's deepest bedrock. After a long pause, she opened her eyes and pointed toward the cavern wall leading to the main keep, down, very deep, far below. We must pass through many cold stones and water, where you sleep and never wake. That echo, sometimes so soft, like weeping, sometimes suddenly, so loud, so terrifying, as if it seeks to shatter something. Her description remained elusive, yet yielded vital clues: extreme depth, hazardous passage, unwaking water, suggesting either petrified energy currents or solidified stillness, and the volatile state of the sealed entity, its emotional flux betraying instability. Victor immediately marked the location on his map, a piece of tanned beast hide beneath the main keep. Ancient texts note that Thorn Keep was built atop far older ruins, abandoned catacombs, perhaps even structures predating recorded history. Unwaking water likely denotes groundwater veins or energy pools warped by the stasis field, lethal in their absolute inertia. Eldar Ilman's expression hardened. Violent emotional oscillation suggests the seal is fraying, or the imprisoned entity is stirring. Time, it seems, is slipping through our fingers. Rezo spat. So what you're saying is, down there lies an asylum full of gods known, and its bars are rusting through. And we've got no choice but to crawl inside. Lin Xuan drew a slow, deliberate breath and made his decision. His gaze swept over the group, clear and unyielding. We have no choice. The Grey Tower Legion besieges us without. Stasis annihilation consumes us within. To maintain the status quo is to await certain death. Attempting superficial repairs to the barrier is futile, perhaps even hastening its collapse. Our sole path to survival lies in confronting the root of the affliction. Whatever slumbers beneath, we must uncover the truth. Only by comprehending the seal's essence and the nature of the bound entity can we forge a genuine solution, be it reinforcing the prison or seeking a way to coexist. He turned to Jingwei. For this expedition, Jingwei is our guide, and the bridge through which we commune with the seal's core. But her safety comes first. Victor, you chart the route and analyze potential energy traps and structural hazards. Eldar Ilman Elise, you monitor geospatial and vital energies, issuing warnings before anomalies manifest. Rezo Balon, you ensure our physical security and supply tools. I will hold the center, protecting Jingwei and responding to any crisis. It was a perilous gambit, staking the team's entire hope on a descent into uncharted terror. No one objected. Before absolute despair, recklessness becomes the only rational course. In the following 2 days, the team prepared for the descent, under a tension thick with solemn resolve. Rations and purified water were strictly apportioned, barely sufficient for several days. Balon, using every shard of blackstone and scrap of metal he could scavenge from the cavern, forged compact blackstone arm shields and short spears tipped with armor-piercing points, distributed to Rezo and the remaining able-bodied militiamen. Victor, meanwhile, labored obsessively, calculating models of potential energy fields, searching for the narrowest corridor of relative safety. Eldar Ilman and Elise took turns sensing subterranean energy flows, striving to sketch a rudimentary energy map. Lin Xuan spent most of his time beside Jingwei, replenishing her with Xuanhuang Qi while teaching her, through vivid metaphors, how to articulate her perceptions more clearly, and how to call for aid when danger loomed. Jingwei learned swiftly her trust in Lin Xuan absolute, yet occasionally when the subterranean echo surged violently, instinctive profound terror seized her, and she clung fiercely to his arm. At dawn on the third day, while the Grey Tower Legion's camp still lay veiled in mist, the exploration party stood ready. Its members Lin Xuan, Lin Jingwei, Victor Rezo Ballon, and 2 elite militiamen unwaveringly loyal to Lin Xuan. Carl had volunteered to remain behind, tending the wounded, and Eldar Ilman. Elise insisted on joining. Their affinity with nature might prove vital in detecting traces of imprisoned life, should any linger. Lin Xuan, after careful consideration, consented. Farewells were heavy with unspoken gravity. Eldar Ilman pressed a seed into Elise's palm. A final gift infused with his last reserves of natural energy, glowing with a soft verdant light. Child, carry this. If even a single spark of life remains below, it may resonate. The party arrived at a long-collapsed subterranean entrance beneath the main keep, half buried under rubble. This was the path Victor had deduced, from ancient texts and Jingwei's intuition, as most likely to descend into the depths. Ballon and Rezo carefully cleared debris, revealing a dark, downward-sloping tunnel. From its yawning mouth rushed an air colder and denser than anything in the cavern, so profoundly still it seemed capable of freezing the soul itself. Jingwei shuddered violently, her gray eye darkened to abyssal depth as she tightened her grip on Lin Xuan's hand, and whispered, "Father, the echo below, it knows we're coming." Lin Xuan clasped her hand firmly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the fathomless dark. "Move out." The collapsed entrance beneath the main keep gaped like the dark throat of a slumbering leviathan, cold, silent, and exhaling an icy stillness that seemed capable of freezing time itself. A team of 8 stood at the threshold, Lin Xuan, Lin Jingwei gripping his hand tightly, Victor holding aloft a dim bioluminescent stone lamp, Rezo bearing a black stone shield axe, and scanning the darkness with wary vigilance, Ballon laden with tool satchels, 2 elite militiamen, and Elise, her expression taut with apprehension. They drew a deep breath, air thick with mildew and the metallic tang of rust, and stepped resolutely into the millennia-forgotten dark. The passage sloped downward, lined with massive, precisely hewn, yet deeply fissured black stones. Its walls were veiled in thick ash-white mycelial growth, soft and soundless underfoot, swallowing every footfall, deepening the suffocating silence. The air hung viscous as though wading through water. Victor's bioluminescent light pierced only a few meters ahead, the edges of its glow warped and blurred as if devoured by unseen forces. The stasis field concentration here exceeds surface levels by over 3-fold. Victor whispered low, his monocle reflecting the faint pulse of instruments. His fingers danced rapidly across a compact energy compass. Its readings chaotic, yet one gravitational core pulsed unmistakably, far, far below. Tread carefully. Any violent energy disturbance may unleash consequences beyond reckoning. Lin Jingwei trembled faintly. Her gray eye merged seamlessly with the surrounding gloom as she murmured to Lin Xuan, "Father, these stones are sleeping, but uneasily, like they might awaken at any moment." Her perception surpassed all instruments. Rezo snorted coldly, his scarred face twisted further in the feeble light. Gripping his axe-haft, muscles coiled tight. "Let it sleep, or wake. If it rises, I'll cleave it back into the womb." Yet his steps remained unervingly light, a veteran's instinctive caution. The party advanced slowly. Soon they reached their first obstacle, a vast subterranean hall, its floor crisscrossed by chasms so deep they swallowed light. Filled not with void, but with solidified sapphire blue energy, crystalline and radiating a dread-inducing chill. Solidified stasis energy. Victor gasped, recoiling. Under no circumstances must it be touched. Contact would instantly arrest all biological function. He studied the chasm's arrangement, brow furrowed. This resembles the fragmented remains of an ancient runic array, but its architecture defies comprehension. Lin Xuan's origin point aura scanned the chamber, seeking pattern. His primordial Huang yellow chi sensed within those azure crystals an exquisitely ordered, yet lethally perilous, law of stasis. "This way." Ballon spoke suddenly, his calloused finger pointing toward a narrow, inconspicuous passage half hidden by stalagmites along the hall's periphery. Its rock grain bore traces of deliberate carving, later softened by natural erosion. A secondary route. The old blacksmith's meticulous eye for material had proven invaluable. Indeed, skirting the main hall they found a rougher, but safer, path forward. Along the way, relics of a vanished civilization emerged, wind-eroded reliefs on the walls. Faint depictions of elegant, long-eared humanoids, perhaps elves locked in combat, with writhing shadows, shards of shattered pottery scattered across the floor, inscribed with intricate, indecipherable runes. Victor seized several fragments with reverent urgency, whispering style of the ancient elven epic. Observe the energy flow pathways in these glyphs. By the stars, this implies localized manipulation of fundamental physical laws. This concept lies entirely outside modern thaumaturgical frameworks. His discovery only deepened the site's aura of antiquity and terrifying potency. As they descended further, the atmosphere grew ever more uncanny. They traversed a corridor whose flanking walls appeared forged from colossal, semi-translucent gray crystal, within which countless contorted black silhouettes were frozen mid-gesture, claws, outstretched mouths agape, as though seized forever by absolute silence. An oppressive residue of despair and madness permeated the air, inducing vertigo and visceral dread in everyone, except Lin Jingwei. Are these the sealed chaos echoes? Elder Ilman's voice crackled faintly through Elise's communication talisman, thick with awe. Legends speak of the ancients' war, when the elves bound the abyssal chaos itself. Could this be a battlefield relic? Lin Jingwei reacted violently, clutching Lin Xian's arm, her emerald eyes wide with terror. Father, the shadows inside, they weep and laugh. It's terrible. They want to break free. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed ahead. A scout militiaman had dislodged a loose flagstone, beneath which erupted a sickly white beam, striking his calf with surgical precision. No blood, no wound. Yet his lower leg instantly drained of color, turning ashen, petrified and rigid as carved stone, while the paralysis crept upward, slow but inexorable. Stasis necrosis. Reizo roared, swinging his blackstone axe without hesitation, severing the man's calf clean off. The stump remained gray and lifeless. Not a drop of blood flowed. Agony sent the militiaman into unconsciousness with a shriek. Blackstone partially shields against this energy. Balon rushed forward, applying a paste of blackstone powder and a viscous alchemical compound, Victor's emergency concoction, to the wound, halting the necrosis's advance, for now. One member was now immobile. The air thickened with grim foreboding. Each step could trigger an unseen death trap. The ancient elven civilization had weaponized stasis itself, the most terrifying defense imaginable. Pressing onward, they finally entered a circular stone chamber, comparatively open and still. At its center lay a dry basin, its floor etched with a vast, intricate silver sigil, glowing with a soft, steady luminescence. Hovering above the sigil's heart floated a fist-sized crystal, shifting ceaselessly between shades of gray and white, its surface webbed with fine hairline fractures. The energy nexus. Victor nearly lunged, only halted by Lin Xian's firm restraint. Studying the array, he breathed. This is more than mere containment. This is a recording core. It continuously logs the entire ward's energy flow. If deciphered. Just then Lin Jingwei wrenched free of Lin Xian's grip and staggered toward the crystal. Her gaze went vacant, her heterochromatic eyes whirling with rapid luminous currents drawn irresistibly inward. Jingwei! Lin Xian cried out, reaching for her, but she had already pressed her palm upon the crystal. A thunderous boom reverberated through stone and soul. A torrent of consciousness, vast, turbulent, steeped in primordial sorrow, fury, and a fragile, flickering hope, surged from the crystal into Lin Jingwei's mind, and via her psychic bond with Lin Xian flooded the entire expedition. In that instant, fractured visions bloomed before all, silver moonlight bathing soaring spires, rivers of arcane radiance flowing through marble streets. The sky tore asunder, endless waves of twisting shadows poured forth, withering life, corrupting matter. A brutal war unfolded, elven mages burning their very essence to weave colossal wards, yet the shadows multiplied without end. A final desperate decree. Elder elves gathered around a pulsing, malign chaos core, its aura dripping with unspeakable dread, as they intoned the ultimate incantation. Not destruction, but binding, forcibly fusing the core to the land's geomantic heart, then sacrificing the region's entire vitality to activate the eternal stasis ward, freezing both the core and the bulk of the invading chaos in timeless suspension. The last vision, the elven city crumbling to ruin, the earth's life force drained away, all things sinking into absolute hollow stillness. And within that absolute stasis, the sealed chaos core continued, faintly, eternally, emitting ripples that warped reality itself. Then, silence. The vision shattered. Lin Jingwei wrenched her hand free and collapsed, gasping raggedly, her face as pale as bleached bone. The recording crystal's glow dimmed abruptly, its network of cracks deepening. The expedition stood frozen, minds reeling, spirits shattered by a truth spanning 10,000 years. So that is it. Victor's voice was parched, trembling with awe and horror. The stasis ward was never a prison. It was a sacrifice ritual born of utter despair. A ward erected to seal an unkillable source of chaos. The death of the Thistle Veil was not tragedy, but necessary atonement to avert greater annihilation. Ilman's voice, transmitted through the talisman, carried infinite sorrow, to trade the vitality of an entire land for a fleeting peace. How noble! How cruel! Reizo spat blood-tinged phlegm, his gaze unreadable. Damn it all. We've been standing atop something that makes nightmares blush. Lin Xuan's thoughts surged like a storm-tossed sea. The truth dwarfed all expectation. They faced not a wound to heal, but an ancient self-inflicted seal paid for in blood and biosphere. And what had the Chaos Core become after 10,000 years of perfect stasis? Were the echoes and the bleeding that Jingwei sensed emanating from it? Then, violent tremors shook the chamber. The crystal walls shrieked with piercing resonance. The recording array's light flared erratically, then died utterly. No. Victor's face paled. The core has been triggered, either awakening deeper guardians or accelerating the ward's decay. From the tunnel's depths came a grating, bone-jarring roar, the grinding of titanic stone, and a low malevolent energy howl thick with ancient malice. True peril had only just begun. By unearthing history, the expedition had unwittingly started the countdown to oblivion. The activation of the core resonated like a war drum struck beside the ear of a slumbering ancient dragon. The violent tremors shaking the stone chamber were no earthquake, but the energetic resonance of some colossal mechanism awakening. The semi-transparent gray crystals embedded in the walls, each sealing a writhing, distorted shadow, began emitting a grating, low-frequency hum. Fine spiderweb-like fractures spread across their surfaces, as if the imprisoned entities within were hurling themselves against their confines with frenzied desperation. From the depths of the passage came the grinding roar of massive stones, and the malevolent guttural howl of surging energy, drawing ever closer, charged with a mad, all-consuming will to crush and assimilate every intruder. Defensive formation. Fall back to the corners. Lin Xuan's bellow cut through the din. With a thunderous impact, he slammed his blackstone shield into the floor, forming, alongside another still able combatant, a fragile bulwark shielding the wounded and Lin Xuan's group behind them. Balong swiftly erected makeshift fortifications from the remaining blackstone fragments in the gaps between shields. Though his hands trembled with tension, the old blacksmith's movements remained precise and unwavering. Victor's face blanched white. The needle of his energy compass spun wildly, nearly tearing free from its dial. Energy readings had spiraled out of control. It's a chaos residue entity, sealed for 10,000 years. Yet these stasis-bound chaos energies had evolved autonomous aggression. They possessed no intellect, only the primal instincts to devour and assimilate. His voice cracked with despair. Our weapons and spells are woefully ineffective against this kind of purely rule-based erosion. As if to validate his words, a viscous tar-black darkness surged forth from the passage's depths, carrying with it maddening whispers that gnawed at the mind. Where the darkness past stone did not shatter, it melted and warped like wax, twisting into grotesquely alien shapes, as though even the fundamental architecture of matter had been rewritten. Beware. Do not let that darkness touch you. Lin Xuan cried sharply, simultaneously channeling the Xuanhuang Qi to its utmost limit, conjuring a thin, shimmering golden aura before him. The darkness struck the aura with a corrosive hiss. The golden light rippled violently, clearly yielding under the onslaught. Lin Xuan grunted in pain, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His innate affinity lay in order and vitality, fundamentally antithetical to chaotic energy, making resistance doubly arduous and exhausting. Lin Xuan roared, swinging his blackstone axe downward at a tendril-like surge of darkness, attempting to bypass the line. The blade cleaved through, the darkness severed momentarily, yet the severed ends writhed like living flesh, rejoining seamlessly and advancing anew. Blackstone resists stasis, but against this aggressive sentient chaos erosion, its efficacy crumbles. Damn it! It cannot be slain. Lin Xuan cursed, retreating step by step as the line teetered on collapse. Elisa's face paled. She summoned natural energy. Emerald light flickered like fireflies toward the darkness, only to vanish, instantly swallowed and assimilated. The darkness, as if savoring its first taste, surged forward with renewed ferocity. Life energy appears to be its most coveted sustenance. At that moment, Lin Jingwei, slumped motionless on the ground, was jolted awake by the storm of chaotic energy and by the presence of a consciousness buried within it, one echoing her own sorrowful resonance, yet far more frenzied and savage. She clutched her head, trembling violently. Her heterochromatic eyes, gray and green, flickered chaotically. No, don't, it hurts. It's too loud. They're calling. They're angry. It wasn't meant to be like this. Her awareness was colliding violently with fragmented shards of the primordial will embedded in the sealed core. Jingwei. Lin Xuan's heart clenched with anguish, divided between repelling the chaos and shielding her. When he tried soothing her fractured psyche with Xuanhuang Qi, his orderly essence only intensified her torment. At that critical juncture, Victor fixed his gaze upon the surging darkness, and upon the ancient elven runes etched into the surrounding walls, now blazing with unprecedented clarity under the energy storm, his eyes igniting with the feverish brilliance of a scholar on the verge of revelation. Wait. My lord, observe those runes, their transformation under energetic impact, and the flow pattern of the chaos energy. It is not wholly random. It obeys some profoundly foundational, grotesquely twisted law. He whirled toward Lin Xuan, speaking so rapidly it seemed his very life force burned. My lord, Your origin point. Can you forcibly record and analyze the instantaneous structure of this chaos energy and the resonant response pattern of those runes? This may be our sole chance to comprehend and perhaps even mimic this law and carve out a sliver of survival. Like cracking an unknown lethal programming language. Mimic chaos itself. The idea was audacious, bordering on madness. But in this abyss of despair, hesitation was death. Lin Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. Victor's words struck like lightning, shattering the fog in his mind. He had been waging a futile attrition war, pitting his inherent order against chaos. Defeat was inevitable. But what if he could briefly grasp, even emulate, the logic of chaos? Even just its outermost layer. Origin point, overdrive. Target the onrushing chaos energy stream and the surrounding rune array. Analyze instantaneous particle arrangement, oscillation frequency, and interaction patterns with physical matter. Construct the simplest possible simulation model. Lin Xuan roared inwardly, pouring every shred of his spiritual essence into the dimming golden aura. The Xuanhuang Qi shifted strategy, abandoning rigid resistance, transforming instead into the most exquisitely calibrated probe, delicately penetrating and sensing the energy signature at the periphery of the darkness where its turbulence was least severe. In an instant, a deluge of information, chaotic beyond comprehension, resembling the primordial static of cosmic genesis, flooded Lin Xuan's consciousness like a breached dam. The origin point's aura pulsed at unprecedented speed, calculating, straining, on the verge of collapse. Blood streamed from Lin Xuan's 7 orifices. His skull felt split by searing white-hot needles. This was an information bombardment transcending all dimensions of his cognition. Magic in that moment revealed its rawest, most chaotic, and most primordial face. Not incantations or gestures, but a brutal, untamed interference with reality's foundational laws. Yet at the razor's edge of agony and imminent dissolution, the origin point's formidable computational power, combined with the Xuanhuang Qi's profound sensitivity to energy essence, allowed Lin Xuan to seize fleeting fragments of pattern. The chaotic darkness was not random. Its expansion followed a bizarre fractal-like geometry, infinitely self-replicating and self-annihilating. The elven runes adorning the walls when struck by chaotic energy did not merely resist. They refracted energy and countered rules in astonishing complexity, their underlying principle faintly echoing high-order topological transformations. Most crucially, Lin Xuan sensed, deep within the chaos core, a vanishingly faint yet utterly pure will to exist. A primal instinct, relentless and absolute, to persist at any cost, even if it meant distorting itself and everything around it. This drive fueled all the apparent chaos. To mimic is not to replicate chaos, but to grasp its engine of existence. Epiphany struck Lin Xuan. He snapped open his bloodshot eyes. He ceased erecting barriers of order with the Xuanhuang Qi. Instead, he compressed it fiercely, and then in a grotesque, near-suicidal act forced it to simulate just one infinitesimal facet of the fractal expansion pattern he'd glimpsed in the chaos. Simultaneously, he channeled every last reserve of strength to weave around this simulated chaos a microscopically unstable, yet genuinely manifest field of rule distortion, based on the barest echo of the Elven rune's counter-principle as deduced by the origin point. The process was perilous, akin to dancing on a blade's edge. The pseudo-chaotic energy clashed violently with his innate order, tearing at his meridians and shaking his soul. Yet he held firm. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, as a stream of grayish, condensed energy, akin to the incoming darkness, yet subtly directed, erupted from Lin Xuan's palm. It did not diffuse indiscriminately. Instead, like a venomous serpent guided by unseen reins, it struck the oncoming chaos torrent with surgical precision. No explosion, no shockwave. At the point of contact, between two energies similar in nature, yet driven by subtly divergent inner imperatives, an extraordinary interference phenomenon unfolded. Like two water waves of near-identical frequency meeting, one region canceling another, amplifying. The leading edge of the chaos torrent fractured into a fleeting, highly unstable void and turbulent zone. Though vanishing in an eye blink, it slowed the torrent's fatal velocity for a single decisive heartbeat. More significantly, the faint will-driven intent Lin Xuan had imbued into his pseudo-chaos, mimicking the core's existential compulsion, resonated however briefly with a consciousness deep within the torrent. The roar from the passage faltered, just a fraction, infused with a sliver of bewildered pause. Now, charge. Through that turbulence gap, target the deeper entrance indicated by the core. Lin Xuan rasped, his voice raw with agony. Without hesitation, Lei Suo hoisted the wounded, Balong stowed his tools of Victor, and Elise supported the weakened Lin Jingwei. All summoned their final reserves and lunged toward the ephemeral breach opened by energetic interference. The chaotic darkness recoiled instinctively, trying to seal the rift, but that infinitesimal delay, that momentary resonance-induced hesitation, granted the expedition its narrow, precious lifeline. They barely cleared the most lethal stretch, tumbling toward a narrow, spiraling staircase descending from the chamber's far wall, a threshold previously veiled by energy turbulence now revealed by the core's activation. Behind them the chaos roared anew, more furious, more unhinged, yet seemed bound by some invisible barrier unable to immediately pursue down the stairs. The team tumbled down the steps, collapsing only once certain the dreadful darkness hadn't followed, gasping, raggedly soaked in cold sweat, faces etched with the raw shock and disbelief of having cheated annihilation. Lin Xuan dropped to one knee, coughing up blood flecked with internal tissue. The backlash from forcibly mimicking Chaos's rules was devastating. Yet his eyes blazed, not with triumph, but with the awestruck fervor of one who has glimpsed the deepest mystery of magic itself. He had touched its root, not through incantations or arrays, but by directly perceiving and emulating its most fundamental operational logic. Though grasping only a sliver, and at terrible cost, that door had been pried open just a crack. Victor trembled uncontrollably, staring at Lin Xuan, as if beholding a divine miracle. "My lord, you've done it. You understood. No, you mimicked Chaos's law. This is nothing short of a miracle in magical history." Calmed slightly by Elisa's gentle presence, Lin Jingwei gazed at Lin Xuan, her heterochromatic eyes brimming with trust, yet also with a subtle unspoken confusion, as if sensing in him something both akin to, and profoundly different from, the subterranean echo. After that brief respite, a deeper chill settled over them. They had escaped the chaos tendrils, but had undeniably plunged into the heart of the dragon's lair. Below the stairs awaited the chaos core itself, sealed for 10,000 years. And the fragile, dangerous, invaluable imprint of cosmic law Lin Xuan had just acquired would be their sole, double-edged weapon against the ultimate trial ahead. The spiral staircase plunged into an abyss of impenetrable darkness, devouring every trace of light. An indescribable pressure saturated the air, each step adding an invisible weight upon the shoulders. The frenzied assault of the chaotic tendrils had been held at bay by an unseen barrier, yet this fleeting respite offered no solace. It was merely the suffocating stillness before the storm. The stone walls of the steps were deathly cold, not merely a low temperature, but a deadness that could freeze the very soul. They were covered in denser, more twisted ancient elven runes, no longer merely decorative or recording, but like bleeding wounds narrating the tragic intensity of the desperate sealing from 10 millennia ago. Lin Xuan was in the worst condition. The backlash from forcibly simulating the chaos rules was far beyond imagination. His face was ashen, dried bloodstains remaining at his 7 orifices, and every breath brought searing pain, as if his meridians were being torn apart. The source point's halo was dim like a flickering candle in the wind, but it still tenaciously scanned the surroundings at minimal power, analyzing the omnipresent, mind-confusing chaos whispers. The primal yellow chi was nearly depleted, barely sustaining a thread of vitality within his body, no longer able to form an effective defense. He was like a patient who had exhausted all strength, held up only by sheer will. Lin Jingwei clutched his hand tightly, her small body trembling uncontrollably from fear and the increasingly intense resonance with the core. In her gray-green heterochromatic eyes, terror intertwined with a strange allure, like a moth drawn to a flame. She whispered haltingly, "Father, that echo, it's getting louder. It seems to be watching me. It's very sad. And also, very angry." Victor held up the fluorescent stone lamp, its light growing weaker. Behind his glasses his eyes were bloodshot, but burned with a pathological academic fervor. He recorded the subtle energy flow changes in the stairwell runes as they approached the core, and analyzed in a hoarse, rapid voice. "Energy readings are rising exponentially. The stasis field's purity here is extreme, nearly reaching the theoretical, absolute zero activity threshold. Unbelievable. The elves actually created this rule cage which only existed in conjecture. Baron, we must be extremely careful. Any tiny energy or consciousness disturbance could be like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, triggering unpredictable chain reactions." Reizo and Baron flanked the group, one in front and one behind. Reizo's scarred face was taut, his blackstone axe handle creaking under his grip. A warrior's instinct made him intensely alert to the unknown danger ahead. Baron silently inspected the tattered equipment on each person, using the last blackstone fragments to reinforce the shield's edge, his rough fingers unervingly steady, as if a craftsman's focus could counter the fear within. Alice's face was pale, but she clutched the faintly glowing green seed given to her by Ilming, striving to maintain the last thread of connection with natural force. This faint glimmer of life was precious and also fragile in this dead silence. After descending for an unknown time, the staircase finally ended. Ahead, a vast space opened up, a realm beyond words, defying all logic. There was no concept of up or down, as if standing beneath a twisted starry sky. Beneath their feet was a black floor, smooth as a mirror, yet reflecting nothing, stretching to the horizon. Above, instead of rock walls, a massive vortex of countless gray-white stasis energy rotated slowly. From its center, energy streams, like frozen waterfalls, descended, connecting to the middle of the space. There, suspended in midair, was an indescribable entity. It was not solid matter, but rather a mass of shadowy existence constantly birthing and dying, shifting and changing. At times it resembled a slowly pulsating heart, made of pure darkness. Its surface flowed with colors beyond description, as if it were the ultimate chaos precipitated from the mixture of all colors. It made no sound, yet a low hum enough to shatter the soul struck directly into the consciousness of each person. A chaotic whisper born from ages of loneliness, imprisoned rage, and a twisted obsession with existence. Merely gazing at it made one dizzy, reason crumbling like a sandcastle. Two elite militiamen had only glanced at it before groaning, their eyes instantly losing focus, collapsing limp. Though their lives were not immediately extinguished, their consciousness had clearly been eroded by the chaos. Reizo and Baron took a sharp step back, their faces pale, forcing themselves to avert their gaze, unable to look longer. This was the sealed chaos core. The root of the stasis barrier, the source of 10,000-year agony. Lin Jingwei's reaction was the most violent. She suddenly wrenched herself free from Lin Xian's hand, clutching her head, letting out a piercing scream, the light in her gray-green eyes flickering wildly, clashing. No, don't. It hurts. So many voices. So many memories. Not mine. It's calling me. It says. It's so lonely. So cold. It wants to go out. It hates everything. Alive. Her body flickered violently between translucent and solid, as if she might be torn apart or assimilated by the core's gravitational pull at any moment. Jingwei. Lin Xian, enduring excruciating pain, lunged to grab her. But at that moment a sudden change occurred. It seemed the violent reaction of Jingwei, a special resonance body, had stimulated the chaos core. The shadowy mass contracted sharply, then expanded abruptly. A silent yet more terrifying than any previous attack, chaotic shockwave spread, like liquid mercury, in all directions. This was not a physical attack, but a rule-based erasure targeting the very essence of existence. Victor's fluorescent lamp extinguished instantly, and his meticulously arranged protective arrays melted like snow under the sun. Cracks like spiderwebs appeared on Reizo's blackstone shield, emitting a groaning of unbearable strain. Baron's reinforced fortifications turned to dust. The green light of the seed in Alice's hand flickered violently, as if about to go out. Everyone felt their own sense of existence being stripped away, memories blurring, consciousness dissipating. This was the most primal attack impossible to defend. Lin Xian was hit first. He felt his divine soul evaporating like a drop of water under the blazing sun. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. In that critical moment, a flash of the obsession with existence he had captured while simulating the chaos rules surged through his mind. Resistance will only accelerate extinction. The only way to survive is to merge, no, to understand, to resonate. He abandoned all defenses, pushing the remaining source point computing power and the perception of primal yellow chi to the limit. Not to analyze the energy structure, but to listen, to feel the deepest, most primal emotion within the chaos whispers. Anger, from the unwillingness of being imprisoned for 10,000 years. Loneliness, from the extreme cold of isolation. Sorrow, from the helplessness of its own twisted existence. And the strongest, surpassing all, the instinct to continue existing. This is not chaos. This is the purest, most intense expression of the will to survive in an extreme state. Only its expression has distorted reality, devouring everything. I understand. At the edge of consciousness fading, Lin Xian used his last strength not to imitate the rules, but to adjust his own consciousness frequency to resonate with that will to survive. He no longer tried to comprehend the form of chaos, but to feel its intent. He opened his mind, letting the chaotic whispers wash over his soul. The intense pain nearly tore him apart, but in this extreme suffering, he seemed to touch a thread of truth deep within the chaos core. It was not a desire for destruction, but a fragment of an ancient, powerful consciousness lost in the swelling of its own power, unable to control or stop, eventually devoured and imprisoned by itself. The stasis barrier was not only a seal, but also a forced calming device, preventing it from completely collapsing and annihilating everything. At that moment, Lin Xian was enlightened. He no longer needed to simulate the complex chaos rules. That was beyond his current ability. He only needed to do one thing: respond to that loneliness. With his remaining mental strength, he sent an extremely simple thought to the chaos core, a thought that condensed all his understanding and goodwill like lighting a match in a raging storm. You are not alone. No promises, no deception, just a statement of fact, a kind of empathy that transcended species, form, and the boundaries of good and evil. A miracle occurred. The raging chaos shockwave that erased everything just before it touched the exploration party abruptly halted. The pulsation of the core's shadowy mass showed a minuscule disturbance. The chaos whispers that filled the space for the first time had a brief, meaningless pause, as if a raging madman suddenly heard a completely unexpected calm voice. This halt lasted less than a second. The next moment, the chaos core erupted with even more violent fluctuations, but this time the pure destructive will within the shockwave seemed to be mixed with an extremely faint, indescribable confusion. The shockwave still swept over the exploration party. PFF. Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, fell backward, and his consciousness sank into darkness. The others were also thrown by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly unconscious. Only Lin Jingwei stood there, dazed, the fear in her gray-green heterochromatic eyes gradually replaced by an immense, incomprehensible sorrow. She looked at the shadowy mass now pulsating wildly again, then at Lin Xuan lying on the ground. 2 streaks of crystal tears, not physical, but of pure energy, slid down her cheeks. The chaos whispers rose again, but it seemed something was different. In the center of the space, the absolute stasis vortex slowed its rotation by an imperceptible fraction. The shockwave from the chaos core, imbued with the power to erase fundamental rules, ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a deathly silence. Members of the exploration team lay sprawled across the frigid floor, their breaths shallow, their vital essence flickering like a candle in the wind. Lin Xuan lay motionless at the forefront, his face ashen and lifeless, faint traces of blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his consciousness utterly swallowed by boundless darkness. Only Lin Jingwei remained upright, her small frame trembling ever so slightly, her heterochromatic eyes, one gray and one emerald green, silently shedding tears as she gazed transfixed upon that roiling mass of chaotic shadow, now thrashing with renewed fury, yet tinged with an ineffable, bewildered hesitation. Time had lost all meaning within this space that defied natural law. Deep within Lin Xuan's consciousness, this was no void, but a maelstrom of fragmented, disordered streams of information. Forcing resonance with the chaos core's will to survive was akin to dropping a single drop of water into a seething cauldron of oil, sparking violent conflict and profound fusion. Instinctively safeguarding itself, the origin point's halo drew Lin Xuan's primary consciousness into its deepest slumber. Yet perception of the external world and subconscious-level reasoning continued unabated, unfolding instead in an exquisitely slow, profoundly deep state. What he perceived were no longer concrete images or sounds, but the primordial imprints of rules colliding and reassembling. On one side stood the order-based laws inherent to his being, forged from the synthesis of scientific understanding from his past life and cultivation insights from this one, conservation of energy, causal logic, orderly evolution, cyclical vitality. These laws formed a precise, unyielding skeletal framework upholding his entire cognitive universe. On the other side surged the chaotic laws, forcibly resonated from the chaos core, wild, untamed, and inherently uncertain, the absolute primacy of existence, instantaneous mutability of rules, the fortuitous birth and inevitable collapse of order, the entangled chaos of destruction and rebirth. These 2 diametrically opposed, even mutually annihilating systems clashed fiercely within his mind, each striving to obliterate the other. The agony surpassed any physical torment. It was the shattering and reconstruction of his very foundation of cognition. Yet within this extremity of suffering, an extraordinary fusion began to unfold, silently, inexorably. What drove this transformation was neither brute force nor dominance, but Lin Xuan's Dao heart, forged across 2 worlds in relentless pursuit of truth, and the empathic power he had awakened amid this crisis of force transcending opposition. The origin point activated at unprecedented low speed and ultra-high precision, not attempting to analyze or simulate chaotic law, but assuming the role of the most patient observer, meticulously recording those fleeting moments of harmony or symbiotic patterns born from the collision of the 2 systems. It discerned that absolute order inevitably led to stagnation, while absolute chaos meant only void. True existence perhaps resided precisely at the dynamic equilibrium between them. For instance, the chaos core's principle of existence's absolute primacy and the order law's requirement for negative entropy influx to sustain systemic stability achieved a paradoxical unity on a deeper level. Both existed solely to preserve being itself. Yet their methods diverged starkly, one through devouring and assimilation, the other through construction and cyclic renewal. Likewise, the instantaneous mutability of rules within chaos could from another perspective be interpreted as the ultimate expression of innovation and adaptive capacity. And the stability of order provided the intelligible, enduring framework within which such innovation could take root and flourish. Bit by bit, grain by grain, amid endless darkness and excruciating pain, Lin Xuan's subconscious was accomplishing a grueling cognitive transcendence. He no longer viewed science and mysticism, or order and chaos, as antithetical forces, but began perceiving them as dual facets of the cosmos's primordial Dao. His Dao was evolving, from the pursuit of singular order or raw power, toward a higher realm embracing contradiction, mastering dynamic equilibrium. Though this inner metamorphosis conferred no immediate surge in strength, it laid an unshakable cornerstone beneath his future path. Around his unconscious form his breath remained faint, but an indescribable inward-bound profundity began to quietly take root. Outside within the chaos core's domain, Lin Jingwei's tears seemed to have run dry. She ceased weeping, standing still, silent, unwavering, as she met the distant chaotic shadow's gaze. A wordless communion transcending language flowed slowly between her and that ancient entity. She could not comprehend its eons of solitude and wrath, yet she felt unmistakably its primal yearning for existence and its fragile nascent hope for connection. And she herself, born from the collision of Lin Xuan's Dao resonance and the boundary's sentience, was both a product of order and innately attuned to chaos's essence, making her an ideal albeit delicate bridge of communication. She began to try, not with words or intent, but by subtly modulating her own faint energy fluctuations, humming a silent lullaby gently and persistently, transmitting the simple pure concepts of companionship and understanding to the raging core. The process drained her spirit utterly, her body growing increasingly translucent, yet the light in her heterochromatic eyes burned ever more resolute. An indeterminate span passed before Lin Xuan stirred first. He coughed up thick clots of stagnant blood, his bones screaming as if shattered. His hand instinctively reached for the blackstone axe beside him, his gaze scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. Seeing his comrades still unconscious, and Lin Jingwei standing motionless like a statue facing the distant chaotic shadow, now seemingly calmer, the scarred man's expression darkened with layered unspoken emotion. He refrained from rash action, instead laboriously rising to assess the other's conditions. Balong still breathed, but gravely wounded. Victor and Elise remained insensate, their pulses barely perceptible. The two militia men fared worst, their vital spark nearly extinguished. Damn it, Lin Xuan muttered under his breath, using his one functional arm to drag each injured comrade toward a safer corner, far from the chaos core. He glanced at Lin Jingwei, his wariness undiminished yet now overlaid with a profound, unnameable gravity. This little monster is doing something. Soon after, Balong and Elise regained consciousness in turn. Elise's first act upon waking was to rush to Lin Xian's side. Only after confirming his faint pulse did she exhale in relief, and immediately channel what little natural energy remained, striving to alleviate his injuries, though with negligible effect. Balong said nothing, methodically inspecting their ruined gear and patching it with the last scraps of material. His gaze occasionally drifted to Lin Jingwei and the chaos core, focused like a master craftsman confronting an intricate unsolved puzzle. Victor was the last to awaken. He ignored his own wounds entirely, instantly retrieving his nearly shattered energy compass and notebook, frantically recording environmental energy readings, especially the subtle energetic interplay between Lin Jingwei and the chaos core, and the infinitesimal yet unmistakable softening in the core's own oscillations. Rapture and awe flooded his face. Incredible. The Baron's resonance. Jingwei's communion. It's actually affecting it. The shift is minute, but the trend is undeniable. Chaos is not uncontrollable, only requiring the correct frequency, he whispered, trembling with exhilaration. The team had regained rudimentary mobility, but their situation remained desperate. Food and water were nearly exhausted, the wounded required urgent care, and their sole hope for escape rested entirely upon the unconscious Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei's perilous dialogue with the chaos core. What do we do now? Just sit here and wait? Lin Xuan asked in a low, agitated voice, he who thrived on clear commands and decisive action. Victor adjusted his cracked spectacles, eyes blazing with fervor. Wait. We must wait. This is a once-in-a-millennium observational opportunity. And the Baron's condition, it's extraordinary. His cerebral activity remains intensely active, as if digesting something. We must not disturb him. Elise held Lin Xian's hand tightly, her emerald eyes brimming with worry. Yet she nodded firmly. I believe in brother Lin Xian and Jingwei. Balong rumbled, voice low and steady, reinforced defenses. Just in case. He meant the chaos core's possible resurgence. Thus, in this eerie corner of the chaotic realm, the surviving members of the exploration team settled into a tense, fragile vigil, balancing trepidation, fragile hope, and infinite uncertainty. They guarded their fallen leader, observed the living bridge conversing with the ancient entity, and amidst despair waited for that slender, elusive thread of true salvation. Meanwhile, above ground, the Grey Tower Legion's patience appeared to be nearing its end. From afar, a distant, mournful horn call echoed faintly through strata of rock, carrying an aura of grim finality. Time within the chaos core's void seemed both suspended and accelerated, neither a moment nor an eternity, but something beyond measure. When the war horn of the Grey Tower Legion's full-scale assault pierced the strata of stone, like a funeral knell, Lin Xian's sealed eyelashes trembled faintly. This was no mere awakening. It was a profound re-anchoring of consciousness of being itself. Deep within his mind, the violent storm between order and chaos laws had subsided. What remained was not triumph for either side, but an unprecedented dynamic equilibrium. The skeletal framework of order law endured, not rigid but supple, possessing a strange elasticity and adaptive grace. The wild torrents of chaos law had not vanished, yet were now guided, tamed. Like floodwaters channeled within unyielding riverbanks, transformed into surging power that drove transformation. The source point's halo no longer flickered, it had coalesced into a stable, fathomless vortex of obsidian stillness, absorbing light itself. within which countless data streams pulsed like stars obeying a vaster, more fundamental law. The Xuanhuang Qi no longer flowed as distinct golden currents, but permeated every fiber of flesh and soul, resonating subtly, harmoniously, with the energies beyond. He understood. Ku was the ruler by which one measured the world, the instrument for comprehending differentiated truths. Xian was the rhythm by which one merged with the world, the path to sensing the unity of all things. And true Tao resided in the dynamic unity of one and many, in the eternal tension and balance inherent to existence itself. Slowly he opened his eyes. His irises were no longer pure black, but deep, unfathomable gray, evoking nascent nebulae. Cosmic collapse, the silent return of all things to void. No piercing sharpness remained, only a serene, profound stillness that saw through illusion to essence. His aura withdrew inward to absolute stillness, merging seamlessly with his surroundings, be it the dead rock or the churning chaos energy, leaving no trace of separation. Brother Lin Xuan, Elise, who had kept vigil beside him, sensed the shift first. Her cry of joy hushed instantly, as awe seized her voice, trembling with reverence. Lesua, Victor, and Balan swiftly gathered around. Relief washed over them at his revival, only to freeze stunned by his utterly transformed presence. He felt simultaneously familiar and profoundly alien, as if they stood before an ocean whose depths defied sounding or a starfield whose scale dwarfed comprehension. My Lord Baron, Victor adjusted his spectacles, voice thick with disbelief and urgent inquiry. Lin Xuan raised a hand, gentle but firm, signaling he required no aid. His movement was effortless, each gesture flowing with innate grace, as though choreographed by celestial principles themselves. He offered no explanation. Instead, his gaze settled upon Lin Jingwei, still engaged in silent communion with the chaos core, and upon the distant shadow of chaos now stirring anew, agitated by external interference. Time is short. His voice, calm, yet absolute, resonated directly within every mind, crystal clear, unassailable. Hermann has lost patience. The assault has begun. The ground-level barrier cannot withstand another full-force strike. As if to confirm his words, the subterranean chamber convulsed violently. The stagnant energy vortex overhead rippled with chaotic distortions, the shards of rock rained down. The Grey Tower Legion had deployed a formidable siege artifice, tearing relentlessly at the barrier's defenses. Stimulated the chaos, shadows swelled, radiating waves of raw, unstable fury. Lin Jingwei gasped, a soft pained sound, as her body lurched violently. A trickle of translucent energy blood escaped her lips, her fragile bond with the core teetered on the brink of severance. The core stabilization must be secured immediately, or the dual assault from within and without will shatter all. Our prior approach must be revised. We cannot repair or destroy this seal, but we may attempt to guide and balance it. Victor, calculate the maximum external assault threshold the barrier can endure at its current energy level, and identify the critical threshold at which the core's chaotic energy will spiral out of control. Understood. Victor bent over his instruments and notebooks, fingers flying across dials and parchment. Lesua, Uncle Balan. Lin Xuan continued, voice steady. Take your people. Use the remaining blackstone and the terrain to fortify the final choke point, the stairwell entrance to the surface. Do not hold them. Only delay, create chaos. Lesua nodded sharply, the scar across his face tightening with resolve. Leave it to me. I'll buy you time, even if it costs my life. Balan said nothing, only hefted his iron hammer and began striking rock with grim precision. Lastly, Lin Xuan turned to Elise and the weakened Lin Jingwei, his gaze softening, deepening. Elise, Jingwei, the key lies with you, and with me. He stepped beside Lin Jingwei and placed his hand gently upon her trembling shoulder. A warm, immense current surged into her, imbued with the harmony of order and chaos, flowing like liquid dawn. Lin Jingwei shuddered, her heterochromatic gray-green eyes blazing with sudden, incandescent light. Her fraying connection to the chaos core snapped back into place, stronger, clearer than ever before. Jingwei. His voice echoed directly within her soul. Do not fear its rage or its loneliness. Seek understanding. Seek resonance. Then guide it. Redirect its primal will to exist, not toward destructive eruption, but toward guardianship of this land, this soil it has been bound to for 10,000 years. Lin Jingwei did not fully grasp, but she trusted Lin Xuan utterly. She closed her eyes, pouring all her focus into the core's turbulent will, and carefully, tenderly sowed Lin Xuan's balanced, protective intent into its heart, like planting a single seed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan turned to Elise. Elise, channel your full natural energy, not to oppose the stasis, but to merge with the land's deepest, most ancient memory of life still faintly alive beneath the silence. Awaken it, even by the merest thread. Let the chaos core feel this land is not death alone. It once held life and may hold it again. A flash of clarity lit Elise's emerald eyes. She nodded fiercely, palms pressing into the earth, sinking her entire awareness into communion with the ground, stirring with desperate tenderness the slumbering spark of life frozen for eons. And Lin Xuan himself stood at the nexus. Eyes closed, the source point word, not to analyze but to become a living node of equilibrium. He became the conduit linking Lin Jingwei's newly guided chaos while on one side, Elise's awakened life ripple on the other, while simultaneously perceiving Victor's calculated barrier limits and the Grey Tower's assault intensity. He danced upon the edge of a blade. In the instant before the barrier shattered, he would harness the Chaos Core's power, not to resist, but to weave a temporary dynamic equilibrium field shielding from, without calming from within, buying the final vital moments for resolution. Now, Victor cried out, voice raw. External assault peak has reached critical threshold. The barrier is fracturing. At that very instant Lin Jingwei's eyes flew open, and she cried it, has agreed. The chaos shadow recoiled, then surged outward in unprecedented controlled release, a colossal wave of stasis energy channeled along ley lines, erupting upward. Simultaneously Elise succeeded, awakening a single fragile ripple of authentic life, weaving seamlessly into the expanding stasis wave. Lin Xian's gray eyes snapped open, his hands lifted, not in command but in sacred bearing, as if cradling the weight of creation itself. All phenomena return to void, stillness and motion are one. Seal. Boom. An invisible domain, woven from absolute stillness and the faintest breath of life, burst forth from Lin Xian, engulfing the entire Thistle Valley. Within the domain, the Grey Tower's annihilating spell struck an intangible wall, froze mid-air, and dissolved. Charging soldiers slowed to agonizing sluggishness, as though wading through viscous temporal tar. Even the sky dimmed to an eerie ashen gray, and the creeping necrotic stasis, once accelerating unchecked, halted abruptly. More astonishing still, under the whisper of life's touch, the decay began, ever so slowly, to reverse. Lin Xian stood at the domain's heart, pale as bleached bone, blood seeping once more from his eyes, ears, nostrils, his body trembling on the verge of collapse. Sustaining this fleeting equilibrium was a crushing burden. Yet his gray eyes burned, not with pain but with unwavering conviction. He had succeeded, though only for now. Yet just as relief touched every face, anomaly erupted anew. Perhaps Lin Xian's forced alignment with the Chaos Core had breached the seal's deepest taboo. From the shadow's deepest core, a pinpoint of condensed obsidian light ignited, a radiance that vibrated beyond all known laws. An indescribable force, transcending comprehension, pulled inexorably toward Lin Jingwei, the strongest resonator, and Lin Xian, the fulcrum of balance. No, Victor screamed in terror, chaos primordial backlash. It seeks to consume its resonators. Lin Jingwei shrieked, her body ripped from the ground, hurtling toward the core. Lin Xian too felt his being torn apart, dissolved, assimilated. At the razor's edge of annihilation, resolve flared in his gaze. He did not resist. Instead, he surrendered, thrusting his entire consciousness and Lin Jingwei's with him into the Chaos Core's abyssal heart. He would confront the ultimate secret of the 10,000-year seal, at the origin of all return, to seek the true answer. The suction emanating from the deepest core of chaos was no physical force. It was a fundamental assimilation acting directly upon the very essence of existence. Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei's consciousnesses, like dust caught in an infinite vortex, instantly lost all perception of the external world and were drawn into an absolute chaos indescribable in any language. Here there was no light, no darkness, no time, no space. Only an endless seething primordial broth of possibilities and uncertainties perpetually born and unmade. Laws emerged here only to vanish, concepts coalesced only to dissolve. This was both the origin of universal dissolution and the terminus before creation itself. Lin Xian felt his consciousness being torn apart and atomized by this torrent of chaos. Every cognitive fragment, memory shard, and emotional ripple constituting his being melted away like ice cast into boiling water. An excruciating agony transcended neural transmission, striking directly at the soul's root. His source point aura flickered feebly in the chaos like a firefly's glow, desperately anchoring the last vestige of self-awareness. I am Lin Xian. Lin Jingwei's condition was even more dire. Born from the collision of chaos and order, she possessed innate affinity with this primordial chaos. Yet that very kinship made her far more vulnerable to total assimilation. Her consciousness emitted a silent scream as heterochromatic gray-green light flared violently within the chaos, a desperate mortal struggle between the order mark imprinted by Lin Xian and the primordial call of chaos itself. Her existence hung like a guttering candle poised to vanish entirely into raw, unbridled frenzy. Jingwei. Within the realm of consciousness, Lin Xian issued a soundless cry, forcibly activating his fragile source point. Not to analyze or resist the chaos, but to channel every ounce of his computational will toward capturing and locking onto Lin Jingwei's rapidly fraying awareness. The Xuanhuang Qi surged in an unprecedented manner, not distinguishing order from chaos, but instead mimicking the most foundational universal existential yearning within this chaos, weaving itself into an exquisitely fine, yet unbreakable thread that latched onto Lin Jingwei. This was not opposition. It was resonance with the deepest instinct for survival. to wield the way of chaos in service of protection. Miraculously within that absolute maelstrom, this connection, forged through existential resonance, stabilized, if only momentarily. Lin Jingwei's consciousness clung to Lin Xian's like a drowning soul grasping driftwood, fragile still, yet spared for now from instantaneous dissolution. And precisely at this razor's edge between life and annihilation through Lin Jingwei as a unique conduit, Lin Xian's awareness suddenly brushed against the true secret sealed deep within the chaos core, untouched for 10,000 eons. No longer fragmented images, only a vast ancient consciousness stream saturated with boundless sorrow, fury, and a sliver of remorse so faint it verged on imperceptibility. This consciousness belonged to Celestian, an archsage of the ancient elven race, once radiant beyond measure, yet undone by forbidden power, ultimately imprisoned within his own stasis prison, the residual will of a being who had fallen 10 millennia ago to repel the abyssal tide, a wave of void capable of erasing the entire world. Celestian led the elven people in forging an ultimate bastion of order. Yet while channeling the world's primal energies, he inadvertently connected with and awakened an older, far more perilous presence, a primordial shard of will left over from the universe's birth, embodying pure chaos itself. This shard possessed immense reality warping and assimilative power beyond Celestian's control. Instead, it began consuming him. To prevent the world's total submersion in chaos, Celestian made a tragic, ruthless final choice, offering his own soul and the ruins of nearly all elven civilization as sacrifice. He activated the Eternal Stasis Ward, an unparalleled seal that froze this land, the chaotic shard, and his own corrupted self in timeless suspension. The Stasis Ward was never meant to protect. It was designed solely to imprison the rogue chaotic shard in Celestian's tormented, defiant remnant soul. The 1,000-year silence of the Thorn Valley was the price of that seal, and the sorrowful echoes and bleeding heart sensed by Lin Jingwei were the agonized will of Celestian, eternally confined and ravaged by chaos and solitude. That chaos core was not a singular entity but a grotesque fusion, over 10,000 years of stasis, between the chaotic shard and Celestian's fractured spirit, a terrifying paradox. It craved existence, having inherited Celestian's love for life and civilization alongside the shard's primal drive to persist. Yet it also hungered for destruction, for chaos. Nature was consumption and assimilation, and Celestian's, while after endless torment, had long since teetered on the brink of madness. So this is how it was. Lin Xian's consciousness grasped the truth in awe. All enigmas resolved in that instant. What they faced was not a mere monster, but a tragic, unmoored, ancient guardian. At that very moment, violent external interference, the Grey Tower Legion's full assault, struck the fragile stasis ward like a battering ram, abruptly jolting awake the frenzied, dominant consciousness within the core. Roar. A tempestuous will fusing Celestian's boundless fury with the shard's pure destructive impulse erupted from the core's depths, determined to utterly crush and devour these two intruders. Crisis peaked in an instant. On the surface, within the ruins of Thornkeep. The moment Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei were drawn into the core, the temporary equilibrium domain Lin Xian had guided into being convulsed violently. The ashen-white stasis veil flickered erratically. Grey Tower soldiers within the domain whose motions had been slowed began regaining mobility, spells reigniting with renewed brilliance. My lord. Victor stared in horror at the energy monitor's skyrocketing readings, his face drained of color. The equilibrium domain's energy supply has failed. Core linkage is critically unstable. The domain is collapsing. Hold the line. Razor's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging across his scarred face as he charged forward, swinging his blackstone battle-axe, cracked and splintered, toward the soldiers regaining motion. For the Baron. For the Thorns Valley. Kill. The surviving militia knew this was the final stand. Summoning desperate courage, they followed Razor into brutal hand-to-hand combat against the surging enemy. Clashing blades, roaring shouts, and cries of agony instantly filled the ruins. Balon swung his iron hammer in grim silence, each blow bearing the weight of 1,000 caddies, sending armored soldiers flying, armor and all. Meanwhile, Elise knelt behind the front line, clutching the faintly glowing green seed in both hands, tears streaming down her face as she prayed, pouring her last reserves of natural energy into the earth beneath her, trying however futilely to stabilize the crumbling domain. Hermann the mage hovered midair, his glacial staff pointed at the faltering equilibrium domain, a cold smile playing upon his lips, a dying gasp. The ward's core is in disarray. The collapse is imminent. Mage's core, concentrate fire on the domain's weakest point. More potent spells gathered, and the equilibrium domain fractured like shattered glass. Deep within the chaos core, Lin Xian knew resistance would be futile against that annihilating will. He made an audacious decision. He abandoned all defense, opening his consciousness fully through Lin Jingwei's link, exposing himself to the torrent of anguish and defiance flowing from Celestian's remnant soul. Celestian. Lin Xian projected his entire consciousness across 10,000 years, not as a challenge, but as empathy and vow. Your sacrifice has not been forgotten. Your suffering I feel it. But destruction is not liberation. Look outward. Your descendant Elise still fights. This land you once guarded still bleeds for it. If even a sliver of clarity remains, if you still cherish life, help us. Not to unleash chaos, but to forge a new balance. A way for you, and this land, to continue existing. We can end this 10,000-year imprisonment, and your pain, together. This mental cry struck like a pebble dropped into a raging sea. The annihilating torrent of will paused, just for an infinitesimal breath. Had Celestian's remnant soul, drowned in chaos, been stirred even faintly by this soul-deep summons, stirred by the ancient sage's deepest compassion and sense of duty. In that suspended instant, Lin Jingwei's consciousness eyes snapped open. Her heterochromatic gray-green light burned brighter than ever before. She sensed Lin Xian's profound understanding and vow toward Celestian, and felt too the chaotic shard's raw elemental yearning to exist. Inspired, she ceased fearing, and instead became a unique harmonizing agent attempting the perilous fusion and guidance of the ordered love she'd received from Lin Xian and the chaotic vitality she sensed from the core. She transformed this complex intention, woven from understanding, promise, guardianship, and the primal instinct to survive, into a pure non-coercive invitation sent directly to the two entangled consciousnesses buried deep within the core. Awaken, she whispered silently. Boom. An unprecedented metamorphosis seized the entire chaos core. The roiling shadow ceased its violent pulsation, drawing inward with terrifying speed. An indescribable force, blending utter stasis with faint vitality, ancient sorrow with nascent hope, erupted from the core like a supernova flooding across the entire Thorn Valley. Above ground, the near-collapsed equilibrium domain was instantly reforged and reinforced by this foundational power, becoming more stable, more harmonious. The Grey Tower Legion's cataclysmic spell struck the newly revitalized domain, and vanished without trace like mud sinking into water. All soldiers' movements froze anew, even Hermann's expression of shock solidified upon his face. The desolate ashen earth of the Thorns Valley began subtly shifting. Though the pervasive gray decay did not fade, a quiet, profound strength now shimmered faintly within it, as though a slumbering leviathan had finally found the path to awakening. At the center of the contracting shadow within the chaos core, a single pure tear-shaped silver luminescence slowly kindled. That was Celestian's last remnant of lucidity and hope, preserved through endless torment. And the chaotic shard's fury seemed at last soothed by this newborn balance. Gentler perhaps. Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei's consciousnesses were tenderly expelled from the core by this nascent equilibrium force, returning to their physical bodies. Lin Xian, lying prone upon the ground, slowly opened his eyes. His ashen gaze reflected the newly stabilized, resilient equilibrium domain, and beyond it the immobilized enemy forces. A weary, deeply relieved smile curved his lips. He had found the answer. Not annihilation nor submission, but understanding, acceptance, and guidance. The 10,000-year deadlock had at last cracked open a sliver of light. Yet the true trial, transforming this fragile equilibrium into enduring peace, had only just begun. The profound upheaval emanating from the soul-shaking clash of wills deep within the chaos core rippled outward, transforming the entire Thistle Vale. When Lin Xian's consciousness, carrying Lin Jingwei with it, was gently yet irresistibly restored to his physical body by that nascent, serene, and unyielding force of balance, the external world had already been utterly remade. The ashen gray domain of equilibrium, first forcibly erected by Lin Xian and later reshaped by the chaos core's power, had not vanished. Instead, it now hovered, like a colossal translucent cocoon, silently enveloping Thorn Keep and its surrounding heartland. Within the domain, time flowed with glacial slowness, yet not absolute stasis. The suffocating, life-draining stillness had dissolved, replaced by a profound, womb-like serenity. The shattered ramparts still stood, but no longer crumbled, as if frozen mid-collapse. Across the ground, the ashen hue of stagnation and decay had ceased its advance. At certain edges, faint silver-gray glimmers pulsed softly, like breath, signaling the delicate truce between soothed chaos energy and lingering vitality. Beyond the domain, reality fractured in stark contrast. The Grey Tower Legion's assault formation was utterly petrified. Charging soldiers held swords aloft mid-swing, arcane spells cast by the mage core hung, suspended in midair, like insects trapped in amber. Even Hellman the mage, hovering midair, remained locked in place, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, frozen in time. At the boundary of the domain, the outer world was cleaved into two irreconcilable realms, motionless and animate. Balance, beyond all comprehension, had been achieved, if only temporarily. Yet this balance was fragile and precious, crystalline and translucent, demanding the utmost reverence and care. Deep beneath the earth, Lin Xian slowly rose from the cold stone floor, coughing violently, spitting up clotted blood flecked with fragments of internal organs. His face was parchment pale, the unfathomable depth of his gray eyes had receded, supplanted by utter exhaustion. Yet deep within their core burned the quiet clarity of hard-won enlightenment and profound peace. Had he succeeded, at the very least he had forged an unprecedented path. Father. Lin Jingwei's voice weak and trembling with tears called out as she collapsed into Lin Xian's arms, her small frame icy, nearly translucent, her primordial essence drained by the recent harmonization. Yet the fear had vanished from her heterochromatic gray-green eyes, replaced by weary fulfillment, the quiet assurance of one who has borne an essential burden to its end. It's over now, Jingwei. You did wonderfully. Lin Xian gently patted her back, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with unwavering solace. Then he lifted his gaze toward the companions gathering around him. Reizo leaned heavily on his blackstone axe, its surface webbed with cracks, his scarred face a tapestry of relief and bewildered awe. He glanced at the motionless enemy beyond the domain, then back at Lin Xian, his voice gruff and low. Lin Xian, is it truly done? Those gray-robed vermin, just frozen in place. Have we won? Accustomed to steel and blood combat, he found this transcendent resolution deeply alien. Victor, meanwhile, had plunged headlong into scholarly rapture. Sprawled on the ground, heedless of dignity, he scribbled frantic calculations onto a slate, using salvaged instrument shards and charcoal. Inconceivable. Absolute stasis coexisting with dynamic equilibrium. The energy field manifests non-Euclidean topological geometry. This overturns every established model of magical dynamics. My lord, we must immediately study the domain's stabilization mechanics and energy cycle. His eyes blazed solely with thirst for knowledge, momentarily forgetting peril. Balan moved in silence, tending wounds with the last drops of salve and strips of bandage. His gaze lingered longer upon the stabilized ruins and the earth within the domain. His seasoned blacksmith's intuition sensing subtle shifts in material properties, already pondering how such balanced state matter might be forged anew. Elise knelt beside Lin Xian, her emerald eyes shimmering, not with sorrow, but with radiant, tearful joy. She could feel it clearly. Though the land remained barren, its ancient, timeless agony had lifted, replaced by a deep, expectant stillness waiting patiently for renewal. The land sleeps now, not dreaming nightmares but dreams of awakening, she whispered, her palm cradling the seed, whose faint, unshakable pulse of life throbbed against her skin. We are safe, for now. Lin Xian drew a slow, measured breath, attuning himself to the domain's singular energy flow. His source halo glowed faintly as it regenerated, analyzing the architecture of balance with fresh insight. But this balance is perilously delicate. It rests upon the chaos core's stability and our own endurance, especially Jingwei's. She is the linchpin, the living catalyst of this entire equilibrium. He looked down at Lin Jingwei nestled in his arms. At that moment, Elder Ilman's voice, frail yet trembling with overwhelming emotion, filtered through the communication talisman. Elise carefully sustained, I felt it. The land's lament has ceased. The ancient souls have found peace. Lin Xian, you have wrought a miracle. A brief wave of relief gave way instantly to pressing realities. What do we do about those outsiders? Reizo gestured toward the immobilized Grey Tower Legion beyond the domain. Surely we can't leave them standing there forever. How long can this cursed domain hold? If it shatters, they'll storm right in. Victor pushed up his cracked spectacles, a sharp, incisive light flashing in his eyes. Preliminary analysis confirms an inner stable, outer stagnant structure. External assaults are drastically delayed or rendered inert, but sustaining the domain demands continuous energy input. Presently, that source is the pacified chaos core, yet its output is neither infinite nor stable. Should the core destabilize again, or encounter interference exceeding current thresholds, the domain may collapse instantaneously, triggering catastrophic backlash. He paused, meeting Lin Xian's gaze with solemn gravity. My lord, we must seize this respite to accomplish two things. First, establish a stable conduit to the chaos core, to understand and reinforce this equilibrium. Second, neutralize the external threat. Hellman's Legion remains the gravest latent danger to this balance. Lin Xian nodded. Reizo and Victor had named the crux. Temporary safety was not the destination. Communicating with the core required Jingwei's and his own collaboration and recovery time. Lin Xian mused aloud, his gaze piercing the translucent dome of the domain, fixing upon Hellman's frozen visage. A cold, decisive glint flickered in his gray eyes. Perhaps we need not defeat them. Lin Xian spoke slowly, a bold strategy crystallizing in his mind. We may instead invite them in to speak. What? Reizo nearly leapt to his feet. Invite them in? That's letting wolves into the fold. Victor's eyes lit up. My lord, you mean to leverage the domain's internal laws? Precisely, Lin Xian explained. Within this domain, I am among its sovereign architects, and to some degree, I may modulate its fundamental rules. We can restrict incoming power, invite them across, and let them witness this reality firsthand. Feel the tranquil resonance of the pacified chaos core. Hellman is both intelligent and a master of arcane arts. When he grasps that direct assault risks mutual annihilation, and that here lies magic beyond his understanding of a higher, ineffable order, he may reassess his mission. This was an audacious psychological gambit. Betting on Hellman's rationality, his scholar's hunger for the unknown, and the weight of his loyalty to Duke Ottosen. Too dangerous. Reizo objected firmly. But it is the least costly option available, Victor countered. Time is our only advantage. Battle offers no victory. Ultimately, the decision rested with Lin Xuan. He felt the slow return of strength within his limbs, sensed Jingwei's shallow, fragile breath against his chest, and gazed once more upon the motionless, fully armed host beyond the dome. Let us try, Lin Xuan declared. Reizo, Uncle Balon, prepare for the worst. Victor, assist me in calculating the feasibility and risks of fine-tuning the domain's laws. Elise, stand ready to soothe the Earth's veins. Jingwei, you need rest, but I may require your aid once more to lend the core's presence a gentler, more harmonious resonance. With the plan set, they moved without delay, exhaustion eclipsed by instinct and the fragile, flickering ember of hope. Lin Xuan focused inward, seeking a deeper communion with the encompassing domain of balance. His source halo resonated with the domain's energy signature, guiding its laws with meticulous precision, opening along the axis facing Hellman a narrow, unstable aperture, just wide enough for a single figure to pass. Simultaneously, he channeled forth, through that slender rift, the softened, balanced essence of the pacified chaos core, a whisper of tranquility and renewal. The instant the aperture opened, time beyond the domain seemed to exhale, a single fleeting breath of motion. Hellman's crystalline eyes snapped toward the threshold. The frozen shock on his face shattered, giving way to raw, staggering disbelief. He perceived it unmistakably. The domain's unique energy, ancient stillness interwoven with nascent vitality, and at its center the young man watching him with calm, unfathomable depth, Lin Xuan, whose very presence sent tremors through his soul. His reason warned of a trap, yet the mage's innate yearning for arcane mysteries, and the sheer incomprehensible wonder before him, shook his certainty to its foundations. His gaze locked onto Lin Xuan within the rift, then swept over his utterly immobilized subordinates, his mind racing through permutations and consequences. After a long, tense silence, under Reizo's watchful, anxious stare, Hellman the mage slowly, deliberately reined in every trace of magical fluctuation. With the reverence due a sovereign entity, he stepped forward, one cautious, measured pace at a time, into the unstable passage. The moment he fully crossed the threshold, the aperture sealed behind him without sound. He felt his power instantly subdued by an invisible, inescapable law, as if sinking into viscous, deep-sea currents, yet simultaneously perceived the domain's sublime elegance and its terrifying profundity. His gaze met Lin Xuan's, complex, layered wariness, intense scrutiny, and an undeniable involuntary awe. Magister Hellman, Lin Xuan spoke calmly, his voice resonating in the hushed domain. Welcome to the new Thistle Vale. I believe we have much to discuss. The moment Archmage Hermann stepped into the domain of equilibrium, it was as if he had crossed in a single stride from the clamor of battle into an eternal tomb. All external sounds, the clashing of steel, the thunderous detonations of spells, abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound, absolute silence that seeped into his very bones. Yet this silence was no lifeless void, it was a dynamic balance humming with an ineffable, immutable order. The air grew viscous as deep ocean water, each motion, each breath, became agonizingly laborious. His surging frost magic, once boundless and commanding, now churned sluggishly within him, chained by invisible shackles barely able to manifest beyond his skin. This utter suppression of power, an unprecedented humiliation and terror for one who had long reigned as its master. A flash of ire flickered across his crystalline eyes, but beneath it burned an insatiable, scholarly fervor, as though he stood upon the shores of a newly discovered continent. He inhaled greedily the domain's unique breath, a paradoxical blend of absolute stillness and faint, persistent vitality, while his fingertips unconsciously twisted, striving to decode this energy structure that defied every known law of magic. His gaze finally settled upon Lin Xuan, who rose slowly to his feet. The young man Hermann had once dismissed as merely a border bandit chieftain, now rendered utterly alien and unfathomable in his eyes. Lin Xuan radiated no overwhelming energy, yet he seemed indistinguishable from the domain itself. His gray eyes gazed calmly at Hermann, not as a rival, but as one might observe a mote of dust intruding upon a precision instrument. What have you done? Hermann's voice emerged, parched and hoarse, stripped of its customary arrogance and icy command, trembling with disbelief. This is no stasis ward. It is an entirely new energy field, a state of equilibrium. Instinctively invoking the Gray Spire's analytical framework, he found himself utterly unable to categorize the phenomenon before him. Lin Xuan did not answer directly. Instead, his quiet counterquestion rang with crystalline clarity through the hushed domain. Archmage Hermann, can the Gray Spire's knowledge explain what unfolds here? Those words struck like glacial shards, piercing Hermann's deepest fear. His face paled slightly. He forced composure. All phenomena obey fundamental laws. It is only that we have not yet grasped them fully. This must be the effect of some high-order composite spell, harnessing ley lines, and his voice faltered under Lin Xuan's unblinking gaze, losing conviction. He could no longer convince even himself. At that moment Victor could no longer contain his excitement, his scholar's instinct overriding reverence for a high-tier archmage Hermann. The underlying rules here exhibit non-Euclidean geometry. Its energy circulation violates elemental conservation entirely. This resembles a localized revision of reality's foundational laws. It is residue of creation-level power. Hermann whirled toward Victor, eyes flashing with affronted fury, yet also with a complex, unsettling recognition of kinship. Victor Byron, I know you, the heretic exiled from the academy. What do you believe this to be? His tone held sharp scrutiny. I do not know. Victor confessed with near-feral candor, but I know. The Grey Spire's models collapse here. The Baron, he has channeled a force beyond our comprehension to achieve this balance. This may be magic's greatest discovery of all time. Channel. Hermann seized the key word, turning again to Lin Xuan, his gaze sharpening to a blade's edge. Did you make contact with the core of the ward? That sealed entity. How did you accomplish it, and at what cost? A rapid-fire barrage of questions betrayed his immense curiosity and rising dread. He thought of Icewind Vale, the buried taboo. Lin Xuan withheld nothing. He needed Hermann's understanding, even if only partial. The cost was understanding, not conquest. He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping the balanced domain. The stasis ward is no natural phenomenon. It is an ancient seal, sealing an ancient consciousness, unmoored yet yearning for existence. What we sought to heal was not the ward itself, but the anguish of the sealed one, and the trauma inflicted upon this land. Absurd. Hermann reflexively objected, the dogma of the Grey Spire refusing such consciousness-driven explanations. Energy is energy. Law is law. Where does conscious suffering reside? Yet his voice trembled imperceptibly, because Lin Xuan's description resonated with a buried memory, the silent ancient artifact in Icewind Vale's depths, a relic equally inexplicable by elemental theory, seemingly imbued with its own will. Energy does not lie, but those who interpret it are confined by their own cognition. Lin Xuan quoted Hermann's own oft-repeated maxim, now invested with startling new meaning. You may feel it yourself. With that, Lin Xuan gestured toward Lin Jingwei, cradled gently in his arms. Though weakened, Lin Jingwei carefully extended, from the chaos core she had sensed, a delicate wave of intention, tranquil ancient sorrow interwoven with fragile hope, directed solely toward Hermann. In that instant Hermann convulsed violently. A vast, desolate consciousness, laden with eons of solitude and desperate will to endure, flooded his mind like a tidal surge. This was no assault, only pure unfiltered revelation. He beheld millennia of glacial imprisonment, felt the agony of eternal confinement, and glimpsed faint yet undeniable the humblest plea for life. No, impossible. Hermann staggered backward, face ashen, his frost mirror staff nearly slipping from his grasp. The sensation was terrifyingly familiar. It echoed precisely the moment he'd touched the eternal ice core deep within the Icewind Vale ruins. Only here the consciousness was vaster, clearer. Before this raw sovereign, while the Grey Spire's theories crumbled into pale irrelevance. In that moment his entire worldview fractured. Icewind Vale, he murmured, dazed voice barely audible, yet thunderous in the domain's stillness. Both Lin Xuan and Victor seized upon the phrase instantly. Icewind Vale, the northern forbidden ruin. Victor pressed eagerly. Archmage Hermann, you know of similar sites. Is the stasis ward not unique? Hermann jolted awake, realizing his slip. His expression snapped back into icy rigor, but panic flickered unmistakable in his eyes. That is academy-classified intelligence. It concerns neither you nor your kind. Yet Lin Xuan had already grasped the vital clue. He advanced relentlessly, his gray eyes seeming to pierce straight into the soul. Archmage Hermann, did you truly come to Thistle Vale solely to execute Duke Otto's purge order? Or were you like him, merely a pawn deployed by higher powers, to investigate, or even to reseal, the truth? Silence. Hermann roared, slamming his staff down. Yet only a feeble ripple disturbed the air. The domain's authority held him fast. You have no conception of what you oppose. Some knowledge is forbidden. To touch the forbidden invites annihilation. Is the knowledge itself forbidden? Or is it the revelation of truth that threatens certain dominions? Lin Xuan refused to yield, his voice cutting like frost-laced steel, like the Icewind Vale, discovery forcibly erased. What do you fear? That people will learn magic possesses another path. That the Grey Spire's authority will be challenged. His words were surgical blades, rending away Hermann's meticulously cultivated academic dignity and fealty, exposing the doubt and dread festering deep within. He recalled his mentor's complex, fearful gaze when ordering the Icewind Vale records destroyed, and his own years of deliberate forgetting of suppressing that expedition's findings. His psychological defenses began to shatter. Under the domain's oppressive weight, the shock of unveiled truth and the accumulated pressure of long-buried suspicion. You are right. Hermann's voice sank low, heavy with a weary, almost cathartic exhaustion and immense pain. Icewind Vale, there too, lingered a similar presence, a trace of rules, unclassifiable. My mentor feared it. The conclave ordered all erased. He lifted his eyes to Lin Xuan. filled with layered emotion, envy, awe, and the despair of a martyr. You succeeded where we dared not even attempt. You faced it and sought to understand, rather than destroy or conceal. As if resolving a final vow, he drew a deep breath, ready to unveil more hidden truths. Duke Otto. His orders extended beyond mere purge. His true mandate was to assess the ward's core. Should signs of activation emerge, he was authorized, by any means, to initiate the final purification. And the source of that command was, at this pivotal moment, catastrophe erupted. The insignia pinned to Hermann's chest, the frost crystal and mithril emblem denoting his high rank in the Grey Spire, suddenly blazed with searing corpse-white light. A destructive energy cold beyond measure and far exceeding the domain's suppression erupted violently from within him. No! Hermann shrieked, a cry of utter despair and horror, his face frozen in a grotesque fusion of terror and eerie relief. His body froze from within, visible at a glance, skin turned translucent, webbed with countless fine crystalline fissures. The encrypted codex concealed within his staff's hidden compartment never even left its hiding place. It disintegrated into glittering ice dust under invisible force. A soulbond curse, the Grey Spire's ultimate loyalty enforcement, triggered automatically upon breach of specific taboos or attempted disclosure of forbidden knowledge. Beware! Lin Xuan instantly shielded Lin Jingwei behind him. Primordial yellow earth, qi, surged forth, forming a thin shimmering barrier against the rampaging frost energy blast. Victor and Reizo were hurled backward by the sudden concussive wave. Hermann's body solidified completely into a lifelike ice sculpture. Only his eyes retained a final lingering spark of awareness. He did not look at Lin Xuan. Instead, his gaze fixed desperately upon the void, expelling his last fragmented, fading words. The conclave fears the true source. The stasis is but surface. The Starwatch Tower is both key and lock. Beware, they see. Before the final syllable faded, the sculpture lost all luster, becoming a lifeless, inert artifact. The cursed insignia dimmed and fell to the ground, shattering into jagged fragments. Within the domain of equilibrium, a deathly silence descended, broken only by the frozen figure bearing mute witness to the tragedy. Hermann Ice Mirror, the archmage who devoted his life to knowledge only to be damned by it, had become in brutal finality a martyr to truth. His death doused like icy water the fragile ember of joy kindled by the domain's hard-won balance. Lin Xuan approached the ice sculpture, stooped to retrieve the shattered insignia, then glanced at the faint powdery residue where the codex had been. His gray eyes darkened with solemn gravity. Starwatch Tower, key and lock. He repeated Hermann's dying words softly. With the archmage's passing, a shadow far vaster and deeper than either the Grey Spire legions or the stasis ward now descended upon them. The secret of Thistlevale, it seemed, was but the tip of an iceberg. The ghastly sight of Archmage Hermann frozen into an ice sculpture served as a frigid final punctuation, halting the domain's fleeting silence in stark crystalline stillness. The lingering curse chill from the shattered Grey Tower insignia entwined with the domain's peculiar equilibrium energy, emitting a faint, unnerving hiss. Lin Xuan's perilous attempt to decipher and assimilate this fragment of legendary curse scar inflicted unprecedented devastation upon his already exhausted divine sense. Before Lin Xuan and Balong could rush forward to shield him, Lin Xuan had already slipped into utter unconsciousness, his body collapsing limply backward. Blood no longer seeped from his 7 orifices. It welled slowly from every pore, staining his tattered robes a deep, somber crimson. His breath grew imperceptibly faint, his pulse trembled on the edge of extinction like a candle flame flickering in a dying wind. Yet deep within his brow, the source point's luminous aura refused total extinction, flickering instead at an agonizingly slow, near-stationary rhythm, sustaining the last fragile thread of life. Brother Lin Xuan. Annelise's cry cracked with tears as she lunged forward, pouring unrestrained emerald natural energy toward Lin Xuan in a desperate bid to heal his grievous wounds. But her power met his body like water striking stone, absorbed without trace, then violently repelled by a turbulent, overwhelming maelstrom of chaotic energy. Within Lin Xuan's body, the primordial Huang Yellow Qi, unmoored by its master's collapse, raged uncontrollably, clashing violently with both the invasive curse residue and the backlash from his own reckless mimicry of chaos principles, forging an impenetrable, forbidden zone where even external healing energies dared not tread. It's useless. Victor rasped, fighting dizziness as he scanned Lin Xuan with his last functional instrument. The Baron's body has become an energy battlefield. 3 distinct, immensely powerful forces are locked in combat inside him. Any gentle external energy entering now would be torn apart. He must rely solely on himself. Enlai Sua's face turned ashen. With a thunderous blow, he slammed his fist into the nearby black stone. His gaze lingered on the unconscious Lin Xuan, then swept outward, to the motionless, teeming ranks of the Grey Tower Legion beyond the domain's boundary, his scarred features twisting in grim despair. Their greatest pillar had fallen, while the enemy remained poised just beyond the door. How long could this fragile balanced domain endure? Despair cold and inexorable flooded over him once more. Father! Father! Lin Jingwei struggled free from Elise's arms, crawling unsteadily to Lin Xian's side. Her small hands trembled, too afraid to touch him. Yet her heterochromatic grand emerald eyes remained fixed unwavering upon his pallid face. She sensed with chilling clarity the cataclysmic energy storm raging within him, and at its heart the source point's faint tenacious pulse. A primal resonance, born of shared origin, and profound terror made her slight frame shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly she lifted her head, gazing deeper underground. Her gray eye clouded with confusion, then sharpening into instinctive resolve. That echo, it seems anxious. Lin Jingwei murmured, voice ethereal and distant. Nit dislikes Father's current state. It says this will cause imbalance. In her words, dreamlike and hollow sent a jolt through Victor's entire being. He whirled sharply toward Lin Jingwei, then back to the comatose Lin Xian. A bold hypothesis surging forth: could the Baron's nascent resonance with the Chaos Core have forged an unstable symbiosis? Was the Baron's condition directly governing the core's stability, thus prompting the core's consciousness to grow anxious? As if confirming his theory, the entire balanced domain rippled, imperceptibly yet undeniably, settling instantly. Yet that fleeting sensation, as though space itself had drawn a single unified breath, raised gooseflesh on every spine. We cannot stay here, Balong declared suddenly, voice raw yet steely with conviction. The old blacksmith's gaze swept across the unconscious Lin Xian, the weakened Lin Jingwei, and the battle-weary survivors. Weary too close to that heart. The energy here is too volatile. The Baron needs absolute stillness. We must ascend to the Blackstone cavern above. There it's thicker. Balong's words pierced through the fog of exhaustion. Indeed, this subterranean core thrummed with erratic, treacherous energy, no place for convalescence. And the cavern, reinforced by Balong's Blackstone fortifications, offered relative sanctuary. Move out, Lin Xuan commanded without hesitation. Carl, you and I will carry the Baron in turns. Balong looked after Jingwei and Elise. Victor, you cover our rear, monitor the domain's fluctuations. Move swiftly and silently. Without hesitation, Carl, the sole surviving elite militiaman, stepped forward, joining Lin Xuan to lift Lin Xian with meticulous care. Balong meanwhile cradled Lin Jingwei in his broad, calloused hands, gentle as if holding a fledgling bird. Elise followed closely behind, clutching the faintly glowing seed in her palm, its soft green light the last ember of life energy shielding their retreat. Victor forced himself upright, retreating backward while riveted to his energy compass, the needles trembling wildly across its dial. The evacuation unfolded in hushed, oppressive slowness. Each step felt like treading barefoot upon shattered glass, dreading either to awaken the petrified host outside the domain or to trigger a deeper, more violent internal surge. The spiral staircase wound upward, seemingly endless. Behind them loomed the black well, a yawning chasm descending into hellish abyss, its low, disquieting hum clinging like a spectral parasite, driving them ever onward. When they finally staggered into the familiar Blackstone-reinforced underground cavern, every survivor collapsed into utter exhaustion. Gently laying Lin Xian upon a smooth stone slab deep within the cavern, Lin Xuan and Carl sank to the floor, gasping for air. Relentless combat, terror, and spiritual depletion had pushed these iron-willed men to their absolute limits. Nonly, the dim, sickly glow of emergency glow moss illuminated the cavern. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of blood, acrid sweat, and the chalky dust of crushed rock, silence broken only by ragged, labored breathing. Lin Jingwei wriggled free from Balong's arms and crawled stubbornly to Lin Xian's side, curling up beside him, pressing her small body against his arm, as if drawing the faintest echo of safety from that contact. She closed her eyes, silent now, but the faint luminescence around her began pulsing slowly and steadily in perfect synchrony with the nearly stalled radiance of the source point upon Lin Xian's brow. Instinctively, she was attempting to soothe the violent chaos within him, using her unique harmonizing energy, balancing stillness and motion. Elise knelt at Lin Xian's other side, palms pressed together, emerald eyes brimming with silent tears, no longer channeling nature's force, but transmuting pure living prayer into a radiant blessing, enfolding both Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei. Victor slumped into a corner, frantically sifting through his battered notebooks and fragmented instrument readings, bloodshot eyes behind cracked lenses, muttering feverishly, seeking a single thread of hope amid the chaos, a way to stabilize the domain, to save the Baron. After a brief respite, Lin Xuan rose and began methodically reinforcing the cavern's defenses, packing blackstone fragments around the entrance, rigging rudimentary alarm traps. Balong assisted wordlessly. Two veterans weathered by time and war built their final bulwark, not with spells or steel, but with quiet, unyielding action. Time dragged through the suffocating silence. Each second bled like sand slipping through the hourglass of despair. And meanwhile, deep within Lin Xian's consciousness, this was no longer the torrent of information that once accompanied his laud derivation. Only absolute darkness and void. No light, No sound. No passage of time. Only fractured shards of awareness drifting like cosmic dust. An agony had long since numbed into a profound, soul-deep cold, and a sensation of dissolution. As if his very essence were being absorbed atom by atom into the infinite nullity. And yet within that absolute stillness one point of light endured. The source point. And no longer a vibrant halo. It had coalesced into a singularity finer than a needle's tip, yet unbreakably resilient. This singularity no longer sought to analyze, derive, or command the maelstrom outside. Its sole unwavering act was to hold fast. Holding fast to the core truth, I am Lin Xuan. In holding fast to memories, fragmented yet indelible, of past and present lives. In holding fast to faith in scientific reason, reverence for esoteric Taoist arts, an unshakable belief in the path of science Tao synthesis. It burned like a civilization's first spark cast into the infinite dark, a mere ember, yet bearing the full weight of knowledge, memory, and hope. In this ultimate silence, deeper truths began to surface. Those chaotic imprints of chaos principles, once seized during his reckless simulation, now revealed within this thoughtless absolute void a startling simplicity and underlying fundamental order. They shed all illusion, no longer manifesting as intricate spell matrices or energy architectures, but distilled down to their primal essence, mathematical relationships. A fractal geometry of self-similarity and infinite recursion, not topological constancy of connectivity and genus, not quantum probabilistic wave function collapse. In these languages of reality, rooted in his prior life, resonated across dimensions with the hidden order beneath chaos's apparent disorder. The source point singularity began wordlessly and beyond knowledge to absorb and digest these most fundamental truths. Not learning, assimilating. A sudden epiphany blazed across the void like lightning, illuminating the abyss in stillness and motion, order and chaos, life and death. These seemingly antithetical concepts may at the deepest mathematical stratum be two faces of the same coin. Their transformation is not conflict, but governed by a grander information-conserving law of reconstruction. The true essence of science Tao synthesis lies not in science explaining Tao, or Tao encompassing science, but in recognizing them as complementary languages describing the same ultimate reality operating at different levels of abstraction. Like Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometries, apparently contradictory, yet unified within the broader framework of differential geometry. In this insight flowed into the dying ember like pure oxygen. The source point singularity's radiance brightened, imperceptibly yet undeniably. And meanwhile outside, Lin Jingwei pressed tightly against Lin Xuan, shuddered faintly. She felt it within Lin Xuan, the violent energy maelstrom now harbored an infinitesimal yet profoundly stable point of order. That point was absorbing and transforming surrounding chaos, immeasurably slowly yet with unwavering certainty. In hope, raw and incredulous, flickered in her heterochromatic eyes. At that very moment Victor, who monitored the domain, let out a choked gasp and look. The domain's energy fluctuations, they're stabilizing. The shift is minute, but unmistakable. The Baron's consciousness is strengthening. He's stabilizing the situation by his own means. Every gaze snapped instantly to the young man lying motionless, yet bearing in his stillness the fragile burning weight of everyone's last hope. The air within the cavern was as thick as solidified amber. The light of the emergency luminescent stones cast flickering shadows upon the rough black stone walls, rendering each weary and taut face indistinct and obscure. Time lost all meaning, perhaps only a quarter of an hour had passed, or perhaps an entire day. The sole reference was the faint, almost imperceptible rise and fall of Lin Xian's chest, and the equally faint synchronized flicker of energy emanating from Lin Jingwei, who pressed close against him. Victor slumped amidst the fragments of his instruments, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon the needles of the energy compass. They no longer twitched wildly but oscillated with a very low frequency and weak amplitude. His parched lips moved, emitting a barely audible mutter, steady state. An extremely low energy steady state. The Baron's consciousness activity has dropped to a minimum, but the source point signal hasn't disappeared. Instead, it's pure. He's digesting the backlash energy. Lin Xuan and Baron guarded the sole entrance to the cavern, where Baron had hastily erected a crude barrier using the last available black stone fragments and the massive boulders already present inside. Lin Xuan pressed his ear against the cold stone wall, straining to catch any abnormal sound from outside. Though under the shroud of the balanced domain the exterior was terrifyingly silent. Baron with his rough fingers silently stroked the nearly useless iron hammer in his hand, as if drawing a faint spark of strength from it. Alice knelt on the other side of Lin Xuan, clutching the seed, whose green hue had grown increasingly dim. She had ceased her futile attempts at healing, instead immersing her entire being in a silent prayer. Her emerald eyes held no more tears, only a serene, almost martyr-like determination. She used the most primordial life essence of her elven bloodline, like a tiny stream, silently nourishing the nearly desiccated soil of life around Lin Xuan and Lin Jingwei. and Lin Jingwei, curled up beside Lin Xian, had become the crucial bridge connecting reality and the void. Her eyes were tightly shut, a glimmer of gray-green light slowly shifting beneath her eyelids. She was no longer merely consumed by fear and dependence, she had entered a deeper unconscious state of resonance. Her small body seemed to transform into a precise resonator, sensing on one side the faint fluctuations of the source point singularity deep within Lin Xian's consciousness, and on the other side establishing an incredibly delicate yet continuous connection with the vast, sorrowful, and chaotic echo from the depths of the earth. In the deepest recesses of Lin Xian's consciousness, within that absolute darkness and void, the singularity born of the source point was no longer a passively defensive core of light. Having anchored its most fundamental definition of its own existence, it began to actively sort through the surrounding fragmented streams of information, the backlash of chaotic rules and remnants of curses, in a way that transcended logic. It no longer attempted to understand or simulate this chaos. Instead, like a master programmer examining a bug-ridden source code, it ceased to dwell on surface logic and directly sought the most fundamental algorithms and constants that drove all variables. Gradually, beneath the violent clash of chaos and order, the source point captured some eternal cornerstones, an instinct toward existence that overwhelmed all impulses of destruction and disorder. A yearning for balance etched into the core of chaos like a cosmic constant. A contradictory tension born of solitude, a rejection of and simultaneous craving for external connection. These were the truths buried deepest within the consciousness of the chaotic core, truths not fully eroded by millennia of stasis and distortion. And at that moment, through Lin Jingwei's pure, unguarded, resonant channel, a torrent of consciousness, far vaster, more ancient, and more sorrowfully weary than when Herman had triggered the memory core, surged into Lin Xian's dormant mental space, like a thawing glacier, slow and heavy. But this torrent was no longer an aggressive devouring. It was more like an ancient being lost in endless darkness for so long it had nearly forgotten its own identity, instinctively drawn toward a faint sympathetic pulsation of balance and understanding. It approached, unleashing a sigh spanning millennia, filled with confusion and anguish. Who is touching Xuanhuang? It's been so long since a voice other than those noises wanting to tear or seal. You are weak, but your order is different. Not cold, not rejecting. This stream of consciousness was fragmented, heavy with the dust of time and broken logic, yet the information it carried was vast enough to burst the mind of a legendary mage. The tragic grandeur and helplessness of the elven sage Celestian who merged his being with the Tao to seal the chaos 10,000 years ago, the extreme loneliness of eternal stasis, and the morbid craving for flow and vitality, and the chaotic primordial fragment's own naive, distorted will simply to exist. All these, like shattered stars, drifted in the ocean of consciousness. The source point's singularity trembled violently in this torrent, as if it might shatter at any moment. But it held firm. It did not resist. Instead, like a pebble cast into a lake, it gently and clearly reflected back a single, simplest thought condensed from Lin Xian's core cognition across 2 lifetimes. Existence need not come at the cost of destroying others. Balance is a dynamic harmony, not an eternal stillness. I understand your loneliness. No promises, no deceptions. Only a simple understanding of the nature of existence based on mathematical and physical cosmology and an empathy that transcended species and forms. Silence. As if eons had passed, the ancient stream of consciousness stirred again. This time it carried less confusion and more an indescribable stirring. Balance. Dynamic. Harmony. Loneliness. You understand. Then, tell me, where is the path? This eternal stillness. I am weary, but movement means destruction. I am afraid. It was like a giant infant with a feeble mind but immense power, trapped in endless confinement, instinctively fearing change, yet craving it. The source point singularity flickered steadily, transforming Lin Xian's final realization before his coma, and the core philosophy of his path, combining science and mysticism into a complex yet clear mental map, transmitting it forth. That map contained the law of energy conservation, the interplay of entropy and negentropy, the dissipative structure theory of living systems far from equilibrium, and the Eastern philosophical understanding of the interplay of stillness and motion, yin and yang. Stillness preserves information. Motion bestows meaning. With stillness as the foundation, embrace movement within, circulate without end. This is the path to longevity. Walk with me. Seek the path where stillness and movement dance together. This was no longer mere communication. It was an invitation based on a shared understanding of the fundamental rules of the world. Deep beneath the earth, the pulse of the chaotic core for the first time assumed an unprecedented, soothing and coordinated rhythm. No longer disordered frenzy nor deathly stillness, but like a slowly beating heart. Within the cavern a sudden change occurred. Lin Jingwei, who had been clinging to Lin Xian, suddenly let out a soft sigh, like a whisper. The faint light around her abruptly brightened several-fold, no longer flickering, but radiating a gentle, steady glow that blended eternal stillness with a faint spark of life. This radiance spread like ripples of water, gently enveloping the entire cavern. Simultaneously, the dreadful oozing of blood from Lin Xian's unconscious body ceased instantly. His ashen complexion regained a hint of color at a visible rate. The faint halo of the source point on his brow, though still weak, had become incomparably solid and stable, as if forged from tempered steel. The domain. The domain's stability is skyrocketing. Victor leaped up, ignoring his damaged instruments, pointing at the suddenly steady and powerful needle on the compass. His voice was shrill with excitement. Energy output has become orderly. It's not the fragile balance before. It's an endogenous, stable cycle. The Baron. He succeeded. He reached a deeper consensus with the core. Everyone was stunned by this abrupt change. The suffocating stillness in the air quietly dissipated, replaced by a profound, reassuring tranquility. Even a patch of moss withered and dead for countless years in a crevice of the cavern wall showed a faint, barely perceptible glimmer of green on its desiccated surface. Lin Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Those gray eyes were no longer cloudy from severe injury, nor filled with deep calculation, but held an ultimate tranquility and acceptance, as if they had seen through the very essence of all things. His gaze swept over his companions, whose faces were a mix of shock and elation, and finally rested on Lin Jingwei, who lay beside him, her light fading, her face weary, yet peaceful asleep, with a relieved smile. He raised his hand and gently stroked her gray-white hair, his movement tender and filled with an indescribable understanding. "Father," Lin Jingwei murmured in her sleep, a faint smile curving at the corner of her lips. Lin Xian looked at the others. His voice was still hoarse, but carried a steady resonance that seemed to echo with the entire world. "The crisis is not yet resolved, but the path has been found. We need to have a proper talk with those guests outside." His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick layers of rock falling upon the soldiers of the Grey Tower Legion and the ice-like mage, all frozen outside the domain. This time it was no longer a struggle for survival. It was an equal, or rather an elevated negotiation with cards in hand. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the silent cavern, carrying a weight utterly unlike his former self. It was not merely the decisiveness of a leader, it seemed to resonate with the earth beneath him and the stable, profound equilibrium field surrounding them, lending his words an incontrovertible force of rule. After a brief silence, Lin Xuan was the first to react. His scarred face twitched, and he looked at Lin Xian with a complex expression. "Negotiate with those gray-robed bastards. Lin Xian, are you sure? They came to silence us. Haven't you seen what happened to that old fool Herman? Who knows if they still carry that damned curse?" His worry was pragmatic and sharp. The horrifying image of Herman being instantly silenced by the soul contract was vivid in his mind. Negotiating with such opponents was like dancing with vipers. Victor, however, pushed up his broken spectacles, his eyes gleaming with academic fervor, and retorted urgently, "No, Captain Lin. The situation has changed. The Baron has achieved a new balance with the core of the barrier. This balance is intrinsic stable. It might be able to some extent, interfere with or shield against that curse triggered by a specific energy frequency. This is a once-in-a-lifetime research opportunity to verify." "Victor," Lin Xian interrupted him calmly, his gray eyes sweeping over the scholar with undeniable authority. "Now is not the time for experiments." His gaze finally settled on Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, I understand your concern, but killing won't solve the root problem. The Grey Tower Legion is merely a pawn. Killing them will only invite direct intervention from the more powerful observatory tower. What we need is time, a buffer, and he pointed toward the entrance of the cave, are the only channel for us to establish communication with the outside world, with Duke Otterson, and even with the dissenting voices that may exist within the Grey Tower." His analysis was cool and thorough, transcending the emotions of revenge and fear and striking directly at the strategic core. "After survival comes the game of stratagem. But how do we negotiate?" Alice asked softly, her emerald eyes filled with worry. "They are frozen, and will they believe us?" Lin Xian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Lin Jingwei, who was still asleep in his arms, but with a steadier breath. For a moment his eyes softened, then sharpened again. "We don't need them to believe. We only need them to understand." He gently handed Lin Jingwei to Alice for care, then slowly rose to his feet. Though his face was still pale and his body somewhat unsteady, the aura around him had transformed completely. It was no longer the languor of a severe injury, but a deep merged sense of exhaustion and strength that blended with the surrounding environment. He was like an ancient tree with roots deeply embedded in the earth, seemingly weathered by storms, yet unshakable. Uncle Baron, Lin Xian looked at the old blacksmith. "Please find me the flattest fragment of black stone, not too large." Baron nodded silently, and soon retrieved a palm-sized piece of black stone from a pile of scrap in the corner, its surface relatively smooth. Lin Xian took the stone, and a trace of almost imperceptible Xuanhuang Qi gathered at his fingertip. This aura was no longer the gentle healing energy, nor the violent chaos simulation. It carried a neutral balanced quality, yet imbued with infinite potential for evolution. Using his finger as a brush, he began to slowly carve on the black stone. He did not inscribe words or any known runes. Instead, he etched extremely simple, yet strangely beautiful geometrical shapes interwoven with flowing lines. There were fractal patterns, hints of topological connectivity, Mobius strips symbolizing energy flow. These patterns combined to emit a unique transcendent sense of information, intuitively conveying core concepts of balance, circulation, and coexistence. This was an infographic of the essence of the new equilibrium field distilled by him from the source point. Upon completion, Lin Xuan handed the stone to Victor. Victor used the remnants of your array knowledge to amplify the meaning on this stone as much as possible, turning it into a passive information radiation source. Victor received the stone as if it were a treasure, studying the patterns with excitement. Though he could not fully understand them, he could feel the profound principles contained within. He immediately took out some residual conductive powder and carefully sketched a tiny amplification array around the stone. Then Lin Xuan walked to the entrance of the cave, his gaze piercing through the crude black stone barrier, as if seeing the enemy forces outside the field frozen in stasis. He took a deep breath and pressed his hands against the air in front of him. This time he did not draw upon his own scant true essence. Instead, he sank his mind deeply into the earth beneath, into the faint but solid connection he had established with the newborn chaotic core. Like a skilled tuner, he began to micro-adjust the equilibrium field enveloping the entire Thorn Valley. Under his guidance, the field's power, like a living tide, began to undergo subtle changes. Starting from the cave entrance, a narrow passage slowly opened. This passage was not physical, but a temporary loosening of the rules. Inside the passage, the stasis force still existed, but it was no longer an indiscriminate absolute freeze. It had become an extreme slowness. The flow of time reduced to a limit, but not completely halted. More importantly, a gentle, yet irresistible stream of information accompanied by the meaning radiating from the black stone, amplified by Victor's array, flowed slowly along this passage like a silent broadcast reaching the nearest frozen gray tower soldiers. This information stream contained a clear cognition implanted, that they were under the control of an absolute stasis field, and their life and death were in our hands at a thought. The fuzzy outline of the field's range and its unshakable stability. Not murder, but a possibility of coexistence or exchange. The patterns on the black stone were an abstract expression of this intent. Any attempt to resist or trigger the curse within them might cause the field's power to automatically counter, resulting in complete annihilation. This was not a verbal negotiation, but a wordless demonstration of intent at the level of consciousness based on rules and power. Outside the field, within the Grey Tower Legion's formation, Deputy Officer Horn, an experienced high-level warrior, had been raising his battle blade an instant before his consciousness was frozen, ready to order a charge. His thoughts were frozen in extreme tension and the thrill of slaughter. After an unknown time, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity, a strange sensation slowly awakened him from the absolute stillness. Not a physical awakening, but a slow recovery of conscious perception. He could not see or hear, but he could feel. A vast, tranquil, yet supremely majestic force enveloped him like the deep sea. He clearly perceived the absolute powerlessness of himself and the entire legion, their life and death, completely dominated by this force. At the same time, an abstract thought of balanced negotiation and survival slowly and continuously fed into his nearly frozen mind like a stream. No threats, no intimidation. Only a calm statement based on an absolute disparity of power. Deep within Horn's consciousness, immense fear and an overwhelming sense of absurdity surged. Negotiate with these border bandits. After Master Hermon's bizarre death. This must be a trap. Sorcery. He tried to struggle to mobilize the battle chi within his body, even to move a single finger to signal an attack. Yet he found in despair that not only his battle chi, but even the speed of forming a rebellious thought was agonizingly slow. His mind was mired in the thickest asphalt, each thought requiring an interminable time. And the omnipresent field force, like the gentlest shackles, silently smoothed any rebellious intention in its bud, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, other psychically strong mages or officers also gradually felt this silent flood of information. Reactions varied: extreme fear, stubborn resistance, but a few upon sensing the balanced meaning within the information stream. A meaning different from traditional magic or divine arts, full of rationality and order, experienced instinctive confusion, and a faint, even to themselves, unwillingly acknowledged curiosity. This negotiation took place in absolute silence. No verbal clashes, no flash of steel. Only one side displaying incontrovertible power and intent, while the other endured a slow and arduous psychological struggle under absolute suppression. Inside the cave, Lin Xuan closed his eyes, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Maintaining such precise control of the field was a tremendous burden on his yet unrecovered divine soul. But deep within his gray eyes was a clear clarity. Through the faint connection of the field with the frozen consciousnesses, he perceived the emotional fluctuations of every piece on the chessboard like a masterful player. The first, wavered Lin Xuan suddenly said softly, as if talking to himself. The young mage in the silver-trimmed robe on the left flank. His curiosity about rules overcomes his fear of the unknown. The second, the heavy infantry centurion. He is more pragmatic, calculating the probability of survival. Victor excitedly recorded everything. This is an excellent specimen for studying group psychology and conscious interaction. Lin Xuan and Baron looked at each other. They could not perceive the mystical exchange of consciousness, but they could see Lin Xuan's focused expression and Victor's excitement. This war beyond swords filled them with unfamiliarity and awe. Time passed moment by moment. Finally Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long, deep breath. It's done, he said, his voice weary but full of certainty. The seeds have been sown. Fear, doubt, curiosity, and the instinct to survive, enough to keep them occupied for a long time. Now we need to give them a clear exit. He looked at the others and issued new instructions. Lin Xuan, Uncle Baron, we need to make a simple white flag and hang it prominently at the cave entrance. It's a universal symbol indicating our willingness to engage. Alice, take care of Jingwei. She is our bridge to the core, but she must not be harmed. Victor, stop the array. Overloading them with information will backfire. Now we need patience. Then Lin Xuan's gaze went back outside the cave. We wait. Wait for the first among them who is willing to lay down his weapons and walk in alone. Lin Xuan's words, let one of you step forward unarmed, echoed coldly through the cavern, charged with a chilling, expectant stillness. This was no shepherd awaiting a lost lamb, but a hunter poised beside a perfected snare, waiting for the first prey, bold or desperate enough to reveal its worth or its threat by stepping into the trap of its own volition. Time dragged through the suffocating silence. The crude white flag suspended at the cave mouth hung utterly motionless within the absolute stasis of the domain, pale suspended like a spectral question mark cast toward the frozen host beyond. Victor had ceased his information saturation array, yet his instruments continued their faithful vigil, recording the faintest tremors of consciousness stirring beyond the domain's boundary. The flush of excitement faded from his face, replaced by the grave intensity of a scholar confronting revelation. Baron, he murmured, adjusting his spectacles, his voice low and measured. External neural signatures confirm fear and hostility remain dominant. Yet, roughly 1 in 10 individuals, particularly the mages, exhibit profound cognitive dissonance. They are stricken, not only by terror, but by bewilderment at the manner of Master Hermann's death, and gripped by an irrepressible curiosity toward the balance we have unveiled. Still, this curiosity is smothered beneath deeper dread, the iron law of the Grey Tower. No one dares take that first step. As expected, Resso sneered, the scar on his cheek twitching. Dogs bred by the Grey Tower have long forgotten how to hunt for themselves. I say, select a few soft targets, publicly thaw them. Then, he slashed his hand across his throat, eyes blazing with savage intent. Make an example. Let them understand the price of disobedience. Elise clutched the still slumbering Lin Jingwei. At those words her slender frame shivered faintly and sorrow flickered, unspoken, in her emerald gaze. She knew well mercy now might spell annihilation for them all. Lin Xuan slowly shook his head, his ashen eyes fathomless as ancient wells. Slaughter is the least efficient form of deterrence. It breeds only hatred and fiercer resistance. Hermann's death has already delivered sufficient warning. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled faces. What we require now is not more corpses, but living specimens and conduits. Specimens. Barlin rumbled, the old blacksmith, seizing the weight of Lin Xuan's phrase. Precisely. Specimens. Lin Xuan strode to the cavern mouth, his gaze seeming to pierce stone itself, to rest upon the motionless legion beyond. We must learn the Grey Tower's latest command structure, Duke Ottosen's true intentions, and above all, just how much the Starwatch Spire knows of this place. A living captive, trembling with fear and the raw will to survive, is infinitely more valuable than a dead enemy. He turned back toward Victor. More crucially, we must test a hypothesis. Victor, you stated earlier that Hermann's curse activates only at a specific energy frequency. Then within this domain, reconstructed by the primordial power of chaos essence, might such a curse rooted in the high-order rules of the order-aligned hierarchy be disrupted, even silenced? Victor's eyes flared. Baron, do you mean this domain may function as a rule sanctuary? If so, its implications would be revolutionary. It would mean these Grey Tower operatives could within these bounds temporarily escape direct mental domination and the ever-present threat of execution. That would be the greatest lever upon their psyche. Exactly. Lin Xuan nodded. But it requires verification, and verification demands living subjects. His strategy was stark and unyielding: wield the domain's unique laws as bait, to lure those torn between terror and curiosity, extract intelligence, and rigorously test the domain's shielding effect. This was no act of compassion. It was a high-stakes, high-reward campaign of psychological warfare and intelligence gathering. Then, Victor gasped sharply, something's happening. Southeast corner, the young mage in the silver-trimmed robe, His neural signature is surging violently. He's attempting to move a single finger, agonizingly slow. By the stars, he's resisting the domain's stasis. Every eye snapped to the spot. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, sinking his awareness deeper into the domain's core. Indeed, there in the southeastern rank of the frozen host a faint yet astonishingly resilient spark of consciousness pulsed, like an insect trapped in amber, struggling impossibly to convey something. That was no signal of aggression, only a fragile, desperate beacon. It is him. Lin Xuan opened his eyes calm and resolute. Resso, prepare to receive him. Master Barlin, hold the entrance. Any anomaly, execute without hesitation. Victor, monitor his internal energy flow with absolute precision, especially fluctuations tied to Grey Tower insignia or soul bonds. Elise, fall back. Guard Jingwei. Commands sharp and unambiguous. Tension in the cavern coiled tighter than drawn steel. Lin Xuan drew a slow breath and began manipulating the domain's force with exquisite microscopic control. Centered upon the young mage, he loosened the stasis field by an infinitesimal degree, forming an invisible threshold narrow enough for one soul alone to pass. Simultaneously, a precise stream of thought, calm guiding laced with the subtle promise that within this domain the curse might be suspended, flowed directly to him. It was a lethal temptation, like casting a gossamer thread to a drowning man in utter darkness where the other end might lead either to salvation or a deeper abyss. Outside the domain, the young mage's body convulsed, not with fear, but with titanic effort. His temples bulged with strained veins, sweat beaded, and froze instantly into frost upon his brow. At last, under every watchful breath-held gaze, his right hand, barely responsive, rose inch by agonizing inch. Then with every fiber of his being hurled his sapphire-encrusted mage's short staff onto the frozen earth. An unmistakable declaration, surrender. Now, Lin Xuan's command rang out. With total focus, he shaped the domain's power before the mage, a razor-thin corridor of safety leading straight to the cavern mouth. Within it, stasis dissolved to near nothing, yet on either side absolute immobility reigned, walls of frozen air sharp as honed blades. The young mage's eyes blazed, fear, resolve, and a feverish thirst for knowledge warring within them. Gritting his teeth, he forced his leaden limbs forward, staggering step by trembling step into that path of perilous passage, toward fate unknown. Each footfall struck like a hammer upon every heart present. Resso's axe lifted, Barlin's hammer clenched, a victor's instruments hummed with quiet urgency. Elise held her breath. The dozen meters stretched like an age. When at last the mage stumbled past the stone barrier guarded by Barlin, he collapsed, spent, gasping, bloodless. Yet his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Lin Xuan standing before him. The instant he crossed the threshold, Victor's soul resonance gauge spiked wildly, then settled into serene, unbroken stillness. The curse's activation frequency, gone. Victor's voice trembled with elation. Baron, your theory is confirmed. The domain does suppress the soul bond, at least partially. In that moment, a collective weight lifted from every chest in the cavern. A milestone, etched in revelation. It meant not only a new weapon against the Grey Tower, but also a potent, irresistible leverage to turn its own soldiers against it. Lin Xuan looked down upon the fallen mage, his gray eyes devoid of triumph, only cold, incisive appraisal. Name. His voice was quiet, yet carried the unassailable authority of sovereign will, striking directly upon the mage's spirit. The young mage gasped raggedly, raised his head, met Lin Xuan's gaze, and lips trembling whispered two words: Caden. Caden's silver glow. He hesitated, gazing at Lin Xuan, then at the strange cavern and its disparate watchful occupants, before adding, voice raw with conflicted conviction, I did not do this to live. I simply refused to die like Master Hermann, without knowing why. I seek the truth. Lin Xuan's lips curved almost imperceptibly. Truth. Yes, truth is sharper than any blade, deadlier than any spell. And this thorn-choked valley, forged in iron and blood, may well prove the most fertile soil for cultivating that perilous radiant bloom. He had drawn the first moth to the flame. Now remained only to discern whether its wings bore light to dispel the dark, or fire to consume it all. Young mage Caden's silver glow lay sprawled upon the cold, rough black stone floor like a fish gasping out of water, his chest heaving violently as he greedily inhaled the relatively normal air of the cavern. Though the air still carried the oppressive stillness peculiar to the stagnation field, it was a world apart from the soul-freezing absolute silence beyond its boundary. His sapphire-inlaid short staff lay discarded on the ground, glinting with an eerie luminescence under the faint glow of the cave's phosphorescent stones, like a relic of a forsaken past. The cavern's atmosphere did not ease with his surrender, instead it thickened with palpable tension. Rezo's battle axe hovered barely an inch from Caden's throat, its scarred wielder's eyes blazing with lethal intent. Should the gray-robed mage stir so much as a finger, the axe would cleave without hesitation. Balorn stood silently at the entrance, iron hammer held crosswise before him, a statue carved from black stone severing the inside from the outside. Ellis cradled the still-sleeping Lin Jingwei deep within the cavern's recesses, her emerald eyes sharp with vigilance, and beneath it a subtle, unspoken compassion. Victor had plunged entirely into scholarly fervor, nearly prostrate over the shattered instruments, his gaze locked onto the trembling needles charting Caden's vital signs and arcane fluctuations as he dictated rapidly, vitals stable, soul resonance calm, no curse activation detected, arcane circuits utterly depleted. Good heavens, domain suppression effect confirmed. This is nothing short of a miracle in the annals of Soul Pact research. Lin Xuan stood before Caden, his gray eyes placid and depthless, neither triumphant nor pitying. He resembled a meticulous scientist observing a newly acquired specimen, profoundly valuable, brimming with unknown risks, and now resting, still and silent, within the laboratory of reality itself. Caden's silver glow. Lin Xuan repeated the name softly, yet with an uncanny resonance that struck directly at the mage's spirit. You wish to know the truth? Then tell me what was Grey Spire's official mandate in sending you here, and what privately was Hellman truly seeking? Caden lifted his head, his face pale, silver-gray hair damp with sweat. His gaze upon Lin Xuan shimmered with layered emotion, fear before an incomprehensible power, lingering dread over Hellman's death, guilt for betraying his order, and deepest of all a near-obsessive yearning for truth laid bare by Lin Xuan's single incisive word. That yearning eclipsed even his terror of those standing before him. He moistened his cracked lips and spoke in a hoarse, measured cadence. The hallmark of Grey Spire, Mage's official mandate, was to eradicate the unauthorized armed faction entrenched in Thistle Vale per Duke Ottizen's decree, and to recover all relics of ancient sorcery. He paused, watching Lin Xuan's expression remain utterly unchanged, then continued, but Master Hellman. His true objective was the core of the stagnation ward within Thistle Vale. He called it the ultimate verification of the Icewind Vale phenomenon. Icewind Vale. Victor jerked upright, his spectacles flashing as his eyes blazed with revelation. The northern forbidden ruin. The legendary elven site, said to possess temporal stasis. Hellman knew of it. Caden nodded, a flicker of remembered horror crossing his face. Yes. Master Hellman served among the Icewind Vale expedition team. That mission was forcibly terminated by the High Council. All records sealed. All participants sworn to silence. Master never reconciled himself to it. He believed Thistle Vale Stagnation Ward shared its origin with Icewind Vale, but on a grander, more complete scale, holding the key to unlocking the mysteries of primordial magic. He came here to fulfill the Duke's commission while secretly locating the ward's core, to prove his theory correct, and perhaps to command it. Lin Xuan listened in silence, his earlier conjecture now confirmed. Hellman was indeed a martyr cursed by knowledge, his private ambitions subtly entwined, with yet ultimately at odds with Grey Spire's official directive. And the Starwatch Tower. Lin Xuan posed the pivotal question. How much do they know of this place? Was Hellman acting under their direct orders? Caden's body visibly trembled. At the mention of the Starwatch Tower, his fear deepened, not merely in degree, but in kind. He drew a slow, deliberate breath as if resisting an invisible weight. The Starwatch Tower is the heart of the Imperial Mage Council, the fabled sanctum of knowledge. We are mere outer circle members of Grey Spire. We lack even the standing to approach its luminaries. But he hesitated, weighing consequence against conviction, before yielding to that insatiable thirst for truth. But Master Hellman once revealed, after too much wine, the Starwatch Tower was not ignorant of Thistle Vale. On the contrary, they may have been monitoring it all along. Master believed the Council's upper echelons knew part of the truth behind the Stagnation Ward, yet chose sealing and forgetting over investigation. His covert operation was in essence a challenge to the Starwatch Tower's authority. A profound silence settled over the cavern. Caden's words struck like a boulder cast into a still dark pool, ripples spreading outward in every direction. The Starwatch Tower not only knew, it was likely observing. Hellman's actions might well have trespassed upon a taboo enforced at the highest level. That explained the viciousness of his Soul Pact execution, not merely for mission failure, but for threatening to expose a secret the Starwatch Tower deemed inviolable. A faint furrow appeared between Lin Xuan's brows. The situation was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Thistle Vale was no longer simply a stronghold to defend against external incursion. It was itself a living, breathing experiment, an active site under the watchful, secretive gaze of the Empire's most formidable arcane institution. One final question. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing Caden's eyes. Within your legion, how many knew of Hellman's private purpose? And how many, like yourself, harbored doubts about the truth withheld? This question struck at the core of human loyalty, and would shape Lin Xuan's next strategy. Caden blinked, then offered a wry, bitter smile. Master's purpose. Many senior officers and mages sensed something amiss. He repeatedly broke from the main force to conduct solitary surveys. Yet few dared question or investigate. Grey Spire's discipline is unforgiving. He glanced around at the suspended field, his voice dropping lower. But after what just occurred, the sheer informational shock, I believe I am far from alone in my confusion and doubt. Especially when we realized even soul pacts could falter here. His words carried a crucial implication. Grey Spire's ranks were not monolithic. The hunger for knowledge, resentment toward concealed truths, and the primal instinct for survival, amidst overwhelming disparity in power and under unique natural laws, could ignite unforeseen fractures. Lin Xuan had obtained the intelligence he sought. He glanced at Victor, who gave a slight nod, confirming no detectable energy signature indicated deception in Caden's statements. Reizo, release him. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. Reizo hesitated, then withdrew his axe, but his vigilance remained unrelenting. Lin Xuan addressed Caden, you may remain here, for now. But remember, your survival rests upon two pillars. First, the ward's protection, second, your worth. Worth includes the information you've provided, and the role you may yet play. His tone was stark, unadorned, devoid of false reassurance. This was a transaction, a fragile alliance forged on the edge of a blade. Caden nodded mutely, fully aware of his precarious station. He struggled upright, leaning against a black stone, and began quietly drawing upon the faint dregs of his magical reserves to restore himself. Yet his gaze drifted inevitably toward the cavern's depths, toward the sleeping girl Lin Jingwei, and the paradoxical equilibrium of this domain which defied every tenet of arcane law. As a mage, the instinct to comprehend burned fiercely within him. Lin Xuan turned away from Caden, addressing his companions with quiet, crystalline clarity. The situation is clear. Our adversaries extend beyond Duke Otto's Inn and the Grey Spire Legion, to a deeper, more enigmatic presence, the Star Watchtower itself. Hellman's death proves they will eliminate any witness without hesitation, to safeguard their secrets. Our advantage lies here. He gestured downward, at this unique domain now partially under our control. Its capacity to nullify soul pacts may be the sole fulcrum capable of shifting the balance. Next, Lin Xuan's gaze swept across his companions. We must accomplish two things. First, assimilate intelligence and fortify our defenses. Victor, you will oversee Caden. Extract everything possible regarding Grey Spire's internal structure, spellcraft systems, and rumors surrounding the Star Watchtower. But remember, information concerning our core secrets, especially Lin Jingwei and the nature of the ward, is strictly compartmentalized. Second, his gaze grew profound. We must strike first, not with steel, but with cognition. We shall wield this rule-safe zone as bait in a campaign of cognitive warfare. His eyes settled upon the motionless white flag at the cavern mouth. We must ensure those frozen outside see clearly that Caden lives and thrives. They must witness unequivocally that Grey Spire's laws hold no sway within this domain. Seeds of fear and curiosity have already taken root. Now we shall nourish them, not with hope, but with the most potent poison of all, the illusion of hope. Kaideng Yinhui's presence was like a pebble cast into a stagnant pond, stirring persistent ripples within the cavern. He was allowed a modicum of freedom in a corner of the cave, yet Lei Sua's hawk-like gaze and Belong's silent mountain-like intimidation constantly reminded him of his captive status. Waikijuo remained almost inseparable from him under the guise of academic exchange, but in reality, it was tight surveillance and information extraction. Kaideng, perhaps out of a will to survive or genuine fascination with this revolutionary environment, cooperated fully. He spoke without reservation, divulging the internal structure of the Grey Tower, common tactics, and even the principles of low to mid-tier spell models, which Waikijuo treasured as invaluable gains. However, Lin Xuan's focus had already transcended Kaideng as an individual. His gaze, piercing through the rough black stone barrier, settled on the Legion, shrouded in absolute stasis. Kaideng's surrender had validated the feasibility of the safe zone of rules. Now he intended to transform this advantage into a strategic campaign to dismantle the enemy's will. Cognitive warfare, Lin Xuan defined it. It was not clashing swords, but the infiltration of ideas, the interweaving of fear and hope. A psychic bomb detonated in absolute silence. Waikijuo, Lin Xuan summoned the core members, including Lin Jingwei, who had just recovered some vitality. She still clung tightly to Lin Xuan, as if he were her source of strength. We need to adjust the domain's information projection mode. Cease the previous broad-spectrum broadcast of balance ideology. It was too abstract for most soldiers and low-ranking officers to comprehend. What does the Baron mean? Waikijuo pushed up his glasses, his eyes glinting with excitement behind the lenses. He relished applying theory to practice. Divergence, precision, demonstration. Lin Xuan uttered 3 words, his gray eyes calm, as if designing a meticulous experiment. We must deliver different messages to different people. He began to deploy with clear logic. First, to ordinary soldiers and low-ranking officers, project the signals of survival and returning home. Emphasize that the time flow within the domain is extremely slow, draining their lives meaninglessly. Simultaneously, clearly convey the information that those who surrender will be spared death and can await the war's end with limited freedom. Use the most direct mental images, like a warm campfire, hometown food, the faces of longing family, to strike at their most basic physiological and emotional needs. Lei Sua frowned, his scarred face showing disdain. Why be so courteous to these rabble? I say just show them images of resistors being crushed to dust by the domain's power. That's more effective. Lin Xuan glanced at him and countered calmly. Fear can force submission, but it also breeds desperate madness. Our goal is to dismantle their will to fight, not to create a pack of cornered beasts. Living hopeful captives are easier to manage than dead martyrs, and they better undermine the enemy's overall morale. Besides, he paused, we need labor to rebuild Thorn Valley. Lin Xuan snorted, but didn't argue further, acknowledging that Lin Xuan saw further. Second to mid and high-ranking mages and knight captains project the signals of safety and opportunity. Lin Xuan continued, focus on showcasing Kaiding's presence. Let them see Kaiding unharmed within the domain even. Studying this peculiar environment to a limited extent. Hint that this place can be a haven, temporarily free from the Grey Tower's harsh decrees and soul contract, threats of frontier, where they can access knowledge and mysteries far beyond traditional magic systems. Waikijuo, I need your cooperation for this part. Have Kaiding perform appropriately. Waikijuo immediately nodded, understood. I can have Kaiding within visible range of the cave entrance, conduct harmless energy sensing and recording work, creating an atmosphere of academic research. Third, and most importantly, Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. We need one demonstrative interaction. Merely letting them see Kaiding is not enough. They must perceive a successful safe exchange. He looked at Lin Jingwei, who sat quietly beside him, playing with a small piece of black stone debris Balong had given her. Jingwei, Lin Xuan's voice softened. Can you sense among those outside anyone whose emotional turmoil resembles Uncle Kaiding's earlier state? Someone who is both afraid and very curious. Lin Jingwei looked up, her gray-green heterochromatic eyes blinking. She put down the black stone, closed her eyes, and furrowed her tiny brows slightly, as if carefully discerning the nearly solidified consciousness sparks of the hundreds outside the domain. After a long moment, she extended a slender finger pointing in a certain direction, over there. A person in a gray robe with silver thread on his hood. He is arguing in his heart, saying, dangerous traitor, and I want to know. A bit like Uncle Kaiding at the beginning. Lin Xuan and Waikijuo exchanged glances, a glint flashing in their eyes. Lin Jingwei's perception, like the most precise radar, could directly glimpse the contradictions in people's hearts. This was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon in cognitive warfare. Target lock. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Next, we attempt to establish a one-way brief mental connection with him. Waikijuo prepared to record all energy feedback and data changes. Jingwei, just like when you helped your father before, gently send the thought, it's safe here, you can speak to him alone. Just once, don't force it. Lin Jingwei nodded obediently, closed her eyes again, and concentrated. Everyone in the cave held their breath. This time Lin Xuan did not manipulate the domain on a large scale. Instead, he condensed his mind and domain power into an extremely subtle, nearly imperceptible mental probe. Guided by Lin Jingwei's precise direction, like a scalpel, it silently pierced through the stasis field and precisely approached the periphery of the target mage's consciousness. Without forceful intrusion, just like a gentle breeze, it softly delivered that simple, tempting thought, safe. Can communicate. Then swiftly withdrew. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye with negligible impact on the overall stability of the domain. Yet the instant the mental probe retracted, the soul fluctuation indicator representing that target mage on the energy monitor before Waikijuo suddenly jerked violently. The amplitude far exceeds the normal faint fluctuations of other frozen individuals. A reaction. A strong cognitive conflict reaction. Waikijuo reported in a low, excited voice. He is struggling. Reason and curiosity are fiercely clashing. Everyone stared intently toward the cave entrance, though their naked eyes could see nothing. They seemed to feel a silent storm brewing beneath the dead ice layer. Minutes later, Waikijuo exclaimed again, the fluctuation has subsided. But his consciousness activity is significantly higher than the others. He heard it. He is thinking. It worked. Although the other party did not immediately surrender, like Kaiding, a seed of doubt and longing had been deeply planted. This silent demonstration was far more persuasive than any enforced broadcast. One could imagine the chain reaction within the Grey Tower Legion when the struggle of this mage was faintly perceived by others who were equally wavering in the static environment. Intense emotional fluctuations might produce a faint resonance. A faint, imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. The dismantling had begun from within the most fortified fortress. This cognitive warfare had no smoke, yet it was far deadlier than swords. It was not destroying the enemy's bodies, but eroding their faith, magnifying their fears, and igniting their selfish desires. It was gradually splitting the Grey Tower Legion from a unified whole into individuals harboring their own agendas. And all of this rested on Lin Xuan's precise application of the safe zone of rules as a strategic fulcrum. He knew well that knowledge was power, but the precise delivery of information was the key to transforming power into victory. He was not sowing a unified dogma, but a virus tailored to each individual, striking directly at the heart. This silent erosion would buy him precious time and perhaps yield unexpected gains. Inside the cavern, the taut atmosphere eased slightly, though did not dissipate, following a fleeting tactical success. Kaiden was taken by Victor to a secluded corner for deeper scholarly exchange, while Reizo and Balan remained vigilant at the entrance, and Alice tended to the slumbering Lin Jingwei. The The flickering glow of fluorite illuminated every face, etched with exhaustion, watchfulness, and the dazed uncertainty of those who had narrowly escaped annihilation. Lin Xuan did not involve himself in interrogation or defensive arrangements. He walked alone to a quiet stretch of rock wall deep within the cavern, sat cross-legged, and yet did not immediately withdraw inward for self-examination or cultivation, as was his custom. His gray eyes gazed upon the uneven stone surface, yet his vision seemed to pierce through millennia of bedrock, reaching towards something infinitely more profound. His inner world was far from tranquil, despite the stillness of his exterior. Hermann's death cadence, surrender, the Grey Tower Legion's paralysis, and the fragile equilibrium struck with the Chaos Core, all these events surged like a tempestuous tide, shattering his prior understanding. Only through the source point's meticulous calculation, the tenacious resilience of Huang Yellow-Chi, and the unwavering life-risking devotion of his companions had he managed to keep a single fragile skiff afloat amid utter desolation. But then, what next? Having survived, where shall he go? Unbidden vivid images flooded his mind. Reizo, drenched in blood, his scarred face twisted in grim fury, time and again stepping before him, using his own body to absorb arcane blasts, roaring hoarsely for the Baron. Balon, silent and steady, his hands calloused and blistered by fire, hammering salvaged blackstone into shields amidst rubble, his gaze so fiercely focused it resembled that of a master artisan forging a legendary artifact. Victor, abandoning all scholarly decorum, sprawled on the ground, frantically scribbling calculations, his spectacles shattered yet unnoticed, all to uncover the faintest flaw in the barrier. Ailey's, having exhausted her natural vitality, her face as pale as parchment, yet still bestowing her final blessing of life upon him and Jingwei. And Lin Jingwei, this child born of him, suspended between existence and void, whose fragile form served as a bridge, enduring the relentless scouring of chaotic consciousness solely for the sake of his single word, father. These visions were no longer cold data stored in memory. They carried warmth, weight, pressing down upon his heart like lead. He recalled his former life as a scientist, devoted to objectivity, neutrality, value-free inquiry. Yet here, in this crucible of shared life and death, he grasped an undeniable truth: true isolation was a myth. Every breath he drew rested upon the sacrifices and protections offered by his companions. Causality, no longer an abstract term from cultivation scriptures, the word now manifested as Reizo's scars, Balon's sweat, Victor's feverish intensity, Ailey's tears, Jingwei's trembling, woven by living, breathing souls into an inescapable web, entwining their fates with his own. His survival itself was a colossal effect, and inevitably bound to countless causes he must now repay. Was merely holding the Thorn Valley, eking out a precarious existence, enough? No. Duke Otto's ambition would not fade. The Grey Tower's threat endured, and the star-gazing spire, inscrutable and distant, hung over them like the sword of Damocles. Retreat and defense would render past sacrifices meaningless, and place his companions in ever greater peril. Today came Hermann, tomorrow might bring one even more formidable. Passive endurance is invariably a path to ruin. Moreover, this land itself, the ancient tragedy buried beneath the stagnant barrier, the sorrow and yearning contained within the chaos core, they had chosen him. Or rather, his and Jingwei's very birth was a sliver of hope nurtured from the land's despair. This too was a heavy causality. An epiphany blazed across his consciousness like lightning cleaving darkness, illuminating the fog-shrouded road ahead. To flee causality only tightens its grip until it consumes you whole. Only by embracing it willingly, tracing its threads, and wielding one's own strength to transform the very roots that gave rise to it, can true transcendence be attained and ultimate freedom realized. His synthesis of science and cultivation was no mere methodological fusion. It demanded elevation of the Tao heart itself. Using scientific reason to discern the world's laws, science and cultivating practice to shoulder the responsibility of reshaping reality, cultivation, thus achieving unity of knowledge and action. Dominance was not an end born of lust for power, but a means, the indispensable instrument for consolidating strength, establishing order, and propagating vision. Only with sufficient power and authority could he protect those he cherished, dismantle the unjust, oppressive, and deceitful old order, and honor the debt of life bestowed upon him by this land and these companions. He sought not merely to alter his own destiny, but to redirect the fate of Thorn Valley itself, and indeed the entire empire lying beyond it. He would forge a world where Reizo, Balon, Victor, Ailey's, Jingwei, and countless others like them need no longer sacrifice themselves by compulsion, but may pursue their respective Tao in safety and peace. The moment this resolve crystallized, the faint luminescence of the source point within his spiritual sea pulsed violently, not brighter, yet denser, purer, as if cleansed of all dross, merging ever more intimately with his soul. Even the nearly depleted Huang Yellow-Chi circulating around his body resonated subtly, its flow now imbued with a new gravity, a weight named responsibility. There, in the aftermath of battle, his Tao heart took its first definitive shape. Not mere survival, but purpose with direction and substance, using hegemony as vessel crossing the sea of causality, reforming the flaws of the old world, inaugurating a new chapter of the Tao. Slowly he opened his eyes. His gray gaze retained its prior weariness and depth, but now held an indescribable firmness and gentleness. It was the calm and strength born of having seen one's path clearly. He rose and approached his companions, his steps still unsteady, yet his spine unbent. As Lin Xuan drew near, all eyes turned toward him. Reizo's held inquiry, Balon's silent readiness, Victor's analytical curiosity, Alice's tender concern. Lin Xuan's gaze swept slowly across each face, finally resting upon the sleeping Jingwei. His voice, quiet yet resonant with unprecedented authority, reached every ear. We are safe, for now. But this safety was purchased with your blood and trust. He paused, then continued, yet safety is not our destination. If we halt here, today's struggle will have been in vain. Duke Otto will not relent. The Grey Tower will send stronger agents. The shadow of the star-gazing spire looms perpetually. We may evade it once, but never forever. His words struck the deepest unspoken fears within each heart. So he raised his voice, his gaze sharpening. Therefore we cannot think only of defense. We must think of establishment. Establishment. Reizo frowned deeply. What exactly? Victor adjusted his spectacles. Establishing law. Establishing order. Establishing foundations, so Thorn Valley ceases to be a land of death and becomes a cradle of life. Lin Xuan's voice carried an unshakable conviction. We shall make this place a fortress. The Grey Tower dares not assail a sanctuary. The star-gazing spire cannot freely observe a home where those who embrace our new principles may dwell and thrive. His words fell like a boulder into still water, stirring immense ripples across every heart. This was no cry of a survivor. It was the declaration of a founder. But, with just us, the broken remnants of a shattered force. Though Reizo's blood ran hot, his soldiers' pragmatism posed the most immediate question. Certainly not by brute force. Lin Xuan met his gaze, a subtle, intelligent curve, lifting his lips. We stand upon the rules, we command the secrets buried beneath this land, and above all upon the irreplaceable uniqueness of each one of us. He turned to Victor. Victor's knowledge will allow us to decipher those rules and build an entirely new system of arts. He turned to Balon. Balon's craft will harness blackstone and local resources to forge armor and defenses unseen before. He turned to Alice. Alice's affinity with nature holds the key to reviving this land's vitality. He turned to Reizo. Reizo's valor and command will become the sturdiest shield of our new order. Finally his gaze softened as it settled upon the sleeping Jingwei. And Jingwei, she is the keystone binding it all together. We do not seek to rebuild the old Thorn Fort. Lin Xuan concluded, his eyes alight with idealism. What we shall establish is a proving ground, an operational base, a nascent embodiment of the science Cultivation Dao. We shall demonstrate through action that another path exists, one distinct from the Grey Tower's icy dominion and from traditional cultivators' cloistered seclusion. This is the finest recompense for all we have given. And this is the true genesis of our future hegemony, the beginning of our transformation of this world. Silence descended upon the cavern, only Lin Xuan's words lingering in the air. On Reizo's scarred face, shock gradually gave way to a rugged, fierce excitement. Balon remained silent, but his grip tightened upon the hammer. Victor trembled with exhilaration as though beholding an unprecedented research frontier. In Alice's emerald eyes hope burned with radiant clarity. Lin Xuan's words had endowed their desperate struggle with transcendent meaning, an elusive, unshakable goal. Repaying causality, transforming the world. The Dao heart takes root. Hegemony begins. Within the cave, Lin Xuan's declaration about establishing rules, building order, and repaying karmic debts ignited a blazing spark in the stagnant waters, rekindling the nearly extinguished light in the survivor's eyes. The instinct for survival began to sublimate toward a higher purpose. Yet a grand blueprint requires a solid foundation, and Lin Xuan's current physical condition and cultivation level were the most fundamental cornerstone. After the declaration came a deeper exhaustion. Lin Xuan did not rush into any construction, but instead sat cross-legged again and said to the others, I need time and meditation to digest the gains from this battle. Raymond, Baron, reinforce the defenses and keep watch outside. Victor, continue your exchange with Caden, but shift the focus to understanding the basic magical education system and meditation methods of the Grey Tower. Alice, take care of Jingwei and try to sense if any faint natural energy is beginning to revive within the domain. The orders were clear, and the others departed to their tasks. The cave returned to silence with only the faint glow of luminescent stones and the suppressed breathing of the group. Lin Xuan closed his eyes and turned his gaze inward. The condition within his body was dire. Multiple meridians were damaged like cracked earth in a drought. The Xuanhuang Qi was nearly depleted, leaving only a thin trickle struggling to sustain him. His soul was dimmed as the backlash from forcibly parsing the Chaos Core's rules and the remnants of Hermon's curse far exceeded his expectations. The barrier of the late foundation establishment stage was clearly visible and even seemed precarious due to this overexertion, with the risk of falling in cultivation level. However, within the crisis lay a tremendous opportunity. Though faint, his origin point's radiance was more condensed and pure than ever before, as if it had been refined by intense fire, removing all impurities like refined gold. More importantly, within his sea of consciousness remained two invaluable imprints of information. First, the trace of primordial chaos aura from the birth of the universe he had captured during resonance with the chaos core brimming with infinite possibilities and the primal power of destruction and creation. Second, the legacy of the mage Hermon, a fragment of the purest ice mirror law remaining in the shattered emblem. This was not mere ice energy, but a unique manifestation of rules that pushed the qualities of stasis, reflection, and insight to their extremes. The unity of science and metaphysics did not reject other paths. Lin Xuan realized in his heart that all things could be manifestations of the Dao. Eastern cultivation was the skeleton laying the foundation for life's evolution. Scientific thinking was the tool analyzing the principles of all things, and this Western magic could serve as the flesh drawing the essence of its rules to nourish his Dao and fill what he lacked. His thoughts became clear. For now, the top priority was healing his injuries and stabilizing his cultivation base. The characteristics of Hermon's ice mirror law, stasis, and reflection could complement the nourishing, repairing nature of the Xuanhuang Qi and his urgent need for defense in a wonderfully synergistic way. Xuanhuang Qi ever-flowing and inexhaustible govern nourishment and repair, embodying stillness within motion. The ice mirror law silent and reflective governed defense and insight, embodying movement within stillness. The two seemed opposite, yet they followed the principle of yin and yang, mutually rooting each other. Lin Xuan's mind stirred, and the remaining origin point radiance began to rotate at an ultra-low speed, fully analyzing the energy structure of the ice mirror law fragment within him. Using Eastern dialectical philosophy of yin and yang as a framework and scientific data modeling as a method, he sought to understand, analyze, and ultimately master this foreign law force. The process was extremely perilous. The ice mirror law was profoundly cold and exclusive. But Lin Xuan's origin point computational power was extremely precise. Instead of attempting to directly merge or devour it with Xuanhuang Qi, he used the Xuanhuang Qi's characteristic of evolving all methods as a foundation, simulating a frequency and artistic conception that matched the ice mirror law. Gradually, a strange transformation occurred. The icy blue law fragment was guided and no longer rejected violently, but instead seemed to find a suitable rule foundation to attach to. The Xuanhuang Qi itself retained its chaotic color and all-encompassing nature, not turning icy blue, but it successfully carried and pacified this foreign rule, using it as a template to evolve and construct a divine ability structure with the characteristics of the ice mirror law on its periphery. Lin Xuan, with inspired insight, guided this thread of divine power evolved from Xuanhuang Qi and bearing both life-nourishing and ice mirror characteristics to slowly flow through the damaged meridians. Wherever it passed, the burning pain was replaced by a cool sensation. The cracked meridian walls seemed to be covered with an extremely thin yet resilient film of crystalline ice formed by divine power, not only halting the deterioration of the injury, but also under the nourishment of the Xuanhuang origin life force, beginning a slow process of repair and reinforcement. This was no longer simple healing, it was a reforging and strengthening of the meridians using a foreign law as a reference and Xuanhuang Qi as the foundation. Their resilience and potential far exceeded before. At the same time, Lin Xuan gained a deeper understanding of stillness. The stillness of the chaos core was the absolute silence of the return to nothingness, while the stillness of the ice mirror law was an extreme stability and reflection. This insight allowed him to control his own power with greater subtlety. Several days passed quietly in meditation. When Lin Xuan opened his eyes again, though his injuries were not fully healed, his aura had stabilized. He spread his palm, his mind stirring slightly. A wisp of aura coiled around his fingertip, the core still the chaotic hue of the Xuanhuang origin, but around it faintly flowed a cool crystalline divine light, with the artistic conception of reflection and stasis. He named it Xianbing Mirror Light. This was a technique, not a form of energy. Qi was the foundation, technique was the application. This marked a breakthrough. He had successfully used the Eastern cultivation system, Xuanhuang origin, as the foundation, scientific thinking, origin point analysis, as the methodology, to initially master the essence of Western magic rules, ice mirror law, and create a unique divine ability. Just then Victor rushed over excitedly, holding a temporarily cured animal skin scroll. Lord, a major discovery. From Caden's description of the basic meditation method, I reverse-engineered some fundamental models of gray tower magical energy circulation. Look, the animal skin was covered with complex geometric figures and energy flow diagrams. Victor pointed to one core structure. Their meditation emphasizes building a stable, polyhedral crystal core in the spiritual sea to condense and purify magical power. This is remarkably similar to our concept of Qi vortex, but they focus more on the static stability of the structure rather than dynamic circulation. If we can borrow this structural stability to optimize our logical vortex. Lin Xuan looked at the diagram, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Victor's discovery confirmed the correctness of his path. The wisdom of the East and West could indeed mutually corroborate and complement each other at a higher level. Very good, Lin Xuan nodded. But this is just the basics. What else does Caden know about the deeper principles of Hermon's ice mirror spell? Victor's excitement diminished slightly as he adjusted his glasses. Caden's rank is not high enough to access the core of legendary spells. But he mentioned that Master Hermon was obsessed with studying the ultimate forms of absolute zero and energy reflection, believing them to be one of the paths to the realm of truth. He also said, there are rumors within the Grey Tower that the Observatory Tower preserves fragments of ancient runes from the Frost Titan, which might be the source of the Ice Mirror Law. Frost Titan. Ancient runes. Lin Xuan fell into contemplation. Hermon's path was not rootless. Behind the magic system of this world lay profound ancient secrets as well. This strengthened his resolve to learn widely and trace the origins. At that moment Alice also brought good news. Her emerald eyes sparkled with joy. Brother Lin Xuan, Jingwei has woken up and she seems a bit different. Also, I did sense a faint new breath of grass and trees at the edge of the domain. Lin Xuan walked to the deeper part of the cave where Lin Jingwei had already awakened, sitting beside Alice and sipping water. Her mismatched gray-green eyes were clearer and more lively than before, with less timidity and more serenity. Seeing Lin Xuan, she immediately gave a sweet smile. Father. Lin Xuan could sense that Jingwei's aura was more condensed and her resonance with the underground chaos core had become smoother and more natural. It seemed that after the deep consciousness connection, her role as a bridge had become more stable, and she even began to draw a faint nourishment from the core in return. The new breath of grass sensed by Alice was even more significant. It proved that the new equilibrium domain stabilized by Lin Xuan and Jingwei was no longer a land of death and despair, but had begun to nurture a thread of life. This was the first tangible proof of a world-changing step. Lin Xuan stood at the cave entrance looking out at the frozen battlefield. The soldiers of the Grey Tower Legion remained like frozen sculptures, but Lin Xuan knew that an invisible battle of perception was still ongoing, the seeds of fear and hope silently growing in their hearts. The preliminary fusion and enhancement of his own cultivation, the signs of recovery in the stronghold, and the potential division within the enemy. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Yet Lin Xuan felt no relaxation. He knew that the true challenge had only just begun. How to turn this spark into a prairie fire. How to face the more violent storms to come. His gaze became resolute and profound. Wage war to sustain war, realize the Tao through methods. This Thorn Valley was the first whetstone for his path of uniting science, metaphysics, and magic, and the starting point for repaying the karmic debts of this world and initiating the road of transformation. Time within the cavern seemed stretched and suspended. Lin Xuan's days of silent cultivation passed outside as no more than faint imperceptible ripples in the domain's energy field. When he opened his eyes once more, a profound stillness dwelled in their depths. Yet beneath it surged a newfound gravity of power, calm and unshakable. His injuries remained unhealed, yet his foundation establishment at the late stage had solidified completely. Indeed, misfortune had borne unexpected fruit. His comprehension of the very essence of power had ascended to a higher plane. The wisp of Xianbing mirror light coiling around his fingertip, though still nascent, already revealed extraordinary traits. It carried both the life-nourishing primordial vitality of the Xuanhuang origin and the absolute serenity and reflective insight of Ice Mirror Law. This was no mere aggregation of force, but a fundamental reconstruction of rules born from deep understanding, the first decisive demonstration of Kushinmo tri-methodology, forged by Lin Xuan himself as its sovereign analyst. He did not linger in the euphoria of ascended strength. His gaze immediately pierced beyond the cavern mouth toward the deathly still battlefield beyond. The petrified Grey Tower Legion hung overhead like the sword of Damocles, demanding urgent resolution. Victor, Lin Xuan's voice shattered the cavern's silence. What is the status of external consciousness fluctuations? Victor nearly leapt from his mound of data logs, bloodshot eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. My lord. Continuous monitoring indicates that since the successful one-way mental transmission, the target mage, codenamed Silverthread Mage, has maintained elevated consciousness activity, with subtle resonances detected across at least 7 surrounding conscious entities. The seed of cognitive warfare has taken root. Yet, the foundational hostility remains deeply entrenched, especially among the knights and war mages whose resistance remains fiercely tenacious. Razor ground his blackstone axe nearby and snorted coldly. I say we shove that boy Caden to the entrance and have him shout surrender or die. Otherwise, when this accursed domain collapses, we'll be left with nothing but slaughter. Kill or be killed. Caden sat hunched in the corner, his face paling, his lips trembled, yet no sound escaped. These past days, though spared abuse, he had endured Razor's undisguised menace and Victor's relentless academic interrogation. Each moment an ordeal of unbearable tension. Lin Xuan shook his head slowly. Razor coercion breeds only more Hermons. What we require is division, dissolution of their will to fight, not forcing them into desperate unified defiance. He strode to the entrance, his gaze seeming to pierce through solid rock to behold those frozen figures beyond. What we must do is make them see with absolute clarity that resistance leads only to annihilation, while cooperation offers a sliver of survival, perhaps even unforeseen gain. A plan had already crystallized in his mind. The newly awakened Xianbing Mirror Light was precisely suited to play the pivotal role in this moment. Uncle Balon Lin Xuan turned to the old blacksmith. Please with razor construct a simple observation platform inside the entrance, chest high made of blackstone with a viewing aperture. Balon nodded wordlessly and set to work at once alongside razor. To them blackstone moved like children's blocks. Within moments a rough yet sturdy platform rose before the entrance. Victor, Elise, Lin Xuan continued his deployment. Await my signal. Victor, you are to subtly adjust this stasis field directly ahead within 100 meters, not lifting it, but increasing its translucency, so those outside perceive the interior dimly while remaining utterly immobilized. Elise, you shall stand ready. When I call upon you, channel your purest natural life essence into me, not for healing, but solely to manifest the undeniable presence of vitality. Though none grasped his intent, they obeyed instinctively. Trust in Lin Xuan had long since hardened into reflex. He alone ascended the newly built observation platform and peered outward through the aperture. The gray-white stasis domain loomed like a colossal amber, freezing soldiers mid-charge, mages mid-incantation, even the radiant bursts of spellcraft suspended mid-air, forming a grotesque, monumental tableau of death. His gaze locked upon the silver-thread mage, Victor's designated focal point. Breathing steadied, Lin Xuan sank his consciousness into the source point. His overclocked cognition began simulating the microstructure of the domain's field, searching for the critical node where transparency could be altered without compromising overall stability. Simultaneously, he quietly activated the nascent Xianbing Mirror Light within, neither for offense nor defense, but elevating its reflective and perceptive qualities to their utmost refinement. Moments later he murmured, Victor, now? 30 degrees left, forward field layers 7 to 9. Raise transparency by 15%. Victor instantly manipulated his instruments with practiced urgency. Swiftly the stasis curtain directly before the entrance faded almost imperceptibly, like ice on a lake, thinning just enough to reveal hazily the silhouette of the observation platform and the cavern mouth behind it, etched into the perception of those frozen outside. The change was infinitesimal. Yet for the Grey Tower members whose consciousness had languished in absolute silence, for who knew how long it was akin to a single ray piercing utter darkness. Then Lin Xuan moved. He did not step beyond the entrance. Instead he placed his right hand suffused with Xianbing Mirror Light gently upon the frigid blackstone surface of the platform. He emitted no aura. Rather he drew all his presence inward until he resembled nothing more than an inert stone. Yet through palm and stone that divine art, blending Xuanhuang vitality and ice mirror essence, flowed like mercury, seeping silently into the blackstone, and through it resonating with the equilibrium domain of the Thistle Veil in the most delicate harmony. In the next instant air shimmered before the region of heightened transparency, and a translucent crystalline mirror 1 meter in diameter materialized out of pure energy. Its surface flawless and gleaming reflected not the surroundings, but rather a localized view from within the cavern behind the observation platform. Within the image, Caden Silverglow sat calmly upon a blackstone slab. Pale, yet focused, even holding a scrap of parchment, seemingly recording something, a performance orchestrated by Victor. More astonishing still, beside Caden, Elise cradled a seed in her palms, its gentle verdant radiance pulsing with unmistakable life. That light streamed clearly through the mirror. This was no ordinary reflection. It was a one-way information aperture conjured by Lin Xuan's Xianbing Mirror Light artistry and his masterful manipulation of domain law. It projected safety and vitality directly onto the desolate battlefield of death. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan's consciousness, refined to razor-sharp clarity at the source point, projected a cold, persuasive thought amplified and focused by the mirror itself precisely toward the silver thread mage and the resonating minds around him. Behold, the present state of those who choose collaboration. Soul bonds hold no power here. Knowledge exploration faces no restriction. Survival, or eternal entombment as a statue of stasis. Lay down your arms, step through the veil, and preserve your life, perhaps even glimpse a fragment of ultimate truth. No threats, no promises, only stark reality, and an allure impossible to ignore. For mages especially, the twin concepts, soul bond nullification and unrestricted knowledge, proved lethally compelling. The silver thread mage's consciousness surged to its zenith. Struggle, terror, a hunger for knowledge warring against guilt over betraying Grey Tower edicts. Emotions collided violently, and those resonating nearby visibly faltered. At that precise moment, Lin Xuan gave Elise a slight nod. Her emerald eyes narrowed. Then she channeled her gathered life essence pure as a mountain spring directly into Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan neither absorbed nor retained it. Instead, he guided the vitality through the refraction of Xianbing Mirror Light, causing the ethereal ice mirror to blaze with intensified breathtaking verdancy. A staggering contrast against the absolute death silence beyond. Life, the very essence stripped away by the stasis domain for too long. This final calculated blow became the straw that broke the camel's back. To every observer's awareness along the edge of the slightly translucent stasis zone, the gray-robed figure known as the Silver Thread mage convulsed violently, resting every shred of will against the domain's grip, to cast his staff clattering onto the ground. Then with agonizing slowness, step by trembling step, he staggered forward, toward the ice mirror veil that reflected life and sanctuary. Once the first yielded, others followed. 2, then 3. Chiefly mages and a few soldiers whose resolve had cracked. 8 individuals in total broke from the ranks and stumbled toward the promise of life. Yet many more soldiers and knights remained frozen in wrathful defiance. Though deep within their consciousness the shockwaves could not be ignored. Morale had fractured. Lin Xuan watched impassive until all 8 crossed the veil, swiftly secured by Balan and Razor waiting at the entrance. Only then did he withdraw the ice mirror and restore the field's full opacity. Outside, stasis reasserted itself. Yet this silence was irrevocably changed. Fear, doubt, the raw primal urge to survive. These spread now like a silent plague through the gray tower ranks. Lin Xuan descended from the platform, his complexion faintly ashen. The operation had appeared effortless, but it had exacted immense toll on his spirit and his barely recovered strength. Separate them. Let Victor and Caden begin preliminary contact. Lin Xuan instructed Razor. Uncle Balan, maintain highest vigilance. This is merely the beginning. The true trial lies ahead. He knew well only a fraction of the enemy had been undone. The core hardliners, especially officers concealing trigger curse abilities akin to Herman's, posed the gravest threat. Moreover, integrating 8 surrendered foes at once drastically amplified internal management burdens and latent risk. Yet this step was unavoidable. Only by actively shattering the stalemate could he reclaim inch by deliberate inch the reins of fate. He glanced at the fading afterglow of Xianbing mirror light in his palm, his resolve unwavering. To observe the heart through the mirror. To guide by light. This deadlock of the thistle veil. He would break it himself one painstaking inch at a time. Inside the cavern, 8 newly surrendered members of the Grey Spire were separately housed and subjected to preliminary screening and instruction by Victor and Caden, while Rezo and Balan's watchful eyes remained ever vigilant. After stabilizing his injuries and devising the mystic ice mirror light, Lin Xuan did not rush toward expansion or deep interrogation. Instead, his gaze settled upon Alice, the gentlest seeming member of the team, yet one who might harbor the deepest, most transformative potential. Lin Jingwei awoke from her slumber with her breath harmonized more seamlessly with the chaos core, yet she remained a bridge of balance, not its sovereign. Alice, however, embodied life and growth, the very essence required to shatter the eons-old stillness of the Thorn Valley and realize the vision of world-altering change. Yet her power currently manifested only in healing and limited plant cultivation, rendering her strikingly passive amid the brutal calculus of strategic conflict. That day, Lin Xuan summoned Alice to a secluded corner of the cavern near a damp fissure in the rock wall. Lin Jingwei followed curiously, settling quietly at a short distance. Alice, Lin Xuan said calmly, gesturing toward a patch of nearly desiccated moss clinging to the stone, its faintest trace of green barely perceptible. Can you sense it? Not through druidic communion, but rather, as Victor analyzes energy or as Uncle Balan scrutinizes materials, truly see it. A flicker of confusion passed through Alice's emerald eyes, yet she obeyed, gently placing her palm upon the moss and closing her eyes to attune. After a moment she whispered, it is frail, on the verge of extinction. It thirsts for water. It hungers for light. Yet this silence, this deathly stillness, has robbed it of breath. That is perception. That is listening. Lin Xuan nodded, then guided her further. Now apply the foundational origin point observation method I taught you. Set aside emotion. Tell me what pattern governs its life energy flow. Which part withered first? What is the absolute minimum energy threshold sustaining its existence? And if we wish to aid it, where precisely and by what means would energy infusion prove most efficient? Alice froze. She was accustomed to empathizing with plants, to feeling their joy or sorrow, never to regard them coldly as systems demanding analysis. She attempted it, awkwardly summoning the faint origin point observational technique Lin Xuan had seared into her consciousness, a skill rooted not in power, but in mindset. At first it proved arduous. Her innate heart of nature instinctively recoiled from such clinical detachment. Yet under Lin Xuan's patient guidance, she gradually discerned something new. The moss's vitality was not uniform. The roots clung tenaciously to residual energy, while its leaf tips decayed far faster than other regions, and she even glimpsed hazily the sluggish yet purposeful path of energy coursing through its microscopic structure. Its root energy persists, but the conduits seem blocked. The leaf tips receive no nourishment, so they wither first. Alice ventured uncertainly. Excellent. A glint of approval lit Lin Xuan's eyes. This is the first step, diagnosis. Traditional natural communion yields vague impressions, Now you begin perceiving structure and process. Next comes treatment. He instructed Alice to channel the faintest thread of natural energy. She complied. The soft pulse of life force flowed into the moss. The moss's green deepened just slightly. Stop. Lin Xuan halted her. What you just did, distributing energy evenly across the entire organism, is like dousing a thirsty man in water, inefficient, wasteful. Now focus your energy into a needle-thin filament. Precisely target the blockage point you identified and attempt to clear it. Alice drew a slow breath, concentrated fiercely, and gathered emerald light at her fingertip into an exquisitely fine thread, then delicately probed the moss's microstructure. This time she did not merely bestow, she operated, like a microsurgeon, exacting precise. Though profoundly taxing on her spirit, the effect was immediate and dramatic. The moss revived before their eyes, greens surging outward, vivid and lush, even greener than the surrounding growth. It worked. Alice cried out in delight, sweat beading on her brow, her eyes blazing with newfound brilliance. For the first time she experienced how wielding nature's power through intellect, not mere empathy, could yield astonishing efficiency. This is only the beginning, Lin Xuan smiled. Next comes optimization, even programming. He pointed to a barren stretch of rock nearby. Suppose we need thorny vines, capable of entanglement, to serve as an instant barrier here. Your traditional approach would be to sow seeds, then expend vast energy coaxing them to rapid growth. Correct. Alice nodded. Now consider another path. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, measuring, calculating. First assessing the rock's composition, moisture content, and ambient light, then computing the optimal plant species for swift, robust growth on that exact substrate. Not by intuition, but by rigorous calculation. Second, identify which common thorn vine possesses the greatest fiber tensile strength and shortest maturation cycle. Victor's Botanical Compendium contains partial data you may reference. Then bypass seed germination entirely. Instead, guide airborne microbes and soil nutrients, using your calculated optimal genetic blueprint to assemble the precise thorn vine you require right here at this location. Skip flowering and fruiting. Arrive directly at the tool. So radical was this notion that Alice stood utterly speechless. Assemble a plant directly. It's akin to the work of a creator. I cannot do it yet. Alice murmured. Of course not. That is the horizon. But you may begin practicing now, Lin Xuan encouraged, his tone warm and unwavering. For instance, guide a vine to climb, not haphazardly, but along a precise grid you design. Or command a flower not to bloom randomly, but to unfurl, exactly when and where you decree. That is the most rudimentary form of programming. Lin Xuan handed Alice a crude notebook bound in animal hide. Victor's hastily compiled foundational notes on biological structure and energy flow within lie preliminary hypotheses on cellular architecture and energetic conversion efficiency. Merge these insights with your natural perception. Test them. Comprehend them. The way of nature is not merely coexistence. It is profound understanding of its immutable laws, enabling the most potent guidance and creation. From that day forward, Alice's training commenced in earnest. She continued to feel the emotions of plants, but increasingly she sat with Victor's notebook, conducting experiments on the few available specimens, measuring growth rates under varied light, calculating water conduction efficiency, even attempting to stimulate localized specific growth using delicate threads of natural energy. Lin Jingwei often crouched nearby, watching with quiet fascination. Occasionally the unique aura she exuded, harmonizing life and death, would subtly alter Alice's experiments. A dying plant might suddenly surge with fierce vitality, or an ordinary vine grow unervingly resilient. Lin Xuan offered intermittent guidance, using his origin point insight to refine Alice's precision in energy manipulation and optimize her internal model of natural forces. The process was slow, grueling, far less immediately gratifying than mastering combat arts. Yet Alice sensed a novel power stirring within her, nascent and profound. She was no longer merely nature's daughter. She was striving to become its scholar, its engineer. Days later, as psychological warfare and surrenders roiled the gray spire's ranks, Alice, unobserved in a forgotten corner, successfully coaxed a cluster of common moss to grow within a single hour into the simple sigil shape she had envisioned in her mind. Though crude, mere morphological control, fleeting in duration, it marked a watershed beginning. Gazing at the softly glowing green sigil, Alice's emerald eyes shimmered with unprecedented light. She had brushed against a new threshold, one leading into a realm she'd never imagined, infinite, where rationality and vitality intertwined in luminous harmony. Lin Xuan watched from afar, a faint, almost imperceptible smile lifting the corner of his lips. Igniting a single seed held infinitely greater meaning than shattering a mountain of stone. Alice's metamorphosis would prove pivotal, the true catalyst for the Thorn Vale's rebirth, and a vital pillar in Lin Xuan's vow to repay this world's karmic debt, walking the unified path of science and mysticism. While Lin Xuan diligently refined his own divine arts and guided Alice's metamorphosis, the Grey Tower Legion outside the stasis domain endured an unprecedented torment. Lieutenant Horn's consciousness oscillated between absolute stasis and the slow, suffocating tide of fear. He had watched, clear-eyed, as the Silver Thread Mage and 7 others stepped toward that cavern mouth pulsing with eerie vitality, and then vanished. They were not destroyed, or rather they were swallowed whole by that uncanny ice mirror, leaving no trace, no echo, no whisper of return. Shortly thereafter, the telepathic broadcast, offering safety and seductive knowledge, ceased. Yet in its place descended a silence far more unsettling, thick, hollow, and absolute. Within the domain the enemy remained motionless, except occasionally that accursed white flag would tremble faintly, a silent mocking gesture. This unknown was more torturous than any overt threat. What fate awaited the surrenderers? How terrifying truly was this domain, capable of suppressing soulbound oaths? Who would be next? Within the Legion, invisible fissures spread like wildfire through the silence. Mages, especially the younger ones, exchanged whispers of anxiety and speculation via barely perceptible arcane sigils, their thoughts flickering like dying embers. Is Senior Caden still alive? Can he truly break free from the Covenant? And that natural aura within the domain, it is too pure to be magical artifice. It resembles legend itself, the fountain of living essence. Master Hermon's death was profoundly unnatural. What precisely has the Council concealed from us? These murmurs, corrosive as acid, quietly eroded loyalty to the Grey Tower. Meanwhile, rank-and-file soldiers confronted stark, visceral dread, their own survival. Trapped in this desolate wasteland, time itself seemed suspended, despair deepened with each passing hour. Military discipline began to fray at the edges, imperceptibly yet irrevocably. In some soldiers' eyes the will to resist dissolved, replaced entirely by the primal urge to live. Horn strove to steady morale, yet found his authority dwindling. Under such absolute suppression, even the most stirring words rang hollow. He could feel it, the weight of several pairs of eyes resting upon his back, watchful, probing, and edged with something almost imperceptible anticipation. Anticipation of what decision he might make. Meanwhile, inside the cavern, new challenges emerged. Housing and securing the 8 surrenderers consumed immense effort from Rezo and Balon. Though Victor and Caden labored tirelessly to soothe their minds, these former Grey Tower members remained steeped in unease and suspicion. They divulged valuable intelligence, Legion structure, Duke Ottizen's recent movements, but knew little of deeper matters, especially concerning the stargazing spire, clearly lacking sufficient rank or access. More alarmingly, both Lin Xuan and Victor detected a faint, deeply buried resonance of Soul Covenant energy clinging to one surrendered soldier, a resonance eerily akin to the sigil on Hermon's insignia. Though suppressed by the domain, it had not been eradicated. A perilous time bomb. The main force outside must be resolved, swiftly. Lin Xuan spoke gravely during a closed council with core allies. Delay invites uncertainty. Ottizen may dispatch reinforcements or observers. Internal risks escalate with every hour. We require a decisive debut, a spectacle that shatters their will to resist, while simultaneously exposing those tainted by hidden covenants. My Lord Baron. Victor adjusted his spectacles. Shall we resume the psychic broadcast, or demonstrate overwhelming power? Lin Xuan shook his head, his gaze fathomless. Broadcasts and allure target the wavering. But for the hardened core, directness is indispensable. We need a performance, not mere display, but a demonstration of absolute dominion, and of a new immutable law wholly alien to the Grey Tower. His gaze settled upon Alice, quietly practicing moss shaping in the corner, and upon Lin Jingwei, who observed her with quiet, curious wonder. Alice, he said, your newfound insight demands real-world trial. Jingwei, he turned to the girl, you too must deepen your understanding, how your balancing power resonates with the essence of life itself. A bold plan crystallized within Lin Xuan's mind. Leveraging the stasis domain's unique properties, he would stage a living judgment, a trial of life and death, targeting precisely those hardened officers suspected of bearing dangerous soul covenants. This act would serve not only to purge hidden threats, but also to proclaim, unmistakably, to all survivors, the old order has collapsed here. A new sovereignty rises, and Lin Xuan himself shall define its laws. The risk is immense, yet the reward is commensurately extraordinary. The blood-soaked, unflinching first step toward forging the Thorn Vale Accord's new world order. The timing was chosen at dawn, when the domain's energy flux stabilized, determined by Victor's tidal energy monitoring. A portion of the blackstone barriers sealing the cavern entrance had been temporarily shifted aside, revealing Lin Xuan and his companions standing in disciplined readiness within. Beyond the domain's boundary, Grey Tower legionnaires remained motionless, but every surviving consciousness perceived the scene at the cave mouth. An oppressive stillness, thick as gathering storm clouds, hung suspended in the deathly quiet air. Lin Xuan stood foremost, his aura drawn inward like a coiled spring. Only for an instant did icy blue light flicker across his gray eyes, like mirrors catching starlight before vanishing. Beside him, Alice drew a slow, deliberate breath. Her emerald gaze, usually soft with warmth, now held the incisive calm and unwavering focus of a scholar confronting truth. Lin Jingwei clutched Lin Xuan's hand tightly, her heterochromatic eyes, gray and green, trembling with tension, yet anchored in serene resonance with the earth beneath their feet. Victor, target acquired. Lin Xuan murmured softly. Acquired. Third formation on the left flank, the Centurion. His soul contract residue pulses strongest. Preliminary identification by Caden confirmed him as one of Hermon's most loyal lieutenants. Unyielding in nature, his hands stained with the blood of borderland resistors. Victor reported swiftly. Begin. Lin Xuan raised both hands, palms downward. His immense spiritual soul force merged seamlessly with source-point computational precision, reasserting refined control over the domain. This time, he did not open a passage. He wove a temporary 10-meter diameter stasis field enhancement zone around the targeted Centurion. Within this zone, stasis intensified to near total temporal arrest, severing the Centurion from his surroundings and isolating him upon a silent self-contained tribunal. Lin Xuan turned toward Alice. She nodded, stepped forward, and placed both palms flat upon the ground. She summoned no vines nor radiant light as before. Instead, she closed her eyes, centering her mind with the discipline forged through days of rigorous training. Within the domain's bounds, she perceived those most tenacious remnants of life, microbes and lichen spores that had endured millennia of absolute stillness. Focusing on the isolated zone Lin Xuan had defined, she channeled her natural energy into countless infinitesimal command streams, precisely awakening dormant life factors buried in soil and suspended in air. In the next moment, a sight unfolded that sent tremors through the souls of every gray tower observer. From the fissures in stone beneath the frozen Centurion, crimson black thorns erupted, spiny, savage, and growing at visible speed. These were no natural flora. Twisted and grotesque, they exuded a ravenous, sanguine aura, as though engineered not by nature, but by cold, sentient design. They coiled around the Centurion's immobilized form like venomous serpents, binding him tight in a writhing, thorned embrace. Simultaneously, Lin Jingwei began to hum, a wordless, ethereal melody, pure and unmoored from tonality. Her voice resonated with the domain's foundational stasis essence, unleashing an invisible wave that swept across the isolated zone. All present felt it unmistakably, the Centurion's soul contract brand. Stirred by this unique equilibrium force and the surging vitality, shuddered violently like ice plunged into boiling water. No. A soul wave saturated with despair and terror erupted from the zone, slowed immensely by stasis, yet piercingly clear to every gray tower consciousness. It was the final agonized cry before the contract's activation. Yet the expected flash freeze annihilation did not follow. Lin Xuan's azure ice mirror light activated imperceptibly, forming an ultra-thin reflective filter at the precise threshold of contract detonation, diverting its cataclysmic energy outward. Meanwhile, Alice's bloodthirsty thorns surged forward, voraciously absorbing and transmuting the redirected contract energy now charged with raw, annihilative intent. The crimson thorns bloomed deeper, thicker, glossier, and burst forth with obsidian flowers radiating an ominous, sickly luminescence. And the Centurion's life force ebbed rapidly under the thorn's grip and the contract's backlash, until it vanished entirely, leaving only silence where breath once stirred. His body did not crystallize into frost, but desiccated, drained, utterly collapsing into a mummified husk entwined in monstrous thorns. Silence. A suffocating absolute hush descended upon the domain, and beyond. Lin Xuan dissolved the enhanced stasis field. The grotesque thorn cluster, having consumed both soul contract energy and a Centurion's life, withered instantly upon losing its power source, crumbling into ash that dispersed with the husk into the thin, chill air, as if nothing had ever been, leaving only a chill that seeped into marrow. Then Lin Xuan's voice returned, not shouted, not amplified, yet resonating with sovereign authority across the entire legion. The Grey Tower's soul contracts hold no power here. Those who align with me shall witness rebirth. Those who oppose me shall nourish the new order. Choose. No threat. No plea. Only cold demonstration, an ultimatum. This time resistance crumbled, not like brittle glass, but like snow beneath sunlight, widespread, irreversible, and absolute. The brief and brutal spectacle of Judgment Day was like chiseling an unfathomable hole in an absolutely frozen surface, instantly piercing the consciousness of every Grey Tower soldier with bone-chilling cold. The sight of that Centurion being devoured by the eerie, thorny vines, with even his soul contract being absorbed and annihilated, completely shattered the last vestiges of luck and resistance in their hearts. Those who obey shall live, those who oppose shall become nourishment. This was no longer a slogan, but a reality written in blood and eerie power. When Lin Xuan's icy utterance, choose, echoed and faded in their minds, silence did not descend again. What replaced it was a silent, yet more violent collapse. Fear like a plague silently spread and fermented among the frozen legion. Inside the cavern, on the energy monitor before Victor, the curve representing the overall consciousness fluctuations of the external legion had abruptly shifted from the violent struggles and sharp conflicts of the previous days to a cliff-like, almost despairing calm. Immediately after, countless light points representing individual consciousness began to shift on a massive clustered scale toward the quadrant representing submission and survival. Baron. Victor's voice trembled with excitement, yet he maintained scholarly rigor. A large-scale psychological collapse has occurred. Over 70% of the consciousness entities show significant fluctuations towards surrender tendency. But about 30 consciousness points are reacting abnormally. Their fluctuations after showing surrender tendency were immediately forcibly suppressed into an extreme state of deathly stillness and concealment. Suspected deep-embedded hardliners, or they carry more concealed, triggering mechanisms. Lin Xuan stood before the observation platform, his gray eyes slowly swirling with ice-blue mirror light, as calm as if examining experimental data. Expected. The Gray Tower has operated in the north for years. There must be true death warriors or trusted agents planted with even more vicious prohibitions. What we must accept are the majority, those who can be broken down and utilized. As for those hidden dangers, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Temporarily mark them, monitor closely. On our turf they can't stir up trouble. Raso Uncle Baron. Lin Xuan turned around, his tone decisive. Follow the plan, prepare to accept the surrender. Remember, this is not taking in refugees. It's taking over prisoners of war. Raise vigilance to the maximum. Understood. Raso licked his dry lips, a fierce gleam in his scarred face. He planted a larger, crudely made white flag on a simple wooden pole beside the observation platform, and together with Baron set up the last few reinforced blackstone shields inside the cave entrance to form a simple defensive breastwork. Behind each shield hid a sharp-eyed militiaman gripping his weapon, the remnants of the militia. The air was thick with tension, as if what was approaching was not a surrender, but another battle. Alice shielded the still somewhat weary Lin Jingwei behind her, while she stood at a position with a clear view of the cave entrance. Her emerald eyes held natural energy, latent, but ready. She prepared to respond at any moment to any possible eerie attacks targeting living beings. Victor quickly adjusted the instruments and together with Caden nervously filtered the chaotic stream of surrender thoughts coming from outside, trying to initially discern their authenticity and potential risks. It begins. Lin Xuan murmured, once again connecting his mind to the domain. This time he was not opening a small channel. Instead, centered on the cave entrance within a fan-shaped area 100 meters wide ahead, he gradually, layer by layer, batch by batch, reduced the intensity of the stasis field extremely slowly. Like a slowly rising gate, the shackles of death loosened bit by bit. The first to regain faint mobility were the light infantry at the forefront of the formation, who had originally been cannon fodder. Their faces were nearly twisted in terror. They threw down their weapons, raised their hands, staggered, wailed, and scrambled toward the white flag at the cave entrance. The scene briefly fell into chaos. Halt! Raso's roar thundered like a thunderclap. The black stone axe slammed into the ground with a dull boom. Everyone throw away all weapons and magical items. Kneel on the spot, hands on your heads. Disobey and you die. The roar, carrying the murderous aura of the battlefield combined with the glint of weapons inside the cave, instantly subdued the chaotic crowd. The instinct to survive made them obey subconsciously. They fell to their knees with a thud, weapons and packs thrown down in panic. Lin Xuan observed calmly. His source point halo operated at overclock, like the most precise radar, scanning the energy reactions, micromuscle movements, and even the faintest flicker in the eyes of every surrendering soldier. At the same time, the power of the mystic ice mirror light was ready to strike at any moment. First row left 10, walk over slowly. Remember, walk. Anyone who runs or makes extra moves will be killed on the spot. Raso, following Lin Xuan's prearranged instructions, began to let people in by batches. These 10 soldiers, trembling, almost crawled to the breastwork at the cave entrance. Baron and another militiaman who had prepared in advance expertly looped long pole lassos around their necks or waists, quickly pulled them over the breastwork, immediately pinned them to the ground, while the militiamen behind used sturdy vines soaked in the sedative liquid provided by Alice to bind their hands behind their backs and roughly search their entire bodies, even checking their mouths and hair. The entire process was swift, rough, full of intimidation, and merciless. This greatly deterred the surrendering soldiers waiting behind and minimized the risk of close-range sudden attacks. Batch after batch of soldiers were received in the same manner, huddled together in designated corners of the cave, guarded by fully armed militiamen. The space inside the cave quickly became crowded, the atmosphere suffocatingly oppressive. Next came some low-rank mages and night attendants. Their surrender process was more hesitant and humiliating, but faced with the absolute disparity in power and the previous psychological shock, they ultimately chose to submit. Victor and Caden focused on checking whether they had hidden magical items or trigger traps. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. When a middle-aged officer wearing centurion-scaled armor, but with a noticeably weak aura, was pulled over the breastwork and Baron's iron-like hand pressed on his shoulder, a flash of mad determination suddenly flickered in the officer's eyes. At his wrists, bound behind his back, a hidden miniature rune, painted with blood, suddenly lit up. A burst of cold, violent energy fluctuation erupted instantly. It's a self-destruct trigger prohibition. He wants to create chaos inside the cave. Courting death. Raso roared, already raising his black stone axe. But someone was faster than him. Almost at the same moment, the rune lit up. Lin Xuan, who had been on high alert, flashed an ice-blue mirror light in his eyes. The already charged mystic ice mirror light did not attack the officer himself, but precisely shot toward the core of the prohibition energy about to erupt. The traits of the mystic ice mirror light, reflection and stasis, played a crucial role at this moment. That mass of cold self-destruct energy had barely emerged when it was enveloped by the mirror light, as if colliding with an invisible extremely cold mirror. Instead of spreading and exploding, the energy was forcibly reflected back, and within its internal structure a layer of extreme cold stasis effect was added. Puff! A dull sound like a deflated ball. The officer's body jolted violently, his chest suddenly caved in, and from his mouth, instead of flames or shockwave, black ice shards mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed out. The madness in his eyes instantly turned into incredulous terror and despair, then he fell straight down lifeless. The self-destruct forcibly reflected and stasis-locked had been completed inside his own body. The entire process was as fast as lightning. From eruption to end it took no more than a breath. Most of the surrendering soldiers inside the cave hadn't even realized what had happened, only seeing the officer suddenly fall. The cave fell into dead silence. All the surrendering soldiers, including those who had come in earlier, were scared, pale, trembling, looking at Lin Xuan and the others with eyes full of primal fear. Reiso slowly lowered his axe, a hint of fear and relief showing on his scarred face. Baron silently examined the corpse and gave Lin Xuan a slight nod. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had just swatted a fly. His cold gaze swept over all the surrendering soldiers, his voice low, but clearly reaching each person's ears like a decree of law. See that? This is the fate of those who put up stubborn resistance. All the shackles and traps the Grey Tower gave you will only cost you your own lives here. Now does anyone else want to try? No one dared to answer. Only suppressed gasps and the chattering of teeth could be heard. The surrender process continued under an even more terrifying atmosphere. No one dared to make the slightest move. When the last soldier who voluntarily surrendered was escorted in outside the cave, the area once filled with the army now had only about 30 figures, still in absolute stasis, standing alone in the empty stillness. They were like forgotten reefs, emanating a cold and stubborn aura. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over them without any fluctuation. Close the passage, he said calmly. The stasis field restored to its original state, sealing those 30 hardliners completely in the amber of time. Inside the cave there were now nearly 200 terrified prisoners. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's team had ushered in the largest expansion of strength and risk since the Battle of Thorn Valley. Within the cavern the air was so thick and foul it felt almost tangible, as if one could wring moisture from it. Nearly 200 Grey Tower surrendered soldiers, their hands bound behind their backs with coarse vines, huddled in a designated area like a dark sprawling mass. The stench of sweat, blood, and an inescapable pall of fear mingled, suffocating. Only the sound of heavy breathing and an occasional choked sob broke the oppressive silence. Lin Xuan, along with the few remaining militiamen who could still move, prowled the perimeter of the prisoners like a pack of hungry wolves, weapons in hand. The ferocity in his scarred face had not diminished in the slightest. Any minor disturbance would draw his blade-like gaze. Baron at the entrance silently reinforced the crude black stone breastwork. Each hammer blow was like a heavy drumbeat pounding on the prisoners' taut nerves. Lin Xuan did not rest. He stood on a slightly elevated rock within the cavern, his gray eyes calmly surveying the scene below. Though he appeared to be resting, the source point halo within him was operating at an unprecedented load, like a high-speed array processor simultaneously analyzing the vital signs, residual energy, micro-expressions, and even subconscious fluctuations of hundreds of targets. He was conducting a preliminary silent screening. Victor and Caden at a makeshift workstation in the corner were busy as could be. Before them was a pile of identity plaques, tattered diaries, and various standard or personal magical trinkets confiscated from the prisoners. Victor's eyes gleamed like a gold prospector's as he quickly sorted and recorded, trying to piece together from these odds and ends the finer details of the Grey Tower Legion's organization, supply lines, and even internal intelligence from Duke Ottoson's domain. Caden assisted in identification, his expression complex, a mix of guilt for betraying his organization and a secret thrill at touching a broader world. Alice with Lin Jingwei tended to a few of the wounded soldiers from the battle and surrender, mostly young men whose eyes still held a hint of innocence, in the deepest, relatively clean corner of the cavern. Alice's verdant natural energy gently caressed their wounds, staunching blood and regenerating flesh. She was not indiscriminately merciful. She followed Lin Xuan's instructions to display controlled kindness, to divide the prisoner group, and to give those who were not die-hard loyalists a glimpse of hope for survival. Lin Jingwei stayed quietly nearby. The aura of harmonizing life and death she carried seemed to calm even the most restless emotions. Baron, Victor wiped the sweat from his brow, holding a piece of animal hide with records, and approached Lin Xuan, lowering his voice. Preliminary count: 187 surrendered. Among them 120 regular infantry, 30 light crossbowmen, 15 low-rank mages, 20 squires and sergeants, and 2 severely wounded camp craftsmen. He paused, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses turned serious. More importantly, based on Caden's identification and cross-referencing of items, we might have caught a big fish. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He gestured for him to continue. Near the centurion who tried to self-destruct, there was a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary soldier's armor, but with fine undergarments and no calluses on his fingers. Caden recognized him as possibly a distant nephew of Duke Ottoson named Elwin, who held a nominal staff position in the Legion, but was actually the Duke's planted spy. This man is a coward. Oh, at the last moment he mixed in with the infantry and surrendered. Victor's voice dropped even lower. How should we handle him? Risky, but it could also be an opportunity. A flash of icy blue mirror light passed through Lin Xian's eyes. The Duke's nephew. This was indeed an unexpected gain, but also a powder keg. Killing him might enrage Ottoson completely. Keeping him was a major internal destabilizing factor, and he might possess hidden communication or tracking methods. Isolate him for now, keep him under strict surveillance, but do not give him special treatment. Lin Xian made a quick decision. Victor, you handle it personally. Use the most covert means to check his body for tracking arrays or soul brands. Until we can fully shield or neutralize them, he must not die, nor must he be allowed to send out any message. Understood. Victor nodded emphatically and immediately turned to make arrangements. Just then a suppressed commotion suddenly stirred among the prisoners. A young mage with his hands bound behind his back, his face deathly pale, trembling violently, began to foam at the mouth, his eyes unfocused, as if enduring immense agony. What's happening? Lin Xuan immediately approached, axe in hand, and barked. An older crossbowman nearby cried out in terror. It's the soul contract. He seemed to try to contact the outside using secret arts, and was backlashed. All eyes instantly focused on him. Fear was written on the prisoners' faces as if they saw their own fate. Even Lin Xuan instinctively stepped back half a pace, wary of such uncanny power. Lin Xian moved and appeared beside the young mage. He did not recklessly touch him. The source point halo in his gray eyes flickered rapidly, instantly scanning the flow of energy within. Indeed, a cold will to destroy energy was rampaging through the mage's sea of consciousness, of the same origin as the curse on Herman, but much weaker. Jingwei, Lin Xian called softly. Lin Jingwei, who had been quietly by Alice's side, seemed to understand without words. She trotted over, knelt beside the young mage, and looked at him with her mismatched gray-green eyes. She did nothing specific, but her unique aura of balancing life and death naturally emanated like an invisible cushion that gently enveloped the rampaging curse energy. The violent aura of the curse visibly diminished. It still existed, but it was as if thrown into viscous glue, its speed and intensity of destruction greatly reduced. At the same time, a thread of the finest mystic ice mirror light extended from Lin Xian's fingertip. Not attacking the curse, but like the most precise surgical instrument, it instantly constructed a temporary miniature energy loop in the young mage's energy circuits, isolating the curse's eruption point from his life core. The young mage's trembling gradually subsided. Though still weak, he was at least alive. His unfocused eyes refocused, and his gaze at Lin Xian and Lin Jingwei was filled with disbelief at surviving the ordeal and deep reverence. This scene was witnessed by all the prisoners. Lin Xian stood up, his gaze sweeping over the cowed crowd, his voice calm, but with undeniable authority. Do you see? The Grey Tower's contract is not invincible here, but attempting to betray the current rules will also cost you. Stay in line, fulfill your roles, and you may find a path to survival. Those with ulterior motives, this is your fate. Grace and severity, clear boundaries. He did not explain Jingwei's ability, nor did he detail the principle of his own intervention. Leaving mystery and deterrence was the best means of control. After handling this sudden crisis, Lin Xian left the mundane tasks of managing the prisoners to Lin Xuan and Baron and returned to the core members. He needed to think about longer-term issues, nearly 200 mouths to feed, how to solve food and water, how to turn these people from a burden into an asset. More importantly, how to identify the hidden true reefs. He glanced at Alice, who was carefully bandaging a prisoner in the corner, then at Victor, who was earnestly studying a plaque. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Jingwei, who was leaning against him quietly, playing with a small black stone. Power was not just about destruction. How to digest the fruits of victory, balance internal dynamics, and guide this small group of people to carve a path of survival in this desperate situation. This was a challenge far more complex and testing of wisdom than defeating an external enemy. The survival game of Thorn Valley had entered a new and far more perilous phase. Within the cavern, the atmosphere, having passed through the initial chaos of surrender and the harrowing near-suicide explosion, settled into a fragile, suffocating calm. Nearly 200 surrendered soldiers huddled like frightened livestock within their designated zone, their eyes interwoven with terror, bewilderment, and the numb detachment of those who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Xuan, flanked by vigilant militiamen, imposed an invisible barrier that kept them rigorously separated from Lin Xian's inner circle. Lin Xian did not rush to deliver any incendiary speech or hollow promises. He knew well that under absolute existential pressure and psychological domination, empty rhetoric was utterly futile. At this moment, true authority lay not in words, but in solving the most fundamental question: survival. His origin point aura operated with unprecedented precision. not merely scanning for hostility or energy fluctuations, but now performing intricate resource allocation and risk assessment. His divine sense extended outward to its utmost limit. Victor, Lin Xuan called the scholar to his side, voice low and crystalline, refined the census data. Categorize the surrendered troops by former profession: infantrymen, crossbowmen, artisans, mages. Assess each individual's physical stamina and injury severity. Prioritize marking those possessing expertise in herbalism, hunting, excavation, or construction. Understood. Victor immediately transcribed swiftly onto a leather scroll, while Caden assisted in identification and detail supplementation. Soon a rough yet structurally clear roster emerged. Lin Xuan turned to the scarred warrior. Conduct a full inventory of our current food and water reserves, and calculate at minimum survival rations how long they will last. Uncle Balong assessed the cavern's structural integrity and identify potential locations for expanding space or opening ventilation shafts. Command followed command, each precise, purposeful, logically grounded. The team's machinery began operating with ruthless efficiency, centered entirely upon survival. The surrendered soldiers watched in silence. Within their previously lifeless gazes a faint tremor flickered. This stark, almost merciless pragmatism paradoxically evoked an uncanny sense of security. At least these people knew exactly what to do. Shortly thereafter, consolidated data flowed before Lin Xuan. The outlook was grim. Even at bare subsistence rations, stored grain would last fewer than 5 days. Water, collected from seepage along rock faces and prior reserves, was even more critically scarce. Elise. Lin Xuan glanced toward the elven girl. She stepped forward instantly, her emerald eyes focused and luminous, holding several resilient ferns, preserved at Lin Xuan's instruction, for study in the cavern's dim recesses. Your prior precision nourishment experiment, Lin Xuan gestured toward the ferns, can you slightly accelerate their growth rate, while ensuring their continued viability, or enhance their capacity to draw moisture from the stone itself? Elise nodded gravely. I shall attempt it. If limited to only a few specimens, and concentrating energy for localized cellular activation and metabolic guidance, it should be feasible. Large-scale application, however, remains beyond current capability. She understood Lin Xuan's intent not to conjure sustenance from nothing, but to probe the outer limits of optimizing existing resources under extreme duress. Very well, Lin Xuan affirmed. Prioritize the survival and observation of these specimens. This is technological reserve for the future. Then his gaze swept across the mass of surrendered soldiers. All who claim experience in hunting or foraging, step forward. After a ripple of agitation, a dozen soldiers hesitantly rose. Lin Xuan's origin point swept over them, instantly cross-referencing Victor's recorded micro-expressions and physiological metrics to swiftly detect deception or exaggeration. He selected 5, whose demeanor appeared most credible. You 5, under Lin Xuan's guidance, accompanied by 2 chosen militiamen, will deploy traps along the perimeter of the domain, a narrow, traversable corridor rendered stable by Lin Xuan's precisely calibrated stasis field to capture possible subterranean fauna. Remember, at the first sign of anomaly, withdraw immediately. Your yield will determine your subsequent rations. This was a task balanced between peril and promise, a preliminary trial. All artisans and physically robust infantrymen, report to Uncle Balong for excavation of the eastern soft rock stratum, seeking either groundwater or expanded shelter. Tools, your own daggers, and any stones you can find. Labor was rapidly organized. No coercion was employed, yet the primal instinct for survival, coupled with dread of their captors' overwhelming force, compelled these former Grey Spire soldiers to labor for their own preservation. The cavern echoed with the rhythmic clinking of stone on rock and labored, ragged breathing, still subdued, yet now imbued with a fragile, stirring vitality. Lin Xuan himself remained at the center, often seated in silent stillness, eyes closed. Yet his origin point functioned as a distributed processor, simultaneously monitoring multiple critical vectors: the stability of the domain's boundary, safety within the work zones, emotional fluctuations among the captives, and even the anomalous energy signature emanating from Erlwin, the Duke's nephew, confined in his isolated corner. Occasionally he opened his eyes to issue razor-sharp directives to Victor or Lin Xuan, adjusting minute details with surgical exactitude. This all-encompassing omnidirectional mastery proved far more intimidating than any display of brute strength. Gradually the surrendered soldiers grasped the truth: the silent young man was the absolute fulcrum upon which their life or death turned. At dusk the first hunting party returned with meager spoils, a handful of scrawny cave rats, and a clutch of edible lichen. Yet this modest harvest ignited a single fragile spark of hope amid despair. Though rations remained meager, distribution was transparent and strictly enforced. No one dared dispute it. Deep into the night, after most captives had succumbed to exhaustion and half-starvation, Lin Xuan summoned his core members to the cavern's innermost recesses. A provisional order has been established, but its foundations are perilously thin, Lin Xuan declared without preamble. Food and water constitute the most acute short-term crisis. Victor, you and Caden will begin immediate analysis of the Grey Spire Legion's standard rations, seeking viable local substitutes or supplements such as blackstone powder or specific mosses. Elise, intensify research into cultivating edible fungi and lichens. Lin Xuan, Uncle Balong. Begin tomorrow. Select the most compliant and physically capable captives to form a reconnaissance team led personally by you both to explore deeper regions within the domain for water sources or sizable game. Keep range strictly within the domain, safety above all. As for Erlwin, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Victor, any findings? Victor's expression darkened. My lord, preliminary scans reveal no overt tracking array within him. But there exists an exceedingly subtle fluctuation akin to a life imprint, faint beyond measure, seemingly linked to some distant entity. We cannot ascertain whether it stems from bloodline resonance or a high-tier covenant. Recommendation: maintain strict isolation, avoid provocation. Lin Xian paused in contemplation. Agreed. But surveillance must be intensified. He is a double-edged blade. Wielded well, he may become leverage in negotiations with Duke Otisan. Misused, he spells utter annihilation. Having finalized all arrangements, Lin Xian walked alone to the cavern entrance, gazing outward at the dozens of figures frozen in stasis. Unyielding, stubborn, still standing. He knew internal stability was ephemeral, external threat had never receded. Duke Otisan would never tolerate the disappearance of an entire legion. A greater storm loomed on the horizon, yet Lin Xian's gaze, sharper and more resolute than ever, reflected unwavering resolve. The challenge of survival had evolved from raw martial confrontation to complex resource stewardship, psychological governance, and foundational institution building. His synthesis of science and mysticism was likewise deepening, not merely as combat technique, but as wisdom of organization and endurance. Thus the bedrock of Jingji Valley began to take shape, not in grand gestures, but in these meticulous life-sustaining increments. The order within the cavern was as taut as a drawn bowstring maintained under a fragile balance. The surrendered soldiers mechanically executed their assigned tasks, widening the space, setting traps, and collecting seepage from the rock crevices. Hunger and exhaustion were etched on every face, but the instinct to survive and the cold vigilance of Lin Xuan and his men kept them from stopping. The suffocating oppression was more tormenting than direct swordplay. Lin Xian spent most of his time sitting in a high place, seemingly meditating, but in truth the radiance of his origin point spread like an invisible web covering every corner of the cavern. He was engaged in an extremely precise and mentally taxing task: deep screening. Nearly 200 consciousness points shimmered like a chaotic star map. What he needed to do was not simple identification of friend or foe, but a more complex assessment of potential and risk. By observing each person's focus during labor, their reactions to scarce rations, their subconscious interactions with others, and even the subtle characteristics of their energy fluctuations, combined with the information Victor extracted from belongings and Caden, he attempted to tag each surrendered soldier: trainable labor, technical talents, craftsman, images, potential instability factors, individuals requiring close monitoring like Elwin, and a very few who might be won over. This was a colossal undertaking, but for Lin Xian, it was an indispensable data foundation for constructing future order. He did not need mind reading, he relied on information processing capabilities and logical deduction far beyond ordinary people. However, the most urgent survival issue, water, still hung like a sword over their heads. The collected seepage from rock crevices was a drop in the bucket for nearly 200 people. Baron, Balong wiped the black stone dust from his forehead with a rough palm, his voice somber. The eastern rock layer has been widened by 30 feet, but the rock is getting harder. No sign of water. The excavation team was exhausting their strength. Lin Xuan also dragged his weary steps over his scarred face, filled with irritation. The hunting team only caught 2 voles today. This damn place has barely any living creatures. If this continues, we'll collapse before the enemy even attacks. Victor looked up from a pile of spread-out animal skin scrolls, his eyes bloodshot behind his spectacles. I've done a preliminary analysis of the Grey Tower rations. Their main energy comes from a northern specialty called hard wheat and rock salt, mixed with a small amount of magical beast fat. There are no substitutes locally. Even with nature's power to accelerate growth, the edible fungi Alice is cultivating can't keep up with consumption. Bad news came one after another, thickening the atmosphere. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his gray irises betraying no emotion. He had already deduced these situations. His origin point operated at high speed, compiling and cross-referencing information from all sides. The digging direction might be wrong. Lin Xian suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the deeper part of the cave, a region yet unexplored, darker and more humid. Uncle Balong, can you feel the humidity and temperature of that rock wall compared to the east side? Balong paused, walked to the depths, touched the rock wall with his blacksmith-sensitive fingers, then knelt and sniffed the ground. It's damper here with a stronger chill. Not as dry and hot as the east. Lin Xian nodded. Energy flow shows that the core influence of the stasis barrier is beneath us and behind us, but its edge effects disturb the underground water veins. The east side closer to our entrance was likely affected earlier by the barrier, causing the water vein to dry up or divert. Deeper down perhaps because it's closer to some shadow zone of equilibrium, residual water sources might remain. This is a deduction based on the energy field model of the barrier, not geomancy. Lin Xuan picked 5 surrendered soldiers who performed best and have the most stamina today. Uncle Ba Long, you lead the team. Bring the tools. We'll explore deeper. Lin Xuan stood up. He had to go personally because only he could precisely perceive the subtle changes in the barrier's energy and avoid potential risks. Lin Xuan immediately complied and soon selected 5 strong infantrymen. These surrendered soldiers, upon hearing they were to be taken into the unknown dark depths, had fear written all over their faces, but under Lin Xuan's coercion, they could only steel themselves and pick up crude stone picks and torches. The exploration team was formed, Lin Xuan at the lead, Ba Long with his hammer as guard, Lin Xuan at the rear, and 5 surrendered soldiers as laborers. Alice wanted to follow, but Lin Xuan ordered her to stay and look after Jing Wei and maintain the stability of natural energy within the cavern. The group lit torches and stepped into the darkness of the deeper cavern. The air grew colder and damper, cold water droplets condensed on the rock walls, and the ground was uneven with jagged stones. In the silence, only footsteps and heavy breathing echoed. Lin Xuan walked at the front, the radiance of his origin point acting like a high-precision sonar, scanning every inch of rock wall and ground ahead. He avoided several areas where energy flow was abnormally turbulent, which might hide fragments of the stasis barrier or small spatial rifts. After advancing about 100 meters, the passage began to slope downward, and a fork appeared. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan chose the left-hand passage, which was narrower and carried a stronger chill. After another few dozen meters, a faint dripping sound came from ahead. Water. One of the surrendered soldiers gasped in surprise. At the end of the passage was a small natural stone chamber. In the center of the chamber was a shallow stone depression. From a crevice in the ceiling, crystal-clear water droplets fell at an extremely slow pace, creating a distinct echo in the silence. The water in the depression was not abundant, but it was clear to the bottom, exuding a pure chill. Water. We found water. The surrendered soldiers grew excited, almost rushing over. Stop! Lin Xuan's cold shout echoed in the chamber. His sharp eyes swept across the surroundings, finally fixing on the water pool. His origin point sensed that the energy contained in this water was exceptionally pure, even carrying a faint trace of the same equilibrium property as the stasis barrier. This was no ordinary groundwater. He gestured for Ba Long to scoop up a little water with a long-handled stone ladle. Ba Long did so, carefully examining it and sniffing. There in the water is clear, no odd smell. Lin Xuan stepped forward, gathering a thread of barely perceptible Xuanhuang Qi at his fingertip and probing it into the water. The Xuanhuang Qi came into contact with the equilibrium energy in the water. Instead of repelling, it produced a wonderful resonance and nourishment. This water actually had a faint enhancing effect on the Xuanhuang Qi. This water might be drinkable directly and even beneficial for cultivation, Lin Xuan judged, but he remained cautious. Take a small amount back first. Let Alice and Victor test it. Until confirmed safe, no one is to drink it without permission. The light of hope finally pierced through the clouds of despair. Even Ba Long and Lin Xuan showed expressions of relief. The 5 surrendered soldiers were so moved they almost wept. In their eyes, when looking at Lin Xuan, besides fear, there was now for the first time a hint of heartfelt gratitude for a path to survival. However, just as everyone was preparing to return, a sudden change occurred. From one side of the stone chamber, a very faint, but clearly discernible tapping sound came from the rock wall. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was rhythmic and dull, as if coming from the other side of the rock wall, carrying a stubborn communicative intent. Everyone froze instantly. Lin Xuan's battle axe was raised in a flash. Ba Long also held his iron hammer across his chest, and the 5 surrendered soldiers, pale with terror, huddled together. This was already the deepest part of the cavern. What lay on the other side of the rock wall? A surviving ancient elf? A sealed monster? Or another ambush from the Grey Tower? Lin Xuan's pupils contracted. He pushed his origin point radiance to its maximum, trying to penetrate the rock wall with his perception. But the rock wall seemed to contain some kind of strange energy that greatly hindered his spiritual sense. He could only vaguely sense that on the other side there was a relatively stable energy source with a faint life fluctuation, not a chaotic hostile void or deathly stillness. The tapping paused for a moment, then sounded again, this time with a slightly changed rhythm, as if asking a question. Lin Xuan's thoughts raced. Responding recklessly could invite unknown danger. Ignoring it might mean missing crucial information or opportunity. He glanced at the tense Lin Xuan and Ba Long, then at the pool of strange water. A bold conjecture formed. Did the existence of this water source and the tapping mean that beneath the stasis barrier this land still hid secrets unknown to all? Could it even be related to the barrier itself or the ruins of the ancient elves? Risk and opportunity coexisted. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and made a gesture to Ba Long. Ba Long understood. He raised his iron hammer and, using the handle cautiously and lightly, tapped the rock wall 3 times in the rhythm they had just heard. Thump, thump, thump. The tapping stopped abruptly. The stone chamber fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of dripping water remained. The other side seemed to be thinking in silence. A sliver of faint light seeped through the fissure of what seemed like a hopeless situation, but the end of that light led to even deeper unknown. Hope and dread coiled within the cavern like light and shadow tearing at each other in the confined space. The small quantity of strange water brought back by Lin Xuan was confirmed non-toxic and imbued with a gentle, pristine energy, beneficial albeit faintly for restoring physical stamina and stabilizing the mind, through Victor's rudimentary elemental analysis and Elise's innate life sense detection. As the first sip of crisp, cool, sweet spring water slid down parched throats and settled into hollow stomachs, nearly every soul instinctively exhaled a long, deep sigh, as if reborn. This was more than mere replenishment of life-sustaining water. It was yet another profound affirmation of Lin Xuan's judgment, a tangible rope grasped in the dark. Yet the rhythmic, persistent tapping, from deep within the cavern from the far side of the stone chamber's wall, did not cease upon the water's discovery. It functioned like an inescapable metronome striking steadily against taut nerves beneath the brief respite. Thump, thump, thump. Its echo reverberated through the silence, more chilling than any explicit threat, for it embodied absolute, impenetrable unknown. Whispers among the surrendered soldiers rose and fell like tide. Panic fermented in the vacuum of information. Some claimed it was the restless spirits of ancient elves knocking upon their own coffins. Others speculated it heralded subterranean monsters grinding teeth and sipping blood. Still others darkly insinuated it was a new psychological gambit by the inscrutable Baron. An invisible pressure thickened the air, lending even routine excavation and sentry duty a heavy, distracted weight. Reizo's patience, worn thin by this slow, agonizing weight, finally snapped. He confronted Lin Xuan, his scarred face etched with impatience and resolve. Baron, we cannot linger like this. What must come will come, fate or misfortune alike. Give me 2 of my hardest men and enough blackstone powder, a local volatile mineral, to blast that accursed wall open. Bring forth whatever god or demon dwells behind it. Let it show its face. Anything is better than trembling here in suspense. Victor immediately objected vehemently, his spectacles flashing with agitation. Reckless. Utterly reckless, Captain Reizo. The rock's structural integrity and the strength of its energy barrier are entirely unknown. The blast shockwave could trigger cascading collapse, burying us all alive. Worse, it might activate ancient elven defensive mechanisms, or as the Baron warned, disturb the already unstable core of the stasis ward. What we require is data, analysis, not mutual annihilation. Elise sat motionless for a long while, eyes closed in deep concentration. When she opened them, her emerald gaze held an uncommon uncertainty. The life sign beyond that wall is profoundly ancient, like a candle guttering in the wind, radiating indescribable weariness and a deep, abiding sorrow. I sense no direct malice. It feels more like a soul imprisoned by millennia, sending out a faint, desperate plea for aid. Lin Xuan sat quietly atop a protruding black stone, seemingly resting, yet his source point glowed with unprecedented precision, capturing, recording, and analyzing every subtle nuance of the tapping variations in forced millisecond-level intervals between strikes and the almost imperceptible ripples of energy emanating from the impact point. This was no beast's agitation. It resembled instead a stark, rudimentary attempt at communication grounded solely in fundamental physical signals. The entity appeared to have lost, or been stripped of, more advanced means of exchange such as spiritual resonance, leaving only this primal method. 2 primary hypotheses emerged. Lin Xuan opened his eyes. His gray gaze swept over the arguing group, instantly silencing all clamor. First, the being behind the wall is a survivor from when the stasis ward activated 10,000 years ago, possibly an ancient elf, now grievously weakened by the seal, yet possessing vital knowledge about the ward and the true cause of this land's demise. Second, it is an intelligent magical construct, or an entity from another realm, whose allegiance and intent remain wholly unknown. He paused, then emphasized his words. Whichever it is, blind assault, or complete disregard, places us in the gravest peril. Attack may unleash uncontrollable calamity, dismissal may forfeit indispensable intelligence, or even a potential ally, especially with formidable enemies encircling us externally. So must we merely play this guessing game? Reizo asked, fingers rubbing restlessly together, the edge of his battle axe gleaming coldly in the dim light. It is communication, Lin Xuan corrected, but one that must be conducted with absolute caution and layered stringent safeguards. He issued immediate orders: reinforce and seal the passage to the stone chamber. Reizo himself would lead his most trusted militia squad on rotating guard duty. No one without Lin Xuan's personal authorization was permitted near the threshold under penalty of death. Water management fell entirely to Balan, who would institute the strictest rationing and retrieval protocols to ensure safety, while organizing reliable personnel under Lin Xuan's or Elise's supervision to carefully clear and expand the chamber's natural water basin, thereby increasing reserves. Victor was to devote himself fully to recording and analyzing the tapping signals, employing every available tool, including crude hourglasses and acoustic principles, to decipher any underlying code. Elise and Lin Jingwei would continuously monitor the life sign beyond the wall, focusing especially on emotional fluctuations and energy surges, reporting any anomaly immediately. Lin Xian himself would spearhead this perilous dialogue, but every step would undergo meticulous simulation and validation by his source point. Upon command, the cavern transformed into a precision-engineered machine, tense yet ordered. The tapping from the depths echoed, intermittently punctuated by long silences, as if the presence behind the wall too observed, probed, and adjusted its strategy. Time bled away in unbearable tension. Victor neglected sleep and sustenance, hunched over animal hide scrolls covered in symbols and conjectures. Elise's brow remained furrowed as she strained to discern the nebulous emotional signal. Lin Jingwei sat quietly beside her father, her small hand occasionally gesturing unconsciously toward the stone chamber, her gray-green eyes reflecting energy flows invisible to ordinary sight. Lin Xian's source point, fed by vast data streams, gradually detected patterns. The combinations of tap durations indeed corresponded to rudimentary concepts, akin to yes, no, danger, aid, repeat. He instructed Balan to respond using the same method, hammering with a shaft. Initial exchanges were clumsy and inefficient. When Lin Xian transmitted an identity inquiry, the response was swift negation and urgency. When he asked whether the entity posed danger, the reply was a complex, indecipherable string of prolonged taps, seemingly conveying danger, yet not of its own making. Communication stalled, its core emotion unmistakably frantic and frail. Just as despair began to settle, Lin Jingwei, who had remained silent and attentive, gently tugged Lin Xian's sleeve and lifted her small face, voice hesitant. Father, that grandfather behind the wall seems very thirsty. Not for our water, but for that kind of quiet water, the kind that makes him feel comfortable. Quiet water. Lin Xian froze, his gaze snapping instantly to the spring in the stone chamber, its surface shimmering softly under the torchlight. Lin Jingwei's balance force granted her an extraordinary intuitive grasp of energetic qualities. Her insight struck like lightning in darkness. Could this spring, imbued with faint stasis and balance properties, not only sustain life, but also serve as a medium, or lubricant, for stable communion with the entity beyond? A bold hypothesis crystallized in his mind. He immediately directed Victor to fetch a small cup of water, then gathered a filament-thin strand of Xuanhuang Qi, exhaling it with meticulous control into the cup. The life-nurturing and harmonizing essence of Xuanhuang Qi merged miraculously with the spring's inherent stasis and balance, infusing the water with latent vitality, its glow now deeper, calmer, purer. Lin Xian signaled Balan to dip the tip of a clean stone dagger into the specially infused water. Then with extreme care place a single droplet onto the section of rock wall, repeatedly emitting the tapping sound. Miraculously, the moment the droplet, charged with unique balancing vitality, touched the rock, transformation erupted. The cold, rough stone surface rippled with a visible water-like halo of soft light. Instantly the tapping ceased. A torrent of consciousness, hundreds of times clearer and stronger than before, saturated with overwhelming relief, millennia-long exhaustion, and profound, ineffable joy, surged across the barrier, crashing directly into Lin Xian's hyper-focused source point awareness. Water, the spring of equilibrium, resonance of life. At last, the matching frequency has arrived. Core, the stasis heart, nearing dissolution, energy cycles collapsing, all things returning to ultimate chaos. The key requires the rune key to restart the cycle or end eternal stillness. Time flows too swiftly. The observing eye has cast its gaze. They are watching. The fragments remain disjointed, yet carried explosive revelations capable of shattering established understanding. The ward's core failing. A rune key. The observing eye has arrived. Lin Xian felt his mind flooded with shards of raw data. His temples throbbed violently, but he clenched his focus, forcing his source point into overdrive to seize every critical detail. Yet the mental torrent arrived fiercely and receded just as swiftly, as if that fleeting contact had exhausted the entity's accumulated strength. Soon only a faint pleading echo lingered in the air before fading entirely. The luminous ripple on the rock subsided. The stone chamber returned to silence, save for the steady drip of water. Lin Xian drew a deep breath, steadying his spirit against the psychic aftershock. He looked at the cup in his hand, then at the now calm wall, concealing unfathomable secrets, and his expression hardened like frost. We may have stepped into a vortex of secrets far more staggering than the Grey Tower's pursuit. He addressed Rezo, Victor, and Elise, who stood around him, faces etched with astonishment and apprehension. The being behind the wall appears to be an ancient consciousness tied to the stasis ward. It warns that the ward's 10,000-year-old core, the stasis heart, is nearing energy depletion. Its collapse may not bring freedom, but rather systemic annihilation across the entire region. It spoke of a rune key, perhaps the pivotal artifact needed to either salvage or govern the situation. And Lin Xian lifted his gaze as though piercing through layers of stone and ward to some unknowable distance. It explicitly warned that the observing eye has fixed its attention upon us. That almost certainly refers to the Starwatch Spire. Each word landed like a hammer blow upon every heart present. The survival crisis had not eased. It had merely revealed on a vaster temporal and spatial scale one terrifying facet of its fangs. Lin Xuan's report struck the cavern like a depth charge dropped into turbulent hidden currents. Silence followed, thick and suffocating. The stillness heart nearing extinction, the rune key, the observing eye now arrived. Each term heralded a peril far surpassing the Grey Tower pursuers, an existential threat to the entire region, one that might even unravel the fundamental laws of the world itself. Despair no longer sprang from hunger or steel, but from a fate as inevitable and inescapable as natural cataclysm. Among the surrendered soldiers, panic spread like plague, uncontrollable, virulent, absolute. Some collapsed to their knees, whispering hollowly, "It is over, utterly over." Others shrieked hysterically, lunging toward the cavern mouth to flee this doomed sanctuary, only to be brutally subdued by Reizo's militia. Their agonized groans and curses echoed off the stone walls, colliding in hollow resonance. Even Balan, a veteran forged in unyielding fire, bore deep lines of utter helplessness upon his face. His hammer-wielding hand trembled faintly. Against an army one could still raise a blade. Against the collapse of heaven and earth, mortal strength was dust. Victor's face paled to ash. His fingers gripped the beast-hide scroll of data so tightly that his knuckles blanched white, while his lips moved soundlessly. Rule collapse. Entropy limit breached. This violates all known magical conservation laws. The scholar's reason crumbled beneath the weight of apocalyptic prophecy, rendered pitifully frail. Elise clenched her lips, her emerald eyes brimming with sorrow for all life poised on the edge of withering. Around her, primal nature energy stirred uneasily, restless and raw. Lin Jingwei shrank fearfully against her father, her small hands icy cold. Across the entire cavern, silence reigned, not peaceful, but premonitory, as though the end had already descended. Yet at the heart of that despair, Lin Xuan slowly straightened his spine. His snow-white hair glowed like frozen flame in the dim light. Within his gray eyes, the absolute rational light of the origin point burned, not dimmed by fear but intensified by extremity, colder and more incandescent than ever before. What is there to panic about? His voice, low yet imbued with uncanny resonance, instantly silenced every cry and whimper, piercing not only ears, but souls. There was no rebuke in it, only unwavering certainty born of perfect composure. When the sky falls, let the tall bear the weight. His gaze swept across faces twisted in terror, cold, precise, illuminating, then settled with quiet finality. And now we are those tall ones, the ones who must determine whether the sky will fall, and if it does, how to survive its collapse. With those words, he transformed apocalypse from an abstract, paralyzing horror into a concrete problem, measurable, analyzable, actionable. He offered no comfort, only truth. The entity beyond the wall has delivered both warning and clue. Lin Xuan continued, his tone as steady as if parsing a complex alchemical formula. The stillness heart's waning is crisis, but the rune key is hope. The observing eye is threat, but its very act of observation implies our value as subjects, not mere erasures. That in itself was a window of time. He stepped down from the high stone, moving to the center of the crowd. An invisible aura radiated outward. People instinctively recoiled, leaving a clear circle around him. Victor. Lin Xuan named him. Baron. Victor jolted upright, wrenching his mind back from the brink of dissolution. Halt all futile panic simulations. Your task is twofold. First, construct a precise decay model of the stillness heart's energy output, using all available data, forecast its collapse timeline and the magnitude of its energy release. Second, analyze the energy fluctuations recorded during our communication with the entity beyond the wall. Attempt to reverse engineer the probable energy signature and structural configuration of the rune key. We require quantifiable data, not vague intuition. Understood. Victor seized the lifeline, diving headlong into his instruments and scribbled notes, his gaze refocusing with scholarly intensity. Reizo. Sir. Reizo snapped, rigid, the scars on his face hardening into battle lines once more. Panic is our deadliest internal enemy. Enforce wartime regulations. Those spreading despair shall be confined. Those assaulting defensive lines shall be treated as traitors, executed without mercy. Simultaneously mobilize every able-bodied person to accelerate the expansion and reinforcement of the underground shelter. Even if the heavens truly fall, we must first build a fortress strong enough to withstand them. Lin Xuan's command was ruthless, crystalline, and instantly gave Reizo direction. Elise. Baron. Elise drew a deep breath, forcing calm into her limbs. Your perception is indispensable. I need you to attempt two things. First, monitor minute fluctuations in ambient life energy within the cavern. Any anomaly may signal a shift in the stillness heart state. Second, assist Jingwei in forging a deeper connection with that anomalous water source. Since it serves as a conduit, it may itself harbor secrets linked to the stillness heart, or even fragments of the rune key. I will do my utmost. Elise nodded firmly, her emerald eyes alight with renewed purpose. Jingwei tightened her grip on her mother's hand, her young face resolute. Finally, Lin Xuan turned his gaze toward the surrendered soldiers who had joined the expedition, now ashen-faced, eyes wide with survivor's guilt and deeper dread. You, Lin Xuan said, his voice softening slightly, have witnessed both the crisis and the possibility of dialogue. Now the choice lies before you to drown in fear and await death, or to seize tools and fight for yourselves and for all for a single thread of survival. I need those familiar with Grey Tower rune fundamentals to assist Victor in analysis, and those bold yet meticulous to aid Rezo in fortification. The choice rests entirely with you. He imposed no demand, only presented the option. Yet in that abyss of despair, it was indistinguishable from salvation. The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, until a young man, once an apprentice at a Grey Tower auxiliary workshop, raised a trembling hand. My Lord Baron, I recognize some foundational runes. And with one came the second. The instinct to survive began overtaking the instinct to perish. Lin Xuan returned to the high stone, surveying the cavern, now humming with renewed, focused motion. Panic had not vanished, but it had been channeled, dissected, and transmuted into discrete, executable tasks. People now acted, not out of blind terror, but toward a singular, urgent objective to prepare before annihilation arrived the means to endure it. He closed his eyes. The origin point's luminous aura surged, relentlessly processing the newly acquired fragments of information. Stillness heart collapse hypothesized as catastrophic failure of its energy circulation system, releasing 10,000-year accumulated stasis rules, uncontrollably triggering localized physical law collapse. Consequences: spatial fragmentation, temporal distortion, molecular disintegration. Rune key likely functions as either system reboot or controlled pressure release. Its structure must resonate profoundly with the Stillness Ward's core principles, possibly composed of multiple authority runes arranged in a precise sequence. Observing a stellar watchtower, its observation inherently accelerates system entropy, urgently requires establishment of information shielding or misdirection layers. Clarity sharpened with each inference. Survival hinges upon comprehending the rules, leveraging them, and ultimately, before they shatter, discovering methods to repair or replace them. This is the very essence, the supreme application, of the unified science mysticism path. He looked again toward the fathomless passage. The entity beyond the wall remained enigmatic, ally or adversary uncertain, but undeniably the most vital source of intelligence at hand. Elise, Jingwei, Lin Xuan spoke with quiet gravity. Prepare more harmonizing water. Uncle Balan, ready your tools. We shall pay another visit to our ancient neighbor. This time our questions will be far more precise. A spark had ignited in the consuming dark. Faint it was, but unwavering, pointing not toward surrender, but toward confrontation, carving from the heart of oblivion a path to life. The final chapter of Volume 1 is not an ending. It is the rallying cry of wisdom and courage sounding just before the storm of greater magnitude breaks upon the horizon. The air within the cave seemed to congeal into leaden blocks, heavy and suffocating. The warning Lin Xuan had brought back about the impending extinction of the stagnant heart struck like a final death knell, shattering the last shreds of hope in many hearts. Despair was no longer a vague shadow, but had taken on a concrete and terrifying form. The collapse of all rules, the return of all things to utter stillness. Several surrendered soldiers with weaker psychological fortitude completely broke down, either collapsing to the ground incontinent or letting out hysterical wails, trying to rush toward the cave entrance. They were coldly driven back by the spears of Lin Xuan's militiamen, their stifled sobs and desperate cries echoing and rebounding off the rock walls. Victor's face was as pale as paper. He trembled as he caressed the animal hide scrolls recording data, mumbling terms like entropy limit and energy conservation paradox under his breath. His scholarly worldview tottered before the grand prophecy of destruction. Alice held the pale-faced Lin Jingwei tightly, her emerald eyes filled with a profound and helpless sorrow for the collective extinction of life. Even the most resilient Baron, whose large hand gripping the hammer bulged with veins, stared into the deep tunnel. For the first time, a sense of bewilderment in the face of the overwhelming power of heaven and earth flickered in his eyes. Lin Xuan kicked violently at the nearby rock wall, sending gravel and dust cascading down. His scarred face twisted as he growled, "Damn it. We dodge swords and blades, but can't dodge the sky falling." Just as the quagmire of despair was about to swallow everything, Lin Xuan stepped onto a higher black stone. His snow-white hair stirred without wind, and the slightly weakened aura from his recent severe injury suddenly retracted. In its place emerged a nearly tangible cold and absolute rational pressure. In his gray eyes, the origin point luminance spun with unprecedented brilliance like two miniature stars. Can fear stop the sky from falling? His voice was not loud, but like a cold, sharp torrent, it instantly pierced through all the noise and chaos, etching itself clearly into the depths of everyone's consciousness. There was no impassioned encouragement, only a certainty based on extreme calm that brooked no doubt. If the sky truly intends to fall, crying and collapsing will only hasten your death. His gaze cut like a scalpel across the faces of the desperate. What we need to do now is not kneel and wait for death, but calculate the angle of the sky's collapse, and then above our heads prop up a pillar strong enough. He instantly transformed the overwhelming catastrophe into an engineering problem that could be measured, analyzed, and countered. This forced mental shift made the nearly broken victor shudder violently, his unfocused gaze refocusing. Lin Xuan panted heavily, staring fixedly at Lin Xuan, as if grasping at the only straw of salvation. The warning behind the wall. It's a crisis, but also intelligence. Lin Xuan continued, his tone as steady as deploying a campaign. It tells us who the enemy is, rule collapse, how urgent the time, maybe the stagnant heart is about to die, and even gives us clues to weapon blueprints, the rune key. And the existence of the eye of observation means we are still worth observing, which means time. In this limited time we must find that key, or forge our own pillar. He jumped down from the black stone and began issuing a series of utterly clear commands, each one like a gear precisely fitting into the survival machine on the verge of falling apart. Victor, stop the meaningless panic extrapolation. Your tasks: first, build a stagnant heart energy decay model. I need the most conservative collapse time estimate and energy release scale prediction. Second, analyze all energy data from the communication behind the wall. Reverse engineer the energy structure characteristics of the rune key. I need quantifiable data, not intuition. Yes, Baron. Victor practically threw himself at his crude instruments. His trembling hands steadied and his eyes rekindled with the scholar's focus and fervor when facing a difficult problem. Fear was transformed into the driving force for problem solving. Lin Xuan, panic is our greatest internal enemy now. Enforce martial law. Anyone spreading despairing words will be confined. Anyone charging the perimeter will be deemed a traitor and killed without mercy. Also organize every able-bodied person to prioritize reinforcing the most structurally stable rock layer on the east side. Expand the underground shelter to the highest defense standards. Even if the sky falls, we need a sturdy turtle shell to withstand it first. Understood. Lin Xuan roared, his battle axe thudding against the ground as he began directing the militia with murderous momentum to suppress the chaos and drive laborers. Clear orders and a direction for action gave him back his backbone. Alice Jingwei. Lin Xuan looked at the nature mage and his daughter. Your perception is crucial. Closely monitor all subtle fluctuations of life energy within the cave. Any anomaly could be a sign of a change in the stagnant heart state. At the same time, try to establish a deeper connection with that strange water source. It might be a medium of communication, or even contain a hint of the key itself. Alice nodded firmly, took Lin Jingwei's hand, and the emerald natural force began to gently soothe the panicked life aura around them. Lin Jingwei also tried to steady her breath, a faint glimmer of balance force flickering in her gray-green eyes, helping her mother stabilize the surrounding energy field. Finally, Lin Xian's gaze fell on the few surrendered soldiers who had participated in the exploration and were now ashen-faced. You witnessed the crisis and also saw the possibility of communication. Now the choice is yours: drown in fear and wait for death, or pick up tools and fight for a sliver of hope for yourself and for everyone. I need people who understand basic runes to assist Victor, and people who are bold and careful to help Lin Xuan build fortifications. There was no coercion, only the survival logic laid before them. The instinct to survive began to overwhelm the fear of destruction. The young man who had once been an apprentice at the Grey Tower workshop raised his trembling hand. I recognize some basic runes. With the first came the second, the third. From the despairing group, a force of survival began to differentiate. Inside the cave, panic had not disappeared, but it had been forcibly channeled into the track of order. The sounds of crying were replaced by the clinking of digging and Lin Xuan's harsh commands. Slumped figures were driven into the labor of reinforcing fortifications. The entire space was like a broken machine suddenly injected with a stimulant, creaking and groaning, but beginning to run again, and even more frantically. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, his origin point overclocking as a torrent of information flowed through. Stagnant heart collapse model deduced as failure of the energy circulation system. The accumulated eons-old stagnant rules lose constraint, releasing instantly, causing chaotic collapse of local physical laws. Priority should be given to finding system redundancy or safety pressure relief valves. Rune key structure must resonate with the core rules of the barrier, requiring multiple permission runes in a specific sequence. The entity behind the wall may know part of the sequence. Eye of Observation Astronomy Tower. Its observation behavior itself accelerates the system's entropy increase. Need to establish an information shielding or misdirection layer. Can use the remnants of the detection array left by the Grey Tower mages to reverse jam. The ideas grew clearer. The key to survival lay in understanding the rules, using the rules, and finding a way to repair or replace the rules before they collapsed. This was precisely the core application of the unity of science and mysticism. He took a deep breath and walked toward the deep tunnel. Alice, prepare the harmonized water. Uncle Baron, let's go meet our ancient neighbor again. This time we need to ask more specifically about the shape of the key, about where the pillar should be placed. Just as he turned, the militiaman Carl, who was on guard at the cave entrance, stumbled in his face, bloodless, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Baron. Outside. That eye in the sky. It opened. Inside. There seems to be something coming out. At almost the same moment, the energy monitor in front of Victor let out a piercing shriek indicating extremely high energy concentration. Alice also looked up sharply, her face changing drastically. The natural force is wailing. There is an indescribable power filled with destructive will descending. Lin Xuan's pupils contracted. The origin point instantly connected the external energy anomaly with the warning from behind the wall. The observer has arrived. No time to ask. Slowly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He made a decisive call. Lay so. Everyone to highest alert. Victor tried to use the Grey Tower Array remnants to interfere with the energy lock. Alice Jingwei, stabilize the internal life field with all your strength. Uncle Baron, come with me to the tunnel entrance, ready to receive whatever might come out. He cast a final glance at the deep tunnel, silently thinking, whether you are friend or foe now, we may need to fight side by side. The spark had been lit, but the storm had also arrived. Could this first flame survive the apocalyptic tide and illuminate the true dawn? Carl's message struck like ice water, instantly plunging the fragile order Jiang Xian had just imposed within the cavern back toward the precipice of collapse. High above the observatory tower's cold geometric eye cracked open. Something was emerging. Victor's instruments shrieked with piercing dissonance. Alice sensed nature's anguished lament, each sign a grim confirmation of imminent annihilation. This was no speculation. It was the executioner's blade already suspended overhead. Despair surged forth like a tangible tide, crashing back with greater fury than before. Several surrendered soldiers descended into full-blown madness, laughing hysterically as they charged into shadowed corners. The others knelt and prayed frantically, invoking names of gods long forgotten. Most sat motionless, faces ashen, limbs slack, eyes hollowed by absolute stillness, the void of final surrender. Even Reizo, the unshakable iron-willed warrior, broke into a fine sheen of cold sweat. His axe-gripping hands trembled, not from fear of battle, but from the crushing weight of confronting an incomprehensible cataclysmic descent beyond mortal reckoning. Prepare to meet the enemy. Jiang Xian's command thundered across the chaos like a bolt from the heavens. His voice held no tremor, only unyielding resolve, seizing the reins of disintegrating order with iron will. Reizo, execute Protocol 1. All personnel to designated defensive positions. Victor, activate every interference array at maximum output. Alice Jingwei, stabilize the life field. Balon, hold the passage entrance. Each command rang sharp, swift, and absolute. The primal instinct to survive overrode the impulse to shatter. The remaining militiamen, spurred by Reizo's roars and lashes, scrambled and tumbled toward pre-assigned cover and crossbow emplacements. Victor lunged toward the makeshift array, a crude fusion of Grey Tower artifact fragments and Blackstone baseplate, and his fingers flew, igniting flickering runes one after another in a desperate bid to disrupt external energy lock-on. Jiang Xian did not glance at the cavern's descending chaos. His gaze remained locked upon the dark, winding passage leading to the stone chamber. The observatory tower's descent could not be halted, but what lay beyond that wall was the sole variable. He seized the remaining vial of strange spring water, tempered with Xuanhuang Qi, from the nearby wooden bucket and barked at Balon. Uncle, hold this line. I'll seize the last chance inside. Without waiting for Balon's reply, Jiang Xian dissolved into a streak of blurred motion, vanishing down the passage. Inside the stone chamber, the icy wall emitting rhythmic knocks remained unchanged. Yet within the source point's perception, a faint yet urgent wave of intent pulsed from its depths, clearer than ever before. They're coming. Purifiers. Erasure at the rule level. Hurry. Key. Resonance. Requires coordinates. Fragmented thoughts flooded Jiang Xian's mind. Purifiers. Rule level erasure. Key resonance. Coordinates. Without hesitation, Jiang Xian hurled the bucket's contents onto the wall. Simultaneously, he channeled the source point to its utmost, weaving together his comprehension of the stasis ward's architecture, mastery over Xuanhuang Qi, and unwavering will in the face of extinction, fusing them into a single searing pulse of intent thrust through the nascent resonance channel formed where water met stone. Tell me, what must I do? What is the key? Where lies the coordinate? He roared inwardly. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the air. The wall convulsed violently. The moisture vanished, instantly replaced by dense circuit-like luminescent traceries blazing across its surface. A torrent of information, vast, chaotic, yet charged with desperate resolve, surged into Jiang Xian's source point like a breached galactic river. Stasis heart. Center of the valley. Beneath the Blackstone throne. The key is not physical. It is a resonance sequence. Balance force as catalyst. Primordial Xuanhuang Qi as foundation. Reconstruct the cycle before the core falls silent. The coordinate is this place. Thorn Valley is the keyhole. The purifiers arrive bearing rule correction force. Resistance is futile. Only by merging into the cycle remains a sliver of survival or mutual annihilation. The data stream ceased abruptly, the light etchings dimmed, spent. Jiang Xian grunted, blood trickling from his lip. The psychic onslaught threatened to shatter his soul, but his gray eyes blazed with unprecedented intensity. He understood. The stasis heart, the ward's core, lay at Thorn Valley's center. The key was no object but a precise resonance sequence to awaken or repair it. Jingwei's balance force would serve as the guiding current, his own Xuanhuang Qi, the primordial essence. As the foundational energy, all must converge before the core's final cessation. And Thorn Vale itself, the entire valley, was the lock into which the key must be turned. As for the purifiers, they were terrifying enforcers dispatched by the observatory tower to execute rule correction. Direct confrontation meant certain death. The sole path to survival was paradoxical, willingly merge into the collapsing stasis cycle, harnessing its very rules to resist them. It was a gambler's wager. Win and perhaps seize control of the ward and reclaim life, or lose and suffer eternal dissolution into stasis, or vanish alongside the ward entirely. There was no time left. Pressure from beyond the cavern intensified. The valley trembled, pebbles rained from the ceiling. Jiang Xian burst from the passage and shouted to the anxious crowd, "Obey my command. Abandon all outer defenses. Everyone, retreat immediately to the deepest, most energetically stable zone of the cavern." Reizo, Victor, organize the evacuation now. Baron, outside, Reizo cried urgently. Carry out the order. Jiang Xian's voice carried sovereign authority. Alice, Jingwei, come with me. Moved. He seized his daughter and Jingwei, sprinting toward the cavern's innermost recess, the direction of the stone chamber where the anomalous spring had been found, perhaps near the periphery of the stasis heart, where rules remained comparatively stable. Though bewildered, Reizo and Victor acted instantly, their absolute faith in Jiang Xian driving them to herd and drag the panicked throng deeper into the cavern. Outside the cavern, the sky had curdled. That colossal geometric eye now gaped wide. A humanoid figure coalesced from pure indigo energy, form shifting like smoke, composed of countless interlocking rule sigils. It possessed no features, no emotion, only an absolute glacial will to correct. It raised a hand toward the cavern mouth, unleashing an invisible, intangible force of rule erasure. Space itself began warping and flaking away. At this razor's edge, Jiang Xian reached the cavern's deepest recess, a relatively open expanse carpeted in luminous otherworldly moss. He halted abruptly, gripping Jingwei's slender shoulders with both hands, his gaze unbearably solemn. Jingwei, trust your father. Release your balance force without reserve. Envelop this entire space. Alice, support her with your natural energy. Stabilize the life pulse. Though Jingwei's small face paled with terror, her utter trust in her father closed her eyes instantly. Her heterochromatic eyes, gray and green, glowed faintly beneath her lids, radiating that unique harmonizing aura spreading outward like an invisible tranquil sphere. Alice infused emerald green natural energy into her daughter, anchoring and steadying this unprecedented surge of power. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian pushed his source point and every trace of Xuanhuang Qi to their limits, not for attack or defense, but to vibrate and weave with exquisite precision following the newly acquired resonance sequence. He transformed himself into a living sigil key, striving to forge a connection with the stasis heart buried deep beneath the earth. With my Qi, I align with your sequence. Balance as guide, reconstruct the cycle. Jiang Xian cried inwardly, blood continuing to spill from his lips, his body trembling violently under the crushing backlash of cosmic law. Roar! Thorn Vale convulsed, not from external assault, but from a primordial stirring deep within the earth, like the awakening of a slumbering leviathan. From Jiang Xian's position, an invisible current, Xuanhuang Qi fused with balance energy, shot downward like roots of living light racing along ley lines toward the valley's heart, the fabled Blackstone throne. Outside, the annihilating rule erasure beam struck the cavern mouth, and recoiled, slowed, as if encountering an invisible, unbreakable membrane, then began dissolving into nothingness. The stasis ward had awakened. It was autonomously resisting this foreign correction. The purifier hovering in the sky paused, its sigil-formed body rippling faintly, clearly unprepared for its target to activate the ward's own power in defense. Yet it felt no emotion, only raised its hand again, gathering a far more potent distortion of reality. Deep within the cavern, Jiang Xian's awareness briefly fused with the entire stasis ward of Thorn Vale. He saw it. The valley center held no Blackstone throne, only a colossal heart-like core pulsing slowly, cracked dim, barely clinging to existence. Endless stasis rules flowed like sluggish blood between core and ward, but the circulation teetered on total collapse. Now, this was the moment. Jiang Xian drove his entire consciousness, along with the optimal reconstruction sequence calculated by the source point, through that root-like conduit of blended energies, stabbing directly into the dying stasis heart. An indescribable detonation tore through the soul. Not sound, but the shriek and rebirth of cosmic law. Sky and earth of Thorn Vale drowned in a chaotic, indeterminate hue. Time-space energy, all fundamental laws dissolved into utter chaos. The purifier's gathered attack unraveled like snow in a furnace, its sigil body flickered, erratically destabilized by the storm of raw, reconfiguring rules. Within the cavern, survivors spun dizzily as though reality itself were being remade around them. When the light faded and the maelstrom subsided, terror gave way to stunned disbelief. They lived, yet the world had utterly transformed. The cavern was gone. They stood adrift in a surreal void bathed in slow-drifting, chaotic-hued mist. Beneath them stretched a vast, intricate array, composed of countless shimmering glyphs, rotating with serene, immense gravity. At the array's center, a fractured heart pulsed anew, faint, steady, radiant. Jiang Xian knelt, their face, paper-white, breath shallow, yet alive. His right hand rested upon the stasis heart. A filament of delicate Xuanhuang Qi bound his life force to the ward's core. Alice and Jingwei lay unconscious beside him, cradled in a gentle halo of light. Reizo, Victor Balan, and the other survivors stood scattered across the array's periphery, staring in awe at the impossible spectacle. They sensed it. They stood at the absolute epicenter of Thorn Vale's stasis ward. And Lord Jiang Xian, he had somehow seized temporary dominion over its core. Above, the purifier's form blurred, struggling to reacquire its target. Within this domain where Jiang Xian had forcibly rewritten fragments of reality, its rule correction power was severely weakened and repelled. It hovered motionless, neither attacking nor retreating, as if recalculating, reassessing. Jiang Xian lifted his head with great effort, gazing upward into the void toward the temporarily barred purifier. His lips curved in a weary, glacial smile. He had succeeded. At the final threshold, he had won the gamble. Using himself as the key, he forced resonance with the stasis heart. Not succumbing to assimilation, but seizing fleeting control at the ward's most vulnerable instant, leveraging his unique synthesis of science and Taoist essence. Though that control was tenuous and exacted a terrible toll, his vitality nearly spent, the ward still grievously wounded. At least they endured. And they now possessed an unprecedented stronghold, the very heart of the stasis ward. From this day forward, Jiang Xian's voice rasped heavy with irrevocable weight, echoing across the core domain. This place is no longer the doomed Thorn Vale. It is the genesis of the Xuanhuang realm. His gaze swept over the survivors, faces etched with terror, bewilderment, and the dazed euphoria of deliverance, then settled upon the gently beating ward core. I shall serve, provisionally, as its guardian.